My name is Chen Ming. I woke up to a scene of horror and realized I had been given a second chance at life. I remember dying in the future after a climbing accident, but now I am back in the 1980s in my old, broken-down house in northeast China. Before me, my wife Han Xiumei was kneeling on the freezing floor, trembling with terror. I was shocked to see a whip in my hand and bruises on her face. I realized with deep shame that I had just beaten her because she tried to borrow food for our family. In my previous life, I was a selfish, lazy, and angry man. I hated being a son-in-law who lived with my wife's family, and I took all my insecurities out on her. Seeing her fear broke my heart. I threw the whip away and begged for her forgiveness, but she didn't trust me. Her eyes were dull and full of pain because I had hurt her so many times before. She eventually left to go to her father's house to feed our baby, leaving me alone in the cold. I looked around at our poor home with its mud walls and cracked windows. I finally understood that our misery was my fault, not hers or her father's. I had been weak and let my pride ruin our lives. This time, I am determined to change. I won't be a useless man anymore. I found my old hunting rifle and cleaned it. I know that even though we are poor, the nearby mountains are full of wildlife. In my other life, I learned how to shoot and survive in the wild. I felt a new fire burning inside me. I am going to use these skills to hunt, provide food for my family, and earn back the respect I threw away. I will spend the rest of my life making sure Xiumei never has to live in fear again. The cruel man I used to be is dead, and I am ready to fight for a better future. From my room, I listened to the snow falling and the endless sounds of fighting outside. My father-in-law, Han Jingui, was furious again. He was screaming at my brother-in-law, Zhang Yuxiang, for gambling away the family's food. Even though I was inside, I could hear every word. I felt a deep, bitter sadness as I listened to them. My fourth sister-in-law, Han Xiujuan, tried to defend her husband by pointing her finger at me. She called me a useless burden because of my bad leg. She mocked me for staying home and doing nothing while my wife, Xiumei, suffered. Hearing her words hurt because I knew she was right. In truth, my leg had healed a long time ago. I had been pretending to be hurt because I was lazy and full of resentment. I felt like a stranger in this family. My father-in-law is the village head. He is a respected man who provides for everyone, but I always felt he looked down on me. Because I felt small and unloved, I became a cruel man. I took my anger out on Xiumei, the one person who truly cared for me. I had turned our life into a mess of hunger and tears. Watching through the window, I saw Zhang Yuxiang beg for forgiveness with sweet words. Even though he is a gambler, my father-in-law still invited him inside for a warm meal. Meanwhile, I sat in a cold room with an empty stomach. We haven't had a real meal in months. Xiumei has to beg for potatoes just to keep us alive. As I sat there in the dark, a wave of guilt washed over me. I realized that I am the lowest kind of man. My father-in-law once treated me like a son, and I threw that trust away with my pride and laziness. I can't blame anyone else for my life being this way. I decided right then that things have to change. I cannot rely on others anymore. I need to prove I am a man through action, not just words. I began gathering my tools and preparing to go into the mountains. If I want to earn back the respect of my family and save my marriage, I have to work hard and provide for myself. I waited a long time for Xiumei to come back, but the house stayed empty and cold. Hunger hit me so hard my head began to spin. My body was still weak from my rebirth, and I desperately needed fuel. I searched the kitchen but found nothing until I spotted some black fungus growing on old corn stalks by the firewood. I stuffed the dry, powdery lumps into my mouth. They were bitter and got stuck in my throat, making me choke. I had to smash through a thick layer of ice on the water jar just to get a drink to wash them down. Wiping the black dust from my face, I realized I couldn't live like this anymore. I had to face my mistakes. I walked over to my father-in-law's house and called out for my wife from the gate. My mother-in-law and father-in-law came out, looking ready for a fight. They told me Xiumei was staying with them for the night. Instead of getting angry like I used to, I just nodded. I was actually glad she was getting a warm meal. I asked my father-in-law for a favor, to borrow his fish trap. He was shocked because I was actually being polite for once. He mocked my bad leg and told me to just stay home, but I insisted that I had to try to provide for myself instead of just starving or begging. Eventually, he let me borrow it. My brother-in-law, Zhang Yuxiang, dragged the trap out while making fun of me. He didn't believe I could catch anything with my limp. I didn't care about his insults. My leg felt heavy and numb, but I knew I could heal it later with the right herbs. For now, I just needed to catch fish so we wouldn't go hungry. I loaded the trap and a shovel onto my sled and headed out into the cold. I am determined to change my life and earn back the trust of my family through hard work. I walked out into the biting northeast winter, where the wind felt like a knife against my skin. The village was silent, covered in a thick, white blanket of snow, with only thin trails of smoke rising from chimneys. I headed toward the distant Chongling Mountains, my chest aching with every icy breath. Before leaving the village, I stopped by Uncle Zhang's shop. He looked at me with pity, remembering the hard-working man I used to be before I ruined my life with pride and anger. He kindly lent me half a bag of sorghum and even gave me his warm hat. His kindness reminded me of how many people I had let down. I hurried home to drop off the grain, then moved toward the mountains with my tools. At a frozen pond, I used my iron pick to break the thick ice. Despite my limp, my body felt surprisingly strong. I set my trap in the freezing water and then headed into the forest. I felt a strange new power in my mind, a kind of radar that showed me where things were hidden. Following this instinct, I found a wild pheasant. With one steady shot, I brought it down. It was a plump bird, enough for 2 meals. When I returned to the pond, my net was also full of small fish and shrimp. I rushed home to cook. The smell of fresh fish soup filled the room, and for the first time in a long time, I ate until I was full. I felt my strength returning. While I ate, I could hear the happy sounds of my wife's family next door. I felt a deep pang of envy and regret, knowing I was the reason my wife and baby weren't here with me. I spent the evening mending my jacket and stewing the pheasant, saving the drumsticks for my wife. In the middle of the night, I dressed in my warmest clothes and prepared to head back out. I looked at my father-in-law's dark house and made a silent promise. I will heal my leg, work harder than anyone else, and become the man my family deserves. I won't let my second chance at life go to waste. It was a freezing winter night. The moon hung high in the clear sky, and its light reflected off the snow, making everything around bright and white. Chen Ming carried a flashlight, but the batteries were almost dead. Since he couldn't afford new ones, he had to warm them on the heated bed to squeeze out a few more uses. He knew it was dangerous to go into the mountains at night. Most animals stayed hidden after dark, but if he could find any, the chance of catching them would be much higher. After walking for quite a while, he left the village and headed straight toward Chonglin Mountain. About 40 minutes later, he reached the foot of the mountain. Before climbing up, he set down his sled and suddenly saw a dark shadow darting across the snow. Quickly, he raised his hunting gun, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it along the barrel. In that brief flash of light, he saw it clearly, a wild hare. He immediately turned off the flashlight to save power. The moment the light went out, he held his gun tightly and rushed forward. The hare, startled by the crunching sound of footsteps in the snow, leapt away in panic, kicking up a spray of white snowflakes. Chen Ming's gun was already loaded with powder and pellets, but reloading would take time, so he couldn't waste his first shot. He chased after the hare, waiting for the right moment. In the northeast, nighttime in the mountains was full of hidden dangers, like traps buried under the snow, quietly waiting for the careless. Chen Ming knew very well that going into the mountains at night was like risking his life. One wrong move, and he might never come back. Besides, most animals stayed still through the cold nights, rarely coming out at all. Still, if he could spot some prey at night, the chances of catching it would be much higher. After a while, Chen Ming left the village, his boots crunching on the snow as he headed straight toward Chonglin Mountain. About 40 minutes later, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. Before he even started climbing, he set down his dog sled and noticed a dark shape darting back and forth in the snow like a black whirlwind. Quickly, he raised his hunting gun and switched on his flashlight, shining it along the barrel toward the shadow. With that one beam of light, he saw it clearly. It was a mountain hare, a wild rabbit. He quickly turned off the flashlight, thinking the batteries were expensive and should be saved whenever possible. The moment the light went out, he grabbed his gun and ran after the rabbit. The hare was alert too, hearing someone chasing behind, especially with the crunching sound of Chen Ming's boots in the snow. It got frightened and dashed away like a startled bird, kicking up a spray of snowflakes. Chen Ming's gun was already loaded with powder and pellets, but it had to be reloaded after every shot, which was a real hassle. So unless he was sure of his aim, he couldn't waste that first shot. He kept running, eyes sharp and focused on the hare, waiting for the right moment. He chased it for quite a while, but still didn't find a good chance to shoot. Man and rabbit were locked in a tense chase across the snowy ground at the foot of the mountain. The hare was about to dart into the forest. Once it got in there, with all the trees and deep snow pits, finding it again would be nearly impossible. Besides, Chen Ming's leg wasn't in great shape. It wasn't completely lame, but it often felt numb, like it was tingling with electricity. That made him slower than most people. And chasing a mountain hare on uneven snow was risky. If he slipped into a snow pit, he might not be able to climb out. On a freezing night like this, that could be deadly. He frowned, anxious and restless. The hare hopped onto a small hill at the edge of the forest, blocking his view. He couldn't see what was ahead anymore. If there was a snow pit on the other side, and the rabbit jumped in, it would disappear for good. At that moment, he had no choice but to pull the trigger. By now, he was only about 10 meters away from the mountain hare, just within shooting range. His heart was pounding fast, and his nerves tightened. If he hit the target, it would be a good catch. If he missed, all his effort would be wasted, leaving him sweaty and tired for nothing. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and stopped walking. The hare was hopping on the hillside, its short legs moving quickly as if looking for a way to escape. Just as it leapt up, Chen Ming pulled the trigger. A flash of fire streaked through the dark night, bright like a spark of fireworks. He had fired purely by instinct and wasn't sure if he had hit the target. When the flash from the muzzle faded, he quickly turned on his flashlight. His heart sank. The hare was nowhere to be seen on the. Only a patch of snow, pierced by pellets, was left behind. His heart skipped a beat. Was all that effort for nothing? Still, he didn't give up. Step by step, he moved toward the. After some effort, he climbed up and looked down. There, in a small hollow, lay the hare. Luckily, the hollow wasn't too deep. When he shone his flashlight down, he saw the hare lying still, the snow around it stained red. It was clear that his shot had brought it down. Chen Ming grinned from ear to ear, as happy as if it were New Year's Day. He slid down and grabbed the hare. He hadn't even gone deep into the mountains yet, and he already had a catch. What a great start. He thought to himself that he should keep working hard tonight. If he could catch something rarer, like a marten or a fox, he could trade it in town for plenty of food. Then he wouldn't have to worry about meals for a while. Carrying the hare, Chen Ming finally climbed back up and sat down in the snow, breathing heavily. After resting for a bit, he stood up slowly, put the hare into the basket he had prepared, covered it with the lid, and tied it securely with a piece of rope. Only then did he feel at ease. Chen Ming rubbed his hands together and blew warm air on them. The cold eased a little. Even the gun barrel was covered with frost, showing just how freezing the night was. He didn't stay still for long. The longer he stood there, the colder he felt. He had to keep moving. So he headed back into the mountain valley, searching around again. He carried several tools on his back, including a special digging tool he had prepared for catching honey badgers. If he ran into one, he needed to be ready. After entering the forest, he wandered for a while before making a new discovery. In the side of a hill, he saw several burrows half covered by snow. The snow at the entrances had already been blown away. Judging by the size of the holes, there were probably hog badgers inside. At least, that was Chen Ming's guess. Shivering, he took out a match from his pocket and gathered some dry grass nearby. Turning his back to the wind, he opened his coat and lit the pine twigs inside his chest for warmth. Once the fire caught, he cupped his hands around it and brought it close to the burrow, lighting the dry grass. The warmth felt nice, but he wasn't doing this just to warm up. He wanted to smoke the badgers out. He pushed the burning grass into the hole, adding a few dry branches. When the fire was strong enough, he put out part of it so that thick smoke began to pour into the burrow. Then Chen Ming moved to another hole, holding a rope in both hands, ready for the badger to come out. He bent down and pressed his ear close to the entrance, listening carefully. Smoke was already coming out from another hole when Chen Ming lifted his head. He had just heard movement inside, and excitement filled his heart. It meant his effort wasn't wasted. There was definitely something in there. Before long, a dark shadow appeared at the entrance. Under the moonlight, a pair of sharp eyes glimmered. Just as the creature poked its head out, Chen Ming quickly reached in with both hands. But the little animal was quick and slipped back inside in an instant. Chen Ming wasn't in a hurry. He grinned, though his smile looked stiff. His face was red from the cold and had already gone numb. But he didn't care about that now. He was full of excitement, thinking that once he caught the little creature inside, his work for the night would be done. He had already caught a mountain rabbit and now a hog badger. That would be enough food for 2 days. The hog badger's fat was especially useful. It could be eaten and also used to treat burns. I don't believe you won't come out. Let's see how long you can hold on. Chen Ming crouched by the hole, his knees pressed into the snow. He held a rope tightly at the entrance, ready to pull at the moment there was movement inside. Sure enough, the little creature inside couldn't stand the smoke anymore and poked its head out. Chen Ming reacted quickly, looping the rope around its neck and pulling hard. He wound the rope tightly and gave it a strong tug, pulling the animal out of the hole. It was quite large, about 60 or 70 centimeters long, covered in thick fur. When Chen Ming lifted it with the rope, it struggled wildly and made sharp cries. Looking closer, he saw it was indeed a hog badger, and a fat one too. It must have stored up plenty of fat for the winter. After catching it, Chen Ming tied the rope more securely and hung it from a tree branch. The rope was strong enough that even a wild boar couldn't break free easily. He looked at the hog badger swinging from the branch and smiled with satisfaction. He was about to put out the fire at the other hole. After all, it was late at night in the deep mountains during winter. The dry trees and grass could easily catch fire, and Chen Ming didn't want to cause a forest fire. Just as he put out the fire on one side, he saw another shadow appear at the hole's entrance, then quickly shrink back inside. Chen Ming's eyes widened in surprise and delight. He hadn't expected there to be 2 hog badgers in the same den. Tonight was turning out to be a lucky night indeed. Thinking of this, Chen Ming took out his hook and began to probe inside the hole, moving carefully bit by bit. When he felt something soft, he hooked the edge of the hole and pulled back sharply. At once, a sound came from inside, and the entrance trembled slightly, shaking the snow loose from above. "You think you can get away? Come out," Chen Ming shouted, feeling that he had caught something. He pulled hard. When he saw a shadow appear, he quickly pressed it down with his gloved hands. The creature turned and bit his glove, which hurt a little, but Chen Ming didn't have time to care. He hurriedly took off his belt and tied the creature up. When he lifted it up and looked closely, confusion filled his face. After staring for a while, his eyes widened in surprise. "What on earth? Isn't this a raccoon dog?" Chen Ming exclaimed, his confusion turning into excitement. He never expected that inside this hole there would be both a badger and a wild raccoon dog. The most valuable part of a raccoon dog is its fur. The meat can be eaten, though it's not very tasty, but the fur is highly prized. The best kind of fur is called 6-star white needle, known for its top quality and high price anywhere. The raccoon dog before him had light golden fur, a short and plump body, a round head, and a pair of small, alert ears that twitched from time to time. Its eyes were like 2 black beans, bright and clever, full of spirit, yet it had still fallen into the hands of this hunter. Its small, moist nose stood out against the golden-brown fur. Its short, sturdy legs supported its round body, and its fluffy tail curled upward. Judging from the texture of its fur, it wasn't quite the top 6-star white needle quality, but it was still second only to the best grade. If he sold it on the black market, Chen Ming estimated it could fetch at least 50 or 60 yuan, a considerable sum. In the 1980s, that amount was more than a month's basic salary for an average working family. In the countryside, that amount of money could cover 3 or 4 months of living expenses. During that time, even without working, life would still be quite comfortable, and he could even enjoy pork every few days. That night, he caught a mountain hare, a badger, and the raccoon dog in front of him. Chen Ming had really made a good profit. It seemed that Changlin Mountain was indeed rich in resources. He wondered how he had missed it in his previous life. Fortunately, he had been given another chance to live again, and hope burned brightly in his heart. The mountain before him would become the foundation of his new wealth and his own private hunting ground. All the resources of the mountain would belong to him. As for other hunters, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had his own harvest. Lifting the raccoon dog and the badger, Chen Ming happily walked toward his sled. When he reached it, he opened a rough burlap sack and tossed both animals inside. He tied the sack tightly with a rope, threw it onto the sled, slung the rope over his shoulder, and started walking down the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, there was still some distance to go, but Chen Ming didn't feel tired. He hummed a little tune as he walked under the moonlight, the cold wind brushing his face. By the time he reached home, the sky was already turning pale, though it wasn't fully bright yet. The horizon glowed faintly blue. Seeing that the gate was locked, Chen Ming sighed helplessly. He unloaded his catch into the yard, careful not to wake his father-in-law's family. Then he leaned the sled against the wall, climbed over the gate, and landed inside. Because one of his legs was numb, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Ming sighed deeply. He really needed to treat his leg soon. But since he hadn't caught a deer yet, he couldn't use deer blood for medicine. He would have to sell some of his catch first, buy herbs, and start treatment early. Once his leg healed, he would have more strength and move faster in the mountains. Otherwise, chasing that hare today wouldn't have been so exhausting. He carried all his catches into the house, closed the door, lit the stove again, and warmed the bed. After the heated bed finally warmed up, Chen Ming was already so sleepy that he couldn't stop yawning. His eyelids felt heavy, and after taking off his clothes, he slipped into the warm bedding and fell asleep almost instantly. He was completely exhausted. In the middle of the night, he had wandered around the mountains several times, chasing hares, digging for badgers, and even catching a raccoon dog. By now, the food he had eaten that afternoon was long digested. He slept soundly until morning and woke up because he was hungry. Quickly getting up before his father-in-law and the others were awake, he ran outside to use the toilet, then hurried back into the house. He started a fire, boiled some water, filled a thermos, and began to cook. There was no rice or grain in the house, so he could only use the game he had caught. There was still some fish left from the night before, and he planned to make fish soup for breakfast. 2 wild chicken legs were sitting cold by the stove. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ming picked them up and placed them on the windowsill, then turned back to prepare the fish soup. He tossed the last dried chili into the fire to roast it a bit. When it was ready, he crushed it and sprinkled it into a big bowl of fish soup. The aroma filled the room, making his mouth water. He leaned closer to take a deep breath. It smelled delicious. Carrying the bowl carefully, he went back inside, sipping the soup and eating the fish, spitting the bones onto the table. After finishing 3 bowls of soup and 2 fish, he wiped his mouth, looking completely satisfied. When people are hungry, they only think about food. Once full, their minds start to wander. After tidying up the table, Chen Ming leaned by the window and looked toward his father-in-law's house. Before long, the door opened, and Xiumei stepped out. She glanced toward her home, sighed softly, then turned and walked to the back, probably heading to the toilet. In the rural areas of northeast China, outdoor dry toilets are common. During winter, people mostly just move their hips, and at night, the hardest part is getting up to go to the bathroom. When Chen Ming saw his wife come out, he quickly put on his shoes and hurried outside, crawling and rushing over. He then arrived in the backyard and stood nearby, watching the direction of the toilet. Soon, Xiumei opened the burlap curtain of the dry toilet, tying her waistband as she came out. When she looked up and saw Chen Ming, she screamed in fright, covering her mouth and stepping back twice. After she looked carefully, she patted her heavy chest and took a few deep breaths. Chen Ming was slowly walking over, and Xiumei, scared, took a few more steps back. "Why you? What do you want to do?" she stammered, trembling not from cold but from fear. She was afraid Chen Ming would hurt her again or torment her with his strange way of being a husband. She had truly had enough. It seemed that every time she visited her parents' home and returned, Chen Ming acted like a pervert, disturbing her all night. He had destroyed the last bit of good feeling she had for him. "Darling, don't be afraid. I know I wasn't a good person before. I did many terrible things," he said. "But don't worry, I won't hit you anymore. I know you probably hate me now. Yesterday, I went up the mountain and got lucky. I caught a wild chicken. I left the chicken leg at the window for you to take and enjoy." Chen Ming turned and pointed at the house, looking a bit embarrassed. His tone became nervous. Xiumei didn't care about the chicken leg. As long as Chen Ming didn't hit her and she could avoid this trouble, that was enough. Okay, I got it, she replied calmly. She lowered her head and carefully walked around Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't argue further, afraid of scaring her. He had done wrong many times before, leaving a shadow in her heart. Maisie, Chen Ming suddenly called out behind her. Xiumei stopped abruptly. Yes? She asked quietly. Maybe we should just part ways. I still care for you deeply, from the bottom of my heart, but I don't want to hold you back anymore, Chen Ming said. As he spoke, a cold feeling flooded his chest, making his lungs hurt. But what hurt even more was his heart, as if it was about to stop. His words felt like a knife scraping inside his mouth before he could say them. He already knew that his father-in-law was upset because his wife refused to divorce him, which led his daughter to disown him. Even though his daughter ate plain food and was often mistreated and beaten, Han Jinghua, his father-in-law, was full of disappointment. He had lost hope in his daughter long ago. Chen Ming thought that being reborn was a gift from heaven, a chance to make up for his loved ones and loved life. As long as Han Xiumei was happy and could find happiness, he was willing to do anything. At this moment, after hearing those words, Han Xiumei's nose suddenly felt sore for no reason. All her bottled-up grievances couldn't be spoken, and tears started to flow from her eyes. Wiping her tears, Han Xiumei let out a breath of warm mist, then said, "When the kids are a bit older." She turned and walked toward the front yard, leaving Chen Ming alone on the ground, painfully clutching his hair. Han Xiumei reached the door, her eyes already red. She wiped her tears to avoid her parents noticing anything. While wiping her tears, she saw a rooster bowl by the window, containing 2 frozen chicken legs. After thinking for a moment, Han Xiumei picked them up with her hand and then went inside. Soon after, Chen Ming was also freezing cold, so he turned back home, crawled into bed, and slept until noon. When he woke up, he started dressing, heated the Kong bed, and packed all the game he had caught yesterday onto the sled. He pulled the sled and headed out. Just as he reached the gate, he saw Zhang Yuxiang, with his hands in his sleeves and his neck hunched, walking in from outside. In a blink, he saw Chen Ming pulling the sled, which was loaded with 2 bulging sacks that were still moving. They were definitely alive. Zhang Yuxiang immediately felt confused. Standing in front of Chen Ming, he pointed at the 2 sacks with a smile on his face. Chen Ming, what are you carrying in those sacks? They're bouncing around. Where are you headed? Zhang Yuxiang liked to listen to gossip and was no different from the village women, always gossiping and spreading rumors. Whenever something happened, he would eagerly get involved. When there was nothing to do, he would hang around the women and chat. He knew all the village's big and small news. Nothing could hide from him. As soon as something happened, he would start talking with his loud mouth, just like his worn-out pants. What's it to you? Get out of the way. Chen Ming pushed the other person aside roughly, then grabbed the sled and headed outside. He planned to go to the town to exchange the game he caught for some money. With some cash, he could buy rice to cook. Oh, this little has quite a temper. He's a bully at home. Besides nagging his wife, he doesn't have much else going for him. Zhang Yuxiang sneered with a mocking smile and turned to go into the yard. Chen Ming pulled the dog sled step by step into the cold wind. He shrank his neck, his face already red and frozen. His ears felt like they had a fever, hot and numb. Living in the old Northeast, it was really easy to freeze to death. Winters were especially harsh. The worst part was the lack of supplies. Staying warm was somewhat easier. People relied on the mountains for firewood, chopping some down to burn. But food was very hard to get. They still used the collective work points system, which hadn't been replaced yet. If a family had good workers, they could eat well. The points they earned by the end of the year could be exchanged for grain or money. But most families could only barely survive, eating coarse bread, some big pancakes, and sour vegetable soup all winter, which made their mouths taste bland. Eating meat was a luxury. Even the village chief, Han Jinggui, could only have meat once a month at home, which was considered good. Ordinary families had even less. Only a few hunters occasionally went up the mountain to try their luck. If they caught something, they could enjoy some meat for a while. In this era, some women would secretly be with men outside the village just to have better food. Getting caught means you're involved in trouble, like having a bad reputation or questionable behavior. Although it's not as serious as before, it still means wearing a scarlet letter on your shoulder and then getting a good beating from your family man. I guess I won't be able to hold my head up high in this life. Those who get caught are a small number, while most go unnoticed. In the Northeast, there's a saying, every family has their own secret brew. It's good if none are exposed. Chen Ming pulled the sled and had already left the village. The wind was getting stronger, but he kept moving forward without stopping, growing more determined. Even though one leg was numb, his heart was burning with passion. The journey was about 7 miles, and Chen Ming took over 40 minutes to reach the town. Once inside, the wind was much lighter. The houses in the town were quite close together, and there were many people coming and going. Chen Ming quickly arrived at the market, but it was already empty. Then he saw an old man popping popcorn. He walked over, and suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose into the air. A group of children gathered around. The old man took a metal basin, put the popped popcorn into his bag, and then handed a basin of popcorn to a child. In the past, people exchanged popcorn for corn or money. Chen Ming stepped closer, smiled, and asked, "Old man, I want to ask about something. Is there any black market around here?" The old man looked at Chen Ming carefully and asked, "What do you want to sell, young man? Don't think the authorities are as strict now, but if you're selling illegal stuff, they'll definitely throw you in jail." Chen Ming grinned and said, "What am I thinking, old man? I just have a little wild stuff I want to sell. The market's almost empty now, so I thought I'd ask." Hearing this, the old man looked at the sled under Chen Ming's feet, then stepped closer. He opened the bag, looked inside, and then smiled. "You're quite something, kid. Even in winter, you can catch a badger. That's impressive. You don't even need to sell this thing on the black market. Just go to those private restaurants that specialize in wild game and deliver it there. Many southern restaurant owners specifically buy such items." The old man pointed across the street and said. Chen Ming looked over and saw 2 private restaurants. They even had wild game hanging outside. He hadn't noticed this when he first arrived. Hearing the old man, Chen Ming's mind was moved. "Thanks, sir. I'll go ask about it," Chen Ming said, then pulled his sled and headed across the street. He arrived at a place called Songjiang Restaurant and looked inside. Surprisingly, despite the cold weather, the place was full of customers. It was warm inside, and people had taken off their thick coats. It looked very comfortable. Some older men sat together drinking and chatting, enjoying hearty meals. Others, families of 3 or 4, gathered around hot pots, creating a warm, friendly atmosphere. The doors were covered with curtains, and the main door was made of wood with a glass panel in the middle. Chen Ming lifted the curtain and peeked inside. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a round felt hat and dressed in shiny clothes came to the door, blocking Chen Ming's view. Then, the door was pulled open by the man. "What are you looking at? If you want to eat, come inside quickly," the man said loudly. "Are you the owner here? Do you buy wild game?" Chen Ming asked directly, eager to sell and go home since it was so cold. The man looked at Chen Ming, then asked, "Are you a hunter from a nearby village? I haven't seen you before. Just tell me if you buy or not. Why bother with useless stuff?" Chen Ming lost patience and turned to leave, planning to ask elsewhere. "Wait a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll call the boss for you," the man said, waving his hand. "Our boss is from the south. I can't make that decision. Go inside and warm up first," he added. Chen Ming stopped, placed his sled at the door, and carried 2 bags inside. The smell of different dishes filled the room. After smelling it, Chen Ming felt a bit hungry. He was standing at the door, watching the guests sitting on chairs, eating and drinking. Some were eating hot pot, others were enjoying a traditional dish. There was a plump blood sausage and slices of pork belly, all boiling together in a copper pot with pickled vegetables. Just looking at it made his stomach rumble. Chen Ming also swallowed hard and looked away. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. A well-dressed man wearing glasses appeared. He was not very tall, but he looked neat and proper. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit that was very tidy and shiny leather shoes. He looked like someone from a wealthy family. The man came downstairs, guided by a middle-aged man, and at the door, he saw Chen Ming. Hello. I heard you're from the countryside selling wild goods. Can I take a look?" The refined man spoke with a tone that was not pure northeastern dialect, but had a hint of it. "All in these bags. Take a look yourself," Chen Ming said, then threw the 2 bags in front of him. The refined man smiled and pushed up his glasses. The middle-aged man beside him started to untie the burlap sacks. "I'm the owner here. My name is Lu Wenbin. I come from Jiangsu, he said politely. Nice to meet you. As long as it's from the mountains, I usually buy it, Lu Wenbin added. I'm Chen Ming, more or less a hunter, he replied with a faint smile. If you can give me a fair price, I'll bring all my mountain goods here in the future, Chen Ming said calmly. At that moment, the middle-aged man raised his head and waved at Lu Wenbin. Boss, good stuff. Come and see. Hearing this, Lu Wenbin walked over. He bent down and looked into the bags. His face showed satisfaction and even a bit of surprise. Nice. That's probably your local wild boar, right? Good stuff. What's in that bag? Lu Wenbin opened another bag and looked inside. His eyes widened in shock. A look of joy appeared on his face, almost causing his glasses to fall into the bag, but he quickly caught them. Then, the middle-aged man retied both bags securely. Lu Wenbin also approached Chen Ming and made a welcoming gesture. Brother, let's sit over there and talk. Chao Guobang, go get some food. I want to chat with this brother here. Get some hot wine to warm him up, Lu Wenbin ordered the middle-aged man, then took Chen Ming to the only empty table and sat down. Look at these two little things. If you're interested, give a fair price. Just pay what the black market price is, and I won't bother with black market deals anymore. Chen Ming didn't know the prices, but he said this to avoid being cheated or played tricks on. Hearing this, Lu Wenbin's mind became active. He carefully looked at Chen Ming, feeling that this hunter from the countryside was different from the others he had met before. It's hard to explain, but he just had that feeling. Playing tricks was definitely not an option. He could tell that if he didn't give a fair price, the other person would leave immediately, and there wouldn't be a chance for future cooperation. He had just seen the two animals in the bag. One was a hog badger, and the other was a raccoon dog. Regarding the raccoon dog, its fur was considered second class. The lowest grade was third-class fur, which was worth only a few yuan to over 10 yuan. In the 1980s, money was very real. 1 yuan could be divided into 8 parts, and spending it was not exaggerated. Pork cost only 6 or 7 mao per jin, and rice was just over 2 mao per jin. This shows the purchasing power. Second-class fur was worth at least 20 yuan, up to 80 yuan. So, Lu Wenbin squinted slightly, thinking about how to price it. Just then, Chao Guobang came over, carrying some food. One dish was chicken stewed with mushrooms, though it wasn't a whole chicken, just a chicken leg with some wild mushrooms and a bit of vermicelli inside. The dish looked red and fragrant. As soon as it was placed on the table, Chen Ming caught the aroma and looked at it. Another dish is a cold salad, called tiger salad. It's made with chopped green onions and radishes, sprinkled with a little salt, MSG, soy sauce, and chili peppers. There is a big bowl of plain rice with some corn kernels inside, which smells very good. All of this is placed in front of Chen Ming. Brother, try a few bites first. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Lu Wenbin gestures invitingly, showing he's ready to discuss. Chen Ming doesn't hold back. He picks up his bowl, grabs some noodles with his chopsticks, and starts eating eagerly. He eats happily and very quickly. Brother, since you're coming from far away, it's not easy. I just looked at that fox fur. It's pretty good, second class. I won't lie to you. Even if you sell it on the black market, it might only sell for about 80. I'll give you 70. You don't need to bother. And on the black market, you might not get that much. The traders there are very sneaky. You know that better than me. After hesitating for a while, Lu Wenbin tentatively offers a price. According to this price, Chen Ming wouldn't lose money. It's a pretty good offer, higher than what you'd get on the black market. Earlier, Lu Wenbin said it could sell for up to 80, but that depends on luck, finding someone rich who needs to buy the fur. But how often does that happen? Chen Ming keeps eating quickly. When he hears the offer, he can't speak right away. He raises his hand to wave. Brother, what do you mean? I don't understand. Eat slowly, don't choke. No rush. Seeing Chen Ming's reaction, Lu Wenbin smiles and quickly pours him a glass of water. Chen Ming takes a sip and calms down. He was eating too fast earlier. The food in the restaurant really is delicious. This price is good. Boss Lu, you're honest. I won't hesitate. As for that badger, let's not haggle. You give me 25, and it's all yours. Chen Ming states his price and continues eating. Since it's a meal paid for by someone else, he definitely won't waste any of it. That's great. I'll take everything for that price. Honestly, I don't really need that fur. I mainly run this restaurant. I have a few regular customers from the south. Some are here on business trips, some are working here, and others are specifically trading furs. Luckily, I also got some of that stuff. I'll go get the money for you now. You can start eating slowly. Lu Wenbin smiled, not expecting the other person to agree so quickly. Then he got up and went upstairs. Seeing this, Xiao Guobang waited until the boss left, then quietly approached Chen Ming. Brother, you're lucky this time. Just one trip up the mountain, and you made a lot of money. If you go into the mountains more often, you'll soon become a wealthy person. Xiao Guobang looked at Chen Ming with envy. He only earns less than 20 yuan a month working here, but he's already satisfied. It's better than farming, which only earns about 200 yuan a year. Farmers still haven't canceled the system of sharing work points. This year, their income depends on how valuable the grain is and how much they produce. Even if grain is worth a lot and they produce a lot, the work points earned in a year are only about 100 yuan per person. There's no way to compare with him. It's just good luck. You can't expect to find something every time you go into the mountains. Chen Ming had almost finished eating. Both large plates of vegetables were cleaned out, and his bowl of rice was completely empty. I think you're capable, brother. We do have hunters selling mountain goods here, but mostly just wild birds or similar. Like this raccoon dog. Catching these takes skill. Are you full? Should I serve you another bowl? Xiao Guobang praised him and asked warmly. Chen Ming picked up his empty bowl, nodded, and said, thanks. Xiao Guobang smiled and took the bowl, then served a big bowl of rice and placed it in front of Chen Ming. But the 2 plates of food had already been finished. Chen Ming poured the mushroom chicken stew into his bowl, picked up his spoon, and started eating eagerly. He was really hungry and ate with great appetite. The surrounding diners looked at Chen Ming with strange eyes. After all, they belonged to different social classes. For farmers like Chen Ming, it was rare to have meat even once a year, so they couldn't afford to dine out. People with regular jobs might not eat meat every day, but they could afford a few meat meals each month. Those with better conditions might occasionally go to a restaurant, especially workers with special skills who were more valued in factories. Their wages were naturally higher. Chen Ming ignored the strange looks and continued eating quietly. Soon, Lu Wenbin came down from upstairs, holding a cloth. He placed it directly in front of Chen Ming. Since Chen Ming had been reborn, his understanding of money from the 1980s was quite vague. In his previous life, he still had nearly 1 million yuan saved on his bank card. Now he slowly lifted the cloth and saw a stack of money inside. There were 6 10-yuan bills and 6 5-yuan bills from the steel factory. There was also a roll of steel coins, wrapped in paper, which he weighed in his hand. It was about 2 yuan, plus some smaller coins, about 95 yuan in total. Without hesitation, Chen Ming put all the money into his pocket, hiding it close to his body. He was about to stand up and say goodbye when he decided to leave. Big brother, don't rush to leave. If you find any rare items in the future, just send them to me. Wild chickens, mountain rabbits, anything wild and tasty. I'll take all of it, no matter what. The price won't be lower than outside, Lu Wenbin said with a big smile. Next, he took out a 5-yuan steel coin from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ming. Chen Ming looked at it with some confusion and glanced at Lu Wenbin. Keep it. Consider this our first cooperation, a small gift to welcome you. Come often, and let's work together more. Lu Wenbin was sincere and good at making deals. In today's terms, 5 yuan was not a small amount. At least, the meal Chen Ming just had cost only 2 or 3 yuan. It was not exaggerated. Back then, a chicken only cost 2 or 3 yuan. This additional cost is due to the processing at the restaurant. Chen Ming wouldn't refuse, especially since he had found this channel. In the future, he could go up the mountain to hunt and sell the game, avoiding bargaining with shady black market traders. Boss Lu, no need to say more. If I find good stuff, I'll definitely bring it to you. Chen Ming quickly took the 5 yuan from the other person and put it in his pocket. He greeted warmly and then headed outside. Lu Wenbin and Xiao Guobang stood at the door, waving goodbye as he left. With the 5 yuan, Chen Ming now had nearly 100 yuan on him. Seeing that it was still early, he went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. He bought some rice for 3 yuan, enough to last at least half a month. Then he bought half a jean of sugar cubes for 80 cents and a bag of glutinous rice strips for 2 cents. After buying the rice, he also bought some pork fat for cooking, which was used to make cooking oil. These days, they could only drink fish soup because there was no cooking oil at home. He also went to the town clinic to get some medicine all Western medicine, mainly for treating leg injuries and improving blood circulation. He bought some seasonings and a piece of cloth to take home for his wife, so she could make a new dress. Since marrying him, Xiumei hadn't worn new clothes for at least 2 or 3 years. The last new dress was made right after their wedding. His father-in-law, Han Jingui, was the village chief and had a good family condition, but he had 6 daughters. He had to treat them all equally, and no one favored anyone. Because of this, the family often argued and fought. The married eldest and second daughters would sometimes come home to take what they wanted. They left little for the other sisters. The third daughter was doing quite well. Sometimes she would come back to bring food and drinks for her father-in-law. As for the youngest, Han Xiujuan, she and her husband didn't have much time for themselves. If they didn't visit her parents' home, Han Jingui would be very happy. As for Chen Ming's family, there's no need to say. Han Jingui wanted to help, but lacked the ability. And the youngest, the 6th child, never lived at home. Since childhood, he had been adopted by Han Jingui's older brother, Han Shouzai. Since most of these things have been bought, Chen Ming hurriedly headed home. The evening sun reflected on his rosy face, showing a bright smile. When Chen Ming arrived home, it was already dark. Luckily, the door was not locked. He quickly pulled his dog and rushed to the door. As he pushed open the door, he saw a dark figure coming toward him. Chen Ming opened his eyes wide and recognized it was his wife, Han Xiumei. Wife, why are you back? Tonight, stay here. Don't go out. Stay at home. I will cook something delicious for you. When Chen Ming saw Han Xiumei, he first showed surprise on his face, then quickly spoke. I need to come back to get some things. I have to leave now. I've tidied up the house. Be careful not to cause trouble. Wait. I will come back in a few days to help you clean up. Han Xiumei was startled when Chen Ming returned. Seeing that he didn't do anything aggressive, she finally relaxed. She lowered her head, holding a big bag, and was about to leave. Chen Ming saw that his wife seemed unwilling to stay with him, and this time she was very firm. He quickly reached out and grabbed Han Xiumei. Wife, I know I was wrong. All those bad things I did before, I was like a beast. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I have really changed now. I won't hit you anymore. I will work hard to live a good life and make you happy, enjoy good food and comfort. Give me one more chance. Just one chance, okay? Chen Ming begged urgently. But Han Xiumei pushed his hand away. The moonlight outside shone on her pretty face, showing her disappointment. Why say so much? We've already come to this point. You haven't really wronged me, and you're still the son-in-law of my family. I've embarrassed you these years. Go back inside quickly. The bed is already made for you. My mom baked some pancakes, and I brought you 2. You can warm them up and eat later. From now on, I can't help you anymore. You shouldn't keep living like this. When Han Xiumei said this, her eyes turned red, and tears started falling. I don't know why, but even though she was determined to part from Chen Ming, even if they can't get a divorce now, it's only a matter of time when the children grow up. Moreover, it was clear that life could not go on like this anymore. She no longer believed Chen Ming's lies, as she had heard too many of them before. A few years ago, her parents still supported her and gave her strength. They harshly scolded Chen Ming for a couple of days. Soon after, Chen Ming seemed to genuinely admit his mistakes. Sometimes, on cold days, he would kneel outside the door. His sincerity was like that of a devout worshiper. Time and again, she softened her heart and forgave him, but her forgiveness only encouraged his bad behavior to worsen. Her parents were disappointed in her, thinking she was useless and fragile. They believed she couldn't survive without Chen Ming. So, eventually, they stopped interfering. They had many daughters, and they couldn't manage them all. Moreover, all of this was her own fault. She chose this life, and no matter how unfair it was, she had to swallow her pride and accept it. Dear wife, when will you come back? When Chen Ming asked this, his voice was choked with emotion. He reached out to grab Han Xiumei, but seeing her disgusted look, he instinctively pulled back. This time, Han Xiumei didn't respond. She lowered her head and walked out the door. Chen Ming stood at the doorway, watching her enter her parents' house. He stared for a long time until his legs went numb from the cold. Finally, he sighed deeply, turned around, and went inside. He lit the kerosene lamp, which cast a faint glow in the room. When he saw 2 pancakes on the table, he couldn't hold back anymore. He shakily picked up one pancake and brought it to his mouth. The first bite tasted sour and bitter. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, falling onto the pancake. Thinking about their wedding day, he remembered the woman who once looked at him with love, willing to argue with her family just to be with him. Now, she was heartbroken. He also remembered kneeling before Han Jingui, swearing loudly, "Dad, please rest assured. I will do my best to treat Xiumei well and give her a good life. She won't suffer or feel wronged." His vow was so loud that his father-in-law and mother-in-law believed him. But the most heartbreaking thing was that the woman who once loved him most, Han Xiumei, was gone. Smack. Thinking about this, Chen Ming couldn't help but slap himself and give himself a hard slap. Why was he so reckless? He had lost the woman he loved the most. What was the point of being reborn? No, it was absolutely not allowed. Every time he thought about how Xiumei had never enjoyed a good day in her previous life, even though their divorce paper had never been signed, their relationship was almost dead. Until her death, Han Xiumei never had a happy moment. In this life, Chen Ming was determined not to let such tragedy happen again. He clenched his fists tightly and bit into a pancake. In this life, his only focus was on 3 words: Han Xiumei. After finishing the pancake, he wasn't hungry anymore. Chen Ming got up and went to the bathroom. When he returned to the door, he looked again at his father-in-law's house. The lights were off there too. The house suddenly became dark, and the yard was without light. Only the moonlight shone on the ground, making it look white. Chen Ming sighed deeply, turned around, and went inside. He prepared the medicine he brought back, mixed it, and drank it with hot water. Then he applied all the ointments on his legs. He felt a warm sensation spreading down his legs, as if it was sinking into his flesh. That tingling, numbing feeling made Chen Ming think his leg had healed. It was getting warmer, and the old ointment really worked. He felt the effect immediately after applying it. He boiled some hot water again, lifted the curtain, and carried the basin inside. He rinsed himself briefly, dried off, and then got into bed. He slept until the next morning. When dawn broke, Chen Ming groggily got out of bed. Suddenly, he heard voices in the yard. It was his father-in-law and his 4th brother-in-law, Zhang Yuxiang. "Get to work over there, quick. Don't be lazy, you know. If anyone says anything, don't blame me for losing my temper. I'm risking my reputation to get you this job. This work at the commune isn't easy to find. It's just some simple tasks, not tiring at all. Listen up." Han Jingui, dressed in a thick cotton coat, stood at the door and spoke sternly to Zhang Yuxiang. Zhang Yuxiang nodded repeatedly, a bright smile on his face. Han Xiujian also came out of the house. She was combing her hair and wrapping the cooked pancakes in cloth. Then all of them were stuffed into Zhang Yuxiang's pocket at once. "Don't forget to eat. Don't come home looking like you've begged for food, like a starving ghost reincarnated." Han Xiujian said this, but her actions showed she cared deeply for her husband. Many Northeast women are like this, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Her husband also knew this and was used to it. Zhang Yuxiang kept promising and then greeted Han Jingui before turning to leave. "Dad, you put a lot of effort into getting him this job," Han Xiujian asked Han Jingui after Zhang Yuxiang left. "Think about it. Over the years, I've never begged anyone. Director Hu from the commune is a good friend of mine. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have gotten this job. I tell you, Xiujian, keep a close eye on him. If he can't handle it, you should tell me early. Don't let him sit around wasting time and taking up space. I can't afford to lose face over this person," Han Jingui said seriously. "All right, Dad, don't talk like that. What's wrong with Yuxiang? He's straightforward and capable. He gets along everywhere. As long as he doesn't gamble or get drunk, what's the difference from normal people? Just keep your mind at ease. I promise I won't embarrass you," Han Xiujian said, glancing toward Chen Ming's house. "Some people look honest, like a simple, honest person, but behind their back, they do sneaky things," she added with a cold sneer. "Stop talking and go inside." Han Jingui waved impatiently and turned to go into the house. At this moment, Chen Ming was already awake. He could hear everything outside, the conversation between his father-in-law and others clearly. The job arranged for Zhang Yuxiang by his father-in-law was the same one that, in his previous life, caused him to get into a fight with his father-in-law over it. He even beat up Xiumei at home, hitting her so hard she almost broke 2 ribs. His wife, Han Xiumei, was so beaten that she stayed in bed for 3 days. As for Xiumei, she kept everything hidden, afraid the family would find out. Not only was it embarrassing, but it would also cause a big fuss later. Every time Chen Ming fought harder, she would hide even more tightly, afraid that her father would find out and get angry, causing trouble with Chen Ming again. Then everyone in the village would know. Thinking of this, Chen Ming wished he could slap himself. His father-in-law's actions weren't out of favoritism. It was because he believed Chen Ming was hopeless and couldn't be helped. His father-in-law could have arranged many jobs for him, but he was afraid that if he did, Chen Ming wouldn't be reliable. His father-in-law cares about his reputation. Helping his son-in-law find a good job is one thing, but if Chen Ming messes up, there's still a chance to fix it. He just worries that Chen Ming won't do his part properly. In his previous life, his father-in-law had arranged a good job for him. Because Chen Ming had trouble walking, he was assigned to the grain warehouse in the commune, responsible for night watch. He only had to walk around at night, and he could earn work points. But Chen Ming thought the job was too shameful, so he preferred his brother-in-law Zhang Yuxiang's job, which was more respectable, an accountant. When people talked about him, they said he was just a night watchman. Chen Ming felt unfair and would run home to sleep in the middle of the night. At first, it was okay for a day or two, but over time, the grain in the warehouse started to go missing. At first, no one noticed, but as more grain disappeared, it was too late to find out. That very night, his father-in-law, along with 6 team leaders from the village's production teams, some accountants, and village officials, went to the warehouse and found out he had run home to sleep. Because of this, Xiumei advised him, but each time, he was either beaten badly or scolded harshly. Eventually, they caught him in the act. When his father-in-law returned home, he found Chen Ming still sleeping inside the house. He pulled him out of bed, scolded him severely, and even hit him. Chen Ming's laziness and dishonesty not only caused him to lose his job, but also led to the grain in the warehouse being stolen. Because of this, his father-in-law had to make up for all the work points he had lost over the year. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't be able to keep quiet. They needed an explanation. Since then, Chen Ming had completely lost everyone's trust in the family, especially because he often beat his wife and mistreated others. This became well known in the village. No one respected him anymore. Everyone thought his leg was lame, and that was deserved karma. The village chief's daughter married him, which was like putting a beautiful flower in a pile of manure. Such a pity. Because of this, people in the village called him Chun the Lame or Chun Gudong, meaning a bit mischievous. In life, all his past mistakes and flaws were now clear for everyone to see. This made Chen Ming hate himself so much he wished he could hide somewhere. Fortunately, in this life, he was now fully awake. He realized some things were just him overthinking. Sometimes, thinking about it made him hate himself even more. He sat by the bed for a while before putting on his shoes and getting down. The feeling of his foot touching the ground surprised him. His leg, which had been numb, finally felt the ground. When he walked, it was less awkward than before. Before, when he walked, his leg touched the ground but was numb, as if blood flow was blocked. Stepping made his whole leg ache. But after sticking on ointment all night, his leg was less numb. It wasn't fully healed, but he could feel the improvement. This made him very happy. His face lit up with a bright smile, and his eyes were full of hope for the future. Dear wife, that beast from before is dead. This lifetime, I won't let you down. I will make sure you live a good life. Chen Ming clenched his fist. Waking up to such good news gave him hope that his leg could heal, fueling his passion. He felt energized to work. After waking up, Chen Ming started a fire. Then he carried a bucket of molten iron out the door to the east side of the village to get 2 pieces of ice made from iron. The ice was taken from the well. When it melted, it turned into water, which he poured into the water tank. He put the ice into a pot and started boiling it. Once the water boiled, the bed warmed up, and the whole room became cozy. He poured hot water into a thermos. Then he started cooking. Yesterday's rice was rinsed and prepared, and he chopped the leftover wild chicken. He poured out the hot water, then added it to the water tank. The ice on top melted faster. He heated some oil in a pot, sprinkled chopped green onions, and the sizzling sound filled the air. The aroma of green onions quickly spread through the room. Then, he put the blanched wild chicken pieces into the pot, sprinkled some salt, and added a bit of seasoning. The delicious aroma instantly filled the air. Meanwhile, The rice in another small pot was almost ready. As the hot rice mixed with the chicken's fragrant smell, Chen Ming's stomach started to growl. He quickly went inside, tore off a few pages from an expired calendar, and hurriedly ran to the backyard. After using the toilet, he returned to the house, washed his hands briefly, and then lifted the lid of the pot. He saw the yellow chicken pieces with a bit of oil, simmering with potatoes, and topped with 2 red chili peppers. The smell was so tempting it made people feel dizzy. He served a big bowl of plain white rice and a plate of chicken and potatoes, then brought them into the house. Chen Ming started to eat eagerly. He enjoyed the meal very much, wiping his nose and gnawing on the bones. Just then, someone outside pulled the door, and a cold breeze blew into the house. Soon after, Xiumei entered. When she saw the remaining chicken and potatoes in the pot on the stove, along with a large pot of white rice, she froze in surprise. She even thought she was hallucinating. After a moment, she reacted. Chen Ming was about to get up, curious about who had entered the house. Then Xiumei pushed the door open and stepped inside. The two immediately looked at each other. Chen Ming was still chewing his food. I lost something yesterday, and I came to get it today," she said softly, lowering her eyes and speaking cautiously. She had taken her clothes yesterday, but a quilt she made was still in the bed, and she planned to take it back for her daughter. Then take it," Chen Ming said nervously, looking stiff and awkward. His voice was careful. Xiumei nodded without looking at him. Instead, she took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, opened the quilt, and stuck her head inside to search. Chen Ming turned around and glanced at her. From behind, she looked full and rounded, with a slim waist and wide hips. Her small figure was impressive, whether in the countryside or in town. She was one of the best. She also looked lively, with fair skin. Although her appearance had been somewhat worn down over the years, her delicate features still looked charming, especially since she is tall, only a little shorter than Chen Ming. In the 1980s, Chen Ming was considered quite tall, about 1.78 meters. Xiumei is at least 1.7 meters tall, which is rare in the countryside. There's a saying, "Tall people look good even without clothes." If I hadn't saved Xiumei from the ice hole in my past life, such a beautiful and talented wife, Chen Ming wouldn't even be able to reach her. But I didn't cherish her and kept pushing her to the limit. Xiumei, who had been turning over for a while, seemed to sense the intense gaze behind her. Feeling uncomfortable, she pulled out a small green floral quilt from inside. Then she slightly tilted her head. "Where did you get the meat?" Xiumei asked, worried that Chen Ming might have done something sneaky. If it got out, the whole family would be embarrassed. And Chen Ming was capable of doing such things. "I went to the mountain yesterday and was lucky." "Did you not eat those 2 chicken legs? The wild chicken tastes different from farm chicken." "I thought you might notice," Chen Ming quickly explained. He felt a bit uneasy inside. He knew why Xiumei asked. She probably suspected the wild chicken was stolen from someone's house. "I ate it. It does taste different, a bit tough, but you cooked it pretty well," she replied. "I'll go back now." Xiumei nodded, finally feeling relieved. She hugged the quilt and was about to leave. Just as she was about to go, Chen Ming hurriedly reached out and grabbed her hand. This move startled Xiumei, but she saw that Chen Ming wasn't glaring fiercely at her or ready to hit her. Instead, his eyes showed tenderness, which made Xiumei feel confused. What was wrong with him? Did he suddenly change? Or was there some hidden plan? Was he playing tricks on her? Did he want to slap her and then give her a sweet treat? Life like this had been enough. She saw no hope anymore. "Darling, maybe you should finish eating before you go back," Chen Ming said, almost begging, raising a finger. Then he let go, worried that Xiumei might feel uncomfortable or resist. "Mom and Dad are also cooking, so I'll go back to eat," Xiumei said. But she didn't move because she was very curious about what Chen Ming was really up to. For some reason, she felt that Chen Ming had been acting strangely these past 2 days, very different from before. Before, when he suddenly showed kindness, there was always a reason behind it, and his fake friendliness was easy to see through. But these last 2 times, she couldn't tell if his kindness was real or fake, and she felt unsure about whether his good intentions were genuine. "Look at you, you've lost weight. Eat 2 pieces of meat, and then go. When you get back to Mom's house, have a little more. I'll serve you some rice." Seeing a chance, Chen Ming quickly got up and headed to the other room. Xiumei glanced at him, then slightly widened her eyes. She felt like her eyes were playing tricks on her. Chen Ming's leg didn't seem as lame as before. What's going on here? Soon after, Chen Ming brought a big bowl of steaming white rice and placed it on the table. Xiumei looked at it, and her instincts immediately became alert. After all, in today's world, a big bowl of white rice was a luxury. Most families couldn't afford it. During festivals, they might cook a pot of rice, which was already good enough. Most people ate coarse grains like cornbread or steamed buns. Sometimes, they had porridge, which was considered a treat. Almost every day, they ate millet flour. A few days ago, they couldn't even find a single kernel of corn at home. So, where did Chen Ming get this big bowl of rice in just 2 or 3 days? Don't just stand there. Eat quickly while it's hot, Chen Ming said with a smile, and softly urged her after placing the rice on the table. Xiumei wanted to turn and leave, but for some reason, her legs didn't listen. She hesitated and hesitated for a while before finally sitting down on the edge of the bed. Just as she picked up her rice bowl, Chen Ming hurried over, grabbed his chopsticks, and started eating. His sudden movement scared Xiumei so much that she threw her bowl onto the table. The bowl spun around on the table and almost tipped over, but Chen Ming caught it just in time. The reason was simple. Xiumei didn't see Chen Ming's sudden move and thought he was going to hit her. This had left a deep shadow in her mind. Seeing her reaction, Chen Ming understood everything and felt very uncomfortable inside. Eat your own food. I'll go outside to tidy up, Chen Ming said. He knew that standing here, Xiumei probably couldn't eat anymore, so he quickly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, put it into his bowl, and then pushed the 3 bowls in front of Xiumei. He turned around and went outside, closing the door tightly behind him. He didn't know what was happening inside the house. After a while, Chen Ming, who was tending the fire in the stove, saw the door open. Xiumei looked a bit shy as she came out holding her bowl and a plate of vegetables. She placed the vegetables on the rack, then turned to pour a cup of water, preparing to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Chen Ming was about to stand up, but suddenly crouched down again. He was afraid that a sudden movement might scare Xiumei. Leave it there. I'll wash it later, he said. Just go back quickly. If your parents see you haven't come back, they'll worry again, Chen Ming said, feeling very bitter inside. It seemed like he wanted to chase his wife away, but in fact, he wished he could hold Xiumei and not let her leave. He was worried that his father-in-law and mother-in-law might misunderstand. If he didn't go back for a while and something happened, it would be bad. Xiumei nodded and then placed her bowl on the stove. She was about to leave. She didn't say anything the whole time, but when she saw that the meat in the vegetable plate was much less, Chen Ming felt very satisfied. That was enough. There's still a little something later, Chen Ming suddenly remembered. During the day, he had torn off a piece of cloth and hurried into the house. He then took that piece of cloth and shoved it into Xiumei's hand, then took a few steps back. I earned some money from hunting today, so I tore off a piece of cloth. Your clothes haven't been changed for years. I don't know how to do manual work, or I would make you a new one. If you have free time, you can make one yourself, Chen Ming said with a smile on his face. Xiumei felt a strange, complicated, and chaotic feeling inside. She still didn't understand what Chen Ming was really thinking. She was holding the cloth in her hands, walking out of the house in a daze, until the cold wind hit her face, and only then did Xiumei suddenly come back to her senses. It seems I was overthinking. Chen Ming went up the mountain to hunt and earn some money. He bought some rice and also tore off a piece of cloth. If you ask whether he's doing something sneaky or dishonest, probably not. Xiumei wasn't sure either, so she looked down at the cloth in her hand. She didn't plan to use it soon, just set it aside for now. If Chen Ming really was stealing chickens or doing something wrong, he might get caught. In that case, the cloth would have to be handed over eventually. Xiumei sighed deeply and turned to walk toward her parents' house. When she entered the house, Luo Haiying quickly asked her about it. Why are you only back now? Was it just to bring a quilt? Did that little brat hit you again? Tell me if he dares to lay a finger on you. I'll fight him myself with your dad. He's used to hitting people. My daughter is the one who's been beaten, Luo Haiying shouted loudly. Before, her daughter was weak and didn't complain about being hit. She bore all the unfairness herself. As a mother, she could only watch helplessly, unable to help. If both parties agreed to the fighting, Luo Haiying was so angry she couldn't sleep at night. She felt her daughter was too unworthy. But now things are different. Her daughter has come home and made her stance clear. Whether she stays with Chen Ming or not doesn't matter much. It's just a matter of getting a divorce certificate. But their child is still young, and if the news gets out, it wouldn't look good. So they'll just endure for now. Anyway, she's not going back. As for Chen Ming, let him fend for himself in that room. No one in the family cares about him anymore. Even his own parents have cut ties with him. His father-in-law and mother-in-law don't care about him anymore. They've lost hope. Mom, stop arguing. It's none of your business, Xiumei said. He didn't hit me. He was just cooking at home, and I stayed to eat a bite. It only took a little time. Xiumei was still thinking about what had just happened. The meat she ate was really tasty, even better than her mother's cooking. But that made her feel like she was dreaming. But it was all real. Her mouth still had some oil on it, and everything was true. She just couldn't understand why. Come on, forget it. Do you think he can cook for you? Your family should have enough grain. From the start of the year to the end, he just stays on the bed all day, doesn't earn any work points, and can't even pay the grain tax. It's your dad who's been working hard to buy some grain and help pay the taxes for you. Let's not talk about whether he has this intention. Even if he does, he needs money to do anything. As the saying goes, a clever wife can't cook without rice. He's such a lazy person, and there's no rice at home. How can life go on like this? Luo Haiying immediately pursed her lips and didn't believe it at all. But then she thought, she can't lie to her daughter either. Her heart became conflicted. Mom, what are you saying? I can't fool you about this. He's been up the mountain these past 2 days. It seems he caught something and sold it, so he exchanged it for some rice. The 2 chicken legs I brought back yesterday were wild chickens he caught himself. This piece of cloth was also brought back by him. Xiumei said, placing the bedding and the new cloth she had torn off onto the kong, a traditional bed. Luo Haiying thought she must have heard wrong, quickly reached out and pulled the cloth to look at it carefully. Fifth, we can't keep this. Where did he get this cloth for no reason? Don't cause trouble later. Maybe you should send it back to him. We're not after his small favors. Luo Haiying, experienced in life, felt something was off. She knew Chen Ming very well. He had never been so kind to her daughter before. Something unusual must be going on. Maybe he's hiding something. She still didn't know where this cloth came from. Send it back? Don't worry about it. With his legs, he can't do anything bad anyway. Let's just leave it for now and see what happens later. After saying this, Xiumei took off her shoes, got onto the kong, and the child seemed to wake up. She quickly unbuttoned her clothes and fed the baby. Luo Haiying sighed when she heard this. As a mother, she could tell her daughter was still secretly thinking about that little troublemaker. She kept protecting him no matter what. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chen Ming had finished packing. He put on his hat, a worn cotton-padded jacket, and pushed open the door to go outside. He had borrowed some millet from Uncle Zhang's house earlier. That was also a kind of social courtesy, returning what you borrow, exchanging favors. That's how you build good relationships and leave a good reputation. Right now, isn't his worst concern his reputation? Chen Ming thought about this and put all the money he earned during the day into his pocket. Then he packed a small bag of rice and carried it as he headed outside. When he reached Uncle Zhang's house, the door was tightly shut. He leaned on his walking stick and called out, "Is Uncle Zhang at home?" Soon after Chen Ming called, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged woman came out, wearing a green scarf on her head. She walked with a limp. It was Uncle Zhang's wife, Aunt Zhang. "Little Chen Ming, why are you here? Is there something you want to see your uncle about?" Aunt Zhang saw it was Chen Ming and didn't want to pay much attention. The boy's reputation in the village was already bad. He had fought with his father-in-law and secretly hid his wife. Everyone in the village already knew about it, so it was nothing new. People all thought Chen Ming was not a good person. His leg was lame, and that was deserved. But Aunt Zhang remembered that a few days ago, Chen Ming came to see Xiaomei at their house. Her husband was kind and lent him some rice. Maybe he was here to return it? However, thinking carefully, she realized Chen Ming wasn't the kind of person to return things. She started to regret talking to him and thought it would be better to stay silent inside the house. "I came last time to borrow some Xiaomei rice, and now Chen Ming said as he took down the bag of rice from his shoulder. He hadn't finished speaking when, "We don't have any left at home. Don't come to borrow anymore. Every family is just trying to get by. We, the 2 of us, only have that much food. If you're thinking about it, go bother someone else. Don't keep coming to my house." Aunt Zhang didn't give Chen Ming a friendly look. She was worried he would come to borrow more grain. These days, if they couldn't feed themselves, they couldn't worry about others. Besides, she really didn't like Chen Ming for some of the things he did. And she had watched Xiaomei grow up. She liked her very much. Over the years, Chen Ming had caused her a lot of trouble. So every time she thought of this, Aunt Zhang felt even more annoyed with Chen Ming. Chen Ming was a little surprised by her words, but quickly understood. He handed her the rice. Aunt Zhang, you keep this rice first. If it's not enough, just tell me. I've already paid back the rice I borrowed before. When Chen Ming spoke, he always had a smile on his face. Old Aunt Zhang was slightly surprised when she heard this, thinking she might have misheard. She quickly reached out and took the bag of rice, feeling that it was quite heavy, at least a few pounds. But what she never expected was that Chen Ming had changed his ways. He was returning the rice he borrowed, and it was rice, not something else. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Aunt Zhang awkwardly responded, unsure of what to say. Seeing how things had turned out, she never thought Chen Ming was here to return a favor. Old Aunt Zhang, you go ahead and get busy. I'll head back now, Chen Ming said, and turned to leave. Watching his back as he walked away, Aunt Zhang shook her head and carried the rice into the house. Chen Ming felt a bit upset. It seemed no one in this village respected him. In his past life, this issue always bothered him. The more he thought about it, the more his mind twisted. The twisted thoughts made him overly sensitive, and he started acting out, hitting his wife, scolding his father-in-law, even fighting with him. Just thinking about his wild behavior made Chen Ming want to slap himself. As evening approached, the big red sun was setting, casting a red glow across the sky. This weather was typical of the northern border, often called the Northern Sunset Song. A cold wind howled like knives slashing his face. Chen Ming took a deep breath at the village's west entrance. He was determined to heal his leg quickly, go into the mountains more often, gather some goods, earn money, and turn his life around. Otherwise, his wife, Xiumei, wouldn't believe he had truly changed and would never come back. The family would fall apart. Thinking this, Chen Ming kept walking with a plan in mind. When he looked up, he realized he had already walked quite far from the village. Night was falling fast. Chen Ming planned to go into the mountains again tonight, hoping to bring back something valuable. In winter, the unique snow frog oil from the northeast, called Hachimazi, was very valuable. He could also sell it at a restaurant for a good price, as many people liked it. Just as Chen Ming turned around, he suddenly heard a noise. From the right side, beneath the snow covering the field, a snoring sound came through. In this cold, snowy weather, how could someone be snoring outside? It wasn't from their own bed. Just as Chen Ming was feeling confused and thought he was hearing things, he was about to turn and walk away. But the snoring sound came again, very clear. Chen Ming was sure it wasn't a hallucination. He quickly moved closer to the snow cover and crouched down to look. He was stunned. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a leather hat, sleeping soundly inside a snow hollow. His face was red and covered in snow, almost buried in the snow. Looking closer, Chen Ming realized it was Uncle Zhang, and his face was flushed, as if he had been drinking. In past times in northeast China, many people would drink alcohol in winter. After drinking, they would feel warm and dizzy, then lie down in the snow hollow to rest. This helped balance their body temperature and made it easy to fall asleep. But sometimes, they would sleep so deeply that they wouldn't wake up again. The next day, they might be found frozen solid. Even in the 21st century, many people have died from cold in winter, often because of alcohol. This is a serious matter. Chen Ming saw Uncle Zhang sleeping deeply in the snow hollow. If he hadn't found him, he might have frozen to death by morning. He quickly jumped down and crouched inside the snow hollow, reaching out to shake him. Uncle Zhang, wake up! Don't sleep here. Wake up, Uncle Zhang. No matter how Chen Ming called, Uncle Zhang just turned over and kept sleeping. Chen Ming didn't care anymore. It was too cold, especially at night. Outside, even dogs were shivering from the cold, not to mention people. Uncle Zhang had drunk alcohol and was warm at first, but once the effect wore off, he would have frozen solid. Chen Ming reached out and pulled Uncle Zhang out of the snow hollow. He struggled to lift him and threw him onto his back. He slowly crawled out onto the main road. Once there, Chen Ming straightened up and carried Uncle Zhang toward the village. At that moment, Aunt Zhang was sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed, leaning against the windowsill, constantly looking outside. Her husband had gone to the neighboring village to help someone and hadn't returned yet. It was getting dark, and she was worried he might have drunk too much and fallen into the snow. That would be very dangerous. Aunt Zhang was anxious because there were no phones back then, and communication was difficult. Most people relied on neighbors to help send messages or check on each other. She thought about going out to look for him, but she wasn't sure she could find him. Still, she couldn't sit still. Seeing that it was almost night, she quickly got off the Kong, put on her shoes and a green scarf, and prepared to go look for him. Just as she stepped outside, she heard someone calling her. "Aunt Zhang, come out here for a moment." Hearing this voice, Aunt Zhang frowned. It was Chen Ming. Why was he back? Had he changed his mind after delivering the rice? Thinking this, she got up and walked toward the door. When she opened it and stepped outside, she saw Chen Ming carrying someone on his back. Looking closer, she recognized the old man who had gone out earlier that day and hadn't come back yet. "Just now, I found Uncle Zhang sleeping in the snow outside the village west," Chen Ming said calmly. "I thought it was too cold for him, so I helped him out of the snow. Please open the door and help him inside to rest." Aunt Zhang burst into tears. She waved her hands tremblingly and unlocked the door. Then she pushed the door open wide. "You old fool, you can't die in the river or the well," she said, her voice trembling with worry. "If something happens to you, how can I live?" She understood immediately after opening the door. She quickly supported Uncle Zhang and started crying. She had seen many people freeze to death outside after drinking, but today, it almost happened to her own husband. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle and her heart race. Chen Ming carried Uncle Zhang into the house, placed him on the Kong, and patted his back, catching his breath. Carrying a heavy person back from the village west had taken a lot of effort. Old Aunt Zhang hurriedly took out a blanket from the bed and covered the old man with it. Soon after, Uncle Zhang remembered the sound of snoring. His face grew redder, and his breathing carried a strong smell of alcohol. Aunt Zhang finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. She slapped Uncle Zhang's face, but he just raised his hand to scratch his head and kept sleeping. "You old fool, why can't you just let me be? If something happens to you, our family will be finished. Drinking cat and not knowing who you are. Are you trying to get yourself killed in this cold weather?" After scolding, Aunt Zhang remembered that Chen Ming was still there. She quickly got off the ground, crying and wiping tears, and was about to kneel down to Chen Ming. "Chen Ming, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, Uncle Zhang's life would be gone. That day was a disaster. You're a lifesaver for our Zhang family," she said, wiping her tears and trying to kneel. Frightened, Chen Ming hurriedly reached out and helped her up. "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. You're making me nervous. We live in the same village, and Uncle Zhang isn't unkind to me. If I see something wrong, how can I just stand by? This shows we're destined to meet. We haven't had enough of this relationship, and now I've met Uncle Zhang." Hearing Chen Ming's words, Aunt Zhang was deeply touched. She also felt more guilty about the misunderstanding earlier. "Tell me, that old fool, why is he so unpredictable? No matter what, today you saved my old man's life. If you ever need anything from Annie, just say it." Aunt Zhang held Chen Ming's hand tightly, full of gratitude. Just as Chen Ming was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. "Aunt Zhang, I really need to ask, do you have a double-barreled hunting gun?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhang gasped and put her hand on her forehead, thinking carefully. Soon, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly went to the cabinet. "Wait a moment," shouted Chen Ming. "I'll find it for you. As I am getting older, I don't know if I can find it. Speaking of that gun, it's been a long time. I even used it to go up the mountain and hunt wolves before." Aunt Zhang looked friendly and started rummaging through the boxes, tossing out all the clutter inside. After searching for a while, Aunt Zhang scratched her head, showing a look of frustration. "I'm really sorry," shouted Chen Ming. "I kept you waiting here for nothing. I don't know where I put it. How about this? Wait until Uncle Zhang wakes up tomorrow, and he can help you find it. I'm sure he will. By the way, what do you want that gun for?" Aunt Zhang asked, trying to reassure him. She was worried that Chen Ming might do something bad with the gun. The gun doesn't recognize anyone. If it accidentally went off and hurt someone, that would be terrible. "I'm just going up the mountain to hunt. It's for a simple meal. If I catch a wild chicken, I can cook it and have a couple of meals." Chen Ming didn't hide anything and spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "Hunting on the mountain is a proper job. It's better than just staying at home." Chen Ming, don't be upset that I speak frankly. The things you did before, they're not acceptable. The men in this family don't go out to work, and they leave their wives to suffer. That's what people in the village are talking about behind your back. You're still young, and it's not too late to change. Hearing Aunt Zhang's earnest advice, Chen Ming knew she was kind. He was afraid he wouldn't listen, but he had already realized what he needed to do. Even without her words, he knew what to do. Got it, Auntie. I don't have any particular plans right now. I just want to work hard to make a good life and treat my wife well. Just keep trying. One day, I hope your father-in-law will see you in a different light, and the village won't look down on me anymore. I'll be going now, Aunt Zhang, Chen Ming said, giving a nod and heading outside. Aunt Zhang watched him leave from the door before turning back into the yard. As Chen Ming walked home, he was thinking that his gun might last for 2 more days. But the gunpowder and bullets were all gone. If he could get Uncle Zhang's double-barreled shotgun, he could use it to hunt wild boars. So, he planned to set a trap in the next couple of days and look for signs of wild pigs. While Chen Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a dog barking. He stopped and looked toward the yard where the dog was staying. The house at the gate belonged to old Lu's family. Only the 2 old men were left there, and they had a bad reputation in the village. The father was lazy and did nothing useful. He liked to peek at widows going to the bathroom, steal his young wife's underwear hanging outside, and even spy on the old lady bathing. Because of this, people in the village called him old, which meant he was very sneaky and mischievous. The old lady had a son about Chen Ming's age, but he hadn't married yet. Because he was born with a disability and hunched over, people called him Lu Luo Gua, but his real name was Lu Guohui. Thinking back to his past life, Chen Ming remembered that Lu Guohui was quite friendly with him. To be precise, Lu Guohui's mother and Chen Ming's parents lived in the same village. When Chen Ming's mother was young, she didn't produce enough milk, so she drank some of Lu Guohui's mother's milk. Because of this, Chen Ming and Lu Guohui had a good relationship, as if they shared the same blood. Even as they grew up, Chen Ming would still call her godmother. At this moment, Chen Ming looked into the yard and saw Lu Guohui, dressed in torn clothes, with messy hair like a chicken coop. He was dragging a dog by a rope and holding a kitchen knife, cursing loudly. Yelling won't help. The family can't even afford food. Why keep you around? Lu Guohui said. Look at how hungry you are. Living is suffering. People can't even get enough to eat. So where would they get food for you? As he said this, Lu Guohui wiped his tears. The dog was already so starved that it looked like a skeleton. It had only eaten some millet flour in the past 7 or 8 days, which was considered good. Since people couldn't eat enough and had forgotten to feed the dog for a long time, it had to gnaw on grass, snow, and ice. It was almost starved to death. Lu Guohui also saw how much suffering the dog was going through. He thought about killing the dog. As a human, he could still get some meat to eat. Once the meat was gone, there would be no hope left. At that point, everyone would starve to death. Lu Guohui raised his knife, but the dog, seeming to understand, lay on the ground and looked at Lu Guohui with tears in its eyes. The dog's head gently rubbed against Lu Guohui's pants. Second black, don't be a dog in your next life. Lu Guohui knew that being soft now was useless. He closed his eyes and raised the kitchen knife, ready to strike. Chen Ming saw this scene and quickly shouted out loud. Why are you doing this? Such a good dog. Why kill it? You're not going to get away with this. Chen Ming called out to the yard and hurriedly pushed open the door and went inside. Hearing someone shout, Lu Guohui slowly lowered the knife and turned to look at Chen Ming. What are you doing here? Lu Guohui asked with a frown. Just passing by. I was just visiting your house, and I saw you about to kill the dog. I couldn't stand it, Chen Ming replied. The dog is so hungry it's just skin and bones. Even if you kill it for meat, you won't get more than a few meals. What's the point? Chen Ming said, reaching out and grabbing the rope from Lu Guohui's hand, pulling the dog closer. The dog shook its head, crawled up from the ground, and looked at Lu Guohui carefully. Then it came over to Chen Ming and lay down again. The dog was so hungry it had no strength to stand, and it wobbled when walking. Why do I care? This person hasn't eaten in 3 days and 9 meals. Living with this dog is just suffering, Chen Ming said. Stop meddling. Mind your own business. It's not like you're doing any better, Lu Guohui said, reaching out to take the dog from Chen Ming. But Chen Ming had already decided to take the dog back home. If he fed it well for a couple of days, it would recover. Later, he planned to take the dog up the mountain to train it as a hunting dog. It would be a great helper for hunting, sometimes even catching wild chickens or wild boars. "Give me that dog," Chen Ming suddenly said. "What? Are you crazy? If you want it, just take my life too," Lu Guowei snapped. "Hurry up and give me the dog," Lu Guowei said with a pout. He was so hungry he was staggering, and a gust of wind almost knocked him over. Seeing this, Chen Ming sighed deeply. "I'll trade you something. Come with me to my house," Chen Ming said, already leading the dog and quickly running outside. Lu Guowei saw this and thought it wouldn't work. He staggered after him, chasing quickly. He was afraid that Chen Ming would take the dog back, kill it, and eat it, since Chen Ming's life hadn't been easy lately. While running, he kept shouting behind him, "Chen Ming, don't be arrogant. Quickly give me back the dog. You're coming to my house to it." Lu Guowei chased after him. Chen Ming slowed down a bit to avoid falling and getting hurt. The two of them kept chasing each other until they finally reached Chen Ming's house. Chen Ming led the dog inside, and Lu Guowei followed closely behind. When the door was closed, Lu Guowei leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He had been hungry for several days, only eating 2 boiled potatoes, so he was very weak. Running like that almost made him faint. "Huff, huff, huff. You unkind thing. Why did you run away with me?" Lu Guowei gasped and cursed. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had prepared a bowl of plain rice. Although the rice was cold, he poured hot water over it to warm it up. He also put the leftover fish soup and some meat from yesterday into the stove. Seeing this, the dog stuck out its tongue, almost unable to resist rushing over. But this dog was a purebred local Chinese rural dog, with strong genes that kept it disciplined, even when starving. Lu Guowei's eyes lit up at the sight of the hot water-soaked rice and a big bowl of fish soup. He looked like a starving ghost, rushing over. He picked up the bowl of rice and started eating quickly, shoveling it in with big bites, making loud slurping sounds. In less than a minute, the large bowl of hot rice was gone. Lu Guowei also finished the fish soup in his bowl, drinking it all and using his hand to stuff the last piece of fish into his mouth. He let out a big burp, not because he was full, but because he ate too fast. After eating, he felt a bit stronger. Lu Guowei looked up at Chen Ming with a big smile and asked, "Brother, my real brother, is there any more?" "There is rice, but no more vegetables. The pot can still hold a bowl. You can add some hot water and eat that," Chen Ming said calmly, waving his hand. Then he turned around and led the dog inside. The dog was still hungry, and when Chen Ming pulled it, the dog kept turning its head, seeming a bit reluctant to go inside. He had to forcefully drag it in. Then Chen Ming went outside again, looking at Lu Guowei, who was sticking out his big backside and bending his waist, standing over a pot of rice. This guy was quite good at eating. He didn't waste any food, crunching the rice crust, the crispy rice at the bottom of the pot, loudly as he opened his mouth and ate bite by bite, making cracking sounds. Chen Ming didn't pay much attention. Instead, he reached into a bucket and took out 2 small white fish and a few river shrimps, all caught a couple of days ago. He then turned around and went inside, throwing all the fish and shrimp onto the ground. Hare looked at them first, tilting his head up to stare at Chen Ming. "Eat, eat. Hare, these are all for you," Chen Ming said. Having received permission, Hare seemed to understand and didn't hesitate. He opened his big mouth and wolfed down the fish, biting through the bones. After finishing, he licked his lips, squatted on the ground, and looked up at Chen Ming with a pitiful expression. "Don't eat too much. I'll catch 2 more for you." "Just 2, Chen Ming said. He wasn't worried about the fish. He just knew the dog had been hungry for a long time. Feeding it too much at once might make it. Since the dog was straightforward and ate quickly, it wouldn't digest easily if it ate too much at once. Chen Ming turned around and went outside again, catching 2 bigger fish, about the size of a palm, and threw them on the ground. Hare started eating eagerly. After eating these 2 larger fish, he finally looked a bit more energetic. His eyes weren't so dull anymore, and he even started circling inside the house, wagging his tail constantly. Meanwhile, Lu Guowei had already eaten until he was full, burping loudly. He reached out and plucked a toothpick from a bundle of straw, then rubbed his stomach with his other hand, looking very satisfied. It was clear he hadn't eaten a full meal in a while. After eating his fill, his eyelids started to droop, and he looked a little tired. "Brother, where did you get these fish? They smell so good." Lu Guohui asked with a big smile. And this guy is somewhat clever. After eating, he took the initiative to pick up the plates and bowls. When he entered the house, Chen Ming finally turned around and said, "We made it up on the mountain. There are a few small ponds below Chongling Mountain. After breaking the ice, you can lower the net and fish. If you have free time, borrow a net and try your luck." "You look so hungry you're trembling," Chen Ming added. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Lu Guohui grinned and laughed. "Stop joking. Who would suffer through that in winter? Besides, that's just good luck on your part. Many people in our village carry nets to fish. Even in winter, the ice is thick and the ponds are frozen at the bottom. Where would the fish be? Even if there are fish, you can't catch them. And it's all because of you. Lucky enough to marry the village beauty, with your father-in-law as the village chief. At home, you don't have to work. You have enough to eat and drink. Going out to fish, you can catch plenty easily." Lu Guohui sat on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed, chatting away. Chen Ming, hearing this, stood up and kicked the boy in the backside. Lu Guohui immediately fell backward onto the Kong, lying on his back. Then he rubbed his head and sat up. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me for just a little fish? You're so noisy," he said, rubbing his. "You just want to get away with it after taking advantage. Who's fooling whom? What do you mean by relying on luck? Why don't you try your luck? Sitting at home waiting to die isn't better than anyone. The fish are hardly worth feeding the dogs. Even if I gave you some, it would be a waste. Can't you even speak properly?" Chen Ming snapped, startling Lu Guohui. Lu Guohui hurriedly explained, "Look, I didn't mean anything bad. I was just jealous of you. You know what kind of person I am. If I had that many thoughts, I wouldn't be starving like this." "You're overthinking." After hearing this, Chen Ming didn't hit him again. He knew the boy was just talking without thinking, a straightforward type. "Eat your fill and get out. Don't stay here freeloading. From now on, Hare is mine. If you keep scheming, these 2 yuan are yours." When Chen Ming reached this point, he took out 2 yuan from his pocket and directly handed it to Lu Guohui. Seeing the money, the young man was stunned and stared blankly for a long time. He looked eagerly at Chen Ming, thinking he was hallucinating, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. It took him a while to react. "Brother, is this real or fake? Am I dreaming? Did you really give me the money?" "Yes, it's 2 yuan. Lu Guohui chewed his lips and thought, "What a good thing. I traded a dog for a full meal, and now I even have 2 yuan. He felt it was so unbelievable. At this time, 2 yuan could buy 2 or 3 pounds of pork or enough rice for 7 or 8 days. With this money, he wouldn't have to worry about food for at least a week. If he killed the dog, he could only eat 2 meals, and he would still be hungry afterward. Anyway, Lu Guohui never thought about making trouble. He was just planning to lie on the Kong and wait to die. "Do you want it? If not, I'll take it back." Chen Ming showed impatience and was about to put the money away. Yes, I can't refuse. My brother gave it to me." Lu Guohui quickly reached out to stop Chen Ming, then casually took the 2 yuan and looked at it under the light outside. Finally, he happily put the money into his pocket. "Brother, you're my real brother. No one in our village has ever cared about me. Being able to have a full meal at your place makes me very happy. I don't have much skill, and I can't help you much, but if you ever need anything, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate," Lu Guohui said, patting his chest. "Are you planning to keep living this way, just eating and waiting to die?" Chen Ming looked at Lu Guohui's back, where a large lump was bulging. It was a congenital disability, and he probably wouldn't find a wife in this life. Unless the family was better off and the wife was less picky, then maybe there was a chance to get married. Thinking of how he had also drunk milk from Lu Guohui's mother in his past life, Chen Ming saw this as a kind of kindness. He thought about taking this kid up the mountain, not for wealth, but so he wouldn't go hungry. What's the point of just surviving and waiting to die? Just taking it day by day. With my family's situation, I can't even think about making a change. I can only wait for death. My dad is a terrible gambler. He rarely comes home, maybe a few times a year. If he's lucky, he brings back some money. If not, he sells everything valuable in the house. A couple of years ago, I worked really hard to earn some work points. We had enough food and grain. But now, after he visits, everything is gone. I think life isn't worth it anymore. When he comes back next time, either I'll be starving with him or I'll just keep wandering outside. Lu Guohui sighed and leaned against the wall, a bitter smile on his face. He's also a person with a hard life. At first, Chen Ming thought this kid was just lazy, like himself, and couldn't get anywhere. But now he sees there's a reason. His father is a gambler. His father has ruined all his hopes and dreams, which is why he's given up and become resigned to his fate. Life can't go on like this. If you find anything valuable in the future, hide it away. Don't let your dad find out. He probably won't come back before the new year. Get ready, and in a couple of days, come with me up the mountain. No matter what, we can at least find something to eat. Better than starving at home, Chen Ming said calmly. Forget it. I'd rather stay here and sleep. When I'm sleepy, I don't even feel hungry. If I get really hungry, just a couple of cold water bowls will do. I have to go home now. I won't talk anymore, Lu Guohui said, unable to sit still. He left quickly, heading outside. Chen Ming looked at him and sighed. There's nothing he can do. He hasn't made it big himself yet. He'll settle his own problems first, then help others. That night, the cold wind was howling. Chen Ming roasted the remaining fish on a wooden stick over the fire in the stove. He brushed some homemade sauce on the fish, and the smell immediately filled the air. Chen Ming sat in front of the stove, roasting and eating at the same time. Hare was lying nearby, also warming himself by the fire, humming softly. Chen Ming removed the bones from one roasted fish and then threw it in front of Hare. Blackie ate the fish head directly, chewed a few times, and swallowed it happily. A few bites, and the fish was gone. Chen Ming saw this and patted him. After eating, Blackie finally looked energetic again, but still seemed weak. His body was thin and bony, and it would take at least half a month for him to regain strength. Chen Ming decided to take Blackie out tonight. Wild chickens are active at night, and animals like roe deer are also out. Bringing a dog might help solve many problems. He also planned to train the dog to become a hunting dog during this time. As time was almost right, and after finishing his meal, Chen Ming slowly got up and started dressing. He wrapped himself tightly in 3 layers of clothes because the wind tonight would be very strong. Then he put Blackie on a dog sled. Standing in the yard, Chen Ming watched as his father-in-law's lights had already gone out, probably asleep. He unlocked the main gate, took Blackie outside, and locked it again. Braving the howling cold wind, he and the dog headed straight for Changlingzi Mountain. First, they went to the spot where they had previously set a net under the riverbank. Chen Ming released Blackie, who then happily ran around in the snow, full and energetic now. Blackie ran back and forth around the riverbank, but didn't bark. Chen Ming climbed onto the dog's sled, took an axe, and found the hole he had broken earlier in the ice. He used the axe to enlarge the opening. Once the hole was big enough, he pushed the net inside. It was a simple homemade basket. Only 3 were made. After placing all 3 inside, he fixed the other end of the rope, completing the task. Then he turned around and took Blackie and the dog sled up the mountain. He began setting up traps around him, like ropes, which are best used in winter. Most of these traps were for catching wild chickens. After about half an hour of work, he had set ropes all around, making a dense net. He also scattered some corn grains nearby. The animals active tonight would mostly be old, and wild chickens were among them. Whenever wild chickens enter his trap area, he is sure to catch 1 or 2. After setting the trap, Chen Ming took Hare and went up the mountain. Usually, they stopped after reaching this point, but this time he planned to go deeper inside to explore and get familiar with the surroundings. When they walked about 30 meters further, his little radar in his mind automatically scanned and quickly locked onto a direction. Chen Ming showed a happy smile. Not only that, Hare lifted his head and sniffed the cold wind. Suddenly, he closed his big mouth. Both of his ears stood up straight, quickly locking onto a direction. The night was quite dark, but the bright moon shining on the snow made it possible to see about 7 or 8 meters around. Plus, Chen Ming carried a flashlight. When the area was too dark, he would turn it on. When not needed, he would turn it off to save power and avoid disturbing the prey. At this moment, Hare seemed to smell something in the air, which made Chen Ming happy. It is said that hunting dogs have 2 types of noses, one that sniffs downward and another that sniffs upward. The upward sniff, called raising the nose to smell, relies on residual scents in the air to quickly find prey and identify its species. This helps prevent danger and track the prey. This is considered a top talent among hunting dogs. The downward sniff is the normal scent tracking, which is less precise because the scent on the ground can be easily washed away by snow or rain. That's why dogs often urinate to mark their territory. It's a way to leave a scent marker. When a dog passes by a marked spot, it can tell if it has been there before by the scent, helping it understand and recognize the environment. Right now, Hare had already sensed movement and suddenly darted forward. Chen Ming saw this and hurried to follow, but he couldn't run as fast as Hare. His legs still felt numb, and it wasn't easy to recover from that. Hare, take it easy, Chen Ming said, his face already red and numb from the cold. He had just smiled, but suddenly, he couldn't bring the smile back. It was as if his smile was frozen on his face. This was not an exaggeration. With temperatures below -30 degrees at night, standing still in one place without moving would have frozen him stiff. Chen Ming ran, feeling his whole body heat up and his numb legs start to recover, especially with the ointment on it. Seeing Hare rush toward the snowy ahead and then dive down, Chen Ming also reached the top of it. He saw that the snow below was very deep, and when Hare plunged in, his shadow disappeared. After a while, a black head appeared in the snow, peeking out. The snow was light and thin, but quite deep because it was in a low area where snow had accumulated. Come back quickly, seeing no prey or target around, and thinking Hare might have mistaken something. Chen Ming called out urgently. As soon as he called, Hare dashed out through the snow. Chen Ming saw a black shadow struggling in the snow, flapping its wings, looking quite agile. However, it was running without direction, sometimes hitting a tree, sometimes falling into the snow and spinning around. Hare suddenly couldn't catch up and opened its mouth, biting hard and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Chen Ming smiled. He slid down and reached Hare, who was holding a wild chicken in its mouth. The chicken had stopped struggling and was dead. Chen Ming patted Hare's big head gently, then crouched down and pulled the chicken out of its mouth. Tonight's first catch was the wild chicken Hare caught. He felt very happy, as it showed Hare had the talent of a hunting dog. Now, he just needed to train it. Good job. I'll reward you with a chicken leg when we get back, Chen Ming said, patting the dog's head, then threw the chicken into the bag on his back. Woof, woof, woof. It seemed Hare understood and barked twice. The sound echoed clearly in the mountain forest at night. It's still early. Let's try to catch more before dawn. Chen Ming finished speaking and took Hare around the area again. Soon, they each spotted a rabbit and started chasing it in the snow. The rabbit was hiding in a snow hole when Hare found it. Startled, the rabbit ran so fast that it knocked down the snow hole, causing it to collapse. The rabbit frantically ran in all directions. Although there are many trees around, they all withered in winter, leaving large gaps and good visibility. Except for a few trees blocking the view, the area is almost like a plain. Only a few steep slopes look a bit out of place. Seeing the rabbit jump up it suddenly lost strength after a few hops. Suddenly, Hare pounced forward, opened his mouth, and bit the rabbit's leg. The rabbit was pulled down by this. Hare dragged the rabbit directly to the ground. Chen Ming happily ran over, thinking bringing Hare tonight was a good idea. Hare seemed to be hooked, threw the rabbit onto the snow, and quickly ran in one direction. Chen Ming was also startled. He didn't expect Hare to suddenly let go of the rabbit, causing it to jump and try to escape as soon as it hit the ground. Chen Ming swung his stick and hit the rabbit hard, knocking it out. He then took some rope, tied the rabbit's legs tightly, and casually threw it into a sack. He slung the sack over his shoulder. Tonight, he had caught a wild chicken and a mountain hare, so the trip was worth it. But Hare had already run into the woods ahead, only a dark shadow visible, darting back and forth among the trees, as if it had found something else. Hare, don't run around, Chen Ming called out, limping after him. If they ran into wolves or other predators, that would be bad. They might have to leave the dog behind. So he couldn't be too showy. However, once Hare reached the mountain, he started to run wild. Since the dog hadn't been trained for hunting yet, he wasn't very obedient. Chen Ming hurriedly followed into the woods. Suddenly, A large black shadow flashed in front of him and rushed past. Hare, darting around in the trees, didn't react in time and was directly hit by the shadow. Hare let out a whimper and fell to the ground. After hitting Hare, the shadow charged into the forest. The two black dogs got up from the snow. Chen Ming ran over, but before he could catch the dogs, they suddenly darted away again. They headed straight toward a dark figure that disappeared into the forest. Chen Ming cursed and had no choice but to chase after them. He noticed that the dark figure didn't seem like a wolf or anything dangerous. If it were a wolf, it would have turned around and fought the dogs already. The two black dogs ran faster and soon caught up with the dark figure. One of them bit down its leg, but the dog's face was kicked a few times. Its nose was even bleeding from the kicks. Eventually, the dog let go, as it was its first time hunting in the mountains and it had little experience fighting. This time, the dog was stunned by the kicks. When Chen Ming ran closer, he finally saw what the dark figure was. It was a silly roe deer. Under the moonlight, the deer looked quite foolish. After the dog chased it away, the deer ran straight into a tree. It wobbled and looked like it was about to fall over. Seeing this, Chen Ming smiled. He raised his gun, aimed at the deer, and suddenly pulled the trigger. The gun was loaded with gunpowder, and when he pulled the trigger, a burst of flames and steel pellets shot out, hitting the deer and knocking it to the ground. It twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Chen Ming went over, looked down, and touched the deer's head. He found some roe deer fur, which meant it was a male. This could be sold for some money. The meat from this silly deer would make delicious dumplings. The two black dogs were startled by the gunshot. After a moment, they cautiously approached. They sniffed the deer and then stuck out their tongues, looking up at Chen Ming. "Stop running around and behave, or I won't take you home," Chen Ming said sternly. The dogs immediately laid down in the snow, showing their bellies as if they were trying to please him. Chen Ming smiled and turned around. He pulled the dog's sled closer, threw the deer onto it, and tied it up tightly with a rope. He also secured the burlap sack on his back. Everything was fixed in place. Then, with Hare on the sled, Chen Ming headed down the mountain. He had already fired his gun earlier, and the loud noise might easily wake the hibernating animals nearby. The trees around were thick and tall, and there could be bear dens hidden inside. If a bear woke up and came out, it would be very dangerous. If Chen Ming hadn't shot, he could have wandered around a bit more. But he was happy to have caught a roe deer, a mountain hare, and some wild birds today. It was a good catch. The night was especially cold, and he wanted to get home early. So, he and Hare kept walking down the mountain. When they reached the bottom, Chen Ming went to the basket area. He used his hands to break the ice on the ropes. The ropes were almost frozen to the ice, but Chen Ming took out his knife and carefully cut them free. If the ropes had broken, he wouldn't be able to pull up the basket. He didn't worry about what he caught for now. He just wanted to see what was inside. When Chen Ming pulled up the first basket, he saw no fish inside, but he did see 4 or 5 red-legged frogs, which are common in the Northeast. In winter, these frogs are hard to find. They hide underground or are frozen inside the ice of the river channels. Chen Ming didn't care if they were male or female. He poured all the frogs into a net he prepared earlier. Then he moved on to the next 2 baskets. When he pulled up the second basket, he was happy to find a fish called Gaia fish, a freshwater fish unique to the Northeast. This fish has few spines, tastes good when cooked, and has tender, smooth meat. Besides the Gaia fish, there was also a grass carp. It wasn't big, but Chen Ming loved fish, so he quickly put both fish and some fat whales into his net. When he pulled up the third basket, he found it was full of frogs, all frozen solid in the ice. He quickly poured them out too. Everything was packed up and ready. Chen Ming looked up. It was still dark, and it was very cold. He was happy with his good catch tonight. He and Hare headed home. When they got back, Chen Ming shivered as he took out his keys. His hands were already red and stiff from the cold. After finally inserting the key and turning it gently, there was a click, and the lock opened. He slowly pushed the door open. Because rural doors are made of wooden sticks woven together, they tend to tilt when they fall, causing one side to be very crooked. If you push directly, it not only won't open easily but also makes noise, so you have to lift it. After locking the door again, Chen Ming pulled the dog out from under the window and lowered the silly little animal down. Just then, The door to his father-in-law's house was pushed open, and a figure came out. When the figure saw someone in the yard, it let out a sharp scream. Chen Ming recognized the voice. Was that his mother-in-law, Luo Haiying? Oh my! Who is it? Why are you out late at night, sneaking into my yard? You, when does I? Luo Haiying had gone out to the bathroom at night. When she opened the door and saw a shadow bending over in her yard, she was so scared she shouted loudly. Inside the house, Han Jinggui heard his wife shout and hurriedly got off the ground, lighting a kerosene lamp. He rushed outside without even putting on clothes. Meanwhile, Chen Ming was also startled and froze in place. His whole body was covered in frost, and his soaked clothes were stiff from the cold. He had wandered around the mountain area for a long time, then came down from the hill, doing hard physical work. He was exhausted. It was warm inside but cold outside, so his clothes had frozen. What's that? Who's there? Han Jinggui also ran out with a shovel. When he saw Chen Ming, his face showed anger. The baby in the cradle inside the house was also awakened and crying. Han Xiumei was comforting the child, holding it in her arms and gently rocking. She was humming softly. I was looking outside, not knowing what was happening. Dad, Mom, it's me. I just got back and didn't make any noise. I didn't mean to scare you. Chen Ming quickly explained. Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you messing around in the yard for? Whose good person stays up late at night? Han Jinggu's orphaned son saw it was Chen Ming, and then his worried heart finally eased. After all, in this time period, thefts and petty crimes were common. Some people from neighboring villages would even steal from each other. Not even the household's condiments were safe. They had chickens and ducks, but they were all stolen. Even the dogs could be taken away. Seeing it was Chen Ming, the irresponsible son-in-law, Han Jinggu also felt relieved but was angry at the same time. Isn't there enough food at home? I just went up the mountain to gather some things. Dad, it's cold outside. Please come inside quickly. I promise I won't make any noise, Chen Ming said as he took out his key to open his house door. I don't care what noise you make. Just don't come back late at night to scare people. That kind of sudden surprise, who can handle it? Besides, with your legs, why are you always wandering up the mountain? If something happens, Han Jinggu's tone was strict, but he was also worried. He feared Chen Ming might run into wolves or other wild animals. The mountain was full of dangers, and bears or wild boars often came down to damage crops. If he encountered one, especially late at night, he might not come back at all. He didn't understand why this kid was so restless lately, always thinking about hunting on the mountain. Hunting was for professional hunters. With his leg problems, how could he even go up the mountain? Although Han Jinggu didn't like his son-in-law, he couldn't just watch Chen Ming get into trouble. His words were stern, but his concern was clear. After cursing a few times, Han Jinggu turned and headed toward the house. Luo Haiying covered her chest, took a deep breath, and cast a worried glance toward Chen Ming. Without a word, she turned and went to the backyard to use the toilet. When she returned to the yard, she saw Chen Ming had already gone inside, and the kerosene lamps in the house were lit. She wasn't sure what he was busy doing inside. When Luo Haiying returned, everyone in the house was startled awake and no longer felt sleepy. Han Jinggu, wrapped in a cotton-padded coat, sat by the Kong, smoking a dry pipe. Dad, who was outside just now? Han Xiumei asked quietly without raising her head. Who else? That big fool. Staying up late and causing trouble again, with his legs and feet. I don't know what he's thinking. Running up the mountain at night to hunt. What kind of shock did he get? You better not go back these days. Stay away and hide, Han Jinggui said calmly. Stop smoking. It's late now. Go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow morning, I have to get up early. You won't need to get up then. Luo Haiying had already climbed onto the bed, taken off her clothes, and slipped under the blanket. Han Xiumei also put the child in the cradle and finally managed to lull the baby to sleep. Han Jinggui threw his cigarette on the ground, stepped on it with his foot to put it out, then turned and got onto the bed, blowing out the kerosene lamp. The room was dark again, but Han Xiumei sat by the window, staring closely at her home. The light inside was still on, and she was thinking about what Chen Ming had been up to lately. Did something happen? The things he did were hard to understand. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chen Ming carefully arranged the wild roe deer he had brought back on the floor. He took out a knife, first chopped off the meat, then wrapped it carefully with cloth. This could be sold for money. Next, he skinned the animals. That was a skillful job. Chen Ming thought about it and decided to wait until tomorrow to find Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, although a heavy drinker, was quick at skinning. The wild rabbit and wild chicken had also been plucked. After cleaning and chopping, they were packed into burlap bags, some stored in the cellar, others hung on the wall. Because it was winter, the walls were covered with frost, acting like a natural refrigerator. He also dumped the captured Hachi horses into a basin, counted about 30 of them, including 7 or 8 female leopards, the rest males. He planned to take all of these to the small-town restaurant, where they could be sold. As for the remaining fish, he threw them into another basin. He poured hot water over ice cubes, letting the ice melt, then poured the water back into the basin. But this method was not very effective. Most of the fish would probably freeze overnight. After everything was prepared, Chen Ming heated the stove. Only his house's chimney was still smoking late at night. Once the room was warm enough, he entered, took off his hat and clothes, washed his hands and feet in a basin of water, then finally slipped into bed. Was lying on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, already resting. When the kerosene lamp was turned off, Chen Ming and Hare, who had been tossing all night, were both sound asleep. Hare slept very peacefully, feeling safe with his new owner and well-fed. He even snored during the night. Chen Ming was also snoring. The sounds of 2 people and a dog snoring filled the room all night. The next morning, Chen Ming felt Hare had his paw on his face. He casually brushed it away and slowly looked up. He saw Hare lying on the edge of the kong, with a wet nose, and he was barking twice, as if calling him to wake up or signaling that he needed to go outside after holding it all night. Chen Ming quickly got up, put on his shoes, and went outside. He opened both doors, and Hare hurried into the yard, found a spot, and circled around. He went first, then relaxed before wandering back into the house. That morning, Xiumei also got up to go to the bathroom. She saw Hare and felt curious. She wondered where Chen Ming had gotten such a big dog, and it looked quite familiar. If it had been before, she might have asked him. But they hadn't spoken much for 2 days, hadn't seen each other, and had grown distant. They both felt awkward and didn't know what to say when they met, nor did they want to ask anything. Chen Ming watched his wife walk into the backyard. He thought about following her, but decided against it. Instead, he started to get things ready inside the house. He filled the stove with firewood and began cooking. Early in the morning, Chen Ming was busy. First, he cleaned the wild chicken, blanched it in water, then poured oil into the pot. He added some dried chili peppers and frozen green onions, which instantly made the smell more appetizing. Then he threw the blanched chicken into the oil. As the chicken cooked in the hot oil, the aroma spread through the house. The scent of green onions and chili peppers made Chen Ming's stomach growl. Hare also smelled the food, but because of the chili, he sniffed a few times and started sneezing. When he got close to the stove, he almost burned his fur on his legs. Chen Ming saw this and smiled, saying to him, "You greedy dog, I'll roast you in the stove later and eat you." Hare was able to realize that his owner was talking to him, so he opened his mouth and barked happily, as if responding. If this dog was smart, it just hadn't met the right owner. Even if it went 3 days without food and 9 days without water, it wouldn't matter. But it was so thin it looked like skin and bones, almost being eaten by its owner. Luckily, it met Chen Ming, who saved its life and gave it a chance to survive. Now, Hare considered Chen Ming his first owner. His eyes were full of affection for Chen Ming. Even when Chen Ming was cooking, Hare kept circling around him, wagging his tail happily. Chen Ming poured more water into the pot. The water was iced tea, made by freezing all the ice in the water jar. On the wall, the wild chicken meat was covered with frost. The rabbit legs and other meat were also frozen solid. The fish basin was frozen over, with the fish and other aquatic creatures already tightly frozen. This shows how cold the winter in the northeast can be. Chen Ming covered the pot and turned to go inside. He started tidying up. There wasn't much to clean because the house had no furniture, just so poor that a mouse could run around and leave behind a couple of corn kernels before leaving. While tidying, he saw his wife Xiumei's clothes. Chen Ming sniffed them, and tears started falling uncontrollably. He thought about how his wife had never had a good life with him, not to mention being mocked outside as the wife of A, or that she was a village beauty, a flower in the village, now stuck with him, a useless man. But he still wasn't satisfied. His father-in-law was so kind to him, yet he didn't appreciate it. He thought it was just his pride, but he kept messing things up, making his father-in-law clean up after him. Over time, his father-in-law's expectations lowered. But the real reason his father-in-law disliked him was because he hid his wife, something his father-in-law truly couldn't stand from the bottom of his heart. Chen Ming held his wife's clothes and looked at them for a long time. He thought, if only his wife hadn't met him, maybe she would have married into a good family. Then she wouldn't be in this situation, having children and ending up with a useless husband like him. In the village, I couldn't lift my head in front of the children, and I was being talked about behind my back. The village's shining star had been so badly ruined. Chen Ming took a deep breath, folded his wife's clothes neatly, and placed them aside. Then he turned to go outside. The chicken stew was almost ready. Since it was wild chicken, which is tougher, it needed to cook longer. The rural stove burned wood fiercely, so after more than half an hour, the meat should be tender and falling apart. Chen Ming also bought many seasonings from the supply and marketing cooperative. He sprinkled some spices, added a bit of salt, and poured soy sauce. The delicious smell of the chicken filled the air. Hare had already obediently sat nearby, guarding the stove and not leaving. He drooled eagerly. "Big greedy dog, I promised you a chicken leg before. I won't let you down," Chen Ming said. He then used chopsticks to pick up a cooked chicken leg from the pot, which was still juicy with broth. He brought over a small aluminum basin prepared for Hare and threw the whole chicken leg into it. Seeing the hot, steaming chicken leg, Hare couldn't hold back. He went to bite it, but got burned a little. Still, he licked his tongue and kept eating. After licking up the broth, he took small bites, occasionally looking up at Chen Ming. Chen Ming smiled, took a gourd-shaped ladle, scooped out the meat, and poured it into a plate he had prepared earlier. The wild chicken was quite fat, filling 2 plates. Chen Ming thought for a moment, then picked up 1 plate and headed outside. He went to his father-in-law's house, looked inside through the window, and saw they were eating too. He also saw Xiumei sitting cross-legged on the Kong, holding a coarse grain bun, with sour vegetable soup in her bowl. She took a few bites, then looked around. When she turned her head, she saw Chen Ming outside the window. They exchanged glances. Xiumei quickly lowered her head. "Xiumei, Maisie, come out for a moment," Chen Ming called loudly, finally gathering his courage. "I cooked the wild chicken I caught yesterday. Come and eat." In the house, Han Jinghua and his wife Luo Haiying were both slightly surprised and looked out the window. Xiumei also put down her chopsticks and looked at her father with a cautious gaze. That kid must be possessed. He finally caught a wild chicken, and now he's not eating it, but sending it here, Han Jinghua asked suspiciously. "Who cares about him? I don't want that broken thing. He's probably planning something sneaky, trying to take Mei back again. Listen, Lao Kuai, and Mei, you two can't be soft anymore. Think about how life was back then. That boy is like a dog. He turns hostile quickly. Today he smiles at you. Tomorrow he might bite you." Luo Haiying also turned around and said irritably. She really hated Chen Ming, the son-in-law who came to live with them. When they first took him in, they treated him like their own son, even better than they treated their daughter. Since he was brought into the family, they thought of him as their own child. After all, he was born and raised by parents, so shouldn't they treat him well? But what happened? This person just didn't know how to behave. He became spoiled, lazy, faked illnesses, hid his wife, and was useless. The more he acts like that, the less we should worry. If he's given dried meat, he shouldn't eat it. But he can dream about taking Mei away, Han Jinghua said as he suddenly stood up and walked outside, then pushed the door open. Dad, seeing it was his father-in-law, Chen Ming instinctively took a step back, feeling awkward and greeting him with a few forced smiles. "Don't call me Dad. I can't accept that. You're my father-in-law. Chen Ming is so capable, he dares to fight me." Han Jinghua looked at Chen Ming and said, "Dad, I am not a good person. I was wrong about everything before. You can hit or scold me." Chen Ming admitted he was at fault and dared not argue. Instead, he handed over the plate of meat. "Stop dreaming. I can't beat you. You're so fierce. If I try to move you, you'll probably cut me with a kitchen knife. Don't call me Maisie anymore. Just give up. From now on, Maisie isn't coming back. If you want to stay here, stay. No one will stop you. But if you're useless, I will tear down that house, and you won't have a place to live." When Han Jingwei said this, he took the meat handed to him by Chen Ming, then turned around and closed the door to go inside. Standing outside, Han Jingwei's mind started to worry. Chen Ming really seems a bit strange now, quite odd. In the past, with his bad temper, if someone scolded him, he would have lost his temper and fought back. But today, when he was scolded so much, he didn't show any anger. Instead, he listened humbly and accepted it. He didn't act like before, pretending to listen but then forgetting everything. Seeing the door already closed and the father-in-law inside, Chen Ming sighed deeply. Just as he was about to go inside, suddenly a shout came from the house. "Wait a moment," came Han Xiumei's voice. Chen Ming stopped quickly and looked back. After a while, Han Xiumei came out holding an old, worn cotton-padded jacket. Then she quickly shoved it into Chen Ming's arms. "I mended this jacket and added some cotton inside. You wear it first. The one I'm wearing is already torn and can't keep out the cold." Han Xiumei finished speaking and hurried back into the house. Chen Ming held the jacket tightly, feeling its warm touch. It seemed to carry a special warmth. It felt like there was still hope. It seemed that his wife, Han Xiumei, still cared about him. It seemed that this family could still hold on. Tears welled up in Chen Ming's eyes. He held the jacket, opened his mouth to cry but couldn't make a sound. After standing in the yard for a long time, he finally turned around and went back inside. He hugged the jacket tightly, sat on the kong, a traditional bed, leaned against the wall, and looked up as tears slid down his face. At this moment, Han Xiumei entered the house silently and lay down on the kong. "I see you just can't leave that scoundrel. You're tough on the outside, but soft inside. So what if you can't live without him? Your mother and I are taking care of you. What are you afraid of?" Han Jingwei sat on the kong, pouting. "Xiumei, what are you really thinking? Do you have to stay with him? Are you sure about this? If you keep living with him, your life will be over. You'll suffer a lot, and the kids will be affected too." Luo Haiying couldn't understand his daughter. He just couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Such a useless man. What does he even want? "Mom, Dad, stop talking. I know what I'm doing. If we can make this life work, we will. Sometimes, we just have to try. If it's impossible, then we'll leave. But the kids are still young. We have to wait until they can talk and walk. He didn't listen to the family's objections and married me. We even had a fight. If I leave him now, I'll be completely alone. I just can't do that." When Han Xiumei said this, she covered her face and started crying again. Every time Chen Ming hit her, Han Xiumei made up her mind. She decided she wouldn't stay with Chen Ming anymore, no matter what. She didn't care about her reputation. But after a while, she would soften again, especially when she saw Chen Ming all alone, coming and going, with no proper life. Her heart started to worry. Her parents were right. She was too soft. She couldn't get rid of Chen Ming, and leaving him felt impossible. But was that really true? Sigh. How did I, Han Jingwa, end up with such an useless daughter? Look at what you've done. The whole village laughs at me. I've lost face. Over the years, have I gone anywhere? When people talk about their sons-in-law, they all praise them. My older sister, second sister, third sister, all married well. But look at these two girls I married off. One loves gambling and drinking, the other hits his wife. They're hopeless. I can't rely on any of them. I won't live much longer, Han Jingwa said, then lit his pipe and took a deep puff, looking very distressed. What made him most angry was these two daughters. But he had married them off to two men from outside. He wished he could ignore them, but that was just a dream. Seeing these two spoiled girls, he felt so frustrated inside. Xiumei, you better think carefully. This path is your choice. Our parents are still young and can support you now, but once they are gone, no one will stand up for you, Luo Haiying said, shaking her head as she got off the bed. She looked at the plate of chicken on the kong, a traditional bed, then pushed it in front of Han Xiumei. Xiumei glanced at it, but wasn't in the mood to eat. Eat it. If you don't, it's a waste. He owes you this, Luo Haiying urged. Old lady, bring me the leftover white wine. There's meat to eat, and I need a drink, Han Jingwei said, knocking his pipe, then sat back at the table. You're daring to eat that stuff? You too, I really can't believe it, Luo Haiying said, but she still left the room, opened the big jar of soy paste, and scooped out some salted sunflower seeds. This salted vegetable in the soy jar is made by putting vegetables in a mesh bag after adding the soy paste, then directly storing them in the jar to ferment. In about a month, the salted vegetables are ready and flavorful. Northeasterners love eating salted vegetables because resources were scarce, and in winter, everything was barren with snow everywhere, making it impossible to grow vegetables. Since fresh produce was unavailable, they had to rely on preserved foods, which stored well, like sauerkraut and salted vegetables. After Luo Haiying brought back the salted sunflower seeds, she casually tossed them on the table, then handed Han Jingguai some homemade white wine. He unscrewed the lid, poured a full glass, picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks, and ate it. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty. The seasoning was generous, and Han Jingguai wondered where Chen Ming had gotten so many spices. Xiumei and her mother Luo Haiying also returned to the dining table, staring at the wild chicken in the dish, hesitating. Finally, Han Jingguai gave each of them a chicken leg, and only then did they start eating small bites. They didn't say much because Chen Ming's cooking was really good, well seasoned, tender, and cooked until soft. With each bite, the wild chicken was no longer tough, and all the bones were removed. This made Xiumei eat more comfortably, and she even took a piece for herself. What puzzled Xiumei even more was that Chen Ming, who was used to being the head of the family, had never cooked before all these years. Why does the dish suddenly smell so good? At this moment, Chen Ming, who had been crying almost enough, went outside to pour some hot water, washed his face, and then re-entered the house to stick on a medicated patch. After that, he put on cotton pants and a cotton jacket. The jacket, filled with cotton, looked quite worn on the outside, but it was really warm, especially in his heart. After all, it was his wife who had sewn it for him. Chen Ming broke the ice in the basin outside and collected all the fish scales into a net bag. The fox fur was also packed inside the bag. He planned to take everything to the town's restaurant to sell. Once dressed, Chen Ming left the house, thinking to go early and return early, so he wouldn't be late and cause trouble with his mother-in-law again. The wind and snow outside were heavy. Recently, heavy snow had blocked the mountains, and it seemed impossible to go up the mountain now. So Chen Ming decided to go to the town again to buy some things. He wouldn't go out these days. Walking along the main road, he met a few villagers, but they all looked at him with sideways glances, some even avoiding him. Chen Ming's reputation in the village was already bad. Everyone knew he was a who often hid his wife and had no ambition, just staying at home, eating, and waiting to die. It was true what the old saying said: a brave man has no good wife, and a lazy man marries a beauty. People saw Han Xiumei and felt itchy inside, wishing they could marry such a beautiful wife and live a good life. But Chen Ming's actions had tarnished his reputation. Although he had saved Han Xiumei's life years ago, he was also disabled in his leg. Han Xiumei took him in as a way to repay her debt of gratitude, and they even had a daughter. But how did Chen Ming treat her? Such a beautiful wife. How could he do this? Many villagers passing by Chen Ming's house at night could hear Han Xiumei's cries when she was being beaten. So, if a person's reputation in the village is bad, it's very hard to get along. When Han Xiumei needed to borrow something, she could do so easily because she was friendly. As for Chen Ming, he couldn't even get into her house, let alone borrow anything. Only kind people like Uncle Zhang could help him in his hardest times, even giving him a small bag of millet. What are you going to do? As Chen Ming just left the village, he heard someone calling him. When he looked back, he saw Lu Guohui. Going to town to sell some stuff, Chen Ming replied and kept walking. Lu Guohui caught up and walked beside him, smiling with a look of doubt. What are you selling? Do you have anything valuable? He asked. Stop talking nonsense, Chen Ming said, ignoring him. In this village, Chen Ming has the worst reputation, and Lu Guohui is known as the laziest, probably second to last. But at least Chen Ming has a pretty and capable wife. As for himself, he has nothing and often goes hungry. Last night, he borrowed some cornmeal and steamed it to eat. His father, a gambler, might come back soon. If he wins money, he'll return proudly with lots of meat and wine. If he loses, he'll come back late at night, hiding from debt collectors, and won't leave the house before the new year. Lu Guohui worries about this, feeling anxious. He hopes his dad doesn't win big, but also doesn't lose too much. Just enough to get by, so they don't fall into debt or get into trouble if debt collectors come looking. It's nothing much, just some mountain goods, Lu Guohui said. Chen Ming looked at him and asked casually, What are you doing out here? Old son's wife found me a job in town. loading coal. I can earn 50 cents a day. Our family really has nothing to eat. I want to rest, but I can't. I don't want to work, Lu Guhui said. His stomach was empty, and lying around was uncomfortable. He still wanted to save face. Even though a few days ago he boasted he didn't need to work and could just stay home, even if it meant eating less. He thought not working was somehow honorable. Chen Ming rolled his eyes at him and didn't reply. The two of them, braving the snow and wind, continued walking toward the small town, keeping each other company on the road. When the two arrived in town, Lu Guhui greeted Chen Ming and said he was going to work at the Eastern factory. Chen Ming headed straight to the restaurant. Because of the heavy snow, the restaurant was very busy, and it was already full of people. When Chen Ming pushed open the door, Xiao Guobang quickly spotted him and warmly welcomed him. "Little brother, you're here? It's cold outside, huh? Come inside quickly and warm up. I'll get you a hot drink," Xiao Guobang said enthusiastically, leading Chen Ming into the inner room and opening the curtain. As soon as Chen Ming entered, he smelled the delicious food, and his stomach started to growl. Soon, Xiao Guobang brought a hot water in an enamel cup and placed it in front of Chen Ming. "Thanks, brother," Chen Ming politely said. "What are you doing outside?" "We're all neighbors here. I'm going to call the boss," Xiao Guobang replied, then turned to go outside. The room had 2 empty tables, and Chen Ming took one by himself, feeling a bit shy. He moved his chair to lean against the wall by the window, so he wouldn't take up much space. After about 10 minutes, Lu Wenbin happily came inside, smiling brightly when he saw Chen Ming carrying a bag. His smile grew even wider. "Little brother, I was dreaming about you last night. You brought me something fun again. Recently, there are many southern bosses at the restaurant, but I don't have many. Look outside. Most of the business is from the men over there. There are quite a few bosses who like our style. Have you been up the mountain these past couple of days looking for something interesting?" Lu Wenbin approached warmly, calling him brother. He pulled out a chair and sat down, watching the bag in Chen Ming's hand but not reaching for it. He wouldn't touch someone else's things without permission. That would be rude and too familiar. "It's nothing special, Boss Lu. Just give me a price," Chen Ming said, placing the bag on the table and opening it. Inside, all the horses, both male and female, were clearly visible. This thing is hardest to catch in winter, mainly because it's hard to find. Even if you find 1 or 2, it doesn't solve much. During this time, Lu Wenbin has been asking around, just trying to get some of these special animals to serve as a winter delicacy. Not only are they nutritious in winter, but they are also clean. These animals hibernate in winter with empty stomachs, but they store a lot of fat. The most important thing is that if these animals are fried and release oil, it becomes a valuable health product, especially popular in the South, and very nutritious. So when Lu Wenbin saw these animals, his eyes lit up. "This is a good find. I was worried I couldn't find any. Just as I was about to sleep, a gift was sent to me. Brother Chen, you really understand me. I'm checking the numbers to see how many there are." Lu Wenbin happily took the bag to the ground and started counting. He can tell the males from the females. There are about 7 females and over 20 males. Although the total isn't large, if mixed with tofu and potatoes, they can make 2 big stews. "Brother Chen, I've finished counting. There are 7 females and 26 males. The prices are different for males and females. Females are more expensive, at about 1 yuan each based on size. As for the males, I won't weigh them. They probably weigh around 3 jin. At 5 mao per jin, I'll give you 1.5 yuan for the 3 jin, making it a round total. So altogether, it's 9 yuan. By then, Lu Wenbin had taken out 9 yuan mostly in coins and a few banknotes from his pocket. He slapped the money on the table, waiting for Chen Ming's response. Chen Ming didn't know much about black market prices for these things, but Lu Wenbin's price was definitely fair. Don't underestimate these 9 yuan. In the countryside, it could cover 2 or 3 months of food and drinks. Remember, with current prices, a jin of rice costs less than 2 mao, and a piece of pork only costs a few mao. All right, I trust Boss Lu. You're a good person. You won't cheat me or lie to me, Chen Ming said, grabbing the money and stuffing it into his pocket. Then he took out a piece of roe deer antler from his pocket. Although it was only as big as a palm, it was quite heavy. After he placed it on the table, Lu Wenbin slowly stood up again, picked it up, and examined it carefully for a moment. Then he sniffed it with his nose. "Is this a deer antler?" Lu Wenbin asked, not very familiar with these things, so he looked confused. No, it's a roe deer antler. I don't really know about this either. It seems like Boss Lu doesn't understand it either. Is there someone who knows about this? Maybe you should ask around. If you don't want it, I can take it to the black market to sell. Hearing this, Chen Ming realized that Boss Lu probably didn't know much about roe deer antlers. So, he probably didn't know the price either. Sit tight. I'll have Guobang go ask about it. Lu Wenbin quickly reached out to calm Chen Ming. Then he called out outside, and Xiao Guobang hurriedly put on his clothes and hat and went out. It was obvious he was going to find out the price. After a while, Xiao Guobang came back, brushed off the snow from himself, and hurried into the inner room. Boss Lu, I just asked around. Roe deer antlers aren't that valuable, but they are sold by weight, at least 30 yuan per gene. It depends on whether Brother Chen wants to sell or not. After saying this, Xiao Guobang turned and left. This was a matter between the boss and Chen Ming. He, as an employee, shouldn't interfere too much. With the price known, Lu Wenbin turned to Chen Ming. Brother Chen, what do you think? Can you accept this price? If not, you can go out and look around. Anyway, if you can't sell it, just send it to me. Lu Wenbin was quite wealthy, coming from the south. Running a private restaurant here showed he had enough background. Chen Ming didn't want to bother anymore. If the price stayed the same after walking around, it would be a waste of time. Besides, Boss Lu was quite nice, and there was no need to go around asking for a few cents more. The price probably wasn't far off. Then there's nothing more to say. Just sell it here. Even if they offer 35 or 40 yuan outside, I won't sell to others. Boss Lu, please weigh it and see how much it weighs, Chen Ming said directly, spreading his hands. With his words, Lu Wenbin felt happy inside. Without hesitation, he picked up the antler and weighed it. Right in front of Chen Ming, it showed exactly 2.5 gene. That means 75 yuan. Lu Wenbin took out 80 yuan, 8 big bills, and handed them all to Chen Ming. This was a good amount of money. Chen Ming put the money in his pocket. Adding the 9 yuan he earned earlier from selling some horse meat, he now had nearly 90 yuan. He had also spent only about 7 or 8 yuan of the 95 yuan he had earned before. Now, Chen Ming had close to 200 yuan in total. In today's world, that's a lot of money. Ordinary working families earn only 50 or 60 yuan a month. A skilled worker might earn 50 yuan a month, which is already rare. Even in regular families, 200 yuan is more than half a year's salary. Holding the money in his pocket, Chen Ming felt more confident. Going hunting in the mountains really was a good way to get rich, but it depended on luck. If luck was bad, he might go all that way and not catch anything. But with his skills, he could always bring back some goods from the mountain. It was just a matter of selling more or less. Brother Chen, you're so young. Are you not married yet? Want a wife? A few days ago, a customer here asked me to help find a match. The girl is pretty, tall, from a poor family, but knows how to live a good life. Honestly, I think she's pretty good. You know her well in your area. If you're single, I can help set you up. Lu Wenbin was happy to have good news. He lit a cigarette and started smoking happily. He still had time to introduce Chen Ming to someone. He had met many hunters before, but he had never seen someone as young as Chen Ming. Every time Chen Ming brought back goods, they were rare mountain products. At such a young age, Chen Ming already had the ability to make money. After just 2 trips, he had earned nearly 200 yuan from him. Not just in the countryside, this was impressive even in the small town. Soon, he might become a millionaire. Chen Ming was a bit surprised when Lu Boss showed such enthusiasm and even thought of introducing him to someone. I am already married and have children, Chen Ming said as he slowly stood up, picked up his hat, and was about to leave. Really? I didn't notice. When you have free time, bring your wife over. Come to our place for a meal. It's on me. Don't rush to leave yet. After eating, we still need you here. We wouldn't want you to leave hungry, Lu Boss said warmly. He took Chen Ming's hat, gently placed it on the chair, and then went outside to greet Xiao Guobang. Chen Ming couldn't help but smile at the kindness. It was hard to refuse such hospitality. If he left now, it would seem rude. Soon, Xiao Guobang brought out a big plate of zhu rou kai, a pork dish. It had pork belly with sour vegetables, blood sausage, pig liver, and pig lungs, all smelling delicious. He also served a small plate of charred red chili peppers. With a bowl of rice, the aroma was so tempting that Chen Ming couldn't resist. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Chow Guobang also brought a small dish of garlic sauce. Dipping slices of pork belly into the garlic, Chen Ming enjoyed every bite, closing his eyes to savor the flavor, the rich meat combined with the garlic aroma. He ate large mouthfuls of rice, poured some sour vegetable soup, and finished the bowl quickly. Chow Guobang then brought a scallion pancake, standing nearby and watching Chen Ming eat happily. As the old saying goes, a young man can make an old man go broke. At Chen Ming's age, he was in his prime for eating. 2 large bowls of rice, a big plate of zhu rou kai, a small dish of spicy cabbage. Such a meal could last a whole day for many. Chen Ming ate until he was full, wiped his mouth, and put his hat back on. It was getting late, and he needed to head home. Brother, next time bring more of that spicy sausage. Our family really needs it. Lu Boss was upstairs, sent by Chow Guobang. Chen Ming stood at the door, waving his hand and saying, "All right, I'll pay more attention. I'll make a couple of trips, and we'll have everything we need." Chen Ming finished speaking and turned to walk outside. He did not go straight home, but first visited the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was busy with many people coming and going. It was a large room with a circle of counters. The counters were painted green, but the paint was old and peeling in many places, revealing the worn wood underneath. Inside the glass counters, there were various goods, mostly packed in plastic bags. The items were divided into sections, such as grains and oils together, stationery in one area, and farming tools and fresh meat at separate counters. Each counter had a dedicated clerk selling goods. When Chen Ming entered, he looked up and saw a familiar face, a woman with big, wavy short hair, wearing a fluffy coat, dressed very fashionably. Seeing her, Chen Ming hesitated for a moment, but then walked over. Behind the cooperative, there were many rubber-heeled shoes, and he wanted to buy 2 pairs. "Give me 2 pairs of rubber shoes, and also 6 batteries," Chen Ming said, pointing at the shelves behind her. He wanted to buy these items from this counter, so he couldn't avoid her. Besides, there was no need to hide. It wasn't anything shameful. "Chen Ming, what are you doing here?" the woman asked with a look of surprise. This woman was Han Xiuyun, the second daughter of Han Jingui and the younger sister of Han Xiumei. She had married 5 years ago and already had 2 children. She married into a family of accountants in Taiping Village, living quite comfortably among the 6 sisters. Such a family was considered very good. The accountant earned a good share of work points each year. Even if he didn't do much work, as long as he kept the accounts for the production team, he could get a lot of grain and money. It also brought many conveniences. For example, Han Xiuyun could come to the cooperative to work as a temporary clerk, earning 50 cents a day. Although it was just a temporary job, it was not easy for everyone to find such a good position. "Is your second sister doing well?" "I just came to town to buy some things for the family," Chen Ming said with a smile. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Han Xiuyun slightly frowned, thinking that this boy was probably doing something for his family. Otherwise, where would he get the money? "Did my dad send you here? He really trusts you. Isn't he afraid you might just keep the money for yourself? Just tell me what you bought. And when you go back later, help me bring some things to my dad," Han Xiuyun said casually. "I want 2 pairs of those cotton rubber shoes, 5 dry batteries. I'll buy the rest nearby." "Thanks a lot, second sister," Chen Ming cheerfully called out. "Don't call me second sister. I don't deserve that. You're just up to some small tricks. I'd be lucky if I didn't hit you. I tell you, Chen Ming, if I ever hear you hitting my 5th brother again, I'll definitely deal with you." Han Xiuyun didn't look pleased with Chen Ming, but still turned around and picked out 2 pairs of cotton rubber shoes and 5 batteries, placing everything on the counter. Then Chen Ming took out a 10 yuan note, unfolded it, and handed it over directly. Han Xiuyun was slightly surprised when she saw it. "Where did you get so much money?" "A few days ago, my dad said there was not a penny at home. He just likes to cry poor to me, his second daughter. His eldest daughter is doing pretty well, and he only cares about his savings." Seeing Chen Ming take out a 10 yuan note, Han Xiuyun's eyes widened in surprise. But she quickly pursed her lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. A few days ago, she urgently needed money and asked someone to send a message to her mother's house to borrow some. The person who came back told her there was no money at home, and told her to figure it out herself. Now Chen Ming suddenly hands over 10 yuan. That's not a small amount. How could a father be so careless? If a girl urgently needs money, she's not asking for something she won't return. Besides, over the years, he's often sent things home. All of those cost money. Thinking about this, Han Xiuyun felt very unbalanced inside. The things she originally planned to send home were all held back. Second sister, this is earned by myself. Not given by Dad, Chen Ming explained, worried about causing a misunderstanding. If the two elders argued because of him, he'd be caught in the middle and it wouldn't be good. There was no need for that at all. What do you mean, you earned it? How did you earn it? Come on, don't joke. If you say this money was earned by Zhang Yuxiang, I might believe it. But do you really think you have that ability? Han Xiuyun didn't believe it at all. She knew what kind of person Chen Ming was. Although she was married, Taiping Village wasn't far from her hometown, just about 10 miles. If anything happened, it wouldn't be hard for him to find out. Chen Ming's little misdeeds were clear to her. Last time she visited her parents, she even wanted to help her younger sister vent her anger. But that dog bit Lu Dongbin and didn't recognize good intentions. Old Wu, her husband, didn't appreciate her kindness and instead protected Chen Ming right in front of her. This made Han Xiuyun very angry. She even made a firm promise. She would never get involved in family matters again. Believe it or not, second sister, but this money wasn't given to me by Dad. Don't cause trouble between you two and make me suffer, she said. Can you help me find the money? Chen Ming didn't want to explain much because no matter how he explained, it wouldn't make sense. In his second sister-in-law's eyes, he was never a good person. Changing her opinion wouldn't happen overnight. You're a fool, and you're still afraid? That's really surprising, Han Xiuyun said. One pair of cotton shoes costs 1.2 yuan. Two pairs 2.4 yuan. Plus these 5 batteries. Total 3.5 yuan. I'll give you 6.5 yuan, Han Xiuyun finished, and took some change from the drawer, handing it over. Chen Ming took the money and went to the next counter. He pointed to the shelves above, where there were snow cream, fragrant soap, and Golden Rooster brand toothpaste. The shop assistant was stunned. She had never seen such a generous customer. The key was, Chen Ming was dressed very plainly. His padded jacket was patched and looked like he came from the countryside. These daily necessities, especially the snow cream, weren't cheap. Ordinary families couldn't afford them. But the shop assistant still took out all 3 items as Chen Ming wanted and placed them on the counter. 2 of each. Then tell me the total, Chen Ming said calmly, tapping the counter. The shop assistant looked at him in surprise again, then took out 1 of each item. After calculating, the 2 snow creams cost 5 yuan, plus 2 yuan for the soap and toothpaste powder, totaling 6.3 yuan. Chen Ming handed over all the money he had, and the shop assistant gave him 2 mao, 0.2 yuan, in change. However, that wasn't all. Chen Ming started wandering around the supply and marketing cooperative. Sometimes he bought snacks and treats, other times he bought nutritional supplements, all without missing anything. When Han Xiuyun saw this, she was stunned. In just a short while, this spendthrift Chen Ming had spent nearly 20 yuan. He even bought a pair of women's small leather shoes, which cost 7 yuan. He also bought a big bag of candies, like fruit candies. What is this kid planning to do? The main question is, where did he get the money? When he had bought almost everything he wanted, Chen Ming carried the bags on his arms. As he walked, he no longer tiptoed. Just as he was about to leave, Han Xiuyun suddenly rushed out from behind the counter and grabbed him with her hand. Second sister, what are you doing? Chen Ming looked at Han Xiuyun with confusion and asked, where did you get so much money? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Life at home isn't great. So my dad is the village chief. That's no different from any other farming family, just earning a bit more work points. Our family also has you 2 spendthrift kids. One is lazy and hides whenever there's work. The other spends all day drinking and gambling. How can we have a good life? Your money doesn't look like it came from a good place. You spend it happily, but if something goes wrong, don't drag the family into it. Han Xiuyun was worried, and her concern was justified because she knew her family well. Despite her father being the village chief and appearing successful, he had many worries. Every family has its troubles, and their family has 2 big problems. One is the son-in-law Zhang Yuxiang, and the other is Chen Ming. These 2 sons-in-law are so with the family that they are worse than ordinary people. She could see clearly how their family was living. Seeing Chen Ming spend money so freely, she knew something was wrong. Second sister, let go first. There are so many people here. What's going on with all this pulling and tugging? Chen Ming frowned and gently shook off her hand. Oh my, you still care about what others think? When you hit my younger sister, why didn't you worry about what the villagers would say? You're really interesting, Chen Ming. You're a coward outside but a bully at home. Quickly tell me the truth. Where exactly did this money come from? Han Xiuyun stood directly at the door, blocking Chen Ming from leaving. If this matter wasn't cleared up today, Chen Ming might cause even bigger trouble, and in the end, her family would get involved, making her worry even more. I earned it from hunting on the mountain, Chen Ming replied briefly, then reached for the door handle, but was pushed back by Han Xiuyun. If this matter wasn't cleared up today, Chen Ming might cause even bigger trouble, and in the end, her family would get involved, making her worry even more. I earned it from hunting on the mountain, Chen Ming replied briefly. Then, how do you expect to earn money? Han Xiuyun was naturally big and tall. Among the 6 girls in the family, only the youngest, the 6th girl, hadn't fully grown up yet. The other 5 were all tall and strong. Plus, Han Xiuyun was quite plump, not fat, but solid and sturdy. She stood there, and Chen Ming really couldn't leave. How I got this money has nothing to do with you. Second sister, you're being a bit too harsh. Chen Ming showed signs of impatience. This second sister didn't keep in close contact with the family often, but she sometimes showed care for her family, sending food, drinks, or clothes when there was nothing urgent. But that was conditional. She could speak up in her family, and she liked to give advice to others. After all, she married a village accountant, who was also a local official, so she had some standing in her family. No wonder she spoke confidently. Are you saying my words are harsh now? Don't you know what people in the village are saying about you? Are you pretending to be deaf or blind? I'll tell you. Chen Ming, if you behaved well, I wouldn't talk to you like this. But with the mess you're making, others have to step in and clean up after you. If you don't clarify things today, don't even think about leaving. I'll stay here and argue with you. If you do anything more harmful or outrageous, my parents are old. They can't keep up with you. Despite everything, Han Xiuyun was genuinely thinking of her parents. When something happens in the family, she can't just ignore it. Especially with her personality, she even wanted to give her own father a few words of advice. So how could she ignore others? If something went wrong at home, she would be the one busying herself with it. Chen Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the other person, and he had already told the truth, but the other person didn't listen at all. What could he do? At that moment, someone tried to enter the supply and marketing cooperative. The door was already half open, but was blocked by Han Xiuyun's body. Han Xiuyun hurriedly moved aside but kept a close eye on Chen Ming, worried that he might take the opportunity to slip away. The person who came in turned out to be someone familiar, Lu Wenbin, the owner of the restaurant. When Lu Wenbin saw Chen Ming, he also looked surprised. Old brother Chen, why haven't you left yet? It's getting dark soon. You should go home quickly. If you can't go back, you can stay at my restaurant tonight. You can share a room with old Chow, Lu Wenbin said warmly, as if he was greeting a relative. This made Han Xiuyun a little stunned. Because Lu Wenbin often came to buy goods, she knew him well. He was one of the wealthiest people in town, and most of his money came from the south, where he did business. Brother Lu, how do you know him? You sound pretty familiar, Han Xiuyun asked curiously. Of course we're familiar. This young brother is a good hunter. He's been to the mountains twice and made quite a bit of money with me, Lu Wenbin said with a smile. Han Xiuyun's eyes widened in surprise. At first, she thought she was imagining things. After a moment, she finally reacted and looked at Chen Ming with a dazed expression. She then reached out and opened the door. Then you should go back now. Han Xiuyun was still feeling confused, especially after hearing Lu Wenbin's words, which seemed to confirm Chen Ming's story. It was clear that Chen Ming had made good money from hunting, but she couldn't understand how this was possible. She was puzzled. This good-looking hunter went up the mountain in winter, and he didn't have much to harvest. And Chen Ming, this little, managed to make money by going up the mountain. How could that be? It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but anyone living in the same village as Chen Ming, who knew him a little, wouldn't believe that this lazy guy was actually trying to go into the mountains. Climbing mountains was a tough job, especially in winter. It was dangerous, and once you entered the mountain, it was truly a deadly task. After hearing this, Chen Ming simply gave a faint glance at Han Xiuyun, then nodded to Lu Wenbin and greeted him before pushing the door open and walking outside. Just a few steps away, Han Xiuyun caught up and quickly reached out, grabbing Chen Ming. What are you still doing? Chen Ming slightly squinted at Han Xiuyun. Why are you upset? I just asked you a little more earlier because I was worried something might happen to you. I didn't realize you're now so diligent, running up the mountain to make money. Tell me, how much have you earned? From what Lu Boss said earlier, you didn't earn a little. Han Xiuyan suddenly looked curious, eager to know how much Chen Ming could make from mountain running. She was surprised by his generosity, almost like a spendthrift. I didn't earn much, just enough to eat and use. Here, take this box of snow cream, Chen Ming said as he handed over a bottle of snow cream. He gave Han Xiuyan the snow cream partly to show off. Before, Han Xiuyan had stayed at her parents' house for 2 days, and when she left, she accidentally left her snow cream behind. During those days, his wife, Han Xiumei, had a bit of a cold on her face. Since there was nothing at home to apply, her mother-in-law, Luo Haiying, took out this bottle of snow cream. After applying it for 2 days, her face improved and looked much more radiant. Once her face got better, Han Xiumei stopped using it. But then Han Xiuyan returned home and found out her sister had used her snow cream, which led to her scolding Han Xiumei a few times. Han Xiumei cried at that. Every time Chen Ming thought about this, he felt uncomfortable. So he decided to give her another bottle. What's the meaning of this? I was just borrowing some light, right? Han Xiuyan's face showed happiness. This bottle was worth quite a bit, and she could afford to use it since she didn't use it often. Normally, one bottle would last about 2 months, but she could use it for half a year, trying to save wherever she could. It's nothing. Last time, Xiumei used your snow cream, so this is just returning it. When you go back to your parents' house, apologize to my wife. That time, you scolded her pretty badly. So this isn't really owed to you. After leaving a message, Chen Ming turned and walked away. Little brat, are you arguing with me? My sister? What's wrong with me scolding her a few times? You've really spoiled you now. Fine, now you realize you should support your wife. Anyway, your second sister is happy in my heart. Seeing Chen Ming stubbornly turn to leave, Han Xiuyan didn't scold him, but felt quite happy inside. After all, this young man actually cares about his wife. It's like the sun rising from the west, and he's even gone up the mountain twice to earn money. Han Xiuyan felt very happy and cheerful. She happily turned around with her snow cream and went inside. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had just reached the small town. As he was about to leave, he saw a person sitting on the ground crying loudly. At first, Chen Ming didn't want to bother with him since he didn't know him and saw no need to get involved. But just a glance made him feel familiar. Suddenly, he froze. Wasn't that Lu Guowei? Why are you crying here? Didn't I go to work? Did I leave the coal lump? Chen Ming quickly walked over and asked with curiosity. When he looked up and saw it was Chen Ming, Lu Guowei cried even harder. His hands were dirty with coal dust, making his face look patchy and a bit funny. This little brat, he said I was slow at work and didn't tell me earlier. I worked until noon, and I haven't even eaten yet. I'm so hungry I feel dizzy. He just kicked me out, said I wasn't needed. Why didn't he just? I'm so hungry, I don't even have the strength to walk home. Lu Guowei sat on the ground, crying as he spoke. Chen Ming realized that this guy must have been lazy and caught by someone watching him. Otherwise, how could he have been kicked out? He knew Lu Guowei well. He was used to lying around at home and didn't even know how to get up when he fell. But Chen Ming also felt a bit sorry for him. After all, he had once been helped by Lu Guowei's mother. He thought for a moment, then reached out to pull Lu Guowei. Stop crying here. What's the use? Come with me, Chen Ming said calmly. Where are we going with you? Are you going to feed me? Lu Guowei asked with red eyes. I owe you nothing, and I don't want trouble. If it weren't for the kindness your aunt showed me when I was young, do you think I would want to care about you? Don't act like a spoiled brat here. Just tell me whether you're going or not. Don't waste my time, Chen Ming said impatiently. I'm going. Is that not okay? Why are you in such a rush? Lu Guowei muttered, but he still stood up and patted the snow off his backside. Then I saw Chen Ming turn around and walk back toward the small town. Lu Guowei followed closely behind. Soon, I arrived at a wooden stall in the town. Chen Ming pushed open the door and went inside. The place was quite crowded. Lu Guowei entered and started sniffing around like a lost dog, looking at everything. Brother, what's up? Are you treating me to a meal? Seeing the small food stall, Lu Guowei's eyes lit up. His stomach was already very hungry. Just being able to follow Chen Ming here was a small victory. Earlier, he had thought about asking Chen Ming to pull him home with a sled, but he couldn't bring himself to say it, afraid of being scolded. Sit over there and don't ask questions, Chen Ming replied casually. then ordered 2 large bowls of cornmeal noodles from the owner. This is a special dish from the Northeast, made from corn flour, and the noodles are round. They add some broth and mix it in, making it very tasty and chewy. He paid 2 mao, 1 mao per large bowl, and the small vendor quickly brought over 2 bowls of boiled noodles with broth. Eat happily, and after you're done, come back with me, Chen Ming said, already full and sitting on a chair, a bit annoyed. Thanks, brother. I won't be polite then. Lu Guohui, who was starving, grinned widely and started eating eagerly with chopsticks. He finished a large bowl of noodles in just 4 or 5 bites, with no soup left. Then his eyes fixed on another bowl, but he didn't reach for it. Brother, haven't you eaten either? Have a bowl too. Lu Guohui, still very hungry, looked eager, but he was considerate enough to ask first, knowing he was starving. They're all for you. Hurry up and eat, Chen Ming said calmly. Li Guohui was no longer polite. He quickly carried his bowl over and started eating eagerly, chewing loudly while holding a large green onion in his other hand. He was eating very happily. In a short time, he finished both big bowls of cornmeal porridge, leaving no soup behind. This stuff smells so good, it tastes amazing. If I could eat this every meal, I'd be the happiest person. I'd wake up smiling in my dreams, Li Guohui said happily, rubbing his stomach and wiping his mouth. He then burped and stood up. You just sit around eating and waiting to die? It's a miracle you're alive today, Chen Ming said, standing up and heading outside. Li Guohui put on his hat quickly and followed. The two walked along the town street, soon leaving the town behind and heading onto the rural road. The wind and snow were strong, and the north wind was howling. The sun had already set. Brother, wait for me a moment. I still haven't thanked you properly. You bought me food and brought me home. Maybe I should kneel and thank you twice. I really have nothing to repay you with, Li Guohui said as he ran in front of Chen Ming, about to kneel. Chen Ming kicked him into the snow. Stop talking nonsense. Just go home, Chen Ming said angrily and kept walking. Li Guohui grinned and got up, running after him again. Brother, I feel like you're different from before, but I can't quite say how, Li Guohui said, catching up. Where did you get that money? He asked curiously. I earned it. I was just lying at home. So how could I get money? Chen Ming replied casually. Stop asking all those useless questions, he added. Oh wow, you're making money now? That's not good. Brother, you should just stay at home and relax. You have your father-in-law, and you're not lacking food or drink, Li Guohui said. I have no worries, just staying at home and getting by. That's enough, Chen Ming replied. You're doing well, but if you get too good at this, what will I do? The villagers will only laugh at me for being lazy, Li Guohui said. Lu Guohui is no longer just someone who can't be helped. He's completely beyond saving. Hearing his logic, Chen Ming felt both amused and helpless. He stepped forward and kicked Lu Guohui, causing him to tumble into the snow-covered rice field. It took him a while to get back up. When Lu Guohui finally climbed out, he didn't get angry. Instead, he kept smiling at Chen Ming. Lu Guohui, you're a man. You should live with some dignity. You spend your days eating and drinking, but one day you'll run out of luck. If you starve at home and die, no one will even notice. You're healthy and capable, but your life is a mess. You always blame your dad. You say he spends money outside and doesn't send any back. But you know what's really going on in your heart. Chen Ming knew about Lu Guohui's family issues, but he had never brought them up before because he was too busy with his own problems. Plus, he and Lu Guohui were both in the same boat. No need to mock each other. Now, Chen Ming could earn money with his own hands. It wasn't easy, but he knew he couldn't make as much as he used to. Still, he believed he could get rich through hard work, and his 200 yuan was proof of that. Lu Guohui sat in the snow, listening to Chen Ming's words. Instead of taking them seriously, he just sneered. Hey, brother, why are you lecturing me? In this village, we're two of the biggest slackers. Don't dream of turning things around. Whether I can change my life or not depends on others' opinions. I don't care what anyone says. I live one day at a time. The villagers gossip all day. No matter what you do, they criticize you. How can I stop their mouths? There's no point trying. Lu Guohui looked dismissive of Chen Ming's words. But the next moment, Chen Ming suddenly kicked him hard in the face. The kick was so strong that Lu Guohui's lip started bleeding. He fell forward into the snow. You good for nothing. I wanted to help you, but you still don't try hard enough. No one cares about you or your life. Don't follow me anymore. Chen Ming finally understood what it means to be deeply disappointed. He also realized that perhaps his father-in-law saw him the same way he now saw Lu Guohui, completely hopeless. He truly understood the feelings of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, not just anger, but also a deep sense of helplessness. Go ahead, hit me. Since you treated me to a meal today, consider it my way of returning the favor. Lu Guohui's temper was really tough. He was beaten so badly that he bled from his mouth. He wiped his face with his hand and still smiled. But that smile looked a little bitter. Chen Ming saw this and sighed deeply. Then he reached out his hand to him. Lu Guohui looked at him for a long time. Just as he was about to raise his hand, suddenly he covered his face and started crying. Ugh, I'm just useless. Why are you helping me? Can you really lift me up? Don't end up dragging me down. In our village, I don't have a good reputation either. Brother, you're doing better now. I can see you're different. Stay away from me in the future. Lu Guohui covered his face and squatted in the snow, crying loudly. He was really upset. Chen Ming slowly walked over and squatted down. He patted his head gently. When someone falls, it's easy to help them up. Just give a pull, and they'll stand. But if a person's heart is broken, you can't fix that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. From now on, when I go up the mountain, you come with me. No matter what, we can make a living. You won't be lying around at home, with your limbs wasting away. When you want to find something to eat later, you won't have the strength. Living isn't just about filling your stomach. You have to fight for some pride. Before, I was just like you. No different. I haven't really changed. People in the village will talk and criticize behind my back, but I don't care anymore. I just want to live a good life. With hands and feet, I can make things better. I have a wife and children, and I feel I haven't been fair to them before. Now, I just want my wife and kids to live well. And further, I want to get rid of this bad reputation so that no one around us will gossip or criticize us anymore. Chen Ming said earnestly. This time, Lu Guohui didn't act like he usually did, waiting for 8 sentences to be spoken first. Instead, he got teary-eyed, looked up, and carefully stared at Chen Ming for a long time. Brother, do you think I can do it? Lu Guohui's biggest problem is that he doesn't believe in himself enough. He's been feeling insecure since he was young. His mother passed away early, and his father raised him alone, working hard and suffering a lot. But now, as he gets older, he feels hopeless about his son. He doesn't want to start a family this year, and whenever he sees his reckless son, he gets very angry. Every time they come back home, they argue loudly and say harsh words, fighting hard to settle their differences. Their father-son relationship has become strained because of these fights. It's not that I doubt you. It's that you doubt yourself, Chen Ming said, taking out a flashlight and shining it on the other's face. Lu Guohui quickly covered his eyes with his hand and said, Don't blind me with the light. I can do it. Chen Ming smiled and then put his hand on Lu Guohui's shoulder, pulling him along as they headed back. They talked and joked on the way, even playfully fighting, and it seemed like the old tension between them had eased. Brother, what should I prepare? Should I go up the mountain with you? Lu Guohui asked seriously as they reached the village and arrived at the door. I've never been up a mountain before, so I don't know much, he added. I remember your family has a bow, right? Tomorrow, pack it up and bring it with you. I'll take you up the mountain to explore, Chen Ming said. Once you get familiar with the terrain, I'll teach you how to set traps and hunt, he added. With me here, what are you afraid of? Chen Ming said, and Lu Guohui nodded heavily. It's getting late. Hurry up and go to sleep. Bring me the things. Chen Ming pointed to the bag Lu Guohui was carrying, which he had been hauling all the way back. Even the stuff on the dog sled was being pulled by her. Lu Guohui finally smiled awkwardly and handed over the big bag. Chen Ming took it and then divided a small bag of rice from the larger one she bought. Take it home and cook it. Don't be starving again tomorrow morning, she said as she threw the rice bag to Lu Guohui. Although it was only 2 or 3 jin, it was enough for him to eat 2 meals. Then Chen Ming turned around and pushed open the yard gate, carrying the dog and all the bags and packages on his back into the yard. Brother, just as he was about to carry these things into the house, Chen Ming suddenly heard a choked voice calling from outside the gate. He was very confused and looked outside the gate. He saw Lu Guohui kneeling in the snow. Brother, no matter what, from now on, you are my real brother. Even if you don't give me food or take me up the mountain, I remember all the kindness you've shown me. Brother, you should go inside. I'll head back now. After shouting again, Lu Guohui wiped his tears with his sleeve, then stood up and turned to leave. Chen Ming smiled when he saw this. He then carried all the things into the house in one go. He specifically picked out some snow cream, small leather shoes, a new scarf, and 2 cans of malted milk, holding them in his hands. He planned to give these to his father-in-law, but he didn't have the face to go inside. He decided to call his wife out first. Then Chen Ming, holding the things, pushed open the door and stood outside the door of his father-in-law's house, glancing inside. It seemed like they were having a meal, and it was quite lively. Zhang Yuxiang and his sister Han Xiujuan were also there. The family was cheerful, talking and laughing. Chen Ming tried to speak several times, but couldn't make a sound. He wandered around, wanting to turn back, but after thinking for a moment, he decided not to. Since he had already decided to change, he wanted his father-in-law to see it. Besides, he had the courage to hit his wife before, so why not have the courage to call his wife now? Chen Ming took a deep breath and shouted loudly into the house, "Xiumei, come out for a moment. I bought you some things." The family inside, who were eating, suddenly heard the loud call outside. Both old folks felt a bit nervous. Han Xiumei was stunned. She quickly put down her bowl on the table and turned to look outside. She saw a dark figure standing in the yard. "What is this wasteful thing coming here again?" Shouting loudly for no reason. Luo Haiying frowned and also looked outside. "Xiumei, I was calling you. Go out and take a look. I don't like him." Han Jinghua's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly turned dark. His expression was as gloomy as the Changbai Mountains, and he even lost his appetite for dinner, placing the bowl on the table. Zhang Yuxiang and his wife looked at each other in silence because they had just heard that Chen Ming seemed to have brought something with him. What good thing could this guy possibly bring? Could he be trying to take some of the family's stored food again? "Maisie, you can go out, but don't be soft-hearted. There isn't much food left at home. If you give him some, our parents will go hungry." Han Xiujuan suddenly reminded as she saw Han Xiumei getting ready to leave. Han Xiumei, who had just put on her shoes and was about to step out, paused slightly when she heard her sister-in-law's words. For some reason, she always felt uneasy inside. At this moment, Chen Ming coming to the door probably meant he was already starving. Because it was always like this, whenever she visited her parents' house, Chen Ming would go hungry at home. Their family had no more food, and she would secretly bring some back from her parents' place. Every time she stayed at her parents' house for no more than 3 days, Chen Ming would come knocking, hungry and crying, begging her to come back home. Han Mimi knew she was soft-hearted, but that was human nature. No matter what, Chen Ming was her husband, the man of the house. When he was angry, he could be harsh, but once he cooled down, he would always be on her mind. "Are you listening? Look at me when I talk," Han Xiujuan, who was munching sunflower seeds, shouted loudly. Han Mimi bit her lip, but said nothing. She lowered her head and pushed the door open to go outside. "Dad, Mom, you see? That's because he can't let go inside. I just don't understand. What kind of spell did Chen Ming cast on her? She's so persistent." Han Xiujuan rolled her eyes and said with a sneer, "All you do is talk about others. Look at yourself. Your husband isn't any better," Han Jing was suddenly said. This made Zhang Yuxiang, who was sitting on the calm, feel a bit awkward. He quickly forced a smile. "Dad, I'm not going to play anymore. I've been busy working lately. Who's a good person who spends every day at the gambling table? I think I understand now. From now on, I will listen to you, Dad. You're right. These old sayings are true. If you don't listen to elders, you'll suffer later. With you and Mom alive, I'm sure I won't go wrong. I will work hard and make sure not to disappoint you both." Zhang Yuxiang uses his words well, convincing his father-in-law and mother-in-law easily. He even takes out half a pack of cigarettes and hands it over. That pack costs at least 4 or 5 yuan, which is a luxury these days. Even Han Jinghui, when he sees the cigarettes, wants to scold but ends up smiling and swallowing his words. What Zhang Yuxiang does is worse than what Chen Ming did before, but he's good at flattering his father-in-law and saying nice things. Only Chen Ming has a bad temper, hits his wife, and dares to argue with his father-in-law. His reputation in the village is already bad. At this moment, Han Xiumei comes outside and sees Chen Ming holding a bunch of things, his face red from the cold. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Xiumei is worried Chen Ming will ask her to go back home tonight. Her heart feels as nervous as being on trial. She's afraid if Chen Ming asks, she'll refuse, and then there will be a big fight. Her father's temper plus Chen Ming's means, and they might end up fighting again. She's already gotten used to staying at her parents' house for a couple of peaceful days and doesn't want to go back to that stressful life. She prefers a simple life, doing farm work at home, helping her parents, and taking care of the children. That life is pretty good. Sometimes, she still thinks about Chen Ming at night, but whenever she touches the scars on her body, her warmth quickly cools down. It's nothing. I just went to the supply and marketing cooperative today and bought you some things, Chen Ming says. No matter what, I paid for these myself, he adds, noticing the worry on Han Xiumei's face, which makes his heart sink. He understands what she's thinking. She's worried he came again to take her back or to be unreasonable. Chen Ming doesn't know how to explain, so he just stuffs a pair of small leather shoes, some malted milk, face cream, and a bag of candies into Han Xiumei's hands. Han Xiumei was holding a heavy object. When she looked carefully, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. After a long time, she slowly raised her head and stared tightly at Chen Ming. Where did you get this from? What have you been up to? This must have cost a lot of money. Where did you get the money, Chen Ming? Chen Ming, what are you really trying to do? Can't you stop torturing me like this? You won't tell me where it came from, so I dare not take it. Do whatever you want with it. Han Xiumei held the large pile of things in her hands, feeling suddenly anxious. Not to mention anything else, just those small ladies' leather shoes cost at least 10 yuan. There are also 2 big jars, malt extract and face cream. Oh my! In these times, who can afford to buy so many things? In the supply and marketing cooperative, these are considered valuable items, hard currency. Not to mention ordinary rural families. Even small-town workers wouldn't spend money like this. Han Xiumei really couldn't figure out where Chen Ming got the money. He had no clear way or source. If he was involved in shady or dishonest activities, it would be the end of everything. Her last bit of hope would be gone. At that point, besides divorce, there would be no other choice. She didn't want their child to grow up knowing that their father was a thief or a troublemaker. It would be shameful in the village, too. Where are you thinking? I know I'm nothing in your eyes. Lazy, stubborn, and difficult. But I wouldn't steal or rob. These past couple of days, I went up the mountain hunting, caught some game, and sold it. If I had really done something wrong, would I dare to buy things openly? I would have been caught long ago. Wife, I'm not asking for your forgiveness, nor do I expect you to trust me. I swear these things are bought with my own money. The money I earned is clean, Chen Ming said firmly. Seeing Chen Ming's determined look, a ripple of emotion stirred in Han Xiumei's heart. She remembered that Chen Ming had been busy every day lately, leaving early and returning late, sometimes not coming home at all. She had never understood what he was really doing. Now she finally realized that Chen Ming had been going up the mountain all this time, and he had even gone hunting. Could it be that he really changed his ways and started to improve? But is it really so profitable to go hunting in the mountains? Han Xiumei was unsure. Holding the item in her hands, she felt like it was a hot potato. If she didn't accept it, maybe Chen Ming would be upset the next moment. However, if she accepted it and it turned out to be stolen or illegal money, trouble would surely follow. While Han Xiumei hesitated, suddenly footsteps sounded outside, crunching on the snow. In that instant, Chen Ming and Han Xiumei both looked toward the door. Old Zhang uncle, wearing a leather hat, was standing at the door, holding something wrapped in cloth. He patted the door and called out, "Is Chen Ming at home? Come out for a bit. Village chief, is anyone home?" Old Zhang uncle shouted loudly at the door. Seizing the chance, Han Xiumei quickly stuffed everything she was holding into Chen Ming's arms and hurriedly walked past him to open the door. "Old Zhang uncle is here. My dad is at home. Why are you so free today? Is there something you want to see my dad about?" Han Xiumei greeted warmly while opening the door with both hands. Then she saw old Zhang uncle walk into the yard, noticing Han Xiumei and Chen Ming. Even Han Jinghua, inside the house, heard the call and hurriedly pushed the door open and came out. "Brother Zhang, what's the matter so late at night?" Han Jinghua just gave Chen Ming a faint glance and then went over to old Zhang uncle. "It's nothing much. Just came to take a look and bring Chen Ming some things. And to thank him," old Zhang uncle said, waving his hand toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming's heart moved. He quickly stepped forward. Old Zhang uncle was about to hand over the item, but seeing Chen Ming holding a bunch of things in his arms and unable to free his hands, he smiled and said, Village chief, you can help hold this. This is my family's hunting rifle. It's useless to keep at home. I heard Chen Ming has been going up the mountain a lot recently, so I brought it over. There's some gunpowder and a few bullets inside. Not many, but enough for a while. It turned out that old Zhang uncle had come voluntarily to deliver the gun. Yesterday, I also got very cold. Later, after waking up and drinking some alcohol, I stayed at home all day. I caught a slight cold and took 2 pills, sweating a lot, which helped me feel much better. I was also very worried inside. By evening, I had some strength, so I hurriedly brought the gun over. When Han Jingwei heard this, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Although he took the hunting rifle from me, his face showed confusion. Why are you giving him the gun? What is this kid up to? He doesn't keep watch properly. What if something goes wrong? If something happens, it could involve you too. Han Jingwei's tone became serious. Clearly, Uncle Zhang giving this rifle to Chen Ming was not a good idea. It would be better to give it to someone responsible. Giving it to this kid might just invite trouble. He's always worried and nervous. He's so old, yet he can't see this clearly. If the gun gets used improperly and something happens, the person who gave it might also be involved. What's the point of that? Village chief, you've misunderstood Chen Ming. This kid is very reliable. Honestly, if it weren't for him, you'd be at my house for a feast today. Yesterday, he went out to visit a nearby village, drank a little, and on the way back, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly got dizzy and fell into the snow, falling asleep. My wife told me this when I woke up. Chen Ming carried me back. Last night, when my wife saw I hadn't come back, she wanted to go look for me, but couldn't find me. Luckily, Chen Ming came to my house. She said, "That kid is kind and brave. He went outside the village to find me. It was this kid who saved my life. I trust him completely. What could he possibly do wrong?" Uncle Zhang was so emotional, tears streaming down his face. It was very touching. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. You know, sometimes people get sick or face disasters. When someone gets old, death is inevitable, but they accept it calmly. But if someone dies from freezing in the snow after drinking a little, it's not about whether it's worth it. It's just so frustrating. People will gossip about it even after they're gone. That's why Uncle Zhang feels so grateful to Chen Ming. He was so moved that he even wanted to kneel and bow to him. Hurry up and get up. Chen Ming quickly threw the thing in his hands onto the ground, then reached out to help Uncle Zhang to his feet, pulling him up. That's what family does. Old Zhang used to scold you and kick you twice. It was out of frustration because he wanted you to be better. You used to be a good kid, so stop doing those bad things. Old Zhang believes in you. You can become a good person and a proud man from the Northeast. Don't let others talk about you anymore. If you ever have any trouble, just come to Old Zhang. Don't carry everything alone, understand? Old Zhang wiped his tears and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. His words from an elder touched Chen Ming deeply. He nodded heavily in agreement. Got it, Old Zhang. I wasn't a good person before, and what I did wasn't right. No one believes me now. I will try to change myself slowly. It's hard to be a good person, but easy to be a bad one. People might not criticize you for being good, but if you're bad, they will. I want to make a change, and I won't do those things that hurt others anymore, Chen Ming said, though he was speaking to Old Zhang. But he really wanted his father-in-law and wife to hear it. After all, no one believed what he said anymore. His father-in-law's family was already very disappointed in him. Changing their opinion wouldn't happen overnight. It takes time, but he wanted to start well. That's right. Treat your wife well and respect the elders. These are our traditional values from the Northeast. Don't forget them. Men from the Northeast shoulder their responsibilities. You need to support your family. Look at what you have, such a good father-in-law and a beautiful wife. Why don't you cherish your life? I'm going back now. Village head, you all don't need to see me off. Go inside quickly. It's so cold today, Old Zhang said, turning to leave and closing the door behind him. In the yard, only Han Jinghua, Chen Ming, and Han Xiumei remained. Han Jinghua weighed the gun in his hand, then said nothing. He went straight to Chen Ming's window and placed the gun on the windowsill. Xiumei, go inside quickly. It's so cold, Han Jinghua said, then turned and headed toward the door. Han Xiumei hesitated for a moment, thinking about what Uncle Zhang had just said. Her once still heart now stirred with a faint ripple. She secretly glanced at Chen Ming and saw that he was also looking at her. She quickly turned her head away and prepared to leave. Maisie, do you want to take this thing back? Chen Ming said as he squatted down to pick it up. After gathering everything, he came back in front of Han Xiumei. Han Xiumei didn't look at him, but instead looked questioningly at Han Jingguai, standing at the door. Why are you looking at me? Just take it if you want, Han Jingguai suddenly spoke. A faint smile appeared on Han Xiumei's face, but she quickly hid it. She turned and took the pile of things from Chen Ming's hand, then lowered her head and went inside. Chen Ming took a deep breath. Seeing his wife accept the things, he felt very happy. He smiled brightly and was about to go inside. Be careful with that gun and other things. Don't hurt anyone or yourself, his father-in-law Han Jingguai warned, his tone a bit stiff but showing some concern. When Chen Ming looked back, he saw his father-in-law had already gone inside and shut the door. He stared at the house's entrance for a long time, then smiled and turned around, carrying the double-barrel shotgun into the house. Tonight, his biggest gain was feeling that his father-in-law and wife had started to see him in a slightly better way. Although it was just a little, it made Chen Ming very happy, because everything he was doing now was to atone for his past mistakes, gradually removing his wrongdoings and making up for his faults. Inside the house, Han Xiumei held a big pile of things and placed them on the kong, a traditional bed. Han Xiujuan's eyes immediately fixed on the pile, especially a pair of women's leather shoes she reached out and picked up. Oh my, these are so pretty. I saw them at the supply and marketing store last time. They were quite expensive, about 10 yuan. Dad, who sent these? When Han Xiujuan reached this point, she had already started preparing to put on the shoes and try their size. Even Zhang Yuxiang moved closer to see the collection of rare items and casually picked up a jar of face cream. Honey, there's even face cream here. Didn't you ask me to buy you 2 bottles before? I didn't have money before, but look, there are 2 bottles now. I'll bring you one later. Zhang Yuxiang smiled and held the face cream out to Han Xiujuan, as if offering a gift. At this moment, Han Xiujuan was already captivated by the small women's leather shoes. She was about to put the shoes on her feet when Han Xiumei suddenly snatched them away. What are you doing? These aren't even yours. Dad brought them back? Give them to me. Han Xiujuan frowned, her face full of excitement and eagerness to try on the shoes. If they fit, she planned to wear them out in a few days. Suddenly, Han Xiumei took the shoes away, and her mood soured immediately. I'm still your sister. Han Xiumei casually stuffed the shoes into a plastic bag. Oh, you talk tough. But tell me, who gave these to Dad? The one who gave them to Dad is for me. What does it have to do with you? Hurry up and give them to me. Don't make me show off to you. Han Xiujuan crossed her arms, looking very fierce. She usually didn't see Han Xiumei as her equal, as her status at home was higher. The only problem was that Han Xiumei married an unreliable man, who was even worse than her own family, so she wasn't as confident at her maternal home. Try it if you want, but don't act proud in front of Mom and Dad. I'm not afraid of you. These shoes weren't even meant for you. Why should I let you try them? Buy your own if you want to try, Han Xiumei retorted. Somehow, she used to never dare to talk back like this. Her fourth sister, Han Xiujuan, was outspoken and direct, with no filter. She said whatever came to mind. In the past, she often said sharp words, but Han Xiumei never responded in kind. There is nothing tasty or useful at home because she took everything. Han Xiumei could only watch eagerly, but never said anything or complained. But this time, it was different. These things didn't belong to her family at all. They were not her father's. They were completely brought over by Chen Ming. Why should she give them to her? Maisie, didn't brother-in-law say something about you? Look at how angry your sister is. Is it just a pair of small leather shoes? Not a big deal. If your sister likes them, just give them to her. You stay at home taking care of the kids, not much to do, and you don't go out. Why are you protecting that thing? Zhang Yuxiang took the opportunity to speak. This was clearly an attempt to flatter his own wife. He loved his wife. But Han Xiujuan, after hearing this, refused to give the shoes and instead put the small leather shoes into the wooden cabinet. This scene made Han Xiujuan very angry, and she was about to lose her temper. Zhang Yuxiang winked and took some snow cream in his hand, leaning closer. Don't be angry, wife. I have some snow cream here. It's just a pair of shoes. I'll buy you a new one later. I'll go earn money. Just hold on to this. Use this more, take good care of it. It's already good looking, and if your skin gets better, you'll look even more attractive. If I take you out, it'll be more impressive. Zhang Yuxiang smiled broadly. Han Xiujuan picked up the snow cream, snorted, and sat back down. Just then, Han Jingguai came over, snatched the snow cream from Han Xiujuan's hand, and handed it to Han Xiumei. Dad, what are you doing? Even if you favor her, you can't be so obvious. The small shoes were taken by her. Can I just want a bottle of snow cream? Am I not your daughter anymore? Well, she's got some credit, right? She's been grabbing everything since she got back. Han Xiujuan was stunned. When she realized, she almost started crying. Her father used to support her. Why was it changing now? For a moment, Han Xiujuan felt overwhelmed, her heart full of grievance, and tears uncontrollably flowed from her eyes. Old Kwai, what are you meddling in? That's their kid's business. Besides, what kind of thing is that? It's not something to be shared with just anyone. Just give Xiujuan a bottle. Luo Haiying suddenly spoke to persuade. You don't know anything. Just squint and be done with it. And you, what are you? Treat everything like a treasure. Is that yours? No. Chen Ming bought it for Xiumei. Why are you getting involved? This guy is just wasting your time. Stealing things from others' hands. Why are you so nosy? What do you mean I favor someone? It's not even our family. I don't have the ability to get back those silly things. Han Jinggui's words instantly stunned everyone in the room except Han Xiumei. They even thought they were hearing things. What joke about Chen Ming buying something for Han Xiumei? That little would have to be capable of that. Forget about whether he can earn that much money. Even if he could, he wouldn't have the heart. Over the years, not to mention luxury items like snow cream or small leather shoes, even basic household needs like rice, oil, and salt, Han Xiumei had to borrow from her family or rely on her mother's side. Those days were hard to watch. When mice visited his house, they'd leave 2 handfuls of corn, tears in their eyes. If he truly cared about his wife, he wouldn't have let things get so bad. Dad, don't joke with me. Just him? Chen Ming, Han Xiujuan finally recovered, smiling with disbelief, pointing outside the window. No wonder she didn't believe. Chen Ming hadn't done anything good in recent years. With his arrogant and domineering attitude, everyone in the village knew about him, not just the family. Many people in the village cared about their wives, but Chen Ming was not one of them. There were hard-working, capable men in the village, but Chen Ming couldn't even get a spot in the line. He was just a lazy, gluttonous fool. Everyone believed those things he bought were not from him. Not Han Xiujuan, not Zhang Yuxiang, or Luo Haiying. All shook their heads. They'd rather believe Han Jingui was lying. Dad, if he doesn't want to give it, then so be it. Who would believe that? Zhang Yuxiang smiled tentatively. Old man, you're just an old fool. You can't argue with kids. Say what you want. If he doesn't want to give, then forget it. It's all for the 5th brother now. Xiujuan, as the older sister, you should let your sister have a turn. Back in the day, if there was something good, didn't it all go to your house? This time, I will give you your sister. Next time, Mom will make it up to you. Mom, save some money to buy you a pair of leather shoes. Okay. Luo Haiying also came to Han Xiujuan's side, wiped her tears with her hand, and comforted her with a smile. Clearly, Luo Haiying didn't believe Han Jinggui's words just now. You all have ears stuffed with donkey hair. How could I lie about this? Stop arguing with me. That's the one Chen Ming bought. If you believe it or not, that's up to you. If not, forget it. Ask Xiumei about it. When Han Jinghua heard this, he immediately widened his eyes, but then he thought, Chen Ming didn't even believe it himself when he first did this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to think that this kid would change his ways one day. He now cares about earning money and loves his wife. It's like the sun rising from the west. No matter if you believe it or not, these things are all laid out here in a pile. If you have the ability, go buy your own. Why fight over what others have? When Han Xiumei said this, she placed the 2 bottles of snow cream on the cabinet and then handed 2 cans of malted milk to her mother. This is what Chen Ming bought for you and my dad. No matter what, he has this intention. Just accept it. I don't want you to worry about my affairs. As long as life can go on, we'll make do. If not, I'll leave it here for now. If you think I'm just eating an extra bowl of rice at home, I'll go earn some work points and pay you back. After saying this, Han Xiumei turned around, pushed open the door, and went outside. She stood outside the room, staring at the door, wiping tears with her hand. Her crying looked like she had suffered a great injustice when she was young, running to the dark outside room, secretly crying where no one could see. Han Xiumei felt wronged and bitter inside, but couldn't say it. Tears streamed down her face. She had already made up her mind not to live with Chen Ming anymore, just to raise the children well. That was her biggest wish in life. But just at this moment, Chen Ming started giving her hope again, just like before. It seemed like things were getting better day by day, but who knew when he would revert to his old self? This back and forth was exhausting for anyone. Han Xiumei squatted on the ground, crying more and more fiercely. Soon, Han Jingguai pushed open the door and came over, squatting beside them. He was holding a pipe in his mouth, chewing and mumbling. "Girl, don't cry. As long as Mom and Dad have enough to eat at home, you and the kids won't go hungry. Just stay here, raise the children well, and Mom and Dad will support you all their lives. As for your sisters, you don't need to listen to what they say. If they cross the line, I'll deal with them. Do you hear me? They say a father's love is silent." Before, when the girl was wronged and beaten, Han Jingguai was so angry he almost wanted to hurt someone. But unfortunately, the girl was weak and silent in that broken home, suffering under Chen Ming's torment without fighting back. Only when she was starving did she dare to go home for a meal. After eating, she would go back to suffer again. How can this girl be so hopeless? When her parents don't stand up for her, she's just bullied by a son-in-law who came into the house. Thinking of this, Han Jingguai was so angry he wanted to grab a kitchen knife and go confront Chen Ming right now. "Dad, I understand. I will listen to you from now on." Han Xiumei also looked very sad. She remembered that her father originally didn't agree with this marriage. Her family already had a son-in-law living with them. Plus Chen Ming, life was hard for the family. Her father, though the village head, only earned enough work points each year to cover household expenses. The leftover food was barely enough to eat, and only occasionally could they improve their meals. Still, it was better than most families. But after taking in two son-in-laws, one a gambler, the other lazy, the family had no one ambitious or capable. Forget about whether they could get a job. With these two useless sons-in-law, life at home was tight. They used to have meat once a month, but now they had to tighten their belts every day, since there were 7 or 8 people in the family. They didn't earn money. Only the old man in his 50s was working outside. What hope was there for a better life? Inside the house, Han Xiujuan and her husband both shook their heads. "Mom, why do you think Chen Ming suddenly bought so many things? Where did he get that money? Don't do anything shady, or Dad might get suspicious," Han Xiujuan whispered to Luo Haiying. "Don't gossip about him. What can he do? Steal chickens or sneak around? Even if he does, can he really get rich? Look at all this stuff. It's worth at least 20 or 30 yuan. Forget where his money comes from. It's best not to touch these things for now. Wait a few days and see how things go. If nothing happens, don't overthink it. It'll be fine." Luo Haiying looked worried and glanced outside. She couldn't understand where Chen Ming, this reckless guy, got the money to buy so many things. That kid has been going into the mountains the past few days, saying he's hunting. But with his legs, what could he possibly hunt? Even if he was hunting, he wouldn't get rich. If hunting made money, he wouldn't be the only one. There are many hunters in our village. Zhang Yuxiang was puzzled and kept scratching his head. He suddenly felt uneasy, wondering where Chen Ming, this little, got the money. Could he be gambling? "That stuff makes quick money," Zhang Yuxiang suddenly shouted. Luo Haiying and Han Xiujuan looked at each other, feeling nervous. Maybe Chen Ming really went gambling. That wouldn't be good at all. "Zhang Yuxiang, starting tomorrow, you keep an eye on him. If he's really going to gamble, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. We need to prepare in advance, so he doesn't end up selling our house without knowing," Han Xiujuan suddenly warned. "Don't worry. I know the places around here. If he goes, I can find out easily. Tomorrow, I'll ask around." Zhang Yuxiang nodded. "Ask, but don't get too curious. If your dad finds out, he might give you a good beating." Luo Haiying knew her son-in-law's nature, an old gambler. If he got into a game and got carried away, he might lose control. He might not find out anything, but if he went to gamble and lost everything, it would be a big problem. "Don't worry, Mom. I promised Dad I wouldn't gamble. My pockets are clean. No way I have the means." Zhang Yuxiang took out his pockets, smiling. The whole family was very worried and anxious. At this moment, Chen Ming was already lying on the bed, ready to sleep. He had no idea that his father-in-law's family had been busy all night with the things he sent, and he hadn't slept well. Especially Han Xiujuan and Zhang Yuxiang. The couple kept tossing and turning in bed all night. Han Xiujuan's loud voice made it worse. In winter, it was okay because the windows were closed, but in summer, everything they did could be heard clearly from the next yard. Today, it seemed like they were deliberately teasing Chen Ming, perhaps out of anger because Xiumei hadn't come home, leaving Chen Ming alone at home. Even from a distance, Chen Ming could hear the noise and sounds clearly, which made him very annoyed. He turned over, pulled the blanket over his head, and fell asleep. The next morning, Han Jingwa's family was having breakfast. "Xiumei, take some of this pickled vegetables and pancake strips to Chen Ming," Han Jingwa suddenly said. "There's still a lot left in the pot. He probably won't eat it all, and if it's left over, it won't taste good. Just take a portion for him," Luo Haiying added. Han Xiumei, who had just put down her bowl and chopsticks, was surprised at first. She hesitated for a moment before realizing what her parents wanted. She never thought they would ask her to bring food to Chen Ming. That was unthinkable before. Not just pickled vegetable soup, even leftover rice and dishes wouldn't have been given to him. But since her parents asked, Han Xiumei slowly got up, went outside, and found a metal lunchbox. She scooped the pickled vegetables into it, filling it completely. Then she took a small basket and cut 6 or 7 pancake strips. The pancakes had a crispy layer on top, and inside, they were soft and made from cornmeal, smelling very fragrant. After everything was packed, Han Xiumei hesitated for a moment, but finally pushed open the door and went outside. Chen Ming was still sleeping soundly. He had been exhausted these past few days. The door outside was not closed, so Han Xiumei simply pulled it open. When she entered the room, she saw Chen Ming still sleeping. She first placed the food and pancakes on the cabinet. Then she moved the table to the side of the bed, brought the food back, and placed it on the table. To do all this, Han Xiumei looked around and saw that the house was quite clean. She also noticed the new soap and toothpaste she had bought, which were rare and valuable items for ordinary people. Although these were everyday items, they were all bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, which ordinary families couldn't usually afford. There was also a new pair of rubber shoes on the floor. Thinking about the things Chen Ming bought yesterday, Han Xiumei started to feel a bit anxious. Where did Chen Ming get that money? He said he earned it from hunting, but there are quite a few hunters in the village. Some do make money, but not that much. Han Xiumei wanted to ask Chen Ming about it many times, but she was worried that if she asked, he might get angry and cause a big fuss. Just then, Chen Ming moved slightly, as if he was about to wake up. Seeing this, Han Xiumei was about to leave when she saw Chen Ming open his eyes. He looked a little confused as he looked at her. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be seeing things. "Wife, are you back? Is it really you?" Chen Ming suddenly turned over and got out of bed, instinctively reaching out to hold Han Xiumei. Han Xiumei was startled. She wanted to pull away but held back. "My mom made some sour vegetable soup. There's quite a bit, and I can't finish it all. The leftovers will go bad soon. I brought some for you. Eat it while it's hot, or it'll get cold later." Han Xiumei tilted her head slightly and glanced at Chen Ming out of the corner of her eye. That word wife just now made her feel like they had gone back 3 or 4 years, to when Chen Ming loved her the most. Back then, he hadn't changed. His eyes were full of love for her. He was a hard-working man outside and a caring husband at home. Even after a long day of farm work, exhausted and tired, Chen Ming always wanted to take her to the back hill to watch the sunset. They would lean on each other's shoulders, chat happily, dream about the future, buy a small motorcycle, and build a little tile-roofed house. They wanted children and to take care of their parents together. Those were the goals they once worked hard for after they got married. But she didn't know when or how he suddenly changed. Right now, Chen Ming was still holding onto Han Xiumei's sleeve, reluctant to let go. Han Xiumei didn't resist, which made his fingers tighten even more. "Then I'll get up to eat now. Have you eaten yet? If you're not in a hurry, sit for a while. I'll finish eating and then take this bowl back." Chen Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Everyone could tell he was trying to keep Han Xiumei stay a little longer, but didn't know what excuse to use. Once he finished the bowl, he would place it on the windowsill for someone to pick up. Han Xiumei wasn't naive and could easily see through his intentions. She didn't say anything but simply nodded lightly, then turned and sat down heavily on the edge of the Kong bed. Only then did Chen Ming start putting on his cotton pants, grinning foolishly as he kept looking at Han Xiumei's side face. After putting on his pants, Chen Ming got off the bed and headed straight to the dining table without much thought. He reached out to grab the chopsticks. Just as he was about to pick them up, Xiumei's gentle voice came from behind. Aren't you going to wash your face? Chen Ming's hand froze midair. He suddenly remembered he hadn't washed his face yet. He habitually scratched his head, a blush spreading across his face, feeling so embarrassed he wished he could hide somewhere. He smiled awkwardly, quickly turned around, and hurriedly walked outside. Xiumei sat quietly on the edge of the Kong, watching Chen Ming walk back and forth like a headless fly. Her eyes showed a mix of amusement and concern. Soon, Chen Ming finished washing his face and re-entered the room. His face was still wet with water, his hair damp, but he looked much more refreshed. Chen Ming sat down on the edge of the Kong, reached for a large pancake, and picked up a bowl of pickled vegetable soup, eating eagerly. His eating was messy, as if he hadn't eaten in days. One bite of pancake, one spoon of soup, and he ate happily, cheeks puffed out like little balloons. Suddenly, he stopped eating, looked up at Xiumei, and said, "You should eat a bite too. It's not good for you to just watch me eat." His eyes were full of hope, like a child eager to share his food. Actually, Chen Ming had his own little plan. His wife had come back after a long time, and he really wanted to chat with her and talk. After finishing the meal, he still needed to go up the mountain. If only I could spend more time with my wife, chat about everyday life, I would feel happier. Going up the mountain to hunt would also be more enjoyable. As for Xiumei, she had a secret in her heart, like a heavy stone pressing down on her, making her feel uneasy. She wanted to ask Chen Ming where the money came from. Since Chen Ming suddenly bought so many things, she kept worrying but never dared to ask. She was afraid that if she asked, Chen Ming might get angry and upset her. After a while, Xiumei finally gathered her courage and softly said, "You eat first. I've finished mine. No one is taking it from you. Take your time. Later, I'll clean the dishes and take them back." Then she lowered her head, nervously playing with the edge of her clothes. The room became more and more awkward, so quiet that only the sound of Chen Ming eating could be heard. Chen Ming noticed the uncomfortable silence and quickly tried to find a topic to break it. Suddenly, he remembered the small leather shoes he brought back for Xiumei yesterday. He said, "Did you try on the small leather shoes I brought you yesterday? If they don't fit, I can go exchange them." Since Chen Ming mentioned this, Xiumei hesitated for a moment and softly said, "Not yet. I'll leave them for now. I haven't gone out." After saying that, Xiumei slowly looked up and secretly glanced at Chen Ming. Her eyes were full of nervousness and hesitation, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had many words but couldn't find the right way to say them. Chen Ming was very smart. Before Xiumei could speak, he guessed what she was worried about. He quickly put down his chopsticks and explained sincerely, "Are you worried that my money isn't clean? That I suddenly bought so many things? I understand you're scared, but don't worry. All this money is from hunting in the mountains. If you don't believe me, ask second sister. She knows about this. I wouldn't lie to you about something like this. Just trust me and wear the shoes. Also, that malted milk drink, let Dad and Mom drink it too. It's good for their health. If it runs out, I'll buy more." Chen Ming's tone was honest and firm, his eyes full of sincerity. "Chen Ming, are you telling the truth?" Xiumei suddenly looked up, very serious. The two looked at each other without avoiding eye contact. The standoff lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before Chen Ming finally said firmly, "I swear you won't believe me, so go ask second sister. She knows everything. I really don't know where this money came from. Is it really that hard to trust me once?" Hearing Chen Ming's words, Xiumei finally pursed her lips and showed a slight smile, then turned her head to look out the window. For some reason, the sunlight shining on Xiumei's face made her look especially beautiful. For a moment, Chen Ming was stunned. He felt very regretful and only now realized how truly beautiful his wife was. Such a beautiful wife, who is honest and hardworking, and has given him children. Why didn't he appreciate her more before? Well, I should go back first. I'll come again tomorrow. I'll put on my shoes so you can see. If they don't fit, you can help me change them. Have you finished eating? Once you're done, I'll take the dishes back." Xiumei couldn't help but smile and stood up to ask. After Chen Ming nodded, she picked up all the empty plates and, when she reached the door, looked back. "Be careful going up the mountain. Your legs aren't in the best shape. If possible, try not to go up the mountain. If there's nothing to eat at home, I'll find a way." I won't let you go hungry, Xiumei said, then turned and headed outside. As she opened the door, a cold wind blew on her face, but Xiumei still smiled brightly. Knowing the answer from Chen Ming's words, she felt less worried. Her heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed. Chen Ming also got up and leaned on the window, watching his wife Xiumei go back to her parents' house and close the door. He stared blankly for a long time. Then he tidied up and prepared to go up the mountain. Just then, a call came from outside the yard gate. "Brother, are you at home?" The voice was familiar, and Chen Ming immediately knew it was that little Lu Luo. After all, they had already agreed last night to go up the mountain together. He didn't expect this kid to come looking for him on his own. It seemed that last night they had really talked things through, and now everything was easier to handle. Chen Ming had already started putting on his clothes inside the house and replied, "The door is locked. You can come in now." "All right." Hearing Chen Ming's response, Lu Guohui gently pushed the door open and walked in, heading straight to Chen Ming's house and opening the door to go inside. When he saw the double-barrel shotgun on the Kong, a traditional bed, his eyes lit up. He quickly reached out to touch it. "This is a really good thing. Carrying this up the mountain, you can even hunt wild boars with it. Brother, do you think I can come along? I don't want to hold you back. My legs aren't in great shape, and I'm a bit clumsy. If we go up the mountain together, we won't have to worry about bears or wild animals attacking us," Lu Guohui said with a big smile. He was born with a disability, while Chen Ming's condition was acquired, and there was still hope for treatment. But Chen Ming was already married with children, and he had a beautiful wife from the village chief's family. Looking at himself, his back was hunched, making him look like a hunchback. Even though he looked decent, standing there made him feel awkward. Who would want to marry a girl like him? So Lu Guohui had already made up his mind. He thought he would be single for the rest of his life. Not only because of his physical disability, but even without it, with his family background, finding a wife would be very difficult. "My leg is almost fully healed now," Chen Ming said, lifting his left leg, which moved smoothly when he walked. It was a huge difference from before. Before, he always tiptoed and limped because his left leg was numb and weak. But after taking medicine and applying ointment for some time, the effect was really noticeable. His leg still felt a bit numb, but it wasn't as bad as before. At least now, as long as he didn't walk too fast, he could walk steadily without showing any obvious problems. Lu Guohui, standing nearby, stared with wide eyes, thinking he was imagining things. His face showed disbelief. "Wow, brother, your leg really got better. This is amazing. Is this real? Or were you pretending before?" Seeing Chen Ming walk without tiptoeing, Lu Guohui gasped in shock and even stepped forward to touch Chen Ming's leg. It all felt so unbelievable. Because Chen Ming has been limping for 2 or 3 years, the villagers have already given him the nickname Chunna, and everyone calls him that behind his back. Who would have thought that Chen Ming's leg could actually get better? This can't be fake. Why am I even talking to you about this? I just earned some money, bought some ointments, and took some medicine to improve blood flow. Although my leg still has some issues, it's not a big problem anymore. I think in 10 or 15 days, it will be completely healed, Chen Ming said with a smile. "That's great, brother. This is such good news. You should celebrate properly. I don't have much to give as a gift now, but once I work hard and make something of myself, I'll definitely repay you. Brother, should you tell your wife about this? Don't let her get too happy, and you shouldn't treat her badly anymore. Life together happily is better than anything." Lu Guohui surprisingly started giving good advice. "You're trying to teach me now? Do you think I don't know this? I was foolish before, and my head got kicked around. But now I've finally realized the truth. From now on, I'll work hard to make money and live a good life. I'll do my best to be a real man. You should stop being so careless. You see, I go hunting in the mountains to earn money. We'll work together from now on. Nothing can go wrong." When Chen Ming said this, he gently patted Lu Guohui's shoulder. Lu Guohui nodded heavily. "Whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll listen to you," Lu Guohui said, seeing hope in Chen Ming. There are quite a few hunters in the village, but not many make good money. Chen Ming is probably the first to earn so much from hunting. His congenital disability can't be cured, but he still wants to live a good life. "All right, let's pull up the traps later, then take some flower baskets. First, we'll dig up some special herbs. They're the most valuable. The mother plants can sell for over $1 each. When we take them to the restaurant in town, We'll go to the mountain and bring back some goods. Each of us will carry a load. No matter how much we sell for, we'll split the money evenly. By then, Chen Ming had already put on his clothes and wrapped a scarf around his neck to block the wind. Then he carried the hunting rifle, wrapped the gunpowder in paper, and put all the steel balls into his pocket. Everything was almost ready. He went outside and loaded the prepared tools onto the sled. Lu Guohui also brought the second black dog over and set them up together. He also piled all the cage traps on the ground. Behind Lu Guohui, there was a bow. Although the bow looked old, the taut cow tendon string was very strong. Chen Ming gently tugged the bow, and it made a buzzing sound. Lu Guohui had prepared quite a few arrows, at least 20 with iron tips. They looked sharpened and very pointed, with some burrs. Looks good, but don't hurt yourself when we go up the mountain. Everything depends on my instructions. Don't run around. Before leaving the house, Chen Ming warned Lu Guohui. Don't worry. I and the second black dog will follow behind you and listen carefully. You want me to hunt pigs, not chase chickens. Lu Guohui was also feeling excited, looking forward to what the mountain trip would be like. Thinking about making money on the mountain made him very happy. Then the two set off. After half an hour, Lu Guohui's smile disappeared. He followed Chen Ming closely, looking gloomy, constantly covering his mouth and sighing. Chen Ming heard this and looked back at him. The mountain peak was just ahead, and in a few more minutes, they would arrive. But Lu Guohui seemed to be hesitating, as if he was about to give up. You keep shouting and screaming. What are you so nervous about? Sometimes sniffing your nose, sometimes coughing. Can't handle the pain? Chen Ming stopped and looked at Lu Guohui, speaking seriously. Brother, maybe we should go back and come another day. It's too cold today. My feet are frozen. Look at how I'm freezing. Lu Guohui said, lifting his foot. He was still wearing a pair of single shoes, which were already torn and worn out. His heels were exposed, and his socks had big holes. No wonder he was freezing like this. Moreover, this kid's padded jacket isn't very thick. The cotton inside has already been squeezed tightly and feels stiff. The only part that can keep out the cold is the chest area. Waiting until today or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, you're just wasting time. Another year has gone by. When will it ever end? We're all honest rural folks who grew up in the snow. If you're afraid of the cold, why did you come along? Who asked you to follow? Now we're already at the foot of the mountain. If you want to go back, just say so. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to go back now, just leave. Go, go, go. Don't let me see you again. Chen Ming was so angry he couldn't hold it in. He kicked the kid and made him fall into the snow. Then he grabbed the rope from the other person's hand, pulled the dog, Hare, and started climbing up the mountain without looking back. After about 10 minutes, Chen Ming thought Lu Guohui had already gone back. After all, this guy couldn't handle the hardship and just stayed in bed all day. He was already exhausted. But when he looked back, he was surprised. Lu Guohui was walking over with his head down and suddenly bumped into him. Chen Ming wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. You're cold, so why don't you go back? Chen Ming asked calmly. When did I say I was going back? I just mentioned it to see if it would make you angry. Complaining is fine. I'd rather freeze than starve. If we don't get any game today, I'll stay here on Longling Mountain. Lu Guohui looked very determined. Then he lowered his head, touched his waist, and, braving the cold wind, circled around Chen Ming and started climbing up the mountain. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt satisfied. He released Hare. Hare happily ran around in the snow. Chen Ming called out to him, then dragged the trap and snare tools up the mountain. He reached the place where he had set the trap before, and carefully showed Lu Guohui how to set the ropes and traps. It took over an hour, but Lu Guohui was now able to set traps on his own. Chen Ming planned to set more traps and ropes nearby. Even if they couldn't catch deer or roe deer, they might catch some wild chickens or other small animals. Hare sniffed around the area but didn't find any wild chickens or rabbits. Chen Ming knew he had to rely on himself to go out and explore. Soon, he found a low spot on the hillside, looking down from where water was flowing downward. Some areas were melted by the sun, revealing large rocks on both sides. Chen Ming thought to himself that there must be something hidden under those rocks. He looked back and saw Lu Guohui clapping his hands, finally finished setting up the trap. Chen Ming then shouted loudly, "Come quickly, bring the shovels and pickaxes." Lu Guohui responded and turned to run to the dog sled, grabbing the tools and coming over with them. "Who? Brother, I see you're making money. I haven't seen you suffer, but today I realize that you deserve to earn this money, Lu Guohui said with a grin. My feet are freezing and my heels hurt. Plus, I'm sweating a lot from the effort. The wind makes it even colder. Lu Guohui took a few deep breaths and said with a wide smile. Money is hard to earn, and food is hard to eat. Nothing is easy, but you need to have that spirit. Wanting a good life isn't just lying at home. If you want to be respected, you have to suffer behind the scenes. That's an old saying, and it's true. Besides, enduring some hardship is normal. You'll get used to it. After saying this, Chen Ming took the shovel from Lu Guohui's hand and slid down the hill. Seeing this, Lu Guohui also tried to slide down like Chen Ming, but his back was rounded, and he had a big belly. He got stuck on a clump of dirt and hurt himself. Why are you copying me? Can't you just sit and slide down? Chen Ming saw Lu Guohui hanging halfway down the hill and couldn't help but smile and laugh. But he still climbed up and helped Lu Guohui up, then slowly guided him down. Meanwhile, Hare was getting anxious, trying several times to use his claws to slide down, but didn't dare to go all the way. Seeing Chen Ming and Lu Guohui heading toward the low area, Hare also slid down the hill. Soon, he reached the bottom of the and hurried to catch up with Chen Ming, panting and sticking out his tongue. Chen Ming reached a low-lying spot where there was a small water bubble, but it was already frostbitten. Only water flowing from above created a tiny, long channel in the middle. Brother, aren't we out hunting in the mountains? Why are we here playing around? I haven't seen a single wild chicken or mountain rabbit. You know, usually when we go up the mountain, we see plenty of wild chickens, but I never try to catch them. It's strange that now, when we come here, we can't find any, Lu Guohui said, rubbing his back as he spoke. Because most of the wild chickens and mountain rabbits around here have already been hunted by me. They're not worth much just to satisfy a craving at home. But the valuable ones are right here, Chen Ming said. He used the other side of his pickaxe to hook a big rock and pulled hard backward. The big rock rolled away, revealing black soil underneath, which was frozen and covered with ice chips. Chen Ming swung his pickaxe and started running. Lu Guohui didn't know what Chen Ming was planning, but he followed along, using his shovel to collect the dirt they scraped off. The two worked together and soon dug a big hole in the ground. Chen Ming stopped and threw the pickaxe aside. He reached into the hole and quickly pulled out 2 wild frogs, frozen inside the soil. Seeing this, Lu Guohui's face lit up with joy. He quickly broke apart the soil and carefully took out the frogs, placing them into a pre-prepared net bag. Brother, these are really tasty. Can they really sell for that much? $1 each? Lu Guohui asked curiously as he packed the frogs into the bag. What do you think? Think about it. If they weren't worth much, why would people bother catching them? When there's a lot of money involved, it gets complicated, especially since the mother frog's bellies are full of eggs. You can sell one at a restaurant for about $1 or $1.50. People love to eat that, especially in winter. They call it snow frogs, and it's nutritious. I heard that eating one of these snow frogs is like eating 10 eggs. Especially for merchants from the south, they focus on health and like to eat these nutritious, healthy foods. Chen Ming continued digging with his hands, creating a large hole. He pulled out at least 10 or more of these creatures. The soil below was no longer as hard because it was frozen, but it was still cold. His hand turned red and purple from the cold as he reached in. However, thinking that these items could be sold for money, Chen Ming didn't care about the cold. After a while, he managed to pull out at least 8 or 9 of these creatures, but only 2 were female leopards, the rest were males. How much can we sell the males for? Lu Guohui's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Ming putting so many frogs into his pocket. Males are sold by weight. They're not as valuable as females, but you can still sell a pound for $1 or $2. In just a short time, these 8 or 9 could bring in at least $4. Hearing this, Lu Guohui rubbed his hands eagerly. Without being told, he ran to the other side, picked up a big stone, and started digging the soil with a pickaxe. He then used a shovel to move the dirt aside. Soon, he dug a big hole. The boy looked serious as he squatted on the ground, reaching inside with his hand. Before long, he also pulled out 2 of these creatures. Brother, look, all females. If we have 2 of these, we could sell them for $2 or $3. Lu Guohui shouted excitedly, feeling very happy. Exactly. 2 female leopards can sell for at least $2.50, maybe $3. And the 2 you caught are pretty big. They could sell for $3. Hearing Chen Ming say this, Lu Guohui seemed to be full of energy. He ignored the cold and the hardship, and he kept digging and pulling out creatures with determination. Every time he pulled one out, he shouted happily. Not surprisingly, Lu Guohui was quite lucky. The big hole he dug contained at least 18 or 19 of these creatures, including 4 females and the rest males. Both of them were very satisfied. They started searching nearby low-lying areas. They worked for about 2 or 3 hours. Then, each of them carried a full net bag filled with these creatures to meet up. Each net bag held at least 10 or more of these creatures. In total, they had over 40. The females alone filled an entire bag, about 12 or 13. If they sold them, they could make around $20. Brother, how much do you think these old ones could sell for? Lu Guohui asked as he held his bag, his eyes full of curiosity. Maybe around 30 yuan, Chen Ming replied casually, giving a rough estimate that was not too far off. Hearing this, Lu Guohui licked his dry lips, feeling so excited he almost couldn't speak. Wow, this is such easy money. If I had known, I would have gone up the mountain earlier. But digging these things isn't easy. We were lucky this time. I just dug 2 holes at that water hole over there, and I didn't find a single one. Brother, how do you know there's still something at that water hole? Strangely, Lu Guohui also looked for a water hole nearby, feeling very excited, as if he had found a treasure. He thought he could dig up something valuable just by digging deeper. He dug 2 big holes and circled around, but he didn't find a single thing. Actually, Chen Ming was the first to find this water hole, and he ended up digging out 50 or so. That's really strange. Why is it that he found nothing at the other water holes, but at this one, he found so many? Chen Ming just smiled slightly when he heard this. This isn't just about luck. Not every water hole has something valuable. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be worth much, especially in winter. That's when it's hardest to find. Chen Ming didn't say this out loud, but it was his special talent, his biological radar. It was his innate ability that he relied on to survive after his rebirth. He hoped this talent would bring him wealth. This mountain would become his unique treasure, something others couldn't find, but he could. That's his advantage. Hearing this, Lu Guohui admired Chen Ming even more. It turns out that although there are many hunters in the village, only Chen Ming truly makes money. There's a reason for that. Lu Guohui also knew he was lucky to have followed the right person. After they loaded the captured valuable items onto the dog sled, they found that the trap had caught a wild chicken, which was tightly caught by a rope. Seeing this, Lu Guohui was so excited he shouted and howled along with Hare, both rushing over happily. The dog was barking, and Lu Guohui was shouting too. He was very happy. This was the first time Lu Guohui had set a trap and caught a wild chicken. He felt excited and proud of himself. Lu Guohui quickly ran over, grabbed the caught wild chicken, and threw it against a nearby tree twice. After knocking it out, he threw the chicken into a torn cloth bag and then slung it over his shoulder. He smiled as he walked toward Chen Ming. At that moment, Chen Ming was squatting on the ground, staring into the distance. Lu Guohui didn't know what had happened. When he reached Chen Ming, he grinned widely and said, "Brother, this trap you showed me really works. In just a little while, it caught a wild chicken. It'll taste great if we cook it. Brother, if we sell this wild chicken, how much do you think we could get?" Lu Guohui, who was very careful with money, finally understood the value of the catch. When he learned they could sell the chickens for about 30 yuan, his motivation suddenly surged. They used to be very poor, often hungry, with no hope. Staying in bed and waiting for better days seemed fine. But suddenly, life felt full of hope. With a guide, Lu Guohui's despair disappeared completely. Now he was so excited he felt like he had been injected with energy. Everything he looked at seemed worth money. "Shoo, don't make noise." Chen Ming suddenly raised a hand to stop Lu Guohui. Lu Guohui paused and looked up along Chen Ming's gaze. He saw a dark shadow on the mountain, curled up in the snow, kicking up snowflakes as it moved. The shadow cast a large tree's silhouette. Its huge body kept rubbing against the tree, making it sway. The dry leaves on the tree also fell with a crackling sound. In that moment, Lu Guohui's eyes widened. Before he could make a sound, Chen Ming quickly covered his mouth with his hand and shoved some snow into his mouth. "Ugh, spit it out. What are you doing, brother?" Lu Guohui exclaimed, trying to spit out the snow, looking annoyed. "Without shutting your mouth, If you keep making noise, the fire will scare away the wild boar. What should we do? Get your bow and arrow ready. Today, we're going to hunt something big. Chen Ming's face was excited, his eyes bloodshot from the thrill, and he stared straight ahead. They reached a rocky hilltop, where a wild boar was wandering. It was a male, with 2 sharp tusks. Honestly, hunting wild boars is quite difficult because they have tough skin and thick meat. Even with a gun, if you don't aim well, it might just tickle them. The old-fashioned guns don't have much power. They rely on the force of the gunpowder to break the pig's tough skin, which is not easy. It's easier to hunt female boars, but shooting at a wild boar with a basket is risky. If the tusks stab you, it could cause serious injuries. If the tusks hit a vital spot, it could be fatal. The boar might charge and cause harm. Just shoot it. It's only a wild boar. Watch me, Lu Guowei said confidently. He took out his bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and pulled the string with force. The bow made a creaking sound because the tendons were tight, and the cold weather made it squeak. Before Lu Guowei could shoot, Chen Ming suddenly swung his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Lu Guowei winced in pain. What are you doing? Are you shooting the boar or hitting me? Lu Guowei said angrily. Stop fooling around. We're at least 100 meters away. Your broken bow and arrow won't reach, and my gun probably can't either, Chen Ming replied. Why are you messing around? Chen Ming cursed, then bent down and tiptoed closer to the hilltop, circling around to avoid being seen by the boar. He moved to the other side to avoid detection while climbing. Seeing this, Lu Guowei quickly followed. Chen Ming kicked him on the backside and pointed to the other side of the hill. Lu Guowei looked disappointed but pouted. He then grabbed his bow and arrow and started climbing the other side of the hill, positioning himself for a pincer attack. When Chen Ming finally reached the top of the hill and was level with the wild boar, the animal was getting closer and closer. He was hiding behind a large pine tree, leaning against it. The gun in his hands was loaded with gunpowder and steel balls. He took a deep breath, and his exhalation formed white clouds in the air. Meanwhile, Lu Guowei was already crouched in the snow among some weeds. One knee was on the ground, his arm resting on it, and he had drawn his bow to its full curve, waiting for Chen Ming to give the signal. Chen Ming saw this and nodded, then waved his hand at Lu Guowei. But Lu Guowei was already exhausted, grimacing with effort. His hand was gripping the bowstring so tightly that it was bleeding. Still, he refused to let go, unsure whether Chen Ming was signaling to shoot or hold back. At that moment, the wild boar finished scratching itself on a tree, seeming to relieve its itch. It wobbled unsteadily, its large head resting on the snow, then prepared to move toward the other side of the hill. Come on, shoot already. Chen Ming finally lost patience, shouting loudly. The wild boar was startled, kicking its forelegs wildly. Its fur bristled, its bulky body tensed up, and hot breath hissed from its nose, making it look frantic. Lu Guowei heard Chen Ming shout and immediately shot his arrow. The shot was far, but it landed on the snow about 10 meters in front of Chen Ming. The arrow was embedded in the snow, completely off target, flying far, but missing the mark. Seeing this, Chen Ming sighed deeply. He was itching to rush over and kick Lu Guowei in the face. This guy was just talking big. He had thought Lu Guowei was a good shot, but it turned out to be so off. At this point, Chen Ming couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly charged out from behind the tree, raising his double-barreled shotgun. As he walked, he aimed at the wild boar in front of him and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a burst of flames shot out, and the powerful blast hit the wild boar within 30 meters, right in its face. On the spot, a pig's eyes were so badly hit that blood was pouring out. The wild boar let out a loud, painful scream and suddenly became furious. It charged straight at Chen Ming, already lifting its head aggressively. Its sharp tusks aimed fiercely at Chen Ming. Chen Ming had never fought a wild boar before. He lacked experience but relied on his courage. Luckily, his legs were feeling better now. When the boar rushed toward him, he quickly turned around and ran, making a half-circle to lure the boar back to the original spot, then headed toward Lu Guowei. He didn't stay idle. He kept filling the gun with gunpowder while watching the boar charge forward loudly. This wild boar was very stubborn. Once it decided on something, it would charge straight ahead without hesitation. Oh my goodness! What is this thing? Lu Guowei was startled as Chen Ming led the fierce boar toward him. He almost dropped his bow and arrow and turned to run. "Hurry up and shoot." "Are you crazy?" Chen Ming shouted at Lu Guohui, who was extremely nervous. It was his first time in the mountains and his first encounter with a wild boar. At first, Lu Guohui was panicked and confused. After Chen Ming scolded him, he finally calmed down. Seeing the boar less than 20 meters away, he quickly nocked an arrow and shot. His strength with the bow was enough, but his aim was a little off. However, because the target was close, the arrow hit the boar's forehead directly. The arrow was stuck in the pig's head, trembling violently under the force of the impact. The boar let out another loud squeal, hurt and disoriented. It crashed headfirst into a tree, making the branches creak loudly. Soon, the thin pine tree snapped and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Chen Ming had already loaded the gun with gunpowder. He suddenly turned around, aimed at the boar that had just gotten up and was wobbling, clearly dazed from the collision, and pulled the trigger. With this shot, blood splattered everywhere. The boar, just standing up and still unsteady, was hit again and severely wounded. The wild boar went completely crazy, with red eyes, and charged straight at Chen Ming. Because they were so close, Chen Ming didn't have time to dodge. Instinctively, he grabbed his powerful hunting rifle and struck the boar's head several times. However, the boar's sharp tusks quickly tore through Chen Ming's cotton pants, causing the stuffing to spill out. As Chen Ming's gun was knocked out of his hands, he was left with only a hunting knife to face the boar. He held the knife tightly, his legs moving constantly, one side ready to defend and dodge, the other prepared to attack. The boar let out a deep roar, shook its big head, and charged at Chen Ming again. At this critical moment, Hare rushed over and bit the boar's rear end, even biting into its leg. The boar let out a loud, painful squeal, and, furious, turned around and charged at Hare. Hare was no easy opponent. Over the past few days, Chen Ming had been feeding him well, and now his fur was shiny and black, his body stronger and more muscular. He was also very agile. When the boar turned and lunged with its tusks, Hare spun around its hind legs and bit again. The boar was so annoyed it spun in circles. Chen Ming took the opportunity to swing his club and hit the boar's head twice. The boar abandoned Hare and charged straight at Chen Ming again. Its sharp tusks were about to pierce Chen Ming's stomach. If they connected, it would make two bloody holes, and since the boar was so wild, a quick head shake could tear Chen Ming open. Seeing Chen Ming in danger, Lu Guohui gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his bow and arrow, aiming at the boar with a fierce look in his eyes. As the boar charged toward Chen Ming, Lu Guohui sharply pulled back his bow, drawing the arrow to its full length, and a whistling wind sounded as he shot. This time, the arrow hit accurately, piercing the boar's eye. The boar lost its sight instantly and crashed into the snow, rolling several meters away. Chen Ming was suddenly knocked over by a wild boar and almost crushed under its body. He quickly rolled to the side a few times, hitting his waist on a rock. He was in so much pain that he lay on the ground for a while and couldn't get up. After rolling so much, he felt dizzy and saw stars. Brother, are you okay? What's wrong? Don't scare me." Lu Guohui, who had just come to his senses, saw Chen Ming lying still on the snow and hurried over. He reached out and flipped Chen Ming over. Seeing Chen Ming's face showing pain, Lu Guohui was so frightened he started crying and shook Chen Ming's body hard. "Brother, you can't have an accident. It's all my fault for being so stupid. What should I do? What should I do?" "Don't worry, brother. I'll carry you back now," Lu Guohui said as he reached out to lift Chen Ming onto his back. But in the next moment, Chen Ming slapped the back of his head. "Stop crying like a baby. I'm fine. Put me down quickly. Go see how that deer is doing." Chen Ming covered his waist with his hand, then jumped down from Lu Guohui and held onto a tree to steady himself. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Lu Guohui finally relaxed and stood up, looking him over carefully. Once he was sure Chen Ming was okay, he finally felt relieved. "You scare me to death. If something had happened to you, what would I do? I can't take all the blame," Lu Guohui said, then turned around, took his bow and arrow, and walked toward the wild boar. The boar was already dead, but to be safe, Lu Guohui shot 2 more arrows into it. After confirming the boar was completely dead, Lu Guohui sat down heavily on it, smiling happily. "It's so warm. Brother, come sit for a bit." "It feels great." Lu Guohui waved at Chen Ming. "Come on, you're so noisy." You're all smelly now. Stop wasting time. Before it gets dark, let's quickly cut this pig up, Chen Ming said, tossing his hunting knife to Lu Guohui. Lu Guohui was brave, but a little timid. Still, he was loyal and didn't leave Chen Ming behind when it mattered most. After Chen Ming was injured, his face showed genuine concern, not just acting. It looked like he was about to cry from fear. Just for this, Chen Ming felt quite relieved inside. It showed that bringing Lu Guohui up the mountain to hunt was a good idea, at least having a helper. Lu Guohui looked at the hunting knife in the snow and smiled, saying, "Brother, you should do it. I'm too scared to try. You're so timid. What can you do?" After resting a bit, Chen Ming's back didn't hurt as much. He picked up the hunting knife from the snow and went to the wild boar. First, he cut it open, took out the intestines, and hung them on a tree. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Lu Guohui pointed at the intestines hanging on the fork and asked. "This is the hunter's rule. It's been passed down for many years and must not be broken. It's to honor the mountain god. From now on, we'll often go up the mountain. Whether you believe it or not, it's just for good luck. It gives us confidence. If you ever go up alone, no matter what you hunt, you must first take out the internal organs to honor the mountain god." As Chen Ming spoke, he started dismembering the wild boar. Lu Guohui listened carefully and nodded heavily, remembering everything Chen Ming said. "No way, skinning a pig is a skill. I've never done it before. We need to figure out how to get this wild boar down the mountain. When we get back to the village, we'll ask the old butchers who used to do slaughtering to handle it." Chen Ming threw his sickle aside and wiped the pig blood off his hands in the snow. After cutting for a long time, the meat was hard to cut, especially around the bones. His hunting knife wasn't enough. "All right, I'll go down the mountain and call Pang Xianting. He used to work in the commune slaughtering cattle and sheep. Brother, wait here for a bit. I'm going down now." Today was the first time up the mountain, and he had caught a big wild boar, at least 200 jin. Lu Guohui was so happy he couldn't hide it. He was usually lazy and didn't want to do chores, but now he was overwhelmed with joy. He waved at Chen Ming and ran down the mountain with his bow and arrow. He even fell a few times, but didn't care at all. Then Chen Ming sat down in the snow and waited patiently. Hare was nearby, playing and scattering flowers. Chen Ming cut a large piece of meat from the wild boar and threw it over. Hare saw it and happily ran over, gobbling up the meat. Today, Hare really earned his keep. After bringing the hunting dog up the mountain and unloading the game, the first thing to do was feed the dog. Nowadays, dogs also have a hard time. They often go hungry, eating only 2 meals every 3 days. Especially when hunting on the mountain, they risk their lives. So most hunters prefer to let their dogs eat the best meat first. Watching Hare eat happily, Chen Ming also smiled. He sat on the mountain, looking down at the white snow. In the distance, the village chimneys were smoking. He felt a deep sense of peace inside. A cold wind blew, and he instinctively shrank his neck. After about an hour, Chen Ming saw Lu Guohui walking toward the mountain with 2 others. He was talking loudly as he walked. As they got closer, Chen Ming realized Lu Guohui had called over Uncle Zhang and Pang Xianting. When the 3 arrived, Chen Ming stood up and patted his pants. "Oh my goodness, you 2 have done a big thing in secret. You caught such a huge wild boar, enough to last a while. You 2 are really good. While others are just eating dry food, you're already eating meat." "Well, wild boar meat isn't as good as domestic pork, but it's still delicious when prepared properly," Pang Xianting said, wiping his mouth, saliva almost dripping. Seeing the big wild boar in front of them, everyone looked excited. Uncle Zhang also circled around the boar twice. They also nodded repeatedly when they saw the pheasants and mountain rabbits Chen Ming and Lu Guohui had caught. "Xiao Chen Ming, you did a great job. You just got this gun, and you brought back such a big catch. How did you 2 manage to hunt this?" Uncle Zhang couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. Coming from a humble background, he was very happy for Chen Ming when he saw such a large wild boar. In this village, everyone shares in each other's happiness. When someone has good news, the whole community feels joyful. There's rarely any scheming or jealousy, though a few outsiders who don't fit and are not well liked in the village. This is the story of Chen Ming, who used to be feared by everyone in the village. Wherever he went, people would stay far away from him. Even today, when Brother Lu went back down the mountain to find Pang Xianting, he was refused twice. Later, he met Uncle Zhang, explained the situation, and Uncle Zhang immediately said, without hesitation, that since Chen Ming had caught a wild pig on the mountain, he should bring Pang Xianting over. At first, Pang Xianting didn't believe it. He thought, a lame man going up the mountain to hunt wild pigs? That sounds like a joke. There's an old saying in the Northeast, a fool's dog paired with a pig. It means that if two foolish people team up, nothing good will come of it. Chen Ming and Lu Guohui, two simple guys, together, what could possibly go wrong? But now, seeing the big wild pig, Pang Xianting was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes, staring at the two boys in disbelief. We just happened to meet and poked at it a bit. We didn't expect to actually catch it. Chen Ming said, Uncle Zhang, Brother Pang, we don't want you to work for nothing. Once we bring the pig down the mountain, we'll share the meat with you too, he added. How about 10 jin of fat meat for each of you? Chen Ming knew he couldn't invite people over for free. Hunters have rules. If someone helps, even just giving a shout or a hand, they should get a piece of meat in return. Otherwise, if good things happen, the villagers won't get any credit. If something goes wrong, the story spreads quickly, and his good reputation would be ruined. People would only remember the bad. No one would help him next time something happens. So, good relationships are built over time. Chen Ming had already lost most of his reputation before. Today, catching this wild pig was his chance to restore his image and make friends. In the past, just talking wouldn't help him make friends. Now, with a big catch like this, he could rebuild trust. When Pang Xianting heard about getting 10 jin of meat, he wiped his mouth and said, We all live in the same village. Why talk about outsiders? Let's get to it. Chen Ming, you've finally done something good. Uncle Zhang says he doesn't care about the meat. He just sees you improving every day and doing serious work. That makes him happy. Let's not waste time. Quickly figure out how to bring the pig down the mountain before any wild animals come over. Come on, everyone, lend a hand. Uncle Zhang was already holding the rope attached to the sled, resting it on his shoulder. Pang Xianting also grabbed the other end. The two of them pulled together with force to start moving it down. Lu Guohui was quick to see what was happening. He squatted behind, pushing the wild boar with his hand. The dog-powered sled slowly started sliding downhill. Chen Ming hurriedly picked up all the other game, packed them into a sack, tied it up, and carried it on his shoulder. He followed closely behind. Hare was also tied to the dog sled, adding extra strength. With 3 people pushing, they moved faster and faster. The hardest part was when they reached the downhill. Chen Ming threw the bag in his hand to Lu Guohui, then stepped onto the back of the dog sled. He grabbed the ropes with both hands, adding his weight to help brake by pressing down firmly. The sled sped up more and more. After going downhill, Uncle Zhang and Pang Xianting couldn't control it anymore and quickly let go. Chen Ming, you better get down quickly, or you'll fall into the mountain hollow later. Pang Xianting called out to Chen Ming and reached out to pull him, but Chen Ming shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, Brother Pang, it's fine. Chen Ming stood on the sled, then slowly crouched down. Hare was still running ahead, pulling the sled, which started to slide freely. Luckily, it wasn't very steep. The speed of the sled gradually slowed down, but kept sliding on its own. Chen Ming stood on the sled, feeling the cold wind whistling past. He looked up at the big sun in the sky, a happy smile spreading across his face, bright like a blooming flower. The sled continued sliding down for a while until it finally stopped at the bottom of the mountain hollow. This saved a lot of energy for the others. Soon, Lu Guohui and the others caught up. You're so brave. Were you not afraid when you rolled down the mountain? Stop talking nonsense. What if you fall? Pang Xianting came over, patting Chen Ming on the shoulder. It wasn't scolding, just showing concern. Anyone from the Northeast could tell the tone was genuine. Back in the day, old Northeastern folks spoke straightforwardly, without hiding their feelings. When this outsider heard it, they definitely couldn't handle it and felt as if they had been scolded. In fact, only people from the Northeast can feel that behind the strict words, there is genuine care. Then, these people, riding a dog sled, headed down the mountain. As they passed by a water hole, Chen Ming pulled up the trap from inside the water. Pang Xianting and Lu Guohui hurried over to help. After pulling up all the traps, they found quite a few fish inside. There were 3 or 4 large grass carp, each weighing about 3 or 4 jin. Oh my! This big guy caught fish in winter. You two kids are so lucky, Pang Xianting said, amazed. He had fished before, but in winter, the river was mostly frozen. Even if they drilled a hole in the ice and dropped the net, the fish below wouldn't swim much, making it hard to catch any. Sometimes, when they put the net in, they couldn't even see the fish fry. Especially in these water holes, no one wastes time or effort. But unexpectedly, these two kids caught so many fish in just one morning. The net froze quickly, and when they pulled it up, it wasn't so hard, and the harvest was really good. Pang Xianting was so jealous he couldn't help but envy. Good days with fish and meat are coming, right? He started to feel itchy inside, thinking about whether he should also go up the mountain with these two kids to fish and hunt. At least his family could enjoy some tasty meat. He wondered if they would take him along. This water hole really produces. Uncle, Brother Pang, when you have time, you two should go fishing in this hole too. I feel like there are still fish in there. Chen Ming knew that his success in fishing and hunting wasn't just luck. It was also because of his sharp mind. That clear sense of premonition helped him identify good spots, and dropping the net there would almost always bring some catch. He never went home empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the village, Han Jingui was sweeping snow in his yard. Seeing that there was also a lot of snow under the eaves of Chen Ming's house, he grabbed a shovel and started clearing it. Just then, a fellow villager came to the gate, grinning and calling out to the inside. Such a treasure. Isn't it at home? Look at this. My eldest sister-in-law bought it for me, said the villager as he held up the radio in his hand. Han Jingui quickly went to open the door when he saw a familiar face. Lu Yoji from the east end of the village. He was a childhood friend, growing up together without clothes. Now, more than 20 boys from the same village are also grown up. Their children are married, and they are now fathers and grandfathers. Seeing Lu Yoji holding the radio, Han Jingui was curious and moved closer. This is a nice thing. Your brother-in-law really spends well. It must have cost a lot. Yes, Lu Yoji, getting old now. Your daughter is filial, and even your brother-in-law treats you so well. You didn't waste your youth. When he said this, Han Jingui felt a bit jealous from the heart. Lu Yoji, like him, has many children but no son, only 4 daughters. And all of them are married now. There are quite a few jokes about this. Once, Lu Yoji's second daughter was dating Chen Ming, but he ended up ruining it. He thought Chen Ming wouldn't be successful in the future. They were almost engaged, but it all fell apart in the end. Everyone felt it was a pity at the time. Even Han Jingui didn't expect that in the end, Chen Ming would save his daughter's life and accidentally become their son-in-law. Because of Chen Ming, Han Jingui, who is the village chief, always felt embarrassed and couldn't hold his head up. He never straightened his back, not only because this son-in-law was useless and lazy, but also because he was violent to his wife and disrespectful to elders. His bad deeds were well known in the village. People would smile and praise their son-in-law, but Han Jingui didn't want to mention him. Talking about him only made him upset and ruined his good mood. That's right. In the past, we thought having daughters was not good. When they got married, they belonged to another family. But now, we didn't expect that. Look at those families in our village with sons. None of them are shining. People say raising sons is for old age, but what's the point? Still, our girl is the best. She married a good son-in-law, and life is still comfortable. We, as the elders, are also happy. Look, I just casually mentioned to my second son-in-law last time, and in just 2 or 3 months, he bought me this radio. It uses batteries, and they cost quite a bit. I don't usually listen much, but here, try listening. At this point, Lu Yoji was proud and excited. He turned on the radio, which played different sounds, songs, news, and even different channels. Han Jingui also held the radio close to his ear, listening and smiling. He was very interested in this new gadget. As the village head, his family's conditions were pretty good, but with so many daughters, none of them made him worry less. Every family was struggling, so he couldn't just watch quietly. If a girl's family had some issues, couldn't he help a little? He had some money, mostly given to the girls. If he spent it, and later wanted it back, it would be awkward to ask. His family had some good food and drinks, and the girls often came back, either to eat or to take things. Otherwise, he could have bought this radio himself. But now, he could only watch others show off with it in front of him. Lu Yoji watched happily, feeling very proud. Men from young to old just want to show off their pride. After all, growing up together, Han Jingwei had been a village head his whole life, while Lu Yoji was just an ordinary villager. Their social status was very different. But unexpectedly, after a lifetime of not making much progress, in old age, Lu Yoji borrowed some of his daughter-in-law's luck. The village head's family couldn't even afford a radio like this, but his son-in-law bought it for him. Seeing Han Jingwei's amazed face, holding the radio close to his ear, was quite amusing. Lu Yoji's face lit up with happiness. "It's so cold today. Don't listen here. Go inside and listen. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well stay here. After you've listened enough, I'll take it back," Lu Yoji said with a smile. Usually, not everyone could visit the village head's house, but now, Lu Yoji didn't even need to invite him. He might not come even if asked. "That's great. I won't be polite then. Let's go inside, listen to this radio, and have a few drinks." To satisfy his craving, Han Jingwei was willing to go all out. There wasn't much alcohol left at home, nor many decent snacks, but he truly loved listening to the radio programs. Once he got the radio in his hands, he couldn't put it down. His excitement quickly grew. When Lu Yoji mentioned something, he eagerly pulled the other person and headed toward the yard. After entering the house, the two men took off their shoes and sat on the kong, a traditional bed. They placed the radio on the table, leaned in close, listened, and laughed together, also discussing the program content. "Husband, cut up that frozen cabbage, blanch it in water, and serve it with some soybean paste. Also, warm up the big piece of tofu I found yesterday. I want to have a drink with Yoji," Han Jingwei called out to the small room. Right now, Luo Haiying was sitting inside the small room, helping her daughter Han Xiumei change the baby's clothes. This small room was now where Han Xiumei was living. When Luo Haiying heard the call, she came out. Seeing the radio, she found it very interesting and wanted to listen too. "Stop bothering with this and get the food ready. Why are women always listening to this stuff?" Han Jingwei waved his hand dismissively. Luo Haiying pouted and muttered, "What's wrong with women listening? Can't I listen? You're just jealous. Old Lu, do you act like this at home too? Always arguing with your wife?" "No, I don't. You know my wife's temper. I wouldn't dare argue back. Last time we had a fight, she was so fierce that she put a kitchen knife and a rolling pin beside her pillow. I was so scared I couldn't sleep all night," Lu Yoji said with a grin. He didn't seem embarrassed about it. Hearing this, Luo Haiying was a bit surprised but quickly reacted. She said to her husband, "Look at her status. Compare her to your wife. You see what I mean about Zhang's style? You don't understand. Others might not know, but I do. Old Lu, your wife is always sneaking around, eyeing others' men. If someone finds out, it's because she's guilty. Is that true? Old Lu, you better behave. With your wife causing trouble, it's like dealing with a little dish." Han Jingwei laughed loudly. When Lu Yoji heard this, his face instantly darkened. He grinned but didn't say anything. People say, don't hit the face and don't reveal someone's secrets, but Han Jingwei was bringing up something he shouldn't have. This wasn't something to be proud of. It was embarrassing and made him lose face. Luo Haiying couldn't help but laugh and quickly went outside. Soon, she returned with a hot meal of tofu and bean paste. Han Jingwei also brought a barrel of wine. It was almost empty, and he swayed it a little before pouring a glass. Once the glass was filled, the barrel was empty. Han Jingwei looked a bit awkward, scratched his head, and then tried to pour some wine into another cup. "Old Lu, we don't have much good wine at home. This is all we've got, so just make do with it," he said casually. "This life is a bit us." "Sorry to make you laugh," Han Jingwei added lightly. But Lu Yoji straightened his back, tilted his head, and reached into his pocket, pulling out a bottle of wine. The bottle was full, with the label Xiumei Returns, but it hadn't been opened yet. This kind of bottled white liquor was considered good quality nowadays. Seeing this, Han Jingwei's eyes widened in surprise. "You really are living quite a joke, aren't you? I'm not criticizing you, old Han, but you're the village chief. How can life be like this? It's not that we don't have meat with every meal, but the wine has to be enough. Among all of us, you've always been doing the best. A few years ago, you were quite successful. Now look at your life. Your only side dish is tofu. You have a daughter, more than I do, and a son-in-law who's not young anymore. Look at how you're living. And me? Every morning, if I don't have meat with my first sip of wine, I can't even swallow it. My wife may have a bad temper, but she's given me some good daughters. When she visits others' homes, she's the boss. If a daughter can't run her own household, how can her husband respect us elders? And forget about filial piety, Lu Yoji said proudly, his tone full of pride. He then took the empty cup from Han Jingui's hand. Then he poured himself a glass, brought it to his nose to smell, looking very pleased, and then tilted his head back to drink it all. After hearing this, could Han Jingui feel good inside? Of course not. It was uncomfortable, but he could only force a smile. He couldn't afford to lose his composure in front of the men. He kept everything inside his heart. Lu Yoji's words felt like a sharp knife stabbing Han Jingui's heart. He was right. When a girl gets married, she can take charge of her own home, and the situation is different. If her husband is unfilial or treats her parents badly, she won't stand for it. These 4 girls, not every son-in-law is very filial, but having 1 or 2 who are enough. Even if the others are not great, they wouldn't be too over the top. Even if they lack filial piety, they wouldn't dare to argue openly in front of their parents-in-law. Looking at his own family, the eldest and second sons are okay, and their wives come from good families. But the daughters who married out are like water spilled on the ground. Once they leave, their family doesn't care much about what happens back home. The second daughter does try to manage things, but she talks too much. She's been under control at home for so long, and once married, she seems to feel liberated. She truly follows Han Jinggui's roots. Every time she visits, she finds fault with this or that. Han Jinggui's pride was strong. When his daughter said such things, he felt upset. After a few times, he lost his temper and fought with the second daughter several times. Because of this, the father-daughter relationship became very strained. It's been almost half a year now. The second daughter hasn't sent anyone to visit or check on him. As a father, he worries, but he can't bring himself to visit her and face her embarrassment. Most of what he knows about his second daughter's life comes from his wife's words. "Oh, Lao Lu, I just said all that to expose your flaws, but you didn't do anything wrong, right? Look at what Brother Chen is doing at his age. He's just a young wife, and sooner or later, something will happen. It's better to say it's Niu Da Bao. Don't argue with him. You need to be careful. If you really upset him or make him angry, he might give you a few slaps, or even worse, 2 cuts. It's not worth it. I must admit that your daughters are well-educated and married into good families. Their husbands also make you proud. I can't compare myself to you. This is how life is. My brothers and I have been competing all our lives, but in the end, I have to say you are the one enjoying the good life." When Han Jingui said this, he raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Yoji. The wine went down hard, feeling bitter for some reason. Hearing Han Jingui complain, Lu Yoji felt even more proud and started showing off how well his sons-in-law treated him. He proudly displayed his radio, gently patting it, and said that his son-in-law would buy him a watch next time. Han Jingui didn't say anything, but he couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Just then, Zhang Yuxiang came in. Seeing his mother-in-law cooking, he knew someone was in the house, so he also entered. "Dad, Uncle Lu, why are you so free today? Coming over to drink, such a rare guest," said Zhang Yuxiang, who was the 4th son-in-law and a local visitor. Although his reputation in the village wasn't great, he was good at talking. Everywhere he went, he managed to get by. He sat down by the bed and looked at the wine longingly, swallowing saliva. "Why are you back so early today? Did you sneak home?" Han Jingui asked loudly. "That's impossible. I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I came back early. I was hungry, and when I got home, Shoujuan wasn't there, so I thought I'd see if there was anything to eat," Zhang Yuxiang quickly explained. Han Jingui nodded, and Lu Yoji knocked on the table, then took out 5 cents. "Let's sit down and eat together. There's not much at home, just some tofu and frozen cabbage. Yuxiang, go to the small shop at the east end of the village and buy 2 bags of peanuts. When you have change, bring it back to me." Lu Yoji's way of paying was quite impressive. 5 cents was a lot back then. A bag of peanuts cost less than 8 cents. "Oh my, Uncle Lu, you're so generous, just 5 cents at once. Maybe I'll buy some other snacks too. I shouldn't let you run errands for nothing." Seeing the money, Zhang Yuxiang reached out to grab it, but was slapped away by Han Jingui, who also gave him a sharp look. "I've never seen money, so get lost," Han Jingui muttered angrily. He was already feeling upset, and his brother's teasing made it worse. At this moment, his 4 sons-in-law returned. adding to his frustration. Looking at the other sons-in-law, they might not be very talented, but at least they are not from outside the family. They are ambitious and capable. Their lives are not perfect, but they are better than average. Meanwhile, his own son-in-law is living a good life, but spends all his time at the gambling table. He hasn't gone recently, but he used to lose a lot, which is why their family is struggling financially. Especially when Lu Yoji ordered his son-in-law to run errands right in front of him. It felt like he didn't respect him as the father-in-law, which made him lose face. "Dad, what's wrong with you today?" "I didn't do anything. I was just running an errand." Zhang Yuxiang was about to speak, but was quickly glared at and hurriedly shut his mouth. Soon, he noticed the radio on the table and his eyes lit up. "Oh, this is a nice thing, a radio. My company has one too. Our commune director always listens to it. Where did you get it?" Zhang Yuxiang asked, changing the subject. "Your Uncle Lu bought it. His son-in-law bought it for him." "When will you buy one for your dad?" Han Jingui looked up and glanced at Zhang Yuxiang. Zhang Yuxiang wisely kept quiet. He knew that radio cost about 40 or 50 yuan. If he had that kind of money, he wouldn't be in this poor state. He spends every day at his father-in-law's house, eating and drinking for free. In the past month, he only earned a few work points at the company, about 8 yuan. How could he buy a radio with that? He didn't dare to reply. See that? When he heard about buying a radio, he didn't even dare to. "Go away." Han Jingui took a few sips of wine, feeling a bit tipsy. Usually, his four sons-in-law are just talkers, but at critical moments, they become the biggest troublemakers. They may not have much ability, but they love to boast and bluff, and they are quite good at fooling people. "Your father was upset because he saw my son-in-law buy a radio, and he didn't have one. I'm telling you, Yuxiang, you can't be irresponsible anymore. Be more diligent and help your father-in-law share some of the pressure. Our big family needs to be taken care of. He's already quite old, and it's not easy for him. When he gets old, he should be able to enjoy life. As children, you shouldn't add to his worries. Look at this. They're drinking without any snacks or oil dishes on the table. The whole table is empty, and your family can't keep going like this." Lu Yoji took a sip of wine and started talking. Yuxiang noticed that his tone was a bit off, so he quickly decided to leave. Otherwise, if the old man drinks too much later, he might get upset with himself. "Dad, I'm going back now. You two can continue drinking slowly. I'll go find Xiujuan and see where she went." After saying that, Yuxiang quickly ran out. He wanted to eat some tofu, but seeing that his father-in-law was in a bad mood today, he thought it was better to leave first. After Yuxiang left, Lu Yoji started bragging again, comparing everyone to Han Jingui's sons-in-law. This made Han Jingui feel more and more annoyed. Normally, he drinks about 2 jin, but today he only drank 4 ounces, and his face was already red and a little tipsy. He leaned against a wooden post, lit a dry tobacco pipe, and started smoking. Even Han Xiumei in the small house felt a bit uncomfortable hearing all this. She got up, went into the room, and opened the cabinet to take out a thermos. She also took out a jar of malted milk, poured it into 2 big bowls, and added hot water. The aroma spread out, and Han Xiumei carried the 2 big bowls to the table. "Dad, you forgot to drink today. Hurry up and have some. You bought so much, and if you don't drink it, it'll go bad." "Uncle Lu, there's not much wine at home. Just drink some nutritious stuff." After saying that, Han Xiumei turned and went back inside. Then Luo Haiying also followed her in, holding her daughter's hand and smiling. "You, girl, why aren't you eating? People are just showing off. Besides, it's true, those sons-in-law are really filial." Luo Haiying couldn't see through the 5th brother's thoughts. It was just that he felt embarrassed in front of others because of their father. He took out some nutritional supplements, not to show off, but just to give their father some confidence in front of his friends. "I just feel sorry for my dad," Han Xiumei said, her voice trembling with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Hearing their father chatting with his old friends, she could only envy others and felt that her own family was nothing special. Could Han Xiumei feel comfortable with that? Fortunately, yesterday Chen Ming didn't know what kind of luck he had, but he knew to bring some good food and drinks home. He earned some money and immediately bought the nutritional supplements and a pair of small leather shoes. No matter what, just for this, Han Xiumei felt proud inside. At this moment, at the bedside table, Lu Yoji was also slightly surprised when he saw the malted milk drink. "This is a good thing. A jar costs 2 or 3 yuan. Old Han, You're really hiding your talents. People say every family has a secret weapon, and you really don't show anything at all, Lu Yoji said, holding his bowl and drinking. It's not even mine. Someone gave it to me, Han Jingwei responded. He looked into the room and understood that the fifth brother was caring about their father. But it was also quite sad. Out of 6 daughters, 5 were married. That meant they had one more son-in-law than Lu Yoji. However, among those 5 sons-in-law, the first 2 were decent, not bad, but not very filial. After all, they were their children. Once the daughter married out, she had to live her own life. Although these 2 daughters were happy and in charge after marriage, that was because they worked hard and managed their families. If they didn't handle things properly, they wouldn't be able to run their own homes. They considered their own family first and wouldn't put all their thoughts into their parents' home. So Han Jingwei thought openly, the daughters who married out are like water spilled on the ground. If they can help, they will. If not, they won't cause trouble. As for the other sons-in-law, they were not worth mentioning. Either they looked down on their own family, or they were smooth-talking and lazy. There was really no reason to boast about anything. So, in front of Lu Yoji, Han Jingwei always felt a step below. He agreed with what others said. When you're young, you need to see if you have the ability to make it on your own. But when you're older, you rely on your children. Did someone else buy it? Old Han, you can't joke about that. You're the village chief. It's okay for you to tell me, but please don't say it outside, Lu Yoji quickly said. What nonsense are you talking about? I said someone else bought it, but I didn't say it was an outsider. It's my son-in-law who bought it. What's in your head all day? Can't you just let me be happy? Han Jingwei quickly explained. He also picked up the bowl of malted milk drink and started drinking. In the past, he wouldn't drink it even if it went bad, because no one knew where Chen Ming got the money to buy these things. But now he had to drink it. The girl had already opened it, and in front of the old friends, he had to pretend and take a few sips. You know what? This stuff is actually pretty good. Han Jingwei took a couple of sips and thought it tasted nice. Then just tell the truth yourself. It must be your second son-in-law who bought it. Honestly, among your sons-in-law, only your second son-in-law is okay. No matter what, he's a village official. Though he married far away, so it's a bit hard to get help. Lu Yoji grinned as he spoke. When Han Jingwei heard this, he hesitated. The malted milk drink was bought by Chen Ming, not his second son-in-law. But if he mentioned Chen Ming now, the other person wouldn't believe him. They might even think he was lying or bragging. Still, he couldn't let his son-in-law take the credit. That wasn't how things worked. But mentioning Chen Ming also put pressure on Han Jingwei. The village had already spread the bad reputation of Chen Ming as a troublemaker. He chewed his lips and shook his head. It was my 5th son-in-law who bought it. Lu Yoji thought for a moment, then his eyes widened. Who? Your 5th son-in-law? Isn't that Chen Ming? Is that true? Old Han, don't joke with me. Your son-in-law is already well known in our village for being lazy and irresponsible. Everyone knows how he lives. If you didn't tell us, we would still know. Recently, your daughter was borrowing grain everywhere because they can't even pay the public grain tax. With such a useless man at home, doing nothing and not taking care of things, it's no wonder you're so patient. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. How can he not pay the public grain tax? Where would he get money to buy those things? Even if he had money, he wouldn't have the heart to spend it. Don't tease me. You're just flattering him. If he were your 4th son-in-law, maybe I'd believe it. When Lu Yoji heard this, he rolled his eyes and then picked up a bowl of malted milk, blowing on it. There's nothing to doubt. What about Chen Ming? That bad guy can't be bad forever. Even a troublemaker can change someday. Han Jingwei immediately looked unhappy when he heard this. Yes, Chen Ming is a scoundrel, and his past misdeeds are even more annoying. But no matter what, he's still Han's son-in-law. I can criticize him, and outsiders' gossip doesn't matter. I can't hear it, but if you say it in front of him, that's not okay. I'm not trying to ruin your mood, old Han. Out of your 2 sons-in-law, none of them have been reliable. I can't believe Chen Ming will ever turn over a new leaf. Anyway, you should be careful. If that kid suddenly starts acting nice to you, he might have other plans. Lu Yoji took a sip of wine and said calmly, none of your sons-in-law have made you happy or brought you pride. Han Jingwei immediately frowned when he heard this. His hand had already reached under the table. Seeing this, Lu Yoji quickly reached out and pressed his hand down on the table. What are you doing? Just talking and then getting angry? If you ruin my wine, I'll be mad. Who told you not to speak properly? Always talking nonsense. Your son-in-law is good, but he's not your son. Good words are easy to say. A good son-in-law is not better than a lazy son. Don't laugh at your second brother. You can still move now, but you'll be lying on the bed soon. Han Jingwei glared at Lu Yoji and said calmly, but he didn't flip the table. Lu Yoji finally relaxed and quickly took down the wine bottle. I'm not arguing with you anymore. I'm going home. My daughter and son-in-law are waiting for me at home. You just stay here and suffer. I bought you 2 cans of malted milk. That guy, even the bad guys turn good. Isn't that also for you? Do you even know what kind of person Chen Ming is? In the end, it's still our daughter who gets hurt, Lu Yoji said as he was about to stand up. The wine was not interesting anymore, and there was no decent snack to go with it. It was better to go home and let his wife cook a couple of good dishes, then enjoy his drink slowly. Seeing Lu Yoji ready to leave, Han Jingwei also decided not to drink anymore. He threw the empty wine barrel onto the kong, a traditional bed, then turned his head and looked out the window with a grim face. Suddenly, outside the door, there was a loud call. It sounded very lively. A crowd had gathered at the door. Everyone in Han Jingwei's family was stunned and leaned their heads out to look. Luo Haiying came out of the house, tilted her head to peek outside, and muttered, "What's going on? Who's making noise outside?" Lu Yoji, who had stood up, also looked outside. There are so many people. What's happening? Old Han, you should go out and see. Hearing Lu Yoji, Han Jingwei couldn't sit still anymore. He thought about what Lu had just said. Though it was harsh, it was true. Chen Ming suddenly changed his attitude. Who knows what trouble he's up to now? He might cause a big mess again. Any sign of trouble outside made Han Jingwei panic. He hurriedly put on his shoes and went outside. Lu Yoji saw this and smiled to himself. He thought, still not convinced? You're probably worried. Something's happening outside. Do you think your son-in-law caused trouble again? At the gate, Uncle Zhang and Pang Xianing had already pushed the door open and were shouting loudly. Old Han, village chief, come out quickly. Come take a look. Your son-in-law is really something. He came back with a big wild boar, Pang Xianing shouted loudly, and then saw Han Jingwei and his group come out of the door and stand in the yard. Chen Ming and Lu Guohui also entered the yard one after another. Lu Guohui led Hare into the house and carried the black horse's saddle to put it into a big basin. Otherwise, they would all be crushed together. Behind them, many villagers and children who were watching the fun also rushed into the yard. Soon, the yard was full of people. There were at least 20 or 30 men and women of different ages, and some unknown women from other families were gathered together, chatting and discussing. Look, see? Chen Ming usually doesn't cause trouble, but today he quietly went up the mountain and brought back a big wild boar, said an older woman wearing a floral padded jacket, munching sunflower seeds. I don't get why he's so noisy about it. Wild boar meat isn't tasty. It's tough and has a strong, gamey smell, said a thinner woman, wrinkling her nose. Ah, Fengqin, why are you so sour about it? What's wrong with wild boar? Do you have one at home? Usually, he eats millet porridge and licks his bowl clean. In our village, everyone knows who's who. We only get to eat meat a few times a year. Not just wild boar. If a wild ox or a stray dog came to your house, you'd refuse. The chubby woman's voice was loud, and her words made the thin woman roll her eyes in annoyance. Chen Ming, what should we do now? Should we just unload this pig? Old Zhang approached with a big smile and asked. Let's unload it now. There are quite a few people here today, and we won't have enough for everyone. We can't let everyone come all this way for nothing. We'll slaughter half and cook a big pot in the yard. Everyone can gather around and have some meat. Just enjoy the fun, Chen Ming said. Seeing so many people around, sharing some meat wouldn't be enough. He himself didn't have enough to eat either. But with so many villagers, and all of them so enthusiastic, this was a good chance for him to win their support and improve his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous as to share half of such a big wild boar for free. In this era, reputation and good word of mouth are very important. If your reputation is bad and something happens, you can't expect others to help you. Just not being laughed at is already a good thing. If you are well known, have a good reputation, and get along with others, people will naturally come to help you with any big or small family matters. This is not surprising at all. Moreover, Chen Ming's past actions have already earned him a bad reputation in the village, which has caused his father-in-law and wife to be talked about and criticized. He has never stood up for his father-in-law or made his wife feel proud. Chen Ming doesn't believe it. With so much pork on his plate, he thinks he can stop these people from talking. There is a saying that words are short when eating, and people are soft when taken advantage of. After eating the wild pig meat he caught, who would still dare to gossip or point fingers behind his back? All right, I'll do it now. Old Pang is really good at this. Xiaozhenghua, don't just stand there. Do you still want to eat meat? You were the loudest just now. Hurry up and go home. Clean your big pot and bring it over. Get some wood and make some steaks. While speaking, Uncle Zhang had already started making arrangements. Everyone whose name was called looked excited. Whoever helped earlier would get to eat the meat. When Xiaozhenghua heard this, he happily raised his hand and then turned around to run home. Su Ying, Hong Xia, don't just stand there. Get ready with some tools. Prepare some stew dishes and send over some potatoes. The meat can't just be dry cooked. Add some potatoes or something. Also, bring the better rice noodles. Pang Xianting pointed to two women in the crowd who were watching the scene. When he said this, both women looked pleasantly surprised. All right, I'll go find them now. Su Ying nodded and turned to leave quickly, walking fast to avoid being late. Wait, do I get a share of the meat? Asked a woman named Hong Xia. Of course. Who would let you eat for free? Chen Ming is organizing the pig slaughter and inviting everyone to eat. We can't just eat plain. Prepare some side dishes too. Pang Xianting rolled his eyes and said, Then what are we waiting for? I'll be back soon. Cook the pig's feet first and give me a piece. Hong Xia twisted her waist and happily skipped out. The remaining villagers also started working busily. With so many people, the work gets done faster. Chen Ming saw his father-in-law, Han Jinghua, standing at the door. For a moment, he was a bit stunned. Suddenly, a big group of people rushed in, setting up a large pot in the yard to prepare a pig slaughtering feast with a flowing banquet. The atmosphere was very lively. Dad, I didn't have time to tell you before I came back. Since everyone is so lively, I didn't want to send them all home again. This wild boar we brought back isn't very heavy, only about 200 pounds. If we divide it, it wouldn't be enough. So I thought we could hold a pig slaughtering feast here. Everyone can have a taste, with some pickled vegetables and blood sausage, and we'll all be full. I know you dislike noisy crowds and don't like to join in the fun. If it's too much, I can tell them to split the meat and call it a day, Chen Ming said nervously as he approached Han Jinghua. He knew his father-in-law didn't like crowds and avoided busy places. But he overlooked one thing. Why didn't Han Jinghua want to join the crowd? Why avoid busy places? Because in crowded places, there are gossip and talk about family matters, children, or sons-in-law. Han Jinghua was most afraid of people mentioning his two irresponsible sons-in-law. That would be embarrassing, shameful, and damaging his reputation. Even as a village chief, his reputation was tarnished because of those two sons-in-law. Chun, did you really catch this wild boar yourself? Han Jinghua asked before Chen Ming could reply. His face was full of smiles. The family suddenly became lively, and as the village chief's wife, Luo Haiying was quite happy about it. It had been many years since the family was this lively. Although her husband was the village chief, he didn't do much official work, probably because he was afraid of getting involved with Chen Ming. Otherwise, Chen Ming, who was lazy and careless, might not have survived until today without starving. It was all thanks to his father-in-law's reputation, which his wife borrowed from to get loans that were never repaid. So, Chen Ming's actions today made Luo Haiying quite satisfied. At least, it was a way to repay some kindness. Yes, Mom. Lu Guohui and I went up the mountain together. We just happened to meet the wild boar. We only planned to try our luck, and we didn't expect to actually catch one, Chen Ming replied. Later, there might still be half a pig left. Lu Guohui and I will each take half. When the time comes, whichever part you like best, just go ahead and eat it. Chen Ming nodded and said. He felt unexpectedly happy inside. This was the first time in years that his mother-in-law had smiled and spoken to him kindly. In the past, whenever she saw him, she would look at him with a scowl and ignore him, let alone greet him. So Chen Ming thought to himself that after bringing back this wild pig, he would gather the villagers for a lively pig slaughter feast. At least his father-in-law and mother-in-law would be proud, and after years of bowing, they could finally stand tall again. That's great. Don't be too greedy. Such a big wild pig, and our village doesn't have many hunters going up the mountain. Not many game come down. You two quietly brought back a wild pig. That's really impressive. Hurry up and get things ready. So many people are waiting. Later, I'll help out too, Luo Haiying said, then patted Han Jingwei on the shoulder before turning into the house. She wanted to tell her daughter the good news and invite her to come out and eat meat. As for Han Jingwei, he looked calm and didn't show any smile. Instead, he turned to Lu Yoji, pursing his lips. Seeing this, Lu Yoji suddenly looked dejected, and he felt very pleased inside. No matter what, today Chen Ming really made Lu Yoji lose face in front of everyone. Old Lu, weren't you arguing earlier about not having enough side dishes? Now so many people are here to drink with you. Are you leaving or staying? If you want to leave, just do it quickly, Lu Yoji awkwardly replied. Why leave now? Only a fool would go. There's so much meat, so delicious. I need to cook a couple of dishes. Since so many people are here, I also need to entertain them. If you're willing to stay, sit at my table later. Han Jingwei straightened up and looked proud. His spirits lifted seeing all the people in the yard. At this moment, hearing his father-in-law's attitude, Chen Ming felt very relieved. He had been waiting for his father-in-law to show support. He wasn't afraid of much, just worried that his father-in-law might not give him face, or even chase everyone out of the yard. If that happened, his face would be hard to save. But now, since his father-in-law agreed to sit down and eat meat, there was nothing more to say. Chen Ming also felt relieved, but he didn't dare to start chatting with his father-in-law. Instead, he secretly listened in on a few words. He thought, it can't just be about a small matter. It would be showing off in front of his father-in-law. So, Chen Ming decided to be practical and quickly joined the others in preparing everything. The scene was lively and busy. Soon, villagers of all ages brought out their homegrown vegetables, tables, chairs, large black pots, and other items. Even the chopped wood was stacked half a meter high, round and neat, ready to be thrown into the makeshift stove. The fire was burning brightly. Although outside it was cold and freezing, everyone's face was full of bright smiles because they were about to enjoy a hearty meal with meat. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Children from the village ran around the stove singing, but they were chased away by some adults and hurriedly went to play under the eaves. A group of men and women gathered around an empty table. They weren't idle either. Mother-in-law Luo Haiying brought out roasted sunflower seeds, a big basket full, and just dumped it on the table. Everyone grabbed a handful. These 3 gene of seeds could shell out 10 gene of shells. The men and women chatted while working, and the atmosphere was more lively than during the New Year. Lu Guohui didn't know what was happening. After bringing Air Haizi into the house, he never came out again. He just sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, and looked outside with a distracted expression. Chen Ming also entered the house. Seeing the young man seemed to be slacking off, he went over and kicked him on the backside. Why are you just lying around inside? Go help out and do some work. Look, if you don't show your face, how can this wild boar be properly hunted? The meat we share, people might think I caught it myself. What are you thinking about? Sleepwalking? Chen Ming said. Lu Guohui leaned against the wall, grinning and scratching his face, looking a bit embarrassed. I just don't want to go out. You can handle everything. There are so many people, I can't manage it all. It was you who took me up the mountain to hunt. I can't do it alone. Brother, this is a real effort now. Our brotherhood doesn't have many rules, Lu Guohui replied calmly. When he said that, Chen Ming immediately understood. It turned out that this guy was too shy to show his face and had a thin skin. After all, back then, they were both considered the lowest in the village. One was a clumsy person and the other was lame. Although everyone was used to it, calling each other clumsy or lame was not very nice. Over time, they felt a bit insecure and didn't want to join the crowd. Stop talking about that guy. Whatever happens, today you've made the village people happy by letting them eat meat. Our village is different from others. People here aren't so mean. The manager still thinks well of you for helping out. Come on, let's go outside, Chen Ming said as he grabbed Lu Guohui's clothes and pulled him out. Lu Guohui started to struggle and turned red in the face. He wanted to laugh, but felt shy about going out. But Chen Ming needed to help him change this habit. A person needs confidence to do things well, especially on such an important day, with many people watching outside. It wasn't a big event, but for the villagers, being able to eat meat was a big favor and could earn them some goodwill. Finally, Chen Ming pulled Lu Guohui outside. Just then, when Hong Xiao, who was cutting pickled vegetables, saw this and shouted loudly. "Oh my goodness! Lu Guohui, I was wondering why I couldn't find you earlier. Why are you hiding in the house? Are you shy because so many people are here? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We all live in the same village. Today, everyone is lucky to share your good fortune and eat meat," when Hong Xiao said. She was originally bending over, pushing and pulling Lu Guohui with Chen Ming, but suddenly she straightened up. Her demeanor suddenly became more serious. It seemed this scene wasn't as scary as she had imagined. "Go. Ask Uncle Zhang and Brother Pang to cut the meat, pull out the bones, and tear them apart. You can cook a small dish with the big bones. Stew them with cabbage and vermicelli. So delicious. Later, you can also drink some bone broth. Don't forget to add some cornmeal to the broth to feed Hare," Chen Ming said as he kicked Lu Guohui on the. Lu Guohui grinned and walked toward Uncle Zhang, then started helping out. You might not believe it, but Lu Guohui went over there and was surrounded by a few women who joked around with him. His face turned as red as a monkey's, but after a while, he got used to it. Then he started chatting with the men and women around him, smiling so much that his mouth almost reached his ears. It seemed that after all these years, this moment was the brightest in his life. He felt proud and respected. When the men and women talked about him, they praised him a lot, especially when Hong Xiao, who often made funny jokes that made everyone laugh loudly. Lu Guohui was teased so much that he almost wanted to hide his face in the stove. Lu Yoji was already sitting at the table nearby. Since there was pork to eat, he definitely wouldn't leave. Han Jingui also came inside and called Han Xiumei, asking her to go to the east side of the village and bring back 2 bottles of white wine. Han Xiumei knew it was lively outside because Chen Ming had brought back a wild boar and invited everyone in the village to a feast. She was happy about it and put on her clothes to go out. When she arrived at the yard, many people greeted her, especially praising her for having a baby. They said she still looked so good and her face was even whiter than before. Han Xiumei was shy and lowered her head, then started to walk out. Chen Ming saw her and hurried to follow her, staying close behind without saying a word. Han Xiumei soon noticed Chen Ming and stopped walking. "Why are you following me? There are so many people at home. Hurry up and help with things," she said. "Mom and Dad are taking care of things over there. I see fourth sister is out too. There's nothing urgent, and I'm not the only one here. No one is being picky or unreasonable," Chen Ming said, making up an excuse, but it was a pretty bad one. Even Han Xiumei couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. "Come on, how heavy can 2 bottles of white wine be? I can carry them with one hand," she replied. "Go back and chat with Dad and the others," she added. She felt a little shy because they hadn't seen each other for many days. Even though they had been married for years, being apart for so long made her feel a bit strange. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt warm, but also a little awkward. "Then I'll go back now. Drive safely on your way home," Chen Ming said, glancing back 3 times as he walked reluctantly toward his house. Han Xiumei watched him leave and stood there, lost in thought for a long time. She could feel the changes in Chen Ming, but she didn't know how long these changes would last. 1 day, 2 days? Last time, it seemed to last a month before he reverted to his old self. He would scold and hit her, probably because he overheard someone gossiping outside, and when he felt upset, he took it out on her. Han Xiumei always knew that Chen Ming disliked and even hated the role of a son-in-law. That's why he resented himself for having married into the family. She also felt guilty about this, but after years of being mistreated by Chen Ming, that guilt had faded. She sighed deeply as she watched Chen Ming's figure disappear, praying that the good times would last a little longer. When Chen Ming returned, he saw that the pork was already cooked and sliced into pieces, some with fat, some lean, and even the pig's head meat was nearly done. A big plate of meat was placed on the table, and villagers gathered around to eat. They enjoyed it with soy sauce and garlic paste. Each bite was very satisfying. Even Lu Guohui, a young man, sat down at the table and started eating. Several bowls of slaughter pig dishes, sour cabbage, blood sausage, and pork belly were brought to the table. The pig's liver and heart had been sliced into pieces, cleaned of any gamey smell. Wild boar meat isn't very tasty or fatty, but after removing the gamey smell, it was quite good to eat. In today's world, if you can get meat to eat, you're already lucky. As soon as Chen Ming entered the yard, everyone greeted him warmly. Oh my, the guest hasn't even eaten yet, and we've already started. Come on, find a seat for Brother Chen. Come over here and sit. Chen Ming, you should have a drink today. Everyone, young and old, stood up enthusiastically when they saw Chen Ming, waving their hands to greet him. Their enthusiasm was obvious. Even Han Jingguai was smiling widely at the table, grinning from ear to ear. Sitting beside him, Lu Yoji frowned and felt uneasy inside. He remembered how he had just boasted inside the house about Han Jingguai, and now, suddenly, his son-in-law had stood up. They had treated everyone to a big meal, and the village elders were all whispering about Han Jingguai, giving him thumbs up. At that moment, it felt like a slap to the face. Lu Yoji looked a bit upset. Who would have thought that Chen Ming, quietly, went up the mountain and brought back a wild boar, and was so generous as to invite the villagers to eat? Although not everyone in the village came, those who did were well respected. After many years of gossip, Chen Ming's reputation had been ruined, but today, it suddenly changed. Both young and old started praising him, and everyone was complimenting him happily. Chen Ming found a seat and sat down. He looked back and saw Uncle Zhang and Pang Xianting still busy working. Brother Pang, Uncle Zhang, come over and eat quickly. It's hot now, and outside it's cold. You two look tired. Chen Ming called out. Uncle Zhang smiled and nodded. Then he cut a big piece of meat and handed it to a nearby child. The child immediately put it in his mouth, eating happily with sauce all over his face. Eat quickly, everyone. Don't worry about me. Old Pang and I will have a separate table later. We'll sit and have a drink and some food. As Uncle Zhang finished speaking, Pang Xianing also nodded and smiled. Eat up. We've been busy all day, so we're the most tired. As cooks, we can't be hungry. Eat, eat. Don't worry about us. Everyone's having fun. Don't be shy. Since Chen Ming is treating today, we should toast him. After Pang Xianting finished speaking, someone stood up and walked over to Chen Ming, raising a glass. It was a bottle of white liquor. I won't drink anymore. Too much makes my head hurt, and I'll be late for work. Chen Ming glanced at his father-in-law, Han Jingguai, and then spoke to the person. Why not? Are you afraid your father-in-law won't let you? Don't worry, today's a good day. Just pour a glass. The person hugged Chen Ming's shoulder, smiling broadly. Just a glass. If you, the host, don't drink, how can we? Today, we're all lucky because of you. And me too. Lu Guowei suddenly smiled and raised his hand. Yes, 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 and Lu Guowei. Today, we are lucky to have you two here. Let's all thank the village chief for bringing a good son-in-law to Chongling village. Chen Ming. If I've done anything wrong before, today's toast will settle everything. No need to keep track. At this moment, everyone, 7 or 8 villagers, young and old, and a few women, raised their glasses. They were all waiting for Chen Ming. Meanwhile, Chen Ming's gaze was on Han Jinghua. This father-in-law wasn't speaking, and Chen Ming really didn't want to drink this toast. Everyone's watching you. Why are you looking at me? As if I'm stopping you from drinking. Who can really control you? Just drink it. We're grown men. Why are you hesitating? Han Jinghua said with a faint smile. He even raised his glass, a small smile appearing on his face. It's been many years. As the village chief, he hadn't felt proud in front of the villagers for a long time. Now, Han Jinghua finally felt proud again. So, Chen Ming didn't know how long this good mood would last, but for now, he was happy. And being happy for a day was enough. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Chen Ming also raised his glass and took a sip. Suddenly, brother, you should say a few words too. You can't just drink without talking. Lu Guohui was quick-witted. With so many people and a big feast, it was a good chance to show himself. If he didn't say something from his heart, how could he improve his relationship with his father-in-law? Chen Ming immediately understood what Lu Guohui meant, so he put down his glass. All right, I'll take a minute to say a few words. Everyone, eat and drink. If you want to listen, listen. If not, just pretend you didn't hear. There's not much to say. Over the past few years, I've done some bad things, and everyone knows that. I've been pretty reckless. If I've wronged anyone before, just think I was young and foolish. I hope Chen Ming can have a chance to make amends. Over the past few years, I haven't done much of anything serious. The person I feel most sorry for is my wife, and also my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Today, I want to say that I will try my best to live a good life, take care of my wife, and support this family. From now on, I won't let my father-in-law and mother-in-law worry or get upset anymore. That's all I have to say. I will do my best." When Chen Ming said this, he drank the wine in his glass quickly. Maybe he choked, because his eyes turned red and tears started to fall. Han Jingwei saw this, shook his head, and also took a sip of wine. Hearing Chen Ming's words, he felt a bit sad inside. But just a few words can't fix all the mistakes Chen Ming has made over the years. It's not that easy. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law, Luo Haiying, was quietly wiping tears. No matter what, today Chen Ming finally said something honest. Let's see what he does next. Then everyone started eating happily. Soon, Chen Ming's face was a little red from drinking. His father-in-law, Han Jingwei, told everyone to stop offering drinks and to eat their own food. "Old Lu, how's this pork? Is it good enough as a snack with the wine?" Han Jingwei turned to Lu Yoji, who hadn't spoken, and asked with a smile. At this moment, Han Jingwei's face was also red. He hadn't drunk this much in a long time and was really enjoying himself. Most importantly, he felt very happy today. "Old Han, I take back what I said earlier. Chen Ming is actually a good kid. It's just that he needs to change some of the things he did before. As long as he doesn't gamble or drink too much and can be good to his wife and to you too, that's a big blessing. Everyone has their flaws. No one is perfect. Don't be mad at him. If there's any problem in the family, just talk about it. Don't take what I said earlier to heart." With just these two sons-in-law, if they had done this earlier, the villagers wouldn't look down on them. "Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for you, my old friend. I'm about done here. I'm heading back now," Lu Yoji said as he stood up unsteadily, patted Han Jingwei on the shoulder, and then headed outside. "Zhou Haizhu, don't eat yet. Go help Uncle Lu get home. Don't slip and fall in this cold weather." When Han Jingwei said this, a young man cheerfully agreed, stood up, and went to help Lu Yoji, supporting him with his hand. Han Xiumei had already finished buying wine and returned. She wasn't eating outside but sitting on the kong, lost in thought. The feast outside lasted for 2 hours. The food had cooled down, and everyone was full and satisfied, patting their stomachs and burping happily. Since everyone had eaten meat, they didn't wait to share the leftovers. They started tidying up the big yard on their own. "I'll clean up the yard later." Han Jingwei stood up and said, "Everyone, take your time going home. Don't cause any trouble on the way. Stay safe and get home smoothly. Don't drink too much or you'll in the snow." When the village chief spoke, everyone responded and lined up to leave. After the yard was empty, only Uncle Zhang and Pang Xianting remained. Chen Ming hurried over. "Uncle Zhang, Brother Pang, I need your help to split this meat between us two brothers," Chen Ming said with a smile. "All right, no problem," Uncle Zhang replied. "Old Zhang, keep eating. I'll go split the meat." Pang Xianting put down his chopsticks, had eaten enough, and then got up with a knife. He divided the remaining half of the wild boar, about 100 jin, into 2 parts. One half went to Lu Guohui, and the other naturally to Chen Ming. Then Han Jingwei staggered over, patting Chen Ming on the shoulder. "Don't let them help for nothing. Since they've gone, the workers need to get some meat." Han Jingwei, already drunk, had eyes nearly closed and his tongue was starting to stumble as he spoke. "Got it, Dad. You should go inside and sleep now," Chen Ming said with a smile. Han Jingwei didn't say anything more. He was helped into the house by Luo Haiying. Inside, Han Xiumei had already spread out the bedding. Han Jingwei then crawled into bed but didn't fall asleep. Outside, Chen Ming was sharing the meat, and he didn't forget to give old Zhang and Brother Pang each a wild chicken and 10 jin of meat. This made the two brothers very happy. They had already eaten a lot and felt full, but when they left, they still received meat. Soon after, Zhang Yuxiang and Han Xiujuan also came into the room. They were both picking their teeth and burping from eating so much. "Honestly, this wild boar meat is cleaned of the gamey taste, and it tastes pretty good. Our family hasn't had meat in a long time. I haven't had enough today." Han Xiujuan sat on the kong, a traditional bed, with a smile on her face. "It's strange." Chen Ming quietly brought back a wild boar. "I wonder if he and Lu Luo might have stolen it from someone." Leaning against the doorframe and picking his teeth, Zhang Yuxiang suddenly spoke. But in the next second, a broomstick flew over and hit him right on the forehead. Zhang Yuxiang yelped and hurriedly covered his head. Then he saw Han Jingwei crawl out of the bed. "Can you speak normally? You're eating and drinking other people's stuff," and you're still gossiping behind their backs. Chen Ming does some good deeds, but you're just a troublemaker. If you're gossiping behind someone's back, get lost. You're just annoying me. You're not capable yourself, yet you doubt others. Zhang Yuxiang, do I owe you respect? If you're a grown man, just say things openly. Don't gossip behind people's backs. I really hate that. Han Jingwei suddenly lost his temper, which startled Zhang Yuxiang. Everyone in the room was stunned. Dad, what are you doing? We're just talking casually. No one said he definitely stole it. Isn't it because he's thinking about how he and Lu Luo might do something big again? Of course he's thinking about it, Han Xiujuan said, defending her husband. Before Han Jingwei could reply, Han Xiumei suddenly spoke up. What are you thinking? When you were eating meat, you looked happier than anyone else. You kept stuffing food into your mouth with those quick chopsticks. Other families have some good things, but you all just gossip behind their backs. If you're not satisfied, why don't you go up the mountain to hunt wild boar? It's cold outside, and it's not easy to sneak into the mountain dens. Seeing that Han Xiumei also started to defend Chen Ming, and hearing her words were quite harsh, Han Wan's face darkened immediately. Maisie, what's wrong? When Chen Ming hit you, did you forget? Are you just going to forget the pain after the scar heals? Don't celebrate too early. You just started to treat him well for 2 days, and now he's lost his way. He acted nice these days, then took you back home. If he hits you again in a few days, I won't stand for it, and your second sister-in-law won't either. No one is getting involved in your messy family affairs. If he's really good, why don't you go back? Why are you still hanging around your parents' house? Han Wan's head tilted as she spoke. What do you mean I won't leave my parents' house? My child is still young. Second sister, if you didn't eat meat today, you wouldn't be saying these things. You think you got some benefit and are acting innocent? Dad is angry because second brother said something about Chen Ming? No, it's because you all ate his meat and are still gossiping behind his back. That's just wrong. Han Xiumei grew more confident, her face turning red. She was truly defending Chen Ming, and what she said was true. When Chen Ming was good, you didn't have to praise him or flatter him, but you shouldn't have eaten his meat and then gossiped behind his back. What kind of person does that make you? Maisie knows her father best. Xiujuan, Zhang Yuxiang, you two better not make life hard for yourselves. No matter what, Chen Ming did a good job today. He deserves praise. If he hadn't handled things well, I wouldn't spoil him. He should be scolded or even beaten if needed. Before, I didn't even look at him, didn't bother with him. That was hopeless. But today, look at what he did. He managed to gather the villagers for a meat feast, and he still kept half a pig for himself. Going up the mountain is tough and dangerous, but he went anyway and got beaten up. He brought back so much meat. Neither of you should drink and curse your older brother after eating his food. Han Jingwei also expressed his thoughts. That's just how it is. I understand, Dad. You're right. I was just talking nonsense earlier. From now on, I will work hard to make our family's life better, and I promise not to let you or my mother worry about us anymore, said Zhang Yuxiang suddenly, lowering his head. My family's Yuxiang, what's wrong? He's not gambling anymore. Dad, can you please speak to him more kindly in the future? Chen Ming has done many wrong things, but today he did something good. So what? Has he really given up his bad habits and changed? Are you two planning to forgive him? Han Xiujuan said this with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. Her husband was scolded by his father, but Chen Ming, that troublemaker, had previously argued with his father and made him so angry that he stayed in bed for days. Why does no one remember that? He does one good thing, and suddenly everything from before is forgotten. Her husband, Zhang Yuxiang, has also made many sacrifices for the family. Why doesn't her father remember that? Look at what you're saying. When did I say I would forgive him? Besides, whether I forgive him or not doesn't matter. It depends on your sister. But today, no matter what, don't talk too much or say everything out loud. People might laugh at us. All right. If you two keep talking, I'll tell you to get lost. Han Jingwei said this and turned over to lie down, covering himself with a quilt. Han Xiujuan wiped her tears, looking very unwilling. Han Xiumei, listen to me. From now on, no one will care about your family's mess. Don't always bring your troubles back home. No one wants to deal with your nonsense. One day, you'll regret it. Go back and live a hard life with him. For now, enjoy your happiness. When he shows his true colors and starts to torment you, I want to see if you still dare to argue with me. Han Xiujuan felt very upset. She suddenly stood up, pointed her finger at Han Xiumei, and said harsh words before turning and walking outside. Zhang Yuxiang looked stunned, sighed, and shook his head. Maisie, your sister speaks honestly. Don't take it to heart. But she's not wrong. Chen Ming is a habitual troublemaker. If you hold your tongue and do something nice for him, he might fool you back into his trap. Being soft-hearted with this guy is useless. When he starts acting up again, causing trouble and making noise, it will only make our parents angry. I told you and your sister this for your own good. I have no bad intentions. If Chen Ming hadn't done those things before, no one could treat him like that, Zhang Yuxiang said as he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Chen Ming. You're really coming along today. This isn't like your usual personality. If you had something good before, you kept it to yourself. Why are you so generous today, standing at the door? Zhang Yuxiang sneered. You're a grown man, talking in a strange way. Always sneaking into that old lady's group. Maybe your bad energy is too strong, turning you into a second-rate person. Say what you mean openly. Don't act all shy and sneaky. It's annoying when you act like a frog hiding at my feet. It's not scary, just irritating. Chen Ming had long been annoyed with Zhang Yuxiang. Before, he didn't have the confidence to say anything, and he thought it wasn't necessary. But now, after several times, Chen Ming didn't want to keep tolerating him anymore. He used to stay silent not because he was mute or couldn't speak, but just because he was too lazy. What did you say? Who are you talking to? I'm your brother-in-law. Show some respect. Don't be so rude and nagging. Zhang Yuxiang was stunned when he heard Chen Ming's words. He even thought he might have misheard. This kid never used to talk back to him before. What's going on today? Oh, I see. He's trying to impress dad and mom by acting tough, trying to show off. You still remember you're my brother-in-law. You're supposed to act mature, but you're petty and narrow-minded. Didn't you enjoy the pork we just ate? Why didn't you talk then? Just kept stuffing your mouth with meat, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Chen Ming snapped. Whether you have something to say or not, just get lost if you're not busy, Chen Ming said as he reached out and pushed Zhang Yuxiang aside. Then he turned and went straight into the house. Zhang Yuxiang stood at the door, stunned for a long time, watching Chen Ming go inside. He felt terrible inside. Getting scolded by this kid was really frustrating. But right now, his father-in-law was still angry and didn't like him. Since Chen Ming had stood up for himself and returned with a big wild boar, it was enough to win people's respect. Everyone in the village was starting to talk about how good he was. There's nothing special about it. One day, when I invite the villagers to dinner, your Chen Ming just got lucky and went up the mountain, bringing back a wild boar. I don't believe it. He goes up the mountain every day, and every day he can bring back a wild boar. Zhang Yuxiang thought this and was about to slam the door and go home. But suddenly he stopped, confused and scratching his head, then looked back again. Something doesn't seem right. This kid is acting like he's on fire. Maybe later, he'll get into a fight with his father-in-law. Zhang Yuxiang suddenly became interested and leaned by the window to watch the scene. He knew Chen Ming too well. Usually, within 3 seconds, everything would be fine, but after a couple of days, his true nature would show again. Just after making his father-in-law happy, they could start fighting again. Chen Ming had done some good things before and was quite diligent, but for some reason, after a while, he lost all his good reputation. He argued with his father-in-law, Han Jinghua, and they ended up fighting. All the good deeds he did before seemed to be wasted. Maybe Chen Ming was drunk now, and his bottled-up anger was looking for a way to explode. Han Xiumei hadn't been home for several days. As a man, how could he not be angry? Plus, his father-in-law's temper wasn't very good now. They might start fighting within 3 words of meeting. At this moment, inside the house, Chen Ming stood by the doorframe after entering. He had drunk quite a bit of wine, his face flushed, and he was swaying slightly. When Chen Ming came in, Han Xiumei and Luo Haiying both widened their eyes. Their hearts immediately jumped to their throats. Thinking about everything that had happened before, they wondered if Chen Ming was here to cause trouble. Especially Han Xiumei, who was very familiar with this situation. Over the past few years, it had happened countless times. Every time she went back to her parents' house, Chen Ming would drink a little, get drunk, and cause trouble, either making her take him home or dragging him back forcibly. Every time, it would turn into chaos. Luo Haiying also kept an eye on her husband, worried that Han Jinghua might suddenly dislike Chen Ming at this moment, and they would start fighting immediately. Both women were on edge, afraid to breathe loudly. Xiumei. As Luo Haiying spoke, Han Xiumei quickly got off the ground, even forgetting to put on her shoes, and grabbed Chen Ming's arm with one hand. Stop messing around today. Can you please go back and sleep? I'm begging you. My parents are happy today after a long time. As long as you don't cause trouble or make a fuss, I can do anything you ask, Han Xiumei said almost like she was pleading. Her eyes were full of tears, her face looked anxious, and she was almost stomping her foot. Otherwise, if her father wakes up later and is still drunk, he might say something wrong, and if Chen Ming gets angry, they could end up fighting. Chen Ming was stunned after hearing this, feeling confused and puzzled. He hadn't even said anything yet, so how did it turn into causing trouble? But after a while, Chen Ming finally understood. He remembered that he had done this kind of thing before, getting drunk and arguing at his father-in-law's house. That was really not good. Maisie, what are you saying? I can't. I just came to see you. Your dad hasn't been out much lately, and today he's pretty happy. I just wanted to chat with him and talk about what's on my mind, Chen Ming hurriedly explained. Wait until he's sober to talk. Both of you are drunk now. If you start arguing again later, what will happen? Luo Haiying suddenly spoke up. Chen Ming, can we go back first? The kids are already asleep. We don't want to scare them. Han Xiumei grabbed Chen Ming's arm and gently shook it, looking very pleading. Well, maybe another day then. Chen Ming nodded helplessly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, Han Jinghua sat up abruptly and saw Chen Ming immediately. What were you guys just talking about? Fighting and arguing. Chen Ming, what's going on? Did I say something at the dinner table that you didn't like? Now you're coming back to settle the score? Han Jinghua asked loudly from the doorway. Outside the window, Zhang Yuxiang could already feel the tense atmosphere inside the house. He guessed that soon, once Chen Ming got carried away, the two of them would start fighting. Old man, please don't pick fights or get upset. Chen Ming hasn't said anything here. He's drunk, so let's just let him go back to sleep, Luo Haiying said as she nudged Han Jinghua. Unexpectedly, Chen Ming turned around and came back, walking to the edge of the bed. Chen Ming, what are you doing? Why did you come back? Luo Haiying's heart tightened again. She thought Chen Ming was upset because of Han Jinggui's words and came back to confront him. Chen Ming, Han Xiumei's voice trembled as she called out. At that moment, Chen Ming slightly turned his head and smiled at Han Xiumei. The next second, he suddenly knelt down on the ground with a loud thud. Everyone was stunned. Even Han Jinggui, who was sitting on the bed, was wide-eyed, staring at Chen Ming kneeling on the floor. No one could understand what was happening. What is going on? Seeing Chen Ming kneel so straight and firm, Han Jinggui was also stunned. He quickly stood up, frowned slightly, and pointed at Chen Ming. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so strange? Han Jinggui was confused too. He was starting to wake up and remembered the harsh words he had just said. Usually, if Chen Ming was insulted like that, he would have lost his temper long ago. This kid is really stubborn. But he didn't expect Chen Ming to kneel down like this. Could he be asking for something? Maybe he wants to take Xiumei back home, but that's not going to happen. Today's punishment might have made him look good, but it doesn't erase the wrongs he's done before. Chen Ming's past actions had already made everyone around him lose trust. Now Luo Haiying and Han Xiumei were both stunned, not knowing what was happening. They even wondered if they had misjudged the situation. Could Chen Ming be drunk? Dad, go ahead and scold me. I feel better that way. I've brought shame to you all these years, Chen Ming said, knocking his head on the ground with a loud sound. His words were firm and full of resolve. Mom and Dad, I've been wrong all these years. I'm sorry. I let you down, and I let Xiumei down. I am useless and unable to give you a good life. Once, I knelt before you all and told you directly that I would treat my wife well, let Xiumei live a good life, and not let her suffer or feel wronged. It's my fault that I didn't do that. When I said this, Chen Ming's voice choked with emotion. Hearing this, everyone in the family was stunned, and their hearts trembled too. After all, the family had never sat down together so calmly and peacefully like today. But the misunderstanding only grew deeper, and resentment had already taken root, especially since this family had repeatedly found Chen Ming untrustworthy, with each mistake worse than the last, which had completely cooled their feelings. Kid, get up quickly. The ground is cold. and your legs can't take it. Luo Haiying spoke politely, trying to care for her son-in-law. She wanted him to truly care about her son-in-law, but now it was impossible, and there was no need for false kindness. In the past, they had raised this son-in-law like their own son, but in the end, he turned out to be ungrateful. But after all, he was just a child, born and raised by his parents. The mother couldn't bear to see him kneeling in this cold weather. Luo Haiying reached out to help Chen Ming, but he shook his head and gently pushed away his mother-in-law. "Mom, my legs are fine, really. Just let me kneel here. It's what I should do. Over the years, I haven't been able to bow to you too during the new year. This time, I want to make it up to you. I will repay all I owe you. I just hope you can trust me this once, just this once." As Chen Ming spoke, he kept bowing his head, even his forehead turning blue from the repeated bows. Han Jingui finally sat down slowly, sighed deeply, and pulled the basket next to Kang Qin closer. He rolled a cigarette but didn't speak, lighting it and taking a few puffs, lost in thought. "Old man, say something. Tell him to get up quickly. Standing here like this isn't right." Luo Haiying urged Han Jingui. "Let him kneel if he wants. I don't want to bother." Han Jingui turned his head to look out the window. He was stiff, but his eyes already shimmered with tears. Initially, he didn't treat Chen Ming like a son. He would scold and hit him, but all of it was for Chen Ming's good. If he wasn't treated like a real son, he wouldn't care whether Chen Ming lived or died, and he wouldn't bother cleaning up after his messy mistakes. But in the end, a son-in-law is still just a son-in-law. He's not as important as his own son. When he scolds or hits him, Chen Ming remembers it deep in his heart. "Dad, I know you're upset inside. You've kept it all these years. You can hit me a few times or scold me. Anything. As long as it makes you feel better, I'm sorry I let you down. You used to treat me the best among all the sons-in-law. I was the only one who married into the family, and you had the highest hopes for me. I failed to meet them. I'm narrow-minded. I always thought your strictness was because you favored other brothers-in-law. Now I understand what's going on." Chen Ming poured out his heart. He had to say it all, or he felt like he would suffocate. He had been looking for this chance for days. Today was the best opportunity. Otherwise, he rarely got to speak openly. Even if he said something, his father-in-law might not listen or believe him. After a moment of silence, Han Jingui turned to look at Chen Ming and asked, "Are you just here to say these things, Chen Ming? Do you think we can still trust you?" At this moment, Han Xiumei sat nearby, covering her face, unable to hold back her tears. She was a simple person. She just wanted to marry a good man, live a good life, and take care of her family so that her husband wouldn't worry. She wanted to make everything clear and straightforward at home and outside. If she had the ability, she would respect her parents more. If not, she would try harder to show her respect. Now that they had a child, even though it was a girl, she was still Chen Ming's flesh and blood. Over the years, Han Xiumei had a knot in her heart. She couldn't understand why Chen Ming had become like a demon, tormenting her. What did she do wrong? Was she a wasteful person? Was she a bad mother-in-law? Or was it because she was ugly and not good enough for him? Did she embarrass him with her incompetence? Hearing Han Xiumei's sobs, Chen Ming felt even worse inside. "Wife, don't cry. It's all my fault. I'm not a good person. I know you don't believe me anymore when I say these things, so just wait a little longer. Just a bit more. I've really changed now. I won't just talk about it. From now on, you'll see what I do. Dad, I'm making this promise today. By the end of the year, I will turn our family's life around and make it prosperous. First, I will renovate your house into a big, sturdy home. This is my promise to you and Mom. I owe my wife a lot, and I will make it up to her. Nothing will be missed, whether it's small or big. If others have something, my wife should have it too. If others don't have it, I want my wife to have it." When Chen Ming said this, he clenched his teeth tightly, with a look of firm determination like never before. At this moment, he wasn't just making a promise. He was giving himself a strict order. This is also his deep desire and mission since he came back to life. When Han Xiumei heard Chen Ming's heartfelt words, her soft heart couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her face and stood up, running into the small house to cry. Luo Haiying also couldn't sit still. No matter what, Chen Ming spoke beautifully today. He seemed like a strong, brave man. Because of this, she stepped in front of Chen Ming and helped him up. "Get up quickly, listen to me. If I knew today's situation, why did I let things go so far in the first place? I can't just ignore the good days we had. I tell you, Chen Ming, with everything you've done before, I, as a mother, wish I could fight you. My daughter hasn't done anything wrong. You can say whatever you want. She's not like others, who act improperly outside or flirt with other men. She's loyal to you. She's been worried about the family inside and out. How can you hit her like that? How can you bring yourself to do it? As for the injuries on Mei Zi, new wounds over old ones, I'm too ashamed to talk about it. This man has the ability to act outside, but when he comes home, he treats his wife well. Everywhere he goes, people praise him. Don't you think that makes sense? Luo Haiying was also moved by Chen Ming's words today, or she wouldn't have said these things. After pulling Chen Ming up, he spoke earnestly and sincerely. As for Han Jingguai, who was sitting on the Kong, he glared at Chen Ming and then said, "It's not too late to wake up. Since it's still possible, hasn't Xiumei already broken up with you? You'll see what you do from now on. Today, I take your words to heart and really mean it. I don't ask you to build me a house, but if you can truly live honestly and treat my daughter well, I'm finally at ease now. I don't want anything else. I want to tell you, Chen Ming, that I originally wanted to train you as my successor. I won't be the village head for many more years. Everyone knows I, Han Jingguai, care about my reputation and face. I really don't want to give up being the village head, so I thought that if my son-in-law becomes the village head, he should do good things for the village. I'm so strict with you because I have my reasons. I didn't know you were so narrow-minded and stubborn, always thinking the worst. You're a useless fool." At this point, Han Jingguai couldn't help but curse, but inside, he felt quite relieved. All the words he had been holding back for so many years finally came out. Men tend to be a bit macho, sensitive about their pride, so when he fought with Chen Ming before, neither of them ever spoke their true feelings. He was so harsh on Chen Ming back then, but he never shared his real thoughts. Chen Ming, in turn, became more and more confused and didn't dare to ask, leading to misunderstandings. These misunderstandings grew deeper, turning into hatred, and now it has come to this point. Chen Ming finally heard his father-in-law's true feelings, and he felt even more guilty. If it weren't for the luck of being given a second chance at life, he probably would never have heard these words or understood the lifelong misunderstandings. Because of these misunderstandings, he hurt his loved ones and let down his family's hopes. "Dad, you're right. I will remember everything you said. From now on, just watch and see what I do. If I ever disappoint you again, you can tear down my house and kick me out of this family completely. I won't complain," Chen Ming said very seriously. His tone was also very firm. "Stop talking nonsense with me. Do whatever you want in the future. I won't interfere. Whether you learn well or go astray, no one can stop you. Anyway, don't think about anything tricky now. Xiumei can stay here with me for a while. The kids are still young, and your mother and I can help take care of them. Now that you have a job, you should work hard and make a good life. Live properly and make something of yourself. If Xiumei wants to go back with you later, that's her choice. Your mother and I won't stop her. But right now, it's not possible." Han Jingguai has made his point clear and shown his attitude. "Chen Ming, don't listen to your father saying things so firmly. As long as you live well and take care of the family, your wife Xiumei knows what kind of person she is. Her heart was already hurt deeply by you. It won't heal in just a day or two. People have feelings, and Xiumei is soft-hearted. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have stayed with you until now." Luo Haiying suddenly thought that Chen Ming might still have a chance to change. It depends on what he does next. If in a few days he shows his true nature again and behaves badly, then he might be hopeless for life. There's no point in hoping for him anymore. He should leave if he needs to. The girl's life shouldn't be ruined because of someone like him. At worst, she can be raised by herself. No one should harm her. "Mom, Dad, I'm not here to boast today, nor do I expect to bring Xiumei back. My life isn't good enough yet. I don't have the right or confidence. I want to make this family clear and fix the hurt I caused Xiumei. When she's willing to come back, it means I haven't disappointed you. Dad, go to sleep quickly. I need to go home and get ready. I have to go up the mountain tonight." Chen Ming smiled as he said this, then turned to leave. "Chen Ming, don't go up the mountain tonight. It's too dangerous. It's just as safe during the day." Luo Haiying suddenly called out and warned him. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Tonight, I won't go into the mountain. I'll just stay outside and hunt some wild birds or deer. Hurry back inside." Chen Ming turned around, left a word, and reached out to open the door. Suddenly, "Wait a moment. Don't rush to do anything yet. I think something's not right," she said. "Come inside with me and take a look around." "It seems like your leg isn't as lame as before," Luo Haiying said, her eyes wide with surprise, thinking she might have been mistaken. She quickly grabbed Chen Ming's hand and pulled him into the house. Chen Ming knew he couldn't hide this anymore, and he felt happy about it. Over the past few days, his leg had improved a lot. The medicine and patches he used were helping, and the numbness was almost gone. He believed that soon, he would fully recover. He didn't hide anything and followed his mother-in-law, Luo Haiying, into the house to look around. In that moment, even Han Xiumei and Han Jingui, the father and daughter, looked shocked. They stared closely at Chen Ming's leg, especially Han Xiumei, who covered her mouth in surprise, tears welling up in her eyes. It was like a dream. A thought suddenly crossed her mind, something she thought was impossible and too good to be true. Could it be that heaven finally made Chen Ming wake up and get better? That the cruel husband from before was gone, and instead, she now had a healthy man? Even the leg that had been lame for over a year was now normal. Though it still had a small flaw, as long as he moved carefully, it was hardly noticeable. Han Xiumei looked at him for a while before she could see that Chen Ming's leg still had a tiny problem. "Chen Ming, is your leg better now? I told you I noticed something was different these days. Your leg is much faster than before. Why didn't you tell me?" Han Jingui finally understood and curiously asked about Chen Ming's leg. "Yes, it's much better now. Before, my leg was swollen and numb, and it didn't obey me. I went to the town and got some medicine. I used the patches and soaked it in hot water every night. It's almost healed now, Dad. Now that my leg is better, Maisie won't be talked about or called it anymore. I need to go back soon." Chen Ming didn't say much more. Sometimes, talking too much could annoy people. He looked at Han Xiumei with a mix of longing and reluctance. Then he turned and walked outside. When he pushed open the door and stepped into the yard, the cold wind hit his face. At this moment, Chen Ming finally felt the changes brought by his rebirth. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. In his previous life, there were too many misunderstandings, and he couldn't figure them out before he died. Now everything is clear. His former father-in-law and mother-in-law treated him like their own son. However, his many wrongdoings had deeply hurt these two elders' hearts. When they left, he wasn't forgiven. This was one of his biggest regrets. Thinking of this, Chen Ming sighed deeply. His heart was full of motivation, and he didn't plan to sleep tonight. He wanted to go into the mountain to earn more money and make a better life. After entering the house, he saw Hare jump up from the firewood pile, wagging his tail at him. On the stove, there were a few bowls of unfinished pickled vegetables and pork. Clearly, Uncle Zhang and Brother Pang had cleaned up and brought everything back to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that the elders in this village are very particular about things. Before he even entered the house, Chen Ming heard snoring from inside. He could guess that Li Guohui, the young man, was drunk and had fallen asleep in his own bed. Since the bed was warm and sticky, he just fell asleep once he lay down. Just as he was about to go inside and wake the young man to go home, the door behind him suddenly opened. When he turned around, he saw Han Xiumei walking in, and he was stunned. Maisie, why are you here?" Chen Ming was a bit surprised. He regretted saying this as soon as he spoke. After all, his wife was coming to his house. That's normal, right? But saying that made things seem awkward. Han Xiumei also froze in place, opening her mouth, but not saying anything. "I didn't mean it like that. Don't overthink. Are you here to pick something up?" Chen Ming asked again. "No, I took everything I needed. The house is so close. If anything's missing, I just came over. I just wanted to see you. I saw you were drunk, so I didn't want you to just sleep on the bed. If the bed is cold, I can light a fire for you." When Han Xiumei said this, she lowered her head slightly. Chen Ming immediately felt happy and comfortable. It was a good sign, meaning he handled things well today. Although he lost half a pig, his father-in-law and mother-in-law no longer disliked him as much as before. Even Han Xiumei came back on her own to warm the bed, which showed she cared. "The bed is warm. Hey, do you want to come inside and chat for a bit?" Chen Ming said as he opened the door. Han Xiumei didn't reply, but walked in quietly. Inside, he saw Lu Guohui already lying on the bed, snoring loudly like thunder. Han Xiumei stood nearby, without getting on the bed. Chen Ming quickly went over, climbed onto the bed, and grabbed Lu Guohui's clothes. "You're really foolish to sleep here. Get up and go home to sleep," Chen Ming shouted. Lu Guohui opened his eyes, looking sleepy. "What's wrong, brother? Is it morning? I need to go home quickly. The bed isn't heated yet." Lu Guohui suddenly sat up, turned around, and started spinning on the ground. He was still groggy, making Han Xiumei laugh quietly. Chen Ming also couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't rush to leave. Wake up properly. Later, put your hat on tightly so you don't catch a cold at home." Hearing this, Lu Guohui sat down on the edge of the bed, looking down. After a while, he snapped out of it and rubbed his face. "Oh, sister-in-law, you're back. I have to go now. You two stay a bit longer. Brother, I'll come back later to get the pork. Make sure to save some for me. Don't give it all away." When Lu Guohui finished speaking, he put his hat on his head and turned to leave. Surprisingly, he was quite perceptive. After Lu Guohui left, Chen Ming pushed the bed aside, patted it, and said with a smile, "Sit for a while. If you have anything to say, just tell me." Han Xiumei didn't speak, but nodded, and then walked over slowly, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Looking at Han Xiumei's figure from behind, there's nothing to say. Chen Ming's heart itched just thinking about it. He kept wondering how he could possibly take such a good wife. She has a pretty face and a good figure. Her small frame looks great in any clothes, graceful and charming. Her legs are long and slim. Even after having a child, her body hasn't changed. It has become more curvy and attractive. "I just came to tell you, you shouldn't go up the mountain tonight. It's too dangerous. There are many wolves here, and if you run into one, what should we do?" After a moment of silence, feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Han Xiumei slightly turned her head and spoke to Chen Ming. "Don't worry. Didn't I just say? Nothing's wrong. My parents are worried, but I just went hunting on the mountain. I know what I'm doing. I can't get into trouble. Our daughter isn't grown up yet. I need to work hard to improve our life. When she grows up and becomes an adult, our conditions will get better. This girl should be spoiled. If she grows up not knowing what's good, and then meets someone like me, she'll suffer." Chen Ming sighed deeply when he said this. As parents, you can't really understand this feeling. Now, if his daughter grows up and meets someone like himself, abusive, hitting and scolding, torturing in every way, how painful would that be for a father? The father might even feel like killing. The father-in-law has been very tolerant so far. Don't say that. Things are pretty good now. My parents just hope you can stay healthy and not change back to how you used to be. Actually, I think the same. Chen Ming, I beg you, don't be like before. Give me hope, then take it away. I really can't take it anymore. What should I do? I can't live like this, nor die. My parents are getting old, and our child is still so young. If we live a good life, it will definitely be better. As long as you can act like a normal person, Han Xiumei will only have you in her life. I won't have any other man. I really want something simple, just for you to take on the responsibilities of a man and support this family. When you're tired outside, I want to wash your feet, help you bathe, and warm up the bed for you. It would be so good for our family of 3. When Han Xiumei said this, tears filled her eyes. Her emotions were so strong that her lips trembled, and she even covered her eyes with her hands, unable to hold back. Sometimes, when feelings are kept inside for too long, they can't be spoken out loud and instead flow from the eyes. When Chen Ming saw this, he felt very sad. He raised his big hand to hug her, but finally let it down. "Sweetheart, I understand what you're saying. I didn't listen before, but now, I don't need anyone to tell me. I know what I should do. I will try my best to treat you well, respect my parents, and raise our children properly. I don't expect you to forgive me. But from now on, if I treat you well, please don't refuse. Whether it's to make up for my mistakes or to redeem myself, I am willing to spend the rest of my life working hard for you and our daughter. I am even willing to risk my life to have children for me, to continue the family line. I keep this in my heart." Chen Ming stood up as he spoke, his eyes showing an unprecedented determination. When Han Xiumei heard this, she felt like she was dreaming. She had always dreamed of a day when Chen Ming would suddenly wake up, to live a good life with her. But what she feared most was that Chen Ming might turn bad again after several days. This made Han Xiumei feel very conflicted inside. As long as you have this intention, that's enough. Don't take my parents' words too seriously. I am now staying at my mother's house. We are not far apart. If you miss me, just call me anytime. I will come back to see you. It's just a few steps away. I'm waiting for you. Han Xiumei still believes that the man who looked at me with all his eyes back then. He's not dead. He's still here. Han Xiumei suddenly looked up, deeply gazing at Chen Ming. At this moment, the two looked into each other's eyes for a long time. Neither avoided the other. Eyes are the windows to the soul and the deepest form of communication. It was only until this moment that Han Xiumei truly felt the firm resolve of her heart. Perhaps this time, she was dreaming of that caring and loving master who truly returned. Xiumei, come back quickly. The child has woken up. Just as Chen Ming was about to hold Han Xiumei in his arms, the door to the outer room was pushed open, and his mother-in-law's voice came through. Han Xiumei quickly wiped her tears and went outside. When she reached the door, she didn't forget to turn back and smile at Chen Ming. That simple smile made Chen Ming feel alive inside. Then Luo Haiying entered the room and said to Chen Ming, "Ming, is the Kong bed cold? Xiumei needs to go back and feed the baby. I'll warm up the bed for you. You shouldn't go into the mountains late at night. Just rest at home tonight. If you need to go, do it during the day." After saying that, Luo Haiying turned around and went outside to really warm the bed. Seeing this, Chen Ming hurriedly ran outside. "Mom, you should go back and rest. The bed is still warm. I'll just burn the bedding a little more later. Don't worry so much. I know what I'm doing," Chen Ming said with a smile. "All right, you go to sleep quickly. You drank quite a bit just now. How can someone who doesn't usually drink get so drunk? Oh, and you're half pig. You two can share the meat. Later, I'll see if I can send some to your parents. It's been so many years. You should go back and visit them. I have nothing to do at my parents' place." Luo Haiying finished, and then pushed the door open to go home. Chen Ming looked up at the ceiling, feeling very happy inside. This is just the beginning. Things will get better and better. As for his parents, Chen Ming really didn't have the face to go back now. If he didn't make something of himself, even if he returned, his father wouldn't accept him. After all, he had already caused trouble when he insisted on becoming a son-in-law, and his father didn't recognize him as his son. Only when his mother thought of him would she secretly come to see him. But because of his father's bad temper, she didn't dare say anything. It was a very uncomfortable situation. Sighing, Chen Ming turned around and went into the house. He didn't sleep, but put on his hat, then went outside again to the outer room. He packed all the red horse beans in the iron basin. He planned to sell these things first to get some money. Only then would he feel secure. After Chen Ming left home, he locked the big gate and carried a sack, heading straight to the small town. About an hour later, Chen Ming arrived at the restaurant. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Chao Guobang squatting outside, smoking. Today, Chen Ming was in a good mood, so he playfully reached out and put his hand on Chao Guobang's shoulder. Suddenly, Chao Guobang was startled. He was about to scold, but when he saw Chen Ming smiling at him, his anger cooled down quickly. "Are you getting friendly with me? You scared me half to death. Almost made me jump. Why are you so free today? Did you come down from the mountain again? How much stuff did you bring?" Chao Guobang slowly stood up and cheerfully handed Chen Ming a cigarette. For some reason, Chao Guobang liked this young man. He was diligent, capable, and hardworking. At such a young age, he often went into the mountain, which must have been tough. But he also earned good money. Chao Guobang wasn't jealous at all. The money was deserved. Who would want to go into the cold mountain in this freezing weather? Standing outside already made him cold all over. He also thought Chen Ming was in good health. "It's nothing special. I caught a wild boar, kept some for myself, and shared some with the villagers to make friends. And I also brought some other goods," Chen Ming said with a smile, handing over the sack. The game was packed in a net, with males and females separated. Chao Guobang was a little disappointed at first, but when he opened the bag and looked inside, he was happy. The restaurant needed this game the most. It's nutritious and tasty, a real local specialty from the Northeast. Recently, the boss kept saying they should get more of it, dry it, and sell it to Southern customers or give as gifts. Very impressive. If sold at the restaurant, it could fetch a good price. Many Southern guests had been requesting game stew with tofu lately, but finding this game in winter was hard. Lu Wenbin contacted many hunters and even went to nearby villages, but still couldn't get much. Yesterday, I only managed to gather about 100 items from 7 or 8 families after working for half a month. When I saw the bag Chen Ming brought, filled with about 50 to 60 red horses, including 17 or 18 females, I couldn't help but but smile. You really are hiding your talents. You didn't tell me the truth. This is a good thing. I have to tell you, our restaurant's business has been good lately, thanks to your deliveries. These red horses are holding us up. Our boss is always looking for them and is worried. When he's tired, someone sends him a pillow. If you send these over, he'll be happy and will pay you well. Stop standing outside in this cold weather, Xiao Guobang said as he opened the door and called Chen Ming over with a wave. The two of them went inside. As soon as Chen Ming entered, he saw the tables were full, some still hadn't been cleared. The restaurant was very busy, with even the back room filled with people. This time, Xiao Guobang took Chen Ming upstairs. The second floor was a lounge with 3 private rooms. There was a large, fancy sofa in the middle of the living room. Lu Wenbin was sitting on the sofa, checking accounts, with a cigarette in his ear. He kept licking his fingers and flipping through the ledger. Boss, little Chen is here. You don't need to get upset. The guests ordered a table for tonight, and the main dishes have been delivered to you. Xiao Guobang smiled as he handed the bag with the red horses to Lu Wenbin. It looked like he was showing off, as if he caught all these red horses himself. Lu Wenbin looked inside the bag, and his face lit up with a bright smile. Oh, this is great. I was worried about where to get these red horses for tonight's table. I was thinking of digging some myself, but I don't have that skill. Brother Chen, you really are my savior. Tonight's guests are very important to me. Without these main dishes, I'd look stingy. This meal was supposed to be on me, but if they ask for frog stew with tofu, and I can't get it, they won't believe me. I've been in the Northeast for many years. When someone finally comes to see me, I really hope I don't mess things up. That would be so frustrating. Lu Wenbin stood up and walked over to Chen Ming. His eyes were full of admiration, and he patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. These next couple of days, I'll specially get some for you to see if you can find any. Digging for them takes quite some effort. The main thing is whether you can find them. As long as you do, I'll deliver them to you. Chen Ming grinned and said happily. With you saying that, what else is there to talk about? Anyway, if you get some and don't want to eat them yourself, just send them to me. You're from the Northeast too, so you can eat them anytime. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare something for you, Lu Wenbin asked warmly. I've already eaten. I just came from home, Chen Ming replied. Why don't you help me settle the bill? I need to hurry home because I plan to go into the mountains again tonight. Maybe I can bring you some tomorrow morning. Chen Ming didn't want to waste more time. He planned to go into the mountains again tonight. When is the best time? Now. His father-in-law had already spoken, and even his mother-in-law had shown her support. His wife was also starting to change her mind. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming felt excited, full of energy like he'd had a shot of adrenaline. All right, I'll calculate the price for you now. Last time, we agreed on 1.5 yuan each for the horsehair mushrooms, right? This time, I'll give you 8 yuan each. I'll also give you 1 yuan per gene for the male mushrooms. Lu Wenbin set the price confidently and generously. Thank you so much, Boss Lu. Chen Ming quickly expressed his gratitude. After all, no one owed anyone anything. Money isn't easy to come by these days, and earning it is tough. The fact that he was offered this price was already very kind. No need to be so formal, Lu Wenbin said casually. I'll count it now. After speaking, Lu Wenbin went to the bag and started counting. He also handed the male and female mushrooms to Xiao Guobang to weigh. The female mushrooms are still 30.6 yuan, and the males weigh about 7 jing. Let's round it up to 40 yuan for you, Lu Wenbin said. After Xiao Guobang finished weighing and confirmed the weight, Lu Wenbin took out 4 large bills from his pocket and handed them all to Chen Ming. Holding the 40 yuan in his hand, Chen Ming felt very happy. With this money, I will soon have enough to reach 200. Later, I plan to buy my wife a watch. Chen Ming can't imagine how happy Xiumei will be then. Thinking of this, Chen Ming feels more excited and even wants to go back into the mountains now. Well, I won't bother you anymore, Boss Lu. I need to head back quickly, Chen Ming said, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Brother Chen. There's one more thing I need your help with. Your hunting skills are obvious. I've seen many fox hunters come to sell game at my house, but no one is as good as you. I have a few old clients in the south who have helped me a lot. They even lent me money when I first started my restaurant here. These days, they're coming over and specifically want to eat this little flying dragon. If you can get a couple, the price is negotiable, probably higher than market value. It would be great if you could also find some wild hazelnuts or mushrooms. Lu Wenbin smiled, and looked at Chen Ming, waiting for his response. That thing is hard to catch. The main problem is that it's rare. I'll keep an eye out. If I manage to catch one, I'll deliver it to you as soon as I can. Chen Ming hesitated slightly, but nodded in agreement. The little flying dragon is a nickname for a forest bird in the northeast, called a flower-tailed hazel grouse. Its meat is tender and fresh, especially delicious when cooked with wild hazelnuts. One bite, and you might even swallow your tongue by accident. It's no exaggeration. These little flying dragons are not only hard to catch, but also quite rare. In the local saying, ground donkey meat, sky dragon meat, the dragon meat refers to this little flying dragon. So Chen Ming didn't dare make any promises he couldn't keep. If he wasn't sure he could do it, he wouldn't say so definitively, to avoid disappointing others or damaging relationships. All right, do your best. I trust you. Be careful when you go into the mountains. It's getting late. You should head back quickly. Lu Wenbin nodded warmly and made a welcoming gesture after Chen Ming agreed. He didn't just look for Chen Ming alone. He also contacted more than 10 hunters, all of whom agreed to high prices. They all accepted quickly because the offered prices were very high, at least 2 or 3 times above market value. He had also visited the black market before, but he really couldn't find the little flying dragon. Recently, 2 were available on the black market, but they were quickly bought by others. The prices for those were also quite high. Moreover, he needed it urgently. If he couldn't pay enough, the hunters wouldn't be motivated to help. Interestingly, the hunters agreed easily, which made Lu Wenbin feel hopeless. However, Chen Ming didn't seem to take things too seriously. He just casually agreed without making any promises. This made Lu Wenbin think Chen Ming might have some tricks up his sleeve. Chen Ming also gave a quick greeting before going downstairs with Chao Guobang. When they reached the door, Chao Guobang personally opened it for him. Then Chen Ming happily left the restaurant and headed straight home. Tonight, he planned to go up the mountain and had many things to prepare. He decided to make a slingshot first because he planned to catch the little flying dragon, and a slingshot was essential. When he got home, he found the door was unlocked, which made him happy. He knew his family had left it open for him. Usually, he had to unlock the door himself or even climb over the wall if he forgot his keys. Once inside, he lit the stove and sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, starting to make the slingshot. Earlier, in the mountains, he found a suitable piece of wood, smoothed out all the rough edges, and then attached a thick rubber band around it, fitting it into the carved groove. He also used wire to secure it and made a small pouch for the projectiles, fixing it onto the rubber band. He finished a simple slingshot, and he had bought many glass marbles, like the toys Northeast children played with back then. After making the slingshot, Chen Ming prepared gunpowder and steel balls. He first loaded the double-barreled hunting rifle, filling the stock. When everything was ready, he took Black 2, his dog, put on the dog sled, and left the house. He had an iron pickaxe, an iron shovel, and a hook for the stove. Everything was prepared. Tonight, Chen Ming planned to have a good hunt and catch some sea creatures. He wanted to earn more money during this time. Thinking of this, he felt very excited. He looked back at his father-in-law's house, and the lights gradually went out as the sky darkened further. Chen Ming pushed open the door and locked it from outside. He had the key, so even if he returned late at night, he could open the door himself. Then he took Hare and headed step by step toward Chongling Mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he followed his usual routine. First, he broke a hole in the ice on the river, then lowered the trap into the water to warm up. After placing the trap and 7 or 8 baskets into the ice hole, Chen Ming clapped his hands, released Hare, and watched him shake off the snow and start playing happily. Thanks to the past 2 days of feeding, Hare's fur became shiny and healthy. His body grew stronger, though he still looked a bit thin. With more time, he would definitely become more robust. He first took the dog to the spot where he had set a trap with Lu Guowei during the day. After wandering around nearby, he surprisingly found some results. 2 wild chickens hanging on the trap, already frozen solid. Chen Ming didn't hesitate to throw the 2 wild chickens into a sack and hung them on a nearby tree. The chickens remained hanging until they froze to death, and no other wild animals ate them, indicating there were no predators around. He then led Hare deeper into the woods. Soon, Hare suddenly barked and quickly darted through the snowy forest, with Chen Ming following closely behind. Clearly, Hare had sensed something. In no time, The dog and man crossed a small hill. Hare suddenly lunged forward toward a black shadow. The shadow was startled and quickly darted through the snow, disappearing into a hole. Hare rushed forward, pawing at the hole and barking anxiously. Chen Ming caught up, pulled Hare back, and saw a hole about the size of a soccer ball, getting narrower deeper inside. He hadn't seen clearly what it was earlier, but judging by the movement, it was likely a badger. Then he wandered around nearby again and found another small black hole about 3 meters away. Seeing this, Chen Ming's face lit up with a smile. Hare was guarding another black hole on the other side, constantly trying to pull something out with his claws. Chen Ming also gathered a bunch of weeds and dry wood, all of which he stuffed into the mouth of the black hole. He then took a match, lit some pine needles, and set the pile of weeds and branches on fire. Soon, black smoke started to rise. Chen Ming bent down and blew into the opening, trying to push the smoke inside the black hole. Before long, the fire at the hole grew stronger, melting the snow around it. The smoke was thick and rolling. Luckily, the wind wasn't strong that night, or the fire might have spread to the surroundings. Chen Ming dared to light the fire at the mountain's opening because of this. After a while, the smoke grew even thicker as he covered the fire with snow to smother it. The smoke kept increasing, roaring like a train puffing steam. Soon, Hare at the other black hole suddenly barked and lunged at a small creature just emerging from the hole. The creature squeaked loudly and shrank back, but the black smoke inside the hole kept getting thicker. Chen Ming grabbed his hook and approached Hare. He pushed the hook into the black hole to fish out whatever was inside. After a moment, he caught something and pulled hard. Once he got it out, he quickly grabbed it with his hand and tied it up with a rope. Hare ran over and bit it a few times, barking loudly. At this moment, Chen Ming turned on his flashlight and saw a big smile on his face. He hadn't expected that, thinking he was going to catch a badger, but instead, he caught a sable. Chen Ming was so excited he rubbed his hands together. He turned around and placed the sable into a basket, tying it up with a bag. Tonight's catch of the sable was enough. Just as Chen Ming was about to leave with Hare, suddenly, Hare turned around and started biting again. Chen Ming listened carefully and thought, something's not right. Could there be more inside the black hole? When he got closer, he saw a dull gray thing with its head already sticking out. As Hare ran up, it quickly pressed down with a paw, then bit down hard. At that moment, it was holding on tightly. Then it started to pull and drag the object out. Hare was quite strong and used his head to shake, helping to pull the thing out from inside. Chen Ming looked and immediately smiled. Hare really works. He truly came in handy. Before he could act, Hare had already grabbed the thing inside and pulled it out of the dark hole. Chen Ming quickly took out a rope, went over, and looped it around. Then he shined his flashlight to see what it was. When he saw, he grinned excitedly, his breathing becoming heavier. He reached out and patted Hare's big head. Hare, I'm counting on you this time. When we go back, I'll cook pig bones for you to enjoy a good meal, a real treat for you. Chen Ming's words seemed to be understood by Hare. The dog barked a few times and looked excited, sticking out his tongue and panting happily. At this moment, Chen Ming had already the thing on the ground. It was a marten, and it was quite big and fat. He never expected that both a sable and a marten would be in the same hole. Maybe they originally had 2 holes, but one was dug out or they chased each other and ended up in someone else's hole. Chen Ming had caught them both. After tying up the marten, he threw it into a basket. He carried it over to the dog sled where he had placed earlier, and also brought back the 2 wild chickens. Tonight, after just an hour in the mountains, he had already made such a big catch. Chen Ming felt very excited. If he sold these things, he estimated he could get at least 100 yuan. It's not an exaggeration. He just took a quick look, and the marten alone wouldn't sell for less than 200 yuan. People say the best fur of the marten is the starry sky grade. He saw it earlier, though it wasn't quite that level. It was just below. If it were a starry sky grade, just one pelt could sell for 600 or 700 yuan, even over 1,000. The golden brown fur, second only to the starry sky, is very soft. He just touched it earlier, and he could tell right away how good it felt. In his past life, his family's cabinet was full of big fur coats. He has a lot of experience with these furs. As for that sable, he has a rough idea of its value, but he's not sure exactly how much he could sell it for. Anyway, Tonight, he didn't come back empty-handed. He went up the mountain alone and gained a lot. All these trophies are his and don't need to be shared. If he had brought Lu Guohui along, he would have had to share some with him. That's the rule and tradition among hunters. You can't hunt something good and not share it with your team. No good person would do that, and such a person wouldn't succeed in the long run. After all, good times don't last forever. Everyone has tough days. Even though he had a good haul tonight, Chen Ming didn't plan to go home yet. He took Hare and wandered around the mountain a bit more. He wanted to catch some hares to bring back. Lu Wenbin really needed these things. They wandered for over an hour and got very cold. Chen Ming and Hare had gone about 7 or 8 miles into the forest and couldn't go further because they started hearing faint wolf howls. If he ran into wolves tonight, his double-barreled hunting gun wouldn't be enough to fight them. So, he and Hare slid down the mountain to a lower area. They saw a large low-lying spot ahead, not very snowy, with little snow on the ground. There's an old saying, snow on the high mountains, frost in the lowlands. The snow was on the mountain tops, but the low areas had little snow, only ice and frost. At night, the wind in these low spots was cold and gusty. Chen Ming jumped down and immediately regretted it. It was too cold. His clothes couldn't keep out the chill. But since he was already down, he looked at the big ahead. Climbing back up would be very tiring. He thought, I need to find something worthwhile to bring back. This large low-lying area was probably a big water hole when it wasn't frozen. He also found a stream outlet, which extended downward into a long, narrow creek. This shows that this mountain hollow often has a lot of water, and it is likely to have about 10 meters of water depth by summer. So, I started working right away. Since I was cold, doing some work made me warmer. Hare was wandering nearby, guarding the basket. Chen Ming didn't dare leave it outside because if other wild animals found it, all the effort would be wasted tonight. Chen Ming also swung his iron pickaxe, working hard to break the ice. Luckily, he was young and strong. After eating, he had plenty of energy, especially since his wife wasn't home and no one was there to sleep beside him. That made him very energetic. He spent over an hour smashing at least 6 or 7 holes in the ice, mostly around the edges. When he saw the soil inside, he stopped and used a shovel to dig inside. After digging a few balls of soil in each hole, he bent down and leaned on the ice, sticking his hand inside to pull out what he could. Although his hands were freezing, he didn't care much about that anymore. He managed to pull out 6 or 7 red horses, all frozen in the wet soil. The soil was still soft and not frozen solid. When he threw them onto the ice, they scattered. Chen Ming blew on his hands, which were red and numb. It was especially uncomfortable in this mountain hollow, where the cold wind was harsh. As he exhaled, warm breath floated out, blending with the moonlight shining over the sky. The moon was quite big tonight, especially in winter. The moon in the northeast was surprisingly large and round, reflecting bright light on the snow. It wasn't as bright as daytime, but within 10 meters, people and animals could see clearly. So, he didn't need to use his flashlight, which saved some battery. His hands were too cold, and he couldn't hold on anymore. He used the shovel to dig a big chunk of semi-frozen soil and threw it on the ground. Inside, he found some harvest. He got at least 4 or 5 fat red horses, which were quite plump. This mountain hollow was the best place for raising people and animals. Even the wild fruits on the trees, like hazelnuts and wild walnuts, were bigger than those outside. Inside this mountain hollow, the wild water is usually still, and no one comes here. The red horses are not only numerous, but also fat. When I break into this nest, I can see 7 or 8 red horses buried in the soil, and at least 3 of them are females. Even when Chen Ming widened the cave entrance and dug out a large chunk of frozen earth, he could see the legs of the red horses lined up. Excited, he raised his hand and then slammed it down to the ground. There was a loud bang. 15 or 16 red horses were all piled together. When he dropped them, they scattered all over the place. It was like he had found a red horse nest, and all of them were female leopards. That's about 15 or 16 at once. Chen Ming scratched his head, his face full of excitement. He looked around at his location and then at the small stream nearby. He finally understood that he was upstream in the river. This means it was originally a water reservoir, and the water flows downward. No wonder there was such a long, small stream. Even the red horses would come upstream to shake off their young. After entering hibernation in autumn, the red horses would stay here the most. Most of them were female leopards. Chen Ming rubbed his hands together. He knew he had found a treasure. Discovering such a water reservoir, he guessed the red horses here wouldn't be dug out in 3 days. He quickly marked the spot nearby. Since he definitely couldn't finish digging tonight, he decided to do as much as he could and come back tomorrow. From now on, he would focus on finding these water reservoirs. The Longland mountain range is so vast, and the water flows in many directions. There must be many reservoirs, and maybe even lots of fish inside. With this plan in mind, Chen Ming continued working hard. He decided not to go hunting tonight, but to dig for the red horses here. He worked for over an hour, so exhausted that sweat soaked his pockets. He sat on the ground, gasping heavily. His whole body felt weak. After this activity, his leg, which had been numb, finally regained feeling. He first rolled up his pant leg, peeled off the ointment, and replaced it with a new one. He unscrewed the cap of his water bottle, took out a few pills from his pocket, and popped them into his mouth. He tilted his head back and gulped down some water. Chen Ming exhaled deeply, his face full of excitement. The sky was still gray, and it was already late at night. Now, everyone in the village is already sleeping soundly, but he is busy in the mountains. He has been working all night, but the harvest has made Chen Ming completely lose his sleepiness. He feels very energetic. At this moment, there are 7 or 8 mesh bags in front of him, all filled with hares. Each bag contains at least 14 or 15 hares. He has already sorted them out, about 5 bags with male hares and at least 3 with female hares. Carrying such full bags is difficult, and Chen Ming is planning to go back. It's too late at night to carry all these things down the mountain alone. After resting for about half an hour, Chen Ming brushed the snow off himself, took Blackie with him, and started climbing up the mountain ridge. It was very hard to climb up, but once he reached the top, Blackie suddenly barked loudly a few times toward a nearby spot. From far away, Chen Ming saw a large dark shape under a tree, which then rolled over. He casually turned on his flashlight. When the light shone, the dark shape under the old pine tree flickered and let out a snort. Chen Ming finally relaxed, thinking it was a bear that had come out, but it turned out to be a big wild boar sleeping peacefully. If he moved closer now, he might be able to hit it, but Chen Ming knew that one person might not be able to take down this wild boar. Most importantly, it was late at night, and if other fierce animals were attracted, he would be in danger. He held back his impulse, licked his lips, and took out his hunting knife. He scraped a piece of bark from a pine tree nearby, then stuck it onto another tree. He calculated the position and memorized the surroundings. He planned to come back during the day to hunt this wild boar, and he would definitely call Lu Guowei to help. He turned around, threw the basket and mesh bags onto the dog sled, and hitched Blackie to it. Then he sat on the dog sled, letting Blackie pull in front. After pulling for a while, Blackie started to feel tired. Chen Ming stood up, feeling rested and much stronger. He used his foot to push the dog sled, helping Blackie save some effort. Without his weight, Blackie pulled the sled much more easily. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, they arrived at the place where he had set the trap before. Several hours had passed, and it was probably time. Chen Ming first pulled up the trap. The work he did that night was more tiring than farming and more effortful than earning work points. Finally, he managed to pull up the entire trap. The harvest was quite good, at least 20 or 30 fish, all squeezed into the iron bucket he had prepared earlier. Then he covered the bucket with a burlap sack, sealed it, and casually tossed it onto the dog sled. That was it, done. The remaining flower baskets were left here for now, to be collected tomorrow morning. Chen Ming then took Hare and slowly walked home, feeling very happy inside. He thought about selling these fish tomorrow and using the money to buy a radio for his father-in-law and a watch for his wife. The money should be enough. Thinking of this, he felt excited. He probably wouldn't sleep tonight, but no matter what, he had to sleep because there were many things to do tomorrow. When Chen Ming reached the village, he passed by a pile of firewood at the village entrance. He was thinking about going to the town's state-run store tomorrow. Suddenly, he heard some noise coming from the firewood pile. The noise was quite loud. Chen Ming thought he might have heard wrong, but something felt off. He stopped and listened carefully for a while. When he listened, his face changed color. He tied Hare to a wooden stick from someone's yard, then slowly approached the firewood pile. He even climbed up a bit. But as soon as he peeked over the top, he saw two bright, white shadows. Oh my gosh, a ghost. Hurry, hurry, put on your pants. Where are my pants? My underwear is in your hand. Ergotzi, you big troublemaker. Look, who's that? Chen Ming heard a woman scream nearby. He saw two shadows, dressed in cotton-padded jackets, panicked and confused, falling from the firewood pile. He was startled too. Who would be doing such a thing late at night? Almost dawn, in the middle of winter. He almost fell back in shock, but he quickly steadied himself and ran to the main road. He grabbed Hare and hurried home, pretending he saw nothing. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the more he couldn't help but look toward the snowy ground. He saw two people running while holding up their pants, looking panicked like headless flies darting around. Just hearing their voices, Chen Ming knew exactly which families they belonged to in the village. He didn't expect these two to be able to meet up, which was very unusual. When Chen Ming reached the front gate of his house, he gently unlocked it, quietly pulled Blackie into the yard, and placed the dog under the window. He opened the door and threw each item inside one by one. After everything was in place, he locked the gate again, turned around, and was about to go back inside. Suddenly, a shadow darted out. Chen Ming was startled and pointed at the figure, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? Why are you wandering around late at night?" Under the moonlight, he could see the face of the figure, even though they wore a hat. Since they lived in the same village, Chen Ming recognized him immediately. This person was the same man who had been doing something bad in the firewood pile earlier. His name was Hu Ditsai, nicknamed Hu Ergotzi. He was about the same age as Chen Ming, maybe 2 or 3 years older, and was from the same group as Han Xiujin and the others. The woman in the firewood pile was Lu Xiujin, the second daughter of old Lu Yoji. Chen Ming never expected that this seemingly gentle woman, who was married with 3 children, would be involved with Hu Ergotzi from the village. Although Chen Ming was curious, he didn't bother to think about it. It wasn't his business, and even if he had bad luck today, he would just deal with it. Stop shouting. I want to ask you something. Where did you come from? Did you see anything at the east entrance of the village just now? Hu Ditsai was leaning on the gate, looking fierce as he asked Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't expect this guy to come looking for trouble himself. Who do you think you are, Hu Ergotzi? Do I owe you respect? Get lost and stop making noise. If you wake my family, don't blame me for dealing with you. Chen Ming was too tired to bother with him and turned to go inside. But unexpectedly, Hu Detsai jumped in from outside, sneaking up behind Chen Ming and tackling him to the ground. I tell you, Chen Ming, stop pretending you don't know what's going on. Was that you just now? If you tell anyone about this today, I swear I won't let you go. Today is just a warning. Be good, or I'll break your other leg. Hu Detsai pointed at Chen Ming with one finger, holding him tightly with the other hand, and threatened him. Chen Ming heard this, sneered, and grabbed the shotgun on the ground. He swung the stock and hit the other person's face directly. There was a loud bang. Hu Detsai screamed loudly, his face and nose bleeding, and he fell to the ground. Chen Ming stepped on his mouth with one foot. Then he kicked open the big gate of the yard, grabbed Hu Ditsai, and pulled him outside. Hare barked a few times, trying to rush over, but Chen Ming shouted loudly to stop him. The father-in-law's family and Han Xiujuan's house lights were on. They heard the shouting outside and wondered what was happening. Chen Ming had already dragged Hu Ergotzi onto the main road. He pulled him up from the ground and slapped him hard several times, knocking Hu Ergotzi out cold. Hu Ergotzi covered his mouth, screamed painfully, and looked at Chen Ming with a helpless expression. He didn't expect that the little from before would dare to fight him, and so well too. Before he could react, Chen Ming kicked him directly into the snow ditch beside the road. Ouch, ouch. You dare to hit me? I swear I won't let you go. You're so vicious with your hits. Hu Ergotzi was lying in the snow ditch, trying to crawl out. Just as he was about to get up, Chen Ming kicked him in the head again, knocking him back. Hu Ergotzi, do I look like I care about your face? You're out here causing trouble all night, and I didn't say anything. Now you come to threaten me and fight me? If you want to fight, I'll make you regret it. I'll beat the out of you. After several kicks, Hu Ergotzi didn't dare to crawl out anymore. He crouched in the snow, holding his head and crying loudly. Soon, Han Jingwei, wearing a padded coat, and Zhang Yuxiang came out of the yard. Han Jingwei shined his flashlight ahead and saw Chen Ming and Hu Ergotzi inside the snow pit. He was still puzzled. What's going on? It's almost morning. Why are they fighting? How did these people run into each other? What's going on? Why are you two arguing so late at night? How come you two are fighting together? Han Jingguai frowned, walking over with his flashlight. He saw Chen Ming lift his foot to kick Huergatzi again and quickly pulled him away. Zhang Yuxiang saw Huergatzi in the snow hole and immediately looked worried. He jumped down because he played with Huergatzi often. They usually went gambling together and worked in the commune, so they had a good relationship. After Huergatzi was pulled up, he pointed at Chen Ming and said, "All right, Chen Ming, you dare hit me today, and I won't forgive you. This isn't over. Brother Yuxiang, I don't mean to disrespect you, but your bridge is definitely ruined," Huergatzi said, wiping blood from his nose. He looked very messy, covered in snow, with a tangled head, still threatening Chen Ming with his finger. "Chen Ming, what's wrong with you? Why are you fighting at night? Don't you want your family to worry? You used to be aggressive at home, but now you're fighting outside too. You only cause trouble for your family. Do you know how much your parents have worried about you all these years?" Zhang Yuxiang was furious and started scolding Chen Ming. Chen Ming hadn't spoken yet. What nonsense are you talking? Do you believe whatever Huergatzi says? This isn't clear yet. Who are you yelling at? Suddenly, Han Jingguai raised his voice and cursed at Zhang Yuxiang. Zhang Yuxiang frowned and looked annoyed. "Dad, you can't take sides. Look at this. Chen Ming beat this person. If he can fight outsiders today, he might fight you tomorrow. Do you forget how he hit Xiumei? Even now, you're still protecting him." Zhang Yuxiang said angrily, "You're just a spoiled kid. I'm not as biased as you. If Chen Ming is at fault today, I won't forgive him either. But this isn't settled yet. Huergatzi, why did Chen Ming hit you? Why didn't he hit anyone else? Tell me, why did you come to my house late at night?" After scolding Zhang Yuxiang a few times, Han Jingguai turned around and shined his flashlight at Huergatzi, making him blink and cover his eyes with his hand. Uncle, turn off the flashlight, it's blinding," Huergatzi said with a grin. Han Jingguai then turned the flashlight away and tightened his cotton-padded coat. "Chen Ming, tell your dad what really happened. Why weren't you at home sleeping? Why were you wandering outside? And you even brought back a little kid, which woke up the whole family. What's going on here?" Han Jingguai looked at Chen Ming and asked. Although his tone sounded a bit resentful, he was giving Chen Ming a chance to speak. He couldn't let others falsely accuse him. If Chen Ming didn't speak now, then Zhang Yuxiang and Huergatzi might say anything, claiming Chen Ming did something terrible. They could testify against him, and he wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself. "It's nothing much. I couldn't sleep, so I went hunting in the mountains. I met this kid on the way back, and I bumped into him. It wasn't a big deal. He scared me a little, but I didn't want to argue with him. Then he ran to our house and caused trouble. Dad, I was worried about waking you up, so I didn't get angry. I tried to talk to him calmly and told him not to make noise. But he didn't listen, and then he jumped into the yard and attacked me unexpectedly. How could I just let him do that?" The second kid was still in the yard, and when he heard the commotion, he also started shouting. "Then I beat him out of the yard." Chen Ming didn't tell the full truth, because this matter involved two people, and it wasn't something honorable. It was about sneaking around in the firewood pile, something shameful. If it got out to the village, not only Lu Yoji would hate him, but he might even have a falling out with his father-in-law. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxin was already married and settled down. If this story got out, he wouldn't be able to lift his head in the surrounding area anymore. Even though what he did was wrong and scandalous, for a woman, it was like her life was destroyed. Her future would be over. So, just now, Chen Ming already thought about this. He knew he shouldn't say something just to vent his anger, because that would really offend people and ruin everything. Honestly, this was pretty unkind. If it weren't for Huergatzi, who has no shame and dared to come to his door feeling guilty, Chen Ming would have completely forgotten about today's matter. At this moment, Huergatzi was already trembling with fear, worried that Chen Ming might exaggerate or say more when angry. But when he heard Chen Ming's words, he finally understood that he had been overthinking. Chen Ming didn't mean to spread the story. If he really wanted to tell others, he wouldn't be angry and would not help hide the truth. Usually, after a fight, he wouldn't talk about it openly, so it wouldn't be shared casually. Huergatzi took a deep breath, feeling grateful and guilty as he looked at Chen Ming. "Huergatzi, if this is true, you need to clarify. If Chen Ming is bullying you, I will deal with him. but what he just said is true. You came to my yard to bully my son-in-law, and that's definitely not okay. After hearing Chen Ming, Han Jinjui turned to Hare Gotzi and asked. But before he could speak, Zhang Yuxiang couldn't wait anymore. He started stomping his feet and pointed at Chen Ming, saying, "That's not how it is. Dad, Chen Ming is a liar. He just blurted things out without thinking. How can you believe him? He stayed up late at night wandering outside. I don't like the feeling I get from this. Something's wrong. Did he hit someone, and then they came to fight him? I just don't believe it. So, what's really going on with Hare Gotzi? Tell us quickly. What are you afraid of? If he dares to hit you again, I'll help you deal with him. I won't let him get away with it." Zhang Yuxiang is a clever guy. He's sharp and quick-witted, though sometimes he uses his smarts in the wrong way. He already sensed something was off. Chen Ming was definitely lying, and even his father-in-law wasn't stupid. He knew Chen Ming was lying, but still supported him. Could it be because this kid shot a wild boar? He still didn't believe it and thought, let's find out the truth and see how Chen Ming handles this. Nothing much happened. My younger brother Chen Ming is right. I was just momentarily distracted. I wasn't sleeping late at night, and I bumped into someone, which startled me. Uncle, you should go back quickly. Sorry for bothering you so late. Look at all this fuss. It's just as Chen Ming said. I'm not a violent person. We're all from the same village. I just bumped into him. It's no big deal. I was angry at the time. Brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow to make up for it. Hare Gotzi understood everything in his heart. Chen Ming was just giving himself an excuse, not intending to make this matter public. Just because of this, Hare Gotzi felt very grateful and reevaluated Chen Ming. He used to think Chen Ming was not impressive, but now he saw that Chen Ming was honest and dependable. He also understood that this was a big help. No matter what, he was very thankful. Next to him, Zhang Yuxiang was stunned when he heard Hare Gotzi's words. It wasn't like that earlier. Why did it suddenly change? He had always looked down on Chen Ming. This time, he finally caught Hare Gotzi saying Chen Ming hit him, and he thought he could use this to team up with others and teach Chen Ming a lesson to show him who's boss. But who would have thought that Hare Gotzi, who just now confidently claimed Chen Ming hit him for no reason, suddenly changed his story? Zhang Yuxiang's hot temper flared up. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Hare Gotzi's collar with his strong arm. His strength was so great that Hare Gotzi almost lost his balance. Zhang Yuxiang, with his loud, rough voice, shouted, "What's going on? Didn't you just say he hit you out of nowhere? There's definitely more to this. Did he catch you doing something? Why are you afraid? I've got your back. Just tell the truth, and I'll stand by you no matter what." Hare Gotzi was hurt by Zhang Yuxiang's grip and grimaced. He frowned and cursed Zhang Yuxiang silently in his heart. "You fool. I can't even handle my own small problems, and you still insist I tell others. What are you thinking? Can't you just use that dull head of yours?" Hare Gotzi felt angrier the more he thought about it. Seeing Zhang Yuxiang's arrogant look, he immediately saw through his mind. He was just trying to use his own matter to criticize Chen Ming a bit, and then show off in front of his father-in-law. Hare Gotzi forcefully shook off Zhang Yuxiang's hand. He stood firm, pointed at Zhang Yuxiang's nose, and spat as he cursed. "You talk nonsense. It's not just about fighting. Everyone says you're so old, but still can't have a child. You're clearly doing too many bad things. You're like a train running through a triangle basin, so wicked it's smoking. Inside the lantern, there's a spring. You're just a scoundrel taking a crooked turn." Hare Gotzi cursed loudly with a string of local words, like a rapid fire. Zhang Yuxiang was stunned by Hare Gotzi's shouting. He never expected this kid to suddenly attack him. His face turned bright red, like a ripe persimmon. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At first, the two of them got along well. Zhang Yuxiang came out to help sincerely, but he didn't expect Hare Gotzi, his best friend, to suddenly turn against him. Now he was completely confused. After a while, he finally calmed down. Hare Gotzi smiled and said, "Uncle, sorry for the trouble. It's almost dawn. I should go back to sleep." Then he looked at Chen Ming with a fake smile. "Chen Ming, brother, I'm sorry. Don't take tonight's matter to heart. I'll definitely invite you to a meal someday and apologize." After saying that, he lowered his head and turned away, disappearing into the night. In the end, only Chen Ming, Han Jinghua, and the angry, pale-faced Zhang Yuxiang remained. "Dad, look at this fool. If I help him again, I'll write my name backwards. This kid, I won't bother with him for the rest of my life. I was trying to be kind. Look at him, biting like a dog attacking Lu Dongbin. Zhang Yuxiang, now realizing the situation, started complaining to his father-in-law, Han Jinghua. He felt so uncomfortable inside. Good friends can sometimes have a falling out. You're such a fool, and you still have the nerve to talk? In front of outsiders, you're acting so bold. Chen Ming may be your brother-in-law, but others are talking about it, and you're part of it too. This guy isn't busy enough already. I wonder why Zhang Yuxiang didn't see it earlier. Your mind is so mean. You haven't even sorted things out, and you're blaming Chen Ming. So what if he's acting tough now? He's just changed to you. Look at you, so loud and jumpy. I tell you, I don't want to bother with you. Otherwise, I give you a good slap and tell you to go back to sleep. Han Jinghua is a smart man. He's lived a long life, and the village chief isn't in the position for nothing. His eyes aren't just sharp. They're like a measuring stick, able to see into people's hearts. He's met many people and can tell what kind of person they are just by their attitude and actions. Long ago, when he had conflicts with Chen Ming, he didn't hold back. He scolded him, fought him, even kicked him. But Zhang Yuxiang, the brother-in-law, not only didn't stop him but kept stirring trouble, even fanning the flames. Han Jinghua understands this clearly. His mind is as clear as a mirror. Still, he doesn't like Chen Ming. That's because Chen Ming is useless, just like Zhang Yuxiang said, a hopeless case who can't be helped. But now, things are different. Everyone can see that Chen Ming has changed visibly. Let's not talk about his past mistakes, but at least now he's doing well. You can't just lie and say otherwise. After Han Jinghua scolded him, Zhang Yuxiang was stunned. He sheepishly lowered his head and walked into the yard. At first, he felt nervous. If he couldn't get along with his father-in-law, how could he have a good life in this family? Would Chen Ming just ride over him and take control? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Zhang Yuxiang decided to go back quickly and talk to his wife. When Zhang Yuxiang entered the yard, he went back to his own house and closed the door. But Han Jinghua saw the curtains being pulled open. Obviously, the young man was secretly watching from inside. Chen Ming, come into my house. I have something to ask you. Han Jinghua waved his hand and turned to walk toward the yard. Chen Ming nodded and followed him, heading to his father-in-law's house. In the house, mother-in-law Luo Haiying was also wrapped in a quilt. When she knew Chen Ming had entered, she put on her cotton clothes and pants and draped the quilt over herself. The electric light was turned on, making the room very bright. In the inner room, Han Xiumei also woke up. She heard the noise outside and knew Chen Ming was there. Feeling a bit nervous, she put on her shoes and got off the bed. Young lady, hurry and get into bed. Don't stand on the floor. If you catch a cold, what will we do? Seeing Han Xiumei come out, Luo Haiying quickly waved her over. Han Xiumei took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed to join her mother. When Chen Ming entered, he stood by the doorframe, fidgeting with his hands. After Han Jinghua came in, he picked up a dustpan, rolled a dry cigarette, and put it in his mouth. He lit it and started smoking. Chen Ming, I ask you, why are you up so late? What are you doing? It's so late, and you're still messing around. How come you ran into Hare Gotzi? After taking a puff, Han Jinghua asked. He felt there was something strange going on. Just from Hu Dekai changing his attitude a few times, he sensed something was off. He guessed Chen Ming probably knew what was happening. He hoped Chen Ming wouldn't make things worse later. Dad, there's really nothing much. I just went up the mountain. Since I was free at home, I thought I might as well go and see if I could get some harvest. I'm not trying to be lazy or anything. I just want to live a good life. Whether I promised you or not, I will definitely live well. Chen Ming said slowly, lifting his head. Han Jinghua tilted his head, squinted, and took a drag of his cigarette. It's fine to work hard, but you shouldn't mess around. You can go up the mountain during the day. Why go at night? I know you hunted a wild boar during the day, which is good for the family. But hunting wild boars isn't easy. You need luck, and it takes effort from both of you. You need to be lucky. Look at our village's hunters. They're not young anymore, but they just managed to get enough to eat. No one has made a fortune from hunting and chasing animals up the mountain. You spend all day and night working, but how much money can you really make? You can't catch wild boars at night in the dark. If something happens, what will you do? All night wasted again. Why not just sleep instead? Han Jinghua said, feeling a bit sorry for Chen Ming. He knew this young man was more eager to improve himself now, which was good. But he also knew he shouldn't rush things. Hunting on the mountain isn't easy, and not everyone can catch something just by going up there. Dad, it's not a waste. I worked hard all night. I caught about 100 wild horses, and even got a purple marten, something rare. There was a hole with a purple marten and a fat raccoon inside. I used smoke to catch them all. I also caught 2 or 3 wild chickens today. When Chen Ming talked about his harvest, he smiled proudly, almost from ear to ear. He was no longer nervous. Before, he used to argue with his father-in-law all the time. Back then, he didn't know what fear was. Seeing his father-in-law was like seeing an enemy. They just didn't get along, and fights would break out quickly. But now, things are different. Chen Ming understands how to respect elders and love children. His voice and tone softened, trying not to argue. When his father-in-law said he wasted the night again, Chen Ming had a lot to say. He was happy because tonight's catch was the best he had made in a while. He still felt excited inside. Hearing this, Han Jinggui's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Chen Ming to work so hard all night. Not to mention, catching a wild horse in winter is very difficult. First, you have to find it, then dig it out. The hardest part is finding them at all. Everyone in the village knows that wild horses can be sold for money, especially female leopards. Local restaurants, both state-run and private, buy these animals. There are even southern traders who come here regularly to buy them and extract snow frog oil, which is very expensive. It's a genuine health product. As an experienced northeastern person, I know that digging out the red horse in winter is very difficult. Sometimes, I go into the mountains or wander around the river area, and after many days, I might not catch even one. Chen Ming probably isn't bragging. He claims to have caught over 100 in one night. That's not just hunting. It's like he's buying them in bulk. Can you be more honest? Did you really catch the red horse in the act? Or are you friends with the mountain gods? People usually catch 10 or 8 at a time when they go up the mountain. You say you caught over 100 in one night? I find that hard to believe. Han Jinggui started to change the subject, thinking Chen Ming might be lying again. But Chen Ming was annoyed. He raised his voice and said, "Dad, I'm not joking. I wouldn't lie to you. I can't say things that aren't true. Just wait, I'll bring some for you to see." With that, Chen Ming turned and headed outside. Today, no matter what, he wanted to show his father-in-law what he could do. Inside the house, Han Jinggui smiled and lit another cigarette. "Why are you arguing about this late at night? Just believe what he says. He's trying to improve himself. Why do you have to discourage him? Even if he only catches 2 or 3, he's honest about going up the mountain. In this cold snow, if you don't dig a hole or set a trap, they won't come out on their own. That takes a lot of effort." When Chen Ming left the house, Luo Haiying muttered to Han Jinggui, "That's not right. At his age, he should speak honestly. Bragging about 5 or 6 isn't okay." Han Jinggui insisted. "Dad, don't be so strict. Chen Ming is good at hunting. Don't doubt him. Look at Lu Guowei. He's so lazy now. Recently, he's been following Chen Ming around all the time. That's tough work going up the mountain. If Lu Guowei hadn't tasted some success, would he follow Chen Ming every day? He's so eager for it," Han Xiumei said with a smile. "I didn't think about that. Why is Lu Guowei suddenly so hardworking? This is really strange. 2 young guys teaming up, can they really turn things around? Maybe they'll come up with something impressive." Han Jinggui couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Chen Ming pushed the door open. He carried 4 mesh bags in each hand. As soon as he entered, he dropped them with a loud thud, scattering ice shards all over the floor. Han Jinggui looked down and was surprised. The ice shards were everywhere, and some of the little animals inside the bags were still jumping around happily. All 4 large mesh bags were full, except one which only had a few animals inside. Han Jinggui quickly got down on the ground and started counting. "Dad, look at this. How many do you think there are?" "Maybe 100, Chen Ming also said with some pride. Even the mother and daughter on the bed couldn't help but climb to the edge and look down. "Don't argue first, let me count," Han Jinggui said seriously, and he really started counting. The mother and daughter also leaned on the bed edge and smiled. "You two are so funny. It's almost daylight, and you're here counting frogs instead of sleeping." Han Xiumei couldn't help but laugh. But she was happy inside, especially when she looked at Chen Ming. Suddenly, she felt like this man had completely changed. It was like she didn't recognize him anymore. But they had been lying in the same bed for so many years. How could he change so suddenly? It was like he had turned into a different person, Just like back in the day, if he was bad, he was bad. As for Luo Haiying, she kept clicking her tongue and making little sounds of amazement, smiling to herself. This scene was so funny, and she didn't expect that even this old man was so energetic. Staying up late at night, counting frogs with her son-in-law. You're quite old, acting like a kid. You really make me worry. Luo Haiying couldn't help but say. You two don't know anything. Just shut up. You've checked already, and now you have to check again. Han Jingwei was so anxious he scratched his head. He turned around and muttered, then kept counting. Old girl, you better go down and count with your dad. Otherwise, you'll be counting all night and won't sleep. Your dad won't have to get up early to cook. Luo Haiying patted Han Xiumei on the shoulder. Then Han Xiumei happily got down and started counting on the ground. Chen Ming was counting the animals in another bag. Soon, the three of them finished counting and added up the numbers together. 106, that's right, Dad. Don't check anymore. Han Xiumei clapped her hands and went inside to wash. Really that many? Han Jingwei also scratched his head, eyes full of surprise. Of course, as long as you find the right spot, just dig and you'll find a whole nest, Chen Ming said proudly. Now you see, I said there were about 100, but you didn't believe me. I don't believe your nonsense, old duck. You said about 100, but isn't it more than 100? You just can't keep your words straight, Han Jingwei insisted, refusing to admit anything. Mom, look, my dad's getting all unreasonable again, Chen Ming said with a smile, spreading his hands. Luo Haiying also rolled her eyes at Han Jingwei and started putting on her cotton jacket because it was getting bright outside. As for Han Jingwei, he couldn't help but laugh and sat down heavily on the Kong. All right, I was wrong this time. You're doing well, you really haven't been lazy. I heard you say earlier that you caught a sable and a marten too. Those two things seem pretty valuable. I heard from the old hunter at the west end of our village, old Xiao's family. Han Jingwei wiped his hands and asked with a grin. Exactly. These black foxes are worth a lot too, Chen Ming nodded. Ming, how much do you think they can sell for? Luo Haiying was interested when she heard these things were valuable. She wanted to know how much Chen Ming could earn after staying up all night. Let me think. The marten, sable, and these black foxes, conservatively, maybe 200 or 300 yuan. Chen Ming looked up at the ceiling, counting, then gave a rough estimate. He didn't say much more, being very modest in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Haiying pushed open the door and heard this, quickly turning back, thinking she had misheard. What? What did you say? More? Less? Even Han Jingwei's eyes widened. Though he didn't know exactly how much these animals could sell for, he had a rough idea, probably around 70 or 80 yuan. 80 or 90 yuan is quite a lot. Chen Ming spent a whole night earning that much, which is as much as a worker's monthly salary. In the countryside, who can earn so much in a year? 3 people working together might earn around 200 yuan at most. Chen Ming managed to earn nearly half of that in one night, which is impressive. But when he heard Chen Ming mention the price, Han Jingwei's heart skipped a beat. 200 or 300. Mom, that's the lowest price. Later this afternoon, I'll go to town and ask around. Maybe I can get even more. Maybe a few extra dozen yuan. Dad, aren't you eager to get a radio? I'll buy you one when I go to town today, Chen Ming said with a smile. Chen Ming, don't talk about that radio yet. Are you sure it can really sell for that much? Han Jingwei stood up excitedly and asked. Luo Haiying had already forgotten about cooking and was staring at Chen Ming, waiting for his reply. If it really could sell for 200 or 300 yuan, wouldn't that mean we're rich? It's not an exaggeration. 200 or 300 yuan is a big amount in the countryside. Considering current prices, rice costs less than 2 mao per jin, and pork is only about 1.8 mao per jin. Just think about how strong the buying power of 200 or 300 yuan is. I'm telling you, that's not an exaggeration. Last time I went to a restaurant, I sold some dried meat and other things, and I made about 100 yuan, Chen Ming said. It's not a scam, Dad. Hunting in the mountains doesn't always make money. It depends on what you catch. If you catch a wild chicken or a rabbit, that's not really skill. At the restaurant, they'd probably give you 3 or 2 yuan at most, Chen Ming added with a proud smile. He looked a little proud when he said this. Talking about your weight, and you're even panting. You're the most capable. Wait a moment, you better take all this stuff back and sell it tomorrow. Making money is good, but I have something to ask you. Come sit here, Han Jinghua said, clapping his hands. He then got up and turned back to the bed. Only Han Xiumei was still fiddling with the dried meat, feeling quite interested. Chen Ming also sat down on the edge of the bed, already having a rough idea of what his father-in-law was going to ask. Tonight, what's really going on? You need to tell me the truth. Staying up late and going up the mountain is understandable, but how could I believe you ran into that Hare Gotzi? Even if you did, I can't believe that just by bumping into him, he would come knocking on your door to settle scores. Han Jinghua crossed his legs, pinched his pipe tobacco, and lit his pipe, taking a deep breath. Then he looked at Chen Ming, waiting for his response. Dad, maybe we shouldn't talk about this anymore. It's all in the past, Chen Ming said with a smile. Stop beating around the bush. Since I've asked, just tell me the truth about what happened, Han Jinghua said sharply, glancing at him. Can't we just forget it for now? I've been tossing and turning all night. I'm really tired. Dad, let me go back to sleep. Chen Ming yawned as he spoke. You could see tears and snot almost streaming down his face. He looked genuinely upset. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me quickly. Why are you hesitating? Han Jinghua urged. There was definitely something going on. Chen Ming hesitated, then suddenly turned and called out to Han Xiumei. Maisie, watch the window for me. Don't let anyone hear us. This isn't a good idea. Han Xiumei nodded, took off her shoes, and got onto the bed, crouching by the window, staring outside. She wasn't watching the front door, but the Zhang Yuxiang's house. Because she was the best at climbing walls among her sisters-in-law, and that was why Han Xiumei didn't like him. Look at you, acting so mysterious. What's the big deal? She said. Just tell me already. Han Jinghua pressed again. Dad, you must keep this secret. Don't tell anyone. I know you're tight-lipped and careful, so I trust you, Chen Ming said. On my way back from the mountain, I heard some rustling near the firewood pile at the village entrance. I thought maybe thieves had entered the village. I got nervous and climbed up the wall to take a look. Well, that look caused a big problem, he explained. Dad, if it were summer, I wouldn't take anything with me. But there's some movement on the firewood pile, and everyone knows what's going on. Still, who would have thought that in the middle of winter, that Hare Gotzi would be with someone? He's not afraid of the cold, especially during that time just now. It could have frozen everyone solid. I really don't understand what kind of obsession that kid and that woman have. Chen Ming shook his head helplessly as he spoke. Who is that woman? Han Jinghua had a rough guess in mind, but wasn't sure yet. Hearing Chen Ming say this, it was clear that it was just a matter of a romantic affair. Running to the firewood pile late at night, it definitely wasn't something to be proud of. When his father-in-law asked again, Chen Ming looked outside and then leaned in closer to say, It's the second girl from the Liu family. I could tell just from the noise. I really didn't expect it. She usually seems honest and decent, so how could she do something like this? If her family finds out, there might be serious trouble. Why didn't you say something earlier? If you told them about Hare Gotzi's bad deeds, the village would deal with him. I already scolded him just now, Han Jinghua suddenly asked with a smile. That can't be, Dad. It's not that serious. I'm not that impulsive. I already beat him up so badly that my hand still hurts. I've already let it go, so I didn't say anything. If I had, it would just be to vent my anger. But it would ruin two families. I don't have any grudge against Hare Gotzi. Even if we had a fight face-to-face, I wouldn't do something behind his back. That would ruin both families' reputation and could even lead to someone getting hurt, Chen Ming said seriously, spitting out saliva as he spoke. But Han Jinghua listened more happily and looked at Chen Ming with more approval. You're right, Ming. From this, you can see you've changed a lot recently. If you had told on him, someone might have gotten hurt. We're just ordinary folks living in the same village. There's no big feud between us. This is how a person should be. Not doing bad or dishonest things. But when others bully you, it's not good to just accept it. If you feel upset and helpless, you should fight back hard, but you must not tell others about it. A real man fights openly and honestly. Even if he loses and gets beaten, it's not shameful. Don't you agree with this? Han Jinghua spoke. Exactly, Dad. That's what I think too. I can beat him up badly, but I won't tell anyone about it. If you hadn't kept asking today, I was planning to keep this to myself. But this problem will eventually cause trouble. I think if you get a chance, you should talk to Hare Gotzi. After all, he's from our village. If something happens later, it will make our village look bad. Chen Ming just gave his father-in-law some advice. Since his father-in-law is the village chief, he has to handle things that happen in the village. That's why I asked you about this. I just want to know what's going on. Now that you've told me, I really need to call Xiumei over to talk. Ming, you did a good job. Go back to sleep now. You've worked hard all night. When you wake up, come to our house for a meal. Your mom already prepared it. Han Jingwei was very happy inside. He could tell that Chen Ming was getting better and more mature. He was becoming a real man, not narrow-minded or stubborn like before. After this incident, Han Jingwei looked at Chen Ming with more approval and liked him more and more. Sitting by the window, Han Xiumei was watching outside with a sweet smile on her face. She didn't turn around because her face was full of happiness. Even her father could feel that Chen Ming had changed. How could she not notice? She was secretly happy. Luo Haiying, who had been listening outside, came into the house and started wiping her hands with a cloth. Ming, I just cooked a bowl of eggs. Don't listen to your dad. Finish eating first and then go back to sleep. It's more comfortable to sleep with food in your stomach. If you're really tired, lie down on the bed and rest for a while. Xiumei, bring out the quilt and bedding. Luo Haiying went inside, feeling very happy herself. She had been listening outside and understood that Chen Ming was doing the right thing. This is truly the work of honest, hardworking people. Unlike that fourth family, who only know how to study strange ideas. They talk sweetly, move quickly, but they don't follow the right path. No need, Mom. I have to go back to my room quickly. I've got a lot of things to do. Don't bother helping. I'll go back and warm up the bed first, Chen Ming said with a smile, feeling the change in his mother-in-law and father-in-law's attitude. Then he happily got up, looked deeply at Han Xiumei, and turned to go outside. After Chen Ming left, Luo Haiying pulled Han Jingwei aside. You really have to admit, Chen Ming did the right thing. This kid thought everything through. Now that this is in your hands, you need to handle it well. Don't let anything go wrong. Luo Haiying said calmly. Enough, women shouldn't be meddling in this. I understand, but this matter can't be told to old Lu. If he finds out, with his narrow mind, he might get upset. I'll call Ergotzi over to talk to him. I need to scold him. This isn't how a person should act. Han Jingwei said seriously. Luo Haiying didn't say much more. But when she saw Han Xiumei sitting on the bed, seeming a bit restless, she smiled. Fifth brother, since you're free and the kids aren't awake yet, go help Chen Ming warm the bed. He's been busy all night. It probably took a lot of effort to organize everything. No sleep all night must have been tough. Luo Haiying finished speaking, and Han Xiumei nodded, put on her shoes, and got off the bed. Actually, she was just waiting for her parents' words. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel comfortable going home. After putting on her little cotton jacket and taking out her small leather shoes, she put them on. You know, once Han Xiumei wore those little shoes, she looked much more spirited. My eldest daughter in those little shoes looks just like someone from the city. When things get better, I'll curl her hair, tie a couple of cloth pieces, and make her a nice dress. Not just in our village, but even in the surrounding 10 villages and shops, there's no girl prettier than my eldest daughter. Luo Haiying couldn't help but praise. Seeing that my daughter now has some hope for the future, I feel relieved. After all, Chen Ming has been doing well lately and is quite reliable. I just hope he doesn't go back to his old ways. Come on, she's already a mother. What's so interesting about that? Dad, can I go now? You see how busy Chen Ming is, working hard and not caring about himself. I want to help him out. Before leaving, Han Xiumei asked in a gentle, questioning tone. She knew she had disappointed her father many times before and made him angry. She felt she wasn't capable enough. Now that she has her family's support, she's more willing to listen to her father. Without their help, she might not even have a place to stay. So, she listened to her father's words. Go ahead, go ahead. Why are you still asking me? Han Jingwei waved his hand, and Han Xiumei happily headed outside. At this moment, Chen Ming had returned to his room and started organizing. He put the sable and raccoon into a pre-prepared wire cage. Then he poured all the dried horse meat from the net bags into a large iron basin and covered it with a lid. He hadn't finished yet when he heard the door open behind him. He turned around and was stunned to see Han Xiumei walking in, looking shy and a little embarrassed. My mom said, she said you're busy with everything, so you probably don't have time to warm the bed. I'll help you heat it up first, so you can rest. Then you can go eat first and come back later. Han Xiumei stood at the door, lowering her head slowly, speaking softly. It's okay, just heating the bed isn't a big deal. It's not hard, and I don't want to trouble you. It's so cold outside. Maybe the daughter will wake up soon. You should go back quickly, Chen Ming said hurriedly. Is it that I'm no longer needed? Fine, I'll leave. Xiumei said, unhappy. She pushed the door open to leave. Chen Ming quickly got up and rushed over, grabbing her hand. No, of course not. I'd be happy if you came back to help me warm the bed. I don't want you to be tired, he said. Besides, it's so cold and miserable outside. You still have to fetch firewood. Your little hands might get frostbite. Chen Ming held Xiumei's hand and didn't let go. After finally grabbing her hand, the couple hadn't been close for a long time and hadn't shown affection. Just holding her hand made Chen Ming's heart tremble. At the same time, Xiumei's body also shivered a little. It wasn't out of fear, but a bit of nervousness. After being apart for so long, they felt somewhat unfamiliar, but there was also a sense of freshness. It's nothing. You're still acting distant with me. As a rural wife, how many do chores like cooking and firewood? I don't think I'm any different from others. Hurry up and eat. The kids haven't woken up yet. You should go see them. They've gained a lot of weight recently. Xiumei didn't pull her hand away but turned her head and looked at the doorframe, unable to help but smile. Why are you acting so distant? You're much prettier than others. I'm lucky to marry such a beautiful wife. It's like my family's good fortune from past lives is shining through. Maisie, why are you always turning your head away? Chen Ming noticed Xiumei was smiling, and his heart felt like it was being pricked by a cat. He wished he could pick her up now and go inside to be close and affectionate. But he didn't dare. He was afraid she wasn't ready yet and might resist. I'm not doing anything. Why are you always staring at me? Hurry and go eat, please, Xiumei said softly, sounding a little coquettish. She gently shook Chen Ming's hand. You seem to be smiling. You must be smiling. What are you laughing at? Tell me. Chen Ming moved closer, pressing his whole body against the doorframe. Xiumei, like an ostrich, pressed her forehead against the doorframe and covered her face while still smiling. You're so annoying. Just go already. After eating, warm your stomach and come back to sleep. We've suffered all night. Aren't you tired? Although Xiumei covered her face, her skin was flushed and her cheeks looked like a ripe apple, making people want to bite. Especially Chen Ming, who kept licking his dry lips and swallowed a few times. His wife was too beautiful. Then I'll go now. Or, you can kiss me first. Chen Ming finally gathered his courage and leaned his head forward. Xiumei did not speak, but kept twisting her shoulders. Chen Ming felt there was a chance, especially since Xiumei was both resisting and welcoming, which made him feel excited inside. He quickly reached out his large hand, gently parted Xiumei, and gave her a light kiss on her cheek. But he felt it wasn't enough, so he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Go quickly, okay? I've already kissed you. Xiumei stomped her foot and then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Chen Ming immediately straightened up, knowing it wouldn't look good for his father-in-law and mother-in-law if they saw him acting improperly. Seeing this, Xiumei couldn't help but laugh. Then Chen Ming left the house and went to his father-in-law's place. His mother-in-law was still cooking and was about to finish soon. Chen Ming couldn't help but go into the small room and saw his daughter sleeping peacefully in the cradle. Her little face was soft and white, like egg whites, smooth and tender. Chen Ming wanted to reach out and touch her, but he thought his hand was too rough and might hurt her. So he squatted beside the cradle, looking at her with admiration. He couldn't get enough of her. Her face was as bright as a flower, and his smile was so wide it almost reached his ears. Chen Ming, hurry up and come out to eat. Don't tease the kid. She hasn't woken up yet. Luo Haiying saw Chen Ming sneaking into the room to look at his daughter. She also smiled and called out to him. Chen Ming didn't respond inside the room, worried that making noise might wake her, so he quickly pulled back the curtain and came out. Wash your hands first. Look at how dirty they are. Eat quickly while it's hot. I made 6 eggs for you. Don't leave any leftovers. After saying that, Luo Haiying went to the other room to start working. Dad, you should eat too. Chen Ming sat down and called to Han Jinghua, who was smoking nearby. Just eat. No need to worry about others. Those eggs were made for you by your mom. I haven't eaten any, and I've been talking about it for days. She hasn't given me any. You're so lucky, Han Jinghua said with a smile. That made Chen Ming even happier. He quickly picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating eagerly. The food was so delicious. After finishing the meal, Chen Ming reached down to pick up the bowls and chopsticks. Don't clean up. Go back and get some sleep. I think Xiumei has already heated the bed. When Luo Haiying said this, she took the bowls and chopsticks from Chen Ming's hands, tugged at him, and pushed him outside. They had already been busy all night, and Chen Ming's eyelids looked heavy. After eating, he would definitely be sleepy. Well, Mom, I won't help you clean up. I'm too tired to keep my eyes open. Chen Ming smiled and then headed outside. When he returned to the room, he saw it was already tidied up. Han Xiumei was still wiping the cabinet with a cloth. She was singing while cleaning. Chen Ming stood quietly by the doorframe, listening without making a sound, a sweet smile on his face. Oh my, how come you didn't make a sound when you came in? You scared me. Han Xiumei looked up from her singing and cleaning when she saw Chen Ming. The boy was standing at the door, smiling foolishly. She was so startled her heart was pounding. She quickly covered her chest with her hand. I just listened to you sing because it sounded nice. I didn't mean to disturb you. Are you scared? Want me to touch your hand? Chen Ming said this and reached out his big hand. Han Xiumei rolled her eyes at him and spat. Don't be so unruly. You're so annoying. I'm almost done tidying the house. I clean it every 2 or 3 days. Be gentle, okay? Everyone's already heated up from protesting, and the kids will wake up soon. I need to go back quickly. Han Xiumei folded the cloth she was holding and placed it on the windowsill. She turned to leave, but as she passed Chen Ming, he suddenly grabbed her small hand. Hey, don't do that. The kids will wake up soon and start crying. If I don't go back, my parents will come looking for me, Han Xiumei said, her face turning red. She made a squeaking sound like a mouse and pulled her hand away, heading outside. Chen Ming still felt unsatisfied. He hurried after her, hugging Han Xiumei from behind. His big hands started to move restlessly. It had been a long time since he felt this warm. Could he help but think about it? When he reached out, Han Xiumei felt even more shy. She quickly said, calm down, calm down. We've been at it all night, and you're still so energetic. Just listen to me and go to sleep. Or I'll get mad. Han Xiumei was worried that Chen Ming's body couldn't handle it. Plus, he had only just recovered, and maybe soon he would show his true self again. She wanted to test him carefully during this time. She had already decided in her heart that if they were going to keep living together, she needed to see how Chen Ming behaved. She had no second thoughts. As long as Chen Ming was living well, she was committed to this family for her whole life. Knowing her feelings, she wasn't in a hurry. She couldn't just get back together with Chen Ming right after he recovered, then break up again, and keep going in circles. When would it end? Chen Ming heard this and retracted his hands, smiling. Then he turned to Han Xiumei, cupped her small face in his hands. Wife, I still say the same. I can't promise anything, but just watch what I do. From now on, our life won't be worse than anyone else's. I will pay you back everything I owe you, 100 times over. Whatever others have, I will make sure you have it too. Whatever others don't have, I will get for you. One last thing, I'm going to sleep now. And you little rascal. Your shoes are really nice. Chen Ming hurriedly stopped the car. Just now, he saw Han Xiumei's figure from behind and realized that after having the baby, her figure had become even more curvy and attractive. She also looked more full and rich. He grinned and, after saying this, went inside the house, took off his shoes, got into bed, and lay down to sleep. He planned to go to the town in the afternoon to sell some of those horses and other things. Han Xiumei's heart felt like she was holding a rabbit. Since having the baby, their married life had stopped, at least for 2 or 3 months. Her husband must be missing her. Before, she didn't have the mood for that, especially since life was so hard. How could she think about such things? But now, things were different. As the saying goes, adding flowers to the brocade, in the couple's bed, it all depended on harmony. If their life was full of disagreements and conflicts, it would be unnecessary and even annoying. Someone who looked at her with dislike or irritation, even a simple kiss, could give her nightmares all night. Deep down, she would feel resistant and uncomfortable. However, if a married couple is in love, even sharing a small kiss can make them happy all day. Just like now, Han Xiumei feels very happy, sweet, and joyful. In the past, she wouldn't have felt this way. She might have even disliked it. But before, she liked Chen Ming, or she wouldn't have agreed to marry him as a son-in-law. Even if he had saved her life once, She wouldn't have played with her own happiness. Because she liked him, she married him. She didn't expect him to change later. Xiumei has already left the house. When people are happy, they feel energized, and her smile shows her joy. As she walks into the yard, she sees her second sister, Xiujuan, coming back from outside. "Oh, are you planning to go back to live there again? I see you're quite stubborn. Chen Ming didn't come to find you, but you just can't stay still. Don't blame our parents for looking down on you. Why don't you have some pride? You can't even control your own husband, and you don't feel ashamed." When Xiujuan says this, she also heads toward her own home. Xiumei feels this remark is very harsh. "My sister-in-law at home is very obedient to you. Why don't you help him with his gambling problem? I'm willing to take the hits. I think it's because my husband loves me. At least he doesn't gamble away our money at the tables." Xiumei is speaking out of frustration. She was in a good mood at home, but her second sister always argues with her, ruining her happiness. She can't stand seeing others happy. But they are sisters, after all, and both of them married sons-in-law from outside, so no one is better than the other. The eldest sister isn't the second sister, so there's no reason to target anyone. Hearing Xiumei's words, Xiujuan frowns. She reaches out and opens the door, then turns to glare at Xiumei. "You're so proud now. You just had a few good days and forgot everything. Do you remember how Chen Ming used to hit you? I'll tell you, Xiumei, if you get bullied again, no one will help you. Don't bring your problems home, and don't make us worry about you. If you're suffering, deal with it yourself. If you're tired, bear it alone. If you're wronged, accept it. Don't come crying to your family every time you're upset. That's what you deserve." When she says this, she crosses her arms and speaks coldly. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? I didn't want to argue with you before. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You're right. My husband used to ignore me and didn't treat me well. I had no confidence anywhere, and no one listened to me. I couldn't even get into the crowd. Even in front of fourth sister, I had to lower my head. Now, I tell you, my husband has stood up for me. At least he knows how to live a good life and cares about me. These shoes were bought by my husband. Your fourth brother-in-law cares for you so much, but he didn't even buy you a bottle of snow cream." Xiumei was very emotional. When she said this, tears started to flow from her eyes. She spoke while crying, but her words were very sharp. She looked at Xiujuan with surprise, opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. "All right, Xiumei, you're exposing my flaws, huh? Now even your fourth brother-in-law looks down on you. If you have the ability and are successful, your husband is so capable now. He can go hunting in the mountains and catch wild boars to invite half the village to eat. Even Dad would be proud, but don't forget, he won't be like this for long. In a few days, he'll go back to his old self. I just wait and see. When you'll get beaten, you're forgetful. After 2 beatings, you'll calm down again. Now, you're more confident. Your husband won't be able to yell at you for long. Xiumei, I tell you, in less than 3 days or half a month, if Chen Ming doesn't hit you, I will kneel and apologize." Xiujuan was also furious and said everything directly. Xiumei was very angry when she heard this. Wasn't she hoping she would be unhappy? Is this how a sister should behave? She was so angry she started crying because even she wasn't sure if Chen Ming would reveal his true nature in these 2 weeks, just like before. If he was just pretending to make her happy and bring her back, Chen Ming wouldn't go to such lengths. But he had clearly gained her trust and felt a bit more confident. Yet, after fourth sister said that, Xiumei felt anxious again, because she had experienced this kind of back and forth many times over the years. It's not surprising that Xiumei lost confidence in Chen Ming. This guy used to be easily flattered, but after a few days, he would become even more extreme. "You 2 sisters are arguing again. Aren't you afraid of making others laugh? And Xiaojun, is that really how people talk? Don't you want your sister to be happy? Isn't that right? Chen Ming just did something good recently, so why do you still dislike him?" Luo Haiying, who had been listening at the door, finally couldn't hold back and came out. She raised her voice and shouted, "Mom, isn't what I said the truth? No one likes to hear the truth, but it's the fact. Chen Ming has done good things before, but every time he does something good, there's usually a reason behind it. Doing good for a few days, then going back to old habits. Only your big sister still believes in him. She keeps being fooled by him again and again. Every time she gets tricked, she gets even angrier. This guy, Chen Ming, had just gone out a few days ago, and Han Xiumei was so proud of herself. She was bragging about it. Han Xiujuan, with her hands on her hips, looked unreasonable and fierce. No wonder she could make Zhang Yuxiang submit. Maisie, don't listen to your fourth sister's nonsense. Stop crying. It's so cold outside, and if you keep crying, you'll catch a cold. Luo Haiying glared at her daughter Han Xiujuan, then reached out to wipe Han Xiumei's tears. At that moment, Chen Ming, who had just been about to lie down and sleep, heard the noise outside. He could hear everything clearly and felt very angry inside. Without even putting on his shoes, he got up and pushed open the door. He raised his voice and shouted, "Wife, you and your fourth sister should count the days. Don't say half a month, just say a month. Within this month, watch how I treat you. If I do anything wrong, we'll both go and apologize to her. But after this month, if I haven't changed back to how I was before, and if your fourth sister apologizes to you, don't stop her." After saying this, Chen Ming closed the door and turned back into the house to sleep. Outside, Han Xiumei stopped crying and suddenly couldn't help but smile. At first, Han Xiumei didn't feel confident, but for some reason, after Chen Ming shouted that, she suddenly felt very safe. And I have to say, just now Chen Ming's words had a kind of commanding confidence, like a real leader. As for Han Xiujuan, she was even more upset. She rolled her eyes and shouted toward Chen Ming's house, "Stop bragging. Going up the mountain to hunt has made you crazy. Let's see what you can really do. This is all you're good at. Loving your wife and caring for her is normal. Isn't that what every man should do? You haven't even done that yet, and now you're bragging. I, Han Xiujuan, will see what you do. Are you a person or a ghost? In a month, you'll change back to your old stubborn self in just a few days." Just after Han Xiujuan finished speaking, Han Xiumei suddenly said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Chen Ming is sleeping. If you want him to come home, call him." After saying that, she turned around and pulled her mother into the house. But Han Xiujuan outside was so angry she almost exploded. She originally wanted to go to her parents' house, but furious, she turned around and went into her own house instead. Soon, loud crashing and breaking sounds came from inside. He slept until the afternoon. When Chen Ming got up from the Kong, a traditional bed, he still felt a bit dizzy. But after waking up, he remembered the argument his wife and sister Han Xiujuan had at the door before he fell asleep. Thinking of this, Chen Ming felt very angry. If he weren't so sleepy, he really would have argued with his sister. He wondered why he was the only one who seemed to be doing well. His sister kept nagging on the side, even though he hadn't done anything wrong to her. But once Chen Ming fully woke up, he dismissed that idea. Han Xiujuan's personality wasn't bad. She was straightforward, but a bit jealous. Luckily, she didn't do anything behind his back. As for Zhang Yuxiang, Chen Ming knew him a little. He was smooth-talking and not serious about doing proper work. But he was clever. If Zhang Yuxiang used his brains properly, he could be successful. However, he always looked for shortcuts, which led him astray. He often fell into traps. Before, the reason his father-in-law favored him was because he was better than Zhang Yuxiang. At that time, Chen Ming was even worse than Zhang Yuxiang. But now, things were different. Chen Ming had plans for his life and was ready to work hard. He quickly got up, put on his padded coat and shoes, and went outside. He grabbed the 2 black dogs, put them on the dog sled, and loaded all the harvest from last night. A small purple marten, along with a raccoon dog and 7 net bags filled with herring, were all packed together. Then, they all were carried out of the courtyard and headed straight to the small town. The goal was to return before dark. After about an hour of walking, Chen Ming arrived at the entrance of a restaurant in the town. However, today he didn't see Chao Guobang smoking at the door. He tied the dog sled and Hare Z to the entrance. Just as he was about to open the door, he saw Lu Wenbin coming out from inside. They happened to meet. "Hey, brother, why are you here?" Lu Wenbin remembered that Chen Ming usually came every 7 or 8 days. It was only 2 or 3 days since his last visit, so Lu Wenbin felt confused. "I brought some things and sold them casually," Chen Ming replied with a smile. "Boss Lu, are you going out?" Chen Ming asked politely. "Yes, I want to go out. I just came to see an old friend. I'm planning to pick him up at the train station. Since you're here, I'll ask Chao Guobang to pick him up. Come inside quickly. I've got some new stuff this time." Lu Wenbin was very friendly. Instead of going himself, he opened the door and led Chen Ming inside. At this moment, Chen Ming was carrying all the net bags, which were packed into a sack. After bringing everything upstairs to the second floor, he went back to the door and carried the cages with 2 small animals inside. Guobang, can you go to the train station and pick up my friend? I told him I had something to do today and couldn't come myself. We've known each other since childhood. He wouldn't mind. When you get back, just hire a car to bring him here. It's too cold outside to walk back. Standing at the staircase, Lu Wenbin called out to Chao Guobang, who was helping in the kitchen. All right, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll go pick him up now, Chao Guobang responded warmly, then took off his apron, hung it on the wall, put on his hat and coat, and stepped outside. Once Chao Guobang left, Lu Wenbin relaxed and turned to go upstairs. Big brother, did you get that little flying dragon I told you about last time? My friend is coming over just for that little flying dragon. If it's ready, he might even want to do business here and invest in me. Lu Wenbin looked at Chen Ming with anticipation, rubbing his hands and staring intently. Sorry, Boss Lu, we haven't actually caught the little flying dragon yet. But don't worry, these things are rare and depend a lot on luck. Sometimes, even if you look for them, you might not find one, Chen Ming explained. Ah, I see. I'll wait for your news then. It's not urgent, but I should tell you in advance. Yesterday, I contacted a few hunters in nearby villages to help me catch the little flying dragon. If I catch one, I guess you might catch one too. The price probably won't be as high, but if you're the first to bring one in, I promise, I'll pay 200 yuan for each one. Lu Wenbin confidently held up. Just so you know, selling a little flying dragon on the black market usually only gets about 100 yuan. If you find a good buyer, maybe a little more. It's rare for someone like Lu Wenbin to offer 200 yuan straight away. So, when Chen Ming heard this, he felt excited but stayed calm. Catching a little flying dragon is very difficult. If he does find one, everything will be easier. But if he doesn't, the Longchong Ridge is so big that if you throw someone in, it could take 10 or 15 days to find them again. The Chang'an Mountains are connected to the Daxing'an Mountains on the west. If you go deep inside, you'll find all kinds of birds and beasts, but the dangers are doubled. It's said that some hunters have gone deep inside and never come back. Those who survive say it's very dangerous. Encountering a northeast tiger means almost certain death. They say a big brown bear can stand as tall as 2 people, and a slap can turn a dog into minced meat. No exaggeration. Wolves and leopards roam in packs, and there are mass graves everywhere. Even a golden eagle diving down can blind a person's eyes. The stories about that place are quite frightening. Even old hunters don't dare go deep inside. Just wandering around the edges of the Chang'an Mountains is already quite risky. Boss Lu, take a look at these hatchy horses. Last time, you told me many people like to eat them. When he said this, Chen Ming had already pulled out all the mesh bags and laid them flat on the burlap sack to prevent the water from damaging the floor. Seeing Chen Ming carry out a full, heavy bag of dried mushrooms, Lu Wenbin's eyes widened in surprise, almost thinking he was seeing things. This big mesh bag contained at least 10 or more mushrooms. The dark pile looked very impressive. You should know that these dried mushrooms are hard to find in winter. If they were easy to get, the local restaurants, both state-owned and private, wouldn't treat them as special dishes. Sometimes they have them today, and not tomorrow. Sometimes they hang a sign, and sometimes they don't, just to make sure customers who come looking for this dish won't be disappointed if it's not available. A few days ago, Lu Wenbin even sent his staff and contacted relatives from Chao Guobang to go up the mountain and dig for these mushrooms. As long as they found some, they would send them to him, and he promised he wouldn't lose money on the deal. But the harvest was disappointing. A group of 7 or 8 people went up the mountain all day and didn't find a single mushroom. That's not an exaggeration. If they had found a cluster, it would have at least 7 or 8 mushrooms. If they didn't find any, they couldn't even get one. Whether it's experience or luck, Lu Wenbin now truly admired Chen Ming, someone who could do what others couldn't. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. I'm worried about not being able to hang up the signature dish, and you just brought me so many. You're almost like a professional mushroom picker now. Lu Wenbin was a bit excited. He had just been disappointed about not catching the little flying dragon earlier, but now his mood was completely lifted. He squatted down and started counting. The more he counted, the brighter his smile became. The cigarette in his mouth had a long ash, so long he didn't bother to tap it off. After counting, He used a calculator to estimate. After a few minutes, Lu Wenbin stood up and said to Chen Ming, "Big brother, I just calculated. I weighed all the mushrooms I found, and they're about 8 jin, about 4 kilograms. I'll pay you 1 yuan per jin, so that's 8 yuan in total. These mother leopards, I priced them at 1.5 yuan each, totaling 38, which is 57 yuan. Among them, some are quite large. I rounded the total to 65 yuan by adding 8 yuan, and I'll give you 70 yuan outright." Lu Wenbin is good at doing business. Those extra 5 yuan are quite a lot. But when he sees good things, he always offers to pay more. No wonder Chen Ming always thinks of Lu Wenbin first when he finds something nice, so he gives everything to him. Since the boss is so generous, Chen Ming definitely won't sell the items elsewhere, and he's too lazy to bother. Soon, Lu Wenbin took out a big wallet, pulled out 6 10-yuan bills, and the rest was all change. He handed everything over in one go, and Chen Ming accepted it all. He felt a little relieved. The 70 yuan is enough to buy a radio for his father-in-law. Next, there were 2 small items. "By the way, brother, what's under that sack cover? It looks like a cage." After sending all these items to the kitchen, Lu Wenbin came back upstairs, curious, and asked, "Boss Lu, do you want to buy this?" Chen Ming said as he lifted the sack cover. Lu Wenbin was very curious and leaned in to look. He was stunned instantly. "Oh my goodness, this is a good thing. I say, big brother, if you have such a nice item, why didn't you show it earlier? This is much more valuable than that little flying dragon. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was a bit disappointed just now. You really are someone who keeps quiet and does big things. Can you really hold it in?" Lu Wenbin grinned and started laughing. Having been in business in the Northeast for 5 or 6 years, he knew all about the local birds and beasts. He could tell at a glance what was valuable and what wasn't. "I don't know if this thing is worth much. I just brought it over to see." "Boss Lu, you probably don't buy this, right?" Chen Ming asked. "But the friend I am about to meet will definitely buy from us, and he won't offer a low price. He's wealthy and has long wanted to invest in Northeastern local products, then bring them back for processing. This time he's coming. I plan to discuss this with him. If he sees it later, he'll be very happy. I think we can finalize the deal. Don't worry too much. I think it's about time. He should be back soon. I need to go greet him at the door," Lu Wenbin said with a smile. "Boss Lu, you should go ahead and get busy," Chen Ming nodded. "Then you can watch TV for a while." Lu Wenbin turned on the TV, then went downstairs and stepped outside. Chen Ming wasn't in the mood to watch TV. After all, he had been reborn and wasn't interested in such things. But if he could get a TV back to the village now, it would be lively. In today's times, not everyone has a TV, let alone a radio. Those with good conditions are willing to spend money on one. Those with poor conditions can't even afford enough food, let alone buy a radio. After waiting upstairs for a while, Chen Ming heard lively laughter from downstairs, then footsteps coming up the stairs. He quickly stood up and saw Lu Wenbin standing next to a man in his 30s. Although he was from the south, he was quite tall and stood out in the crowd. He had a kind face, smiling gently, giving a warm and friendly impression. He wore a black fur coat made of high-quality material, with a fluffy, soft collar. The coat was simple in style, fitting his tall figure, showing a unique charm. He paired it with sharp black trousers, with straight lines and shiny leather shoes. In the 1980s, this outfit was very fashionable, showing a sense of elegance and care. "Big brother, come over. Let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend and my best buddy, Huang Jiejun. This is Brother Chun, who has been supplying me with goods. He is a local, and in their Northeast dialect, they call it sitting on the ground cannon, meaning he's quite skilled at hunting despite his young age." Lu Wenbin introduced him, especially highlighting Chen Ming's hunting skills to Huang Jiejun, giving him a big thumbs up. This is a strong endorsement. Otherwise, he wouldn't mention it in front of his best friend. "Hey, Brother Chen, I heard about you from Wenbin before. He often talks about you on the phone. I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought local hunters usually look very fierce." Huang Jiejun was very friendly and reached out his hand. Chen Ming naturally shook it gently. Then he smiled and said, "Your accent sounds like you're from Guangdong, right? But isn't Boss Lu from Jiangsu? How come you two are childhood friends?" Chen Ming asked curiously. Then he saw Huang Jiejun and Lu Wenbin exchange a glance and burst out laughing. "That's how it is. He moved to Guangdong when he was 17 and recently he's been in the port area, doing business there. His Mandarin is already pretty good. He often communicates with me. I teach him. Otherwise, he mostly speaks Cantonese or English over there. Everyone, sit down quickly, Lu Wenbin warmly invited. The three of them sat down. Soon, Chow Chowwa and Guobang brought hot tea. When they saw Chen Ming sitting there, they were first surprised, then looked at him with envy. Knowing that he was sitting with the boss and his good friends, and that Chen Ming was present, showed his important position in the boss's mind. This was a great opportunity. The man named Huang Jiejun was a real wealthy person. He came to the Northeast to invest in local specialty products, buying them, and then processing and selling them in the South. After everyone had a cup of hot tea, Lu Wenbin patted Huang Jiejun's thigh. I almost forgot an important thing. Look at this thing, my big brother plans to sell it. If you're interested, just buy it directly. When he said this, Lu Wenbin pointed at the simple wooden cage. Huang Jiejun also became interested. He took off his coat, turned around, and squatted on the ground, looking at the sable and raccoon inside the cage. Wow, I just arrived and found something good. I told you, old guy, you didn't come to pick me up at the station. Turns out, there's such a good thing at home. They say the Northeast is vast and rich in resources. It seems to be true. As soon as I got off the bus, I found such a big surprise. This is valuable. Of course, I want to buy it. I definitely want to buy it. Seeing what was inside the cage, Huang Jiejun immediately got excited, his eyes full of joy. Next to him, Chen Ming finally relaxed. Since someone wants to buy it, it's easier to talk. The price can be negotiated. Lu Wenbin nodded, then took out a cigarette, handed one to each of them, and they all started smoking. Two bosses, you can give me a price. I need to go back this afternoon. I don't know much about these, but I trust you two won't cheat me on this. Chen Ming also spoke honestly and straightforwardly. Jiejun, this brother Chen is an honest man. Don't act like you did when you were negotiating business before. You're wealthy, just give a price directly. In the future, if good things come up, brother Chen will think of us first. Don't you agree? Lu Wenbin also helped Chen Ming speak, showing he was kind-hearted. With his words, Jiejun didn't hesitate anymore. He just looked at the cage carefully. All right, I won't base the price on the northern market. Let's consider the southern market. Before processing, the quality of the skin matters. I looked at it just now. The quality is average, neither good nor bad. For this sable, I'll give you 180 yuan. For the raccoon, 120 yuan. Brother Chen, do you think these prices are acceptable? If not, you can check with the local state-run shops. If the price is reasonable, sell it to me. If not, you can try selling it elsewhere. We can all talk openly. Huang Jiejun has already given the price. When Chen Ming heard this, he didn't hesitate because he had a rough idea of the price before coming, though not in detail. After all, there are quite a few hunters in the village who are familiar with the market, and they know the prices from experience. He only knew last year's prices, but this year's should be similar. Normally, he thought these two items could sell for about 200 yuan, which would be good. But he didn't expect them to sell for 300 yuan, which exceeded his expectations. There's no need to talk more. The two bosses are generous, so I won't suffer any loss. At this price, let's settle it. Then I won't take it away. No need to bother. Don't say you two didn't treat me well, or give me a high price. Even if you offered a low price, I wouldn't bother selling elsewhere. That's just how I do things. Chen Ming smiled happily and spoke, showing he's a straightforward person. Lu Wenbin also felt this was a good deal after hearing Chen Ming. It seemed they had built some trust over this time. As for Huang Jiejun, after hearing Chen Ming's words, he felt a bit guilty for some reason. Since the other person was so honest, he shouldn't be too stingy. Old brother Chen, this is our first time meeting, and we've had a good talk. Here's 350 yuan, and the extra 50 is a gift for meeting. Please don't refuse. If you refuse, it means you don't see me as a friend. Lu Wenbin is standing here, acting as the middleman. Don't make things difficult for him. We'll be working together for a long time. So look to the future, not just now. At this point, Huang Jiejun took out a briefcase and pulled out a stack of brand new 10 yuan bills. They were all the latest edition of the Great Unity notes, crisp and new, making a sound when tapped. He counted out 35 bills and handed them directly to Chen Ming. Brother, just point out what's missing, and I'll make it up to you right away, Huang Jiejun said with a smile. No need. I'm not that picky. Missing? Later, I'll have you and Boss Lu double it for me. Chen Ming grinned and packed up. It was getting late, and he needed to visit the state-owned store later. It's getting dark, brothers. I won't bother you two old friends reminiscing anymore. I need to head back first. When you have free time, come visit our village. We'll treat you to our local homemade dishes and specialties. Chen Ming called out as he left. Sure, we'll definitely come when we have time. Brothers, the road is slippery. Take it slow on your way back. Lu Wenbin and Huang Jejun both went downstairs together, personally seeing Chen Ming off outside. Watching Chen Ming lead his dog and pull the dog sled away into the distance, the two men smiled and then went inside. Meanwhile, Chen Ming carried over 400 yuan in cash. After leaving the restaurant, he was smiling excitedly and headed straight to the state-run store. Today, he planned to spend a lot. First, buy his father-in-law a radio as a gift. Then his wife's watch. Maybe a few pieces of bright cloth and some cotton to make a couple of warm jackets to wear. The remaining money he planned to take home for his parents. It's been almost a year and a half since he last saw his parents. Before, he didn't have the heart to go back, and even when he wanted to, he felt ashamed. When he did see his father, they either argued or fought, often causing a scene. He always put his mother in the middle, making her feel torn. Plus, he hadn't been successful before, so going back didn't seem worthwhile. But now, things are different. He's earned money and wants to think about giving his parents a better life. Most importantly, Chen Ming had been avoiding going back because he was afraid of seeing his father and getting scolded or beaten. After all, they had a falling out long ago, cutting off their family ties because Chen Ming was useless and had become a son-in-law living with others. His father felt ashamed, thinking his son had run off to live with someone else, which made him ashamed in the village. So, from then on, all their children had to take their wife's surname. His father, angry, completely cut off contact with Chen Ming, refusing to see him even at death. Thinking of this, Chen Ming sighed deeply, feeling very sad inside. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the state-run store. In those days, dogs weren't banned from entering, so he simply left his dog sled outside and let Hare inside. The store was called Red Flag Department Store. The sign was painted red, though a bit chipped, but under the sunlight, it still looked bright and eye-catching. As soon as I stepped into the store, a warm, familiar smell greeted me. Above, a few dim yellow incandescent lights cast soft glow, creating gentle halos on the ceiling. The walls around were decorated with faded posters showing hard-working farmers and workers, full of energy. On both sides, radios played different programs. Inside, the store was neatly divided into sections. On the left was the food area, with wooden shelves filled with various goods. Clear glass jars held colorful candies that smelled sweet and tempting. Piles of roasted snacks wrapped in brown paper, including sunflower seeds, peanuts, and broad beans, were stacked high. A few bottles of malted milk drink, sealed with plastic paper, looked like fancy gifts for visiting friends during this time. On the right was the daily necessities section, with metal buckets and enamel basins neatly arranged, decorated with big red characters or golden wheat patterns. Behind the counter, there were toothpaste, soap, and skin creams all in place. In the corner, stacks of plain cloth sheets and quilts with simple patterns were piled up. Behind the big central counter, a middle-aged female clerk stood. She wore a blue uniform, her hair neatly tied back with a black hairpin. She looked quite stylish, so customers liked to gather around her to buy things. But, in this era, clerks had formal jobs and were often proud and reserved. If customers asked a few questions, they would often ignore them, showing impatience. There were quite a few people in the store, an old man group flipping through books, and some children with canvas backpacks buying toys, chatting and laughing happily. The atmosphere inside was lively and bustling. Chen Ming smiled constantly as he walked in because he had money in his pocket. He wanted to buy two of everything he saw, whether useful or not, stuffing them into his bag to take home. Soon, he passed a stall selling semiconductor radios, piled high with all kinds of styles. Chen Ming immediately stopped in his tracks. He had promised to buy a semiconductor radio for his father-in-law, so he couldn't break his word now. He stepped forward, smiling broadly, and asked the clerk, "How much do these radios cost?" The sales clerk was turned away from Chen Ming, busy arranging items on the shelf. From behind, she appeared to be a woman with a pretty slim figure. After a while, she turned around, and only then did Chen Ming see her face clearly. She wasn't particularly beautiful, with no striking features, but she had a mature charm typical of a married woman. She was dressed fashionably, wearing a floral blouse with a blue work apron over it, and black leather shoes that shined brightly. When she saw Chen Ming turn around, both of them froze in surprise. Chen Ming was stunned. He hadn't seen this woman for at least 4 or 5 years. Memories flooded back like a tide. Her name was Xiumei. They had once been together, even close to getting engaged. It was because his family was too poor that her parents disapproved, and they secretly arranged a marriage for her. Later, she married someone from Whitesuen. Chen Ming was quite upset about it at the time, but he had long since moved on. Now he had a wonderful, beautiful wife who looked much better than Xiumei. Xiumei also paused briefly when she saw Chen Ming, but quickly recovered, a faint smile on her face. She brushed her hair back and said cheerfully, "Is that you? It's been many years since I saw you. I heard you had a falling out with your family and went to Chili Village to become a son-in-law." There was a hint of disdain in her tone when she asked this, as in that era, being a son-in-law was not considered very good. It implied that the man was unsuccessful and couldn't find a wife. Chen Ming simply nodded without replying, then pointed at the semiconductor inside the counter and asked, "How much are these?" Xiumei flicked her fingers lightly and said calmly, "They're quite expensive. Don't bother thinking about it. Usually, rural families can't afford this kind of thing." Without hesitation, Chen Ming took out 10 large yuan notes, all brand new, and slapped them onto the counter. Xiumei was stunned instantly, almost thinking she was imagining things. She stared at the money on the counter for a long time before finally coming back to her senses, her face showing disbelief. 100 yuan in this era was equivalent to about 2.5 months' wages for a worker. She couldn't believe Chen Ming could easily produce that much money. Then Xiumei smiled and said, "I didn't realize it. Your father-in-law is doing pretty well, has money, and isn't too old. But here, to buy a radio, you need a shopping ticket. Do you have one?" Chen Ming scratched his head and looked a bit embarrassed. He really didn't have a shopping ticket. "Hongmei, aren't you working here? You should be a regular employee. Can you help me get a shopping ticket? Don't bother me with useless talk. I already took care of your lunch." Chen Ming looked at her with hopeful eyes and asked, "Come on, I already finished my meal. You should have said this earlier. I can't get a shopping ticket. The senior sister in that position. Why are you telling me this? If you don't have a shopping ticket, you can't buy anything." After saying that, Xiumei turned around and continued organizing the shelves. Chen Ming didn't say anything more. He turned and looked at other counters. Without a shopping ticket, many items couldn't be bought. Things like bicycles, watches, radios. These all require a shopping ticket because of the rules. This shopping voucher is either issued by a formal workplace or is a local ticket. Both usually need an appointment. Chen Ming was confused for a moment and then went to the stall opposite to ask, "Excuse me, miss. I heard that formal employees have shopping tickets. If you happen to have one lying around, could you sell me one?" Chen Ming asked the woman. She was very friendly and smiled as she replied, "No, I don't." Chen Ming's face darkened instantly. The woman was indeed friendly, but her answer was clear. "Young man, stop wandering around here. Try to find someone you know. The employees here don't have shopping vouchers. The woman you just asked isn't a formal employee. The lady in that position is on maternity leave and was temporarily hired." Just as Chen Ming was about to leave, it seemed the woman didn't like Xiumei. She started revealing some details about her. Chen Ming immediately understood. Maybe the woman had some conflict with Xiumei before. So when Chen Ming asked if Xiumei was a formal employee, Xiumei changed the subject. It was probably just her vanity and desire to save face. In this era, being a formal worker is very desirable. It brings status and admiration wherever you go. Chen Ming isn't very interested in that. Whether he's a formal worker doesn't matter to him. Right now, he just wants to get the shopping receipts. Soon, he had an idea. He left the state-run store, took Blackie, and went back to the restaurant. There, he found Lu Wenbin. You won't believe it, but Chen Ming really found the right person this time. Lu Wenbin had previously made a reservation at the store and also got some shopping receipts through connections. When Chen Ming asked for these, Lu Wenbin immediately handed over 3 or 4 receipts, all at once. Chen Ming thanked him a few times, but to Lu Wenbin, it was nothing special. He thought it would be better to bring more valuable items instead. So Chen Ming happily took the receipts and went back to the state-run store. He found Zhou Hongmei, because only they had the best selection of semiconductors and radios. Why are you back again? I told you, you can't buy anything without receipts. I don't know where you got the money. Just take it home and stop bothering me, or someone might catch you. How will you explain it to your family? Zhou Hongmei wasn't sure if she was warning him kindly or just annoyed. Chen Ming ignored her. He took out 4 or 5 shopping receipts from his pocket, randomly picked one, and slapped it on the counter. Then he pointed at the semiconductors inside and said, "Find me a good quality one." Zhou Hongmei picked up the receipt, looked at the ceiling light carefully for a few moments to check if it was real, then looked at Chen Ming with surprise. How could he get 4 or 5 receipts like these just by wandering around? Where did he get them? Where did you get these? If these are fake, that wouldn't be good. Or did you steal them? Zhou Hongmei was just curious. She was about to ask more, but before she finished speaking, Chen Ming slapped his hand on the counter and impatiently said, "Shut up. Stop talking so much. If you have proof that I stole these, go ahead. Without proof, I might just slap you. Are you giving me face? Money, the receipt, are they all complete now? Are you still selling this? If you're not selling, I will go find your manager." Chen Ming was not in a good mood either. But don't forget, in the past, he was not just tough at home. He also didn't have a good attitude toward outsiders. Otherwise, his reputation wouldn't be so bad. Plus, his good mood was spoiled by Zhou Hongmei. He had already lost patience. When Chen Ming said this, Zhou Hongmei, who was about to argue back, was suddenly scared stiff at the mention of finding the manager. Her hand holding the recorder trembled a little. She had worked as a temporary worker with difficulty, trying to earn some money. Moreover, working temporarily in the village these days was quite a highlight, and she was considered the most fashionable woman in the village. Many people were watching her eagerly. This temporary job was secured through connections, and once the regular workers returned, she might have a chance to stay on as a helper, maybe even become a permanent employee. But if she was called to see the manager now, she would not only face criticism, but could also be dismissed immediately. So, Zhou Hongmei was most afraid of this. Chen Ming, by chance, hit a nerve and made her feel very uncomfortable. She didn't dare say much more and laid out all the latest stock. There are red light brands, panda brands, and then this peony brand. The most expensive is the peony brand, costing 120 yuan. That's high-end. If you want something more ordinary, then the red light or panda brands are fine, around 60 or 70 yuan. Anyway, I suggest you not to mind my advice. If it's for your own use, just buy the red light or panda brand. They're quite durable. If you're giving a gift, then buy the peony brand. It looks high-end, but the effect is similar. It just looks nicer. This time, Zhou Hongmei was quite honest. She not only stopped frowning but also actively and warmly introduced the products to Chen Ming, giving sincere advice. After hearing this, Chen Ming had a clear idea. If he was buying for his father-in-law, the peony brand would be the best choice. Although his family really wanted to save money, even a panda or red light brand would be liked by his father-in-law. But Chen Ming wanted to buy only the best, so he took out 20 yuan from his pocket and placed it directly on the table. "Just give me the peony brand one." Seeing Chen Ming so confident and generous, he didn't hesitate and took out 120 yuan. Red Mei was also surprised. In those days, 120 yuan was almost 4 months' salary for a regular worker. A skilled technician would need about 2 months to earn that much. Chen Ming was born in the same village as him and had grown up together. He knew his family's situation very well. If his family was well off, he wouldn't be doing a son-in-law job. Nowadays, rural families who want to buy a radio can only afford about 60 or 70 yuan. That's considered quite good. Plus, after Chen Ming went for a walk just now, he came back with 4 or 5 small receipts. It seemed he had some connections, probably with important people. He didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few years, Chen Ming had become successful. Life was really turning around for him. Thinking of this, Red Mei felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but she didn't stop working. She quickly helped Chen Ming pack the items into a bag. "All right, you've got the money and receipts. I'll take them. Then you just sign here to keep the receipt." At this point, Red Mei took out a small receipt and asked Chen Ming to sign. After Chen Ming signed, he picked up the radio. The peony brand radio looked more high-end than others and was quite heavy. "All right, I'll go now." Chen Ming finished speaking and turned to walk straight to the watch counter. Red May immediately felt uneasy, like a cat scratching her heart. It looked like he was planning to spend a lot today. He just bought a radio and a watch. If he buys a bicycle later, he'd have everything ready. Red May couldn't stand inside the counter anymore. She called out to the woman across from her, "Sister Huang, watch my stuff for a moment. My fellow villager is here, and I want to chat with him." The woman named Sister Huang just rolled her eyes and responded dismissively. Then Red May walked outside, following Chen Ming. Soon, Chen Ming arrived at the watch counter. To save time, he simply placed his shopping receipt on the counter. "Big sister, could you help me look at some watches?" Chen Ming asked sweetly, calling her big sister affectionately. Hearing this, she smiled warmly. Then she laid out all kinds of watches. "Young man, are you buying this for your wife or for yourself? You look quite grown up, so I guess you're married. Life's good, huh? Just bought a radio, and now a watch too. If you decide to buy a bicycle later, I can take you there and help you get a good price." The lady was very friendly, arranging the watches and smiling as she spoke. "I'm buying it for my wife. Get a nice one, but not too expensive. I want to save enough money to buy a bicycle too." Chen Ming had the same plan. This trip was quite fruitful. If he could save some money and buy the bicycle, then he would have all 3 items, 3 watches and a bicycle. In the entire 7 miles village, few could wake up to the noise of 3 watches ticking. Even though his father-in-law was the village chief, their home only had an old broken watch. There was nothing valuable. Our northeastern men really know how to care for their wives. You still have an empty wrist, huh? All right, just for your sincerity, I'll help you pick one. This small watch is pretty good. It's a Seagull brand, not expensive, and it's a new model. Many young women in our town buy this kind of watch. It looks nice and fashionable. The best part is, it's only 130 yuan. Take a look and see if it's okay." As she said this, she picked out a silver-white watch with a floral pattern from the pile. Chen Ming looked at the watch and thought it was very nice, especially eye-catching. He even held it up to compare it with his wrist. Surprisingly, it looked very good and made his wrist look fairer. "Then I trust you, sister. Just this one." Chen Ming decided quickly and reached into his pocket to pay. Seeing that Chen Ming was paying with crisp new 10 yuan bills, the lady became even more enthusiastic, realizing he was a man with money. Although he didn't look rich, he had quite a lot of cash in his pocket. "All right then, follow my advice and don't buy anything unnecessary. If there's a problem, just bring it back. I will give you a refund or exchange, no problem." The older sister is really good at her work. She can explain everything clearly, making you feel comfortable and happy, and you also feel safe. At least, shopping here won't make you feel like you're being tricked. Soon, the older sister fastened the strap, put the watch into Chen Ming's hand, and collected the receipt and money. Just like with Zhou Hongmei, she left a ticket for him to sign. After finishing everything, the older sister was about to leave and take Chen Ming to pick out a bicycle. But Chen Ming saw she was busy, as a few more customers had come over, so he politely declined. "Hey, sister, you should go ahead and work. I'll take a quick look around. If I really can't figure it out, I'll come back and ask you later." Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Ming felt quite touched. That's the true spirit of a genuine northeastern person. If there's something to do, they really help out sincerely, without expecting anything in return. "All right, little brother, you go ahead and look around. If you need help, just come back to me." After saying this, the older sister started attending to other customers. At this moment, Zhou Hongmei ran over and saw the watch in Chen Ming's hand. "Oh my, this watch is really nice. I've been looking at this style for days now. I've been researching watches lately, wanting to buy one, but I've been saving money. If I weren't short on cash, I'd have bought it already. You see, I've been saving up just to buy a watch like this, and you bought it in one go. Is this for your wife?" Zhou Hongmei thought to herself that if Chen Ming became a son-in-law, his wife would probably be quite plain. If she were pretty, she wouldn't need to look for a son-in-law. Wearing this watch on Chen Ming's wife's wrist would be a waste. While thinking this, she kept striking poses, waving her wrist, and giving Chen Ming subtle glances. Chen Ming just glanced at her and felt disgusted. Zhou Hongmei was married with 2 kids. Before she got married, she was a young girl. Now that she's married, she's like a little wife, still pretending to be innocent in front of him. "Yeah, it's definitely for my wife. Just look at it. It's clearly a women's style. Do I need to ask? The key is that my wife is very beautiful. If I want to wear this watch, No one else can do it. I'm not saying I have good luck, but I definitely don't have bad luck. Heaven sent me such a beautiful wife, and she's the most beautiful girl in our village. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. My wife's name is Han Xiumei. When Chen Ming said this, he smirked proudly and turned to leave after saying it. Zhou Hongmei, who stayed behind, was slightly stunned. She initially thought Chen Ming was just bragging, probably because she still held a grudge about not marrying him back then. So, when they met, she just wanted to show off her wife, maybe to find some balance. Anyway, since her wife was not pretty, that already explained a lot. Who would believe that? But when she heard Chen Ming mention the name Han Xiumei, Zhou Hongmei actually remembered her. After thinking for a while, her eyes widened. Isn't Han Xiumei from their village? Isn't she the niece of Han Yujun? And Han Youjuan's older brother lives in Chili village, and he might even be the village chief. Han Xiumei is the daughter of the village chief. It's said that the village chief has 6 daughters, and they've all visited Han Youjuan's family before. Han Xiumei left a strong impression on Zhou Hongmei because she shared a character in her name with her. Zhou Hongmei remembered her very clearly. Most importantly, Han Xiumei was very attractive. When she walked through the village, every man working outside would stop and look. Even if their wives tugged at their ears, they'd still sneak a glance. Young men and boys would even go out of their way to say hello. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongmei's doubts faded. No way, how could that be? She's from the village chief's family, and her daughter is so beautiful. How could she possibly attract a son-in-law? Chen Ming must be just bragging. So, Zhou Hongmei looked at Chen Ming's departing figure, feeling very dissatisfied. She spat on the ground, stomped her foot, and turned to walk back to her counter. She was annoyed and definitely felt uncomfortable inside. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had already arrived at the bicycle sales counter, where he saw 3 or 4 salespeople explaining to other customers. Chen Ming also has a goal in mind, to buy a Phoenix brand 28-inch bicycle. Now he just needs to see how much the bike costs and whether he has enough money. If he does, he will buy it right away. He looks forward to returning to the village proudly. When he reaches the bicycle stall, Chen Ming is immediately attracted to a Phoenix 28-inch bike. He walks over and circles around it a few times. A few women nearby point at him and whisper, "That must be someone from the countryside. Look at all those patches on his clothes. At this time, doesn't he have a decent outfit? He should at least change into something better when he goes out. Looks like he's from the rural areas." Everything here seems new and interesting to him. He's quite handsome, too. What a shame. Some women from the town are also choosing bicycles. When they see Chen Ming, they find him quite fresh and different. Chen Ming ignores them. After all, who in his family isn't a farmer? What's so special about that? "Brother, how much is this bicycle?" Chen Ming asks with a smile, patting the seat of the bike and approaching the seller. The seller is a middle-aged man in his 40s, busy talking to other customers. When he hears Chen Ming's question, he just glances at him. He responds bluntly, "Don't ask around. You can't afford it anyway. Stop bothering me and go away." His attitude is dismissive, like he's pushing away a beggar. His attitude is purely snobbish. No wonder people say that salespeople in state-run stores are all full of themselves. At first, Chen Ming didn't believe it, but now he's seen it for himself. "How am I supposed to buy it if you don't tell me the price? This bicycle is made of gold, and you still can't afford it. If you keep this attitude, I'll go find your manager right now. He's not using any fancy tricks, just straightforward and effective." Usually, the seller would think that such a remark would make the buyer leave quickly. But today, Chen Ming is quite firm and strong-willed. When he mentions finding the manager, the seller pauses for a moment. 160 yuan, no bargaining, he says impatiently, casually. "I want it now. Quickly find the parts for me." "We're in a hurry," Chen Ming said as he took out the shopping receipt and also pulled out 160 yuan from his pocket. He threw everything onto the counter all at once. He was too lazy to talk to the other person. At first, the clerk wanted to ask for the receipt, but unexpectedly, Chen Ming had already prepared it and took it out in advance. The clerk looked at it carefully, then glanced at Chen Ming again, feeling surprised. "Did I make a mistake today? I'll get it for you right away. Please wait a moment. I'm going to find the parts now. Don't worry, I'll be right back." This time, the clerk's attitude changed completely, like a switch flipped. Her face showed a different expression. If it was just about the money, maybe she wouldn't care. But seeing the shopping receipt was different. It's not something everyone can get. Even the women around looked surprised. Wow, I didn't expect he's a rich guy. Just 160 yuan, and he bought it without blinking an eye. Impressive. Stop talking. Maybe he has powerful relatives. The women's looks at Chen Ming changed again. Two of them even came over to talk to him. Not for any other reason, just to ask him to help pick out a bicycle. Because men usually understand these things. Chen Ming was generous and friendly, helping those women choose some bikes that suited them. They and their little friends liked Chen Ming a lot, calling him old brother, happily. The male salespeople nearby were all jealous. They were the salespeople, so why wasn't anyone coming to them? It was simple, because of their attitude, which people disliked. In the Northeast, as long as you're friendly and sincere, almost nothing is impossible to sell. Some shopkeepers are so warm and welcoming, like they're visiting relatives, calling customers old brother or big brother. But others, when you walk into their store, they barely look up, cold as if you owe them something. They haven't even eaten yet, and their mood is ruined. No matter how good the food or the products are, the bad impression is already there, and everything else loses value. People's emotions are very important. Even shy people, when they meet someone warm and friendly, may feel shy and unable to show their feelings on their face, but inside they are happy and joyful. Soon, after the salesperson brought the accessories, they all installed them on the bicycle. They also found a red fake flower and hung it on the front handlebar, making everything look very festive. Buying a bicycle usually comes with a red plastic flower as a gift. When a new bike is bought, it's considered very lucky. Thanks a lot, Chen Ming said as he pushed the bicycle away, waving to the salesperson. The little women also greeted him. Almost everything was bought, and he had spent most of his money, over 410 yuan out of 450, yet he didn't feel upset at all. With a few more things to buy, like a sewing machine, Chen Ming smiled happily and pushed the bicycle outside. He also tied Black 2 to the handlebar. Every time Chen Ming pressed the bell, Black 2 would bark happily at the bike. After leaving the shop, Chen Ming rode his bicycle, turning to sit comfortably. At first, he was a bit unsteady, but soon he got used to it. Even though it was cold outside, he felt warm inside. He was already looking forward to going home, imagining how excited his in-laws would be when they saw him. As for Xiumei, maybe she would stay overnight tonight. Even just holding hands would be nice. The dog sled, radio, and other items were tied to the back seat of the bike. As for the watch, he had kept it close in his pocket. On the way home, it was already evening. In northeast China, winter nights are long and days are short. Around 4 p.m., it was almost dark, with a red sunset in the sky. Chen Ming was riding his bike along a country road. It was a bit slippery, but he managed to stay steady. Look at the sky, bright red clouds like flames, shining brightly. The fiery clouds reflected on his face, making his face look red and bright, almost blinding his eyes. In this corner of northeast China, the setting sun in the northern plains slowly sinking is a very special sign of winter. The setting sun is not just a pretty view in the sky. It is the soul of the northeast winter, bringing out the full strength of the cold season. People say that the air in the northeast winter has a special smell, like stories buried under the snow, waiting to be carefully enjoyed. These words are often spoken by those who have left the northeast and moved elsewhere. They travel far and wide, but still miss the taste of winter back home. Riding a bicycle back home, he was much faster than before. When he entered the village, the villagers all stared in surprise. Seeing Chen Ming riding a bicycle with a big red flower, everyone gathered around like they saw something amazing. Some children jumped and chased after him. A few women standing by the road, holding vegetables they planned to cook at home, also stopped to watch. After Chen Ping passed by, they started chatting again. Was that Chen Ming just now? Or am I seeing things? Of course it was him. Look at him showing off, riding a bicycle with no pants. Is he showing off for his dad? You're being too harsh. Can't you see he's doing well? Exactly. If he can ride a bike now, does that mean he's healthy? Maybe he was just pretending before. No wonder his father-in-law said he was pretending to be sick. It seems he's really better now. Look at that. He even has a radio on his bike. Where did he get the money to buy all this? Wow, who would have thought? Just a few days ago, he was lying on the bed at home, barely able to move his limbs. Now he's riding a bike with a radio. Amazing. With this kind of outfit, old Han, the village chief, must be so happy he can't stop smiling, that's for sure. Even though he's a son-in-law, he's earning respect now. His bike and radio make him quite important at home. Soon, everyone will want to eat first at the table. Village Chief Han must be feeling hopeful now. Good days are coming. I really don't know what to say about this guy. My husband, I wish he could be like Chen Ming someday, bringing my parents a bicycle. Then I'd definitely have 2 more healthy children. Hey, it sounds like if I don't give you a bicycle, you won't have another baby. Are you already pregnant with the 3rd one? Stop joking around. It's like you're not satisfied. Everyone just wants that little fun. There's nothing to do tonight, so why not stay in bed? You don't want to stay in bed, do you? While speaking, the young wife also used her hand to support another woman's chest. They started arguing, and the frozen radish and cabbage in their hands fell to the ground. Meanwhile, at Han Jingui's house, inside the room, dinner was already prepared. Han Jingui had placed the newly brewed wine on the kong, a traditional bed, poured a small cup, and started drinking. Now that we have meat at home, we have to have some every meal. Luo Haiying saw the old man drinking again and put the pickled vegetables and boiled pork on the table. She said reluctantly, "Isn't that obvious? With so many dishes, we need some wine. Maisie, you should also have a drink with Dad," Han Jingui said with a grin, rubbing his chin. He picked up the wine jar, tilted it to look inside with one eye, then used chopsticks to pick a piece of sour cabbage, holding it with his hand, and raised it. His mouth was not fully open yet, and his tongue was already sticking out. He took a bite of the cabbage, filling his mouth with aroma. Then he rubbed his chin again, took a sip of wine, and let out a long sigh. It seemed like drinking wine was painful for him. The sour cabbage in his mouth made his teeth feel dry. The older generation's way of drinking was like acting. Expressions and body movements were very entertaining. Seeing this, Han Xiumei knew her father was definitely happy inside. "Dad, what good news do you have? Tell me," she asked. Han Xiumei also held her child close. The child in her arms was very well behaved. When he shook his little hand, he would open his mouth and smile. Everyone in the family loved it. Even Han Jingui couldn't help but reach out and tease the child. Good things keep happening these days. I, old Han Jingui, am really lucky this year. All good news, ha ha ha, he said with a big smile. Is it because of Chen Ming again? Han Xiumei asked cautiously. When Han Jingui heard this, he pursed his lips and, imitating his daughter Han Xiumei's tone, exaggeratedly said, "Is it because of Chen Ming?" Even Han Xiumei was a bit embarrassed by the joke and covered her mouth to laugh. Her father hadn't smiled like this in many years, to be exact, for a long time. He hadn't been so happy, acting like a little kid. And he was joking with her. Honestly, Han Xiumei also felt guilty. Ever since she brought Chen Ming into the family, nothing good had happened at home. Her father hadn't shown a smile on his face for many years. Because their family had been affected, they couldn't eat well or dress properly. Her father used to have a decent cotton-padded jacket, but now, every winter, it was patched and sewn repeatedly, worn out after years of mending. I knew you called him Chen Ming. So what? Our family's happiness can only come from him. You, girl. I think you're getting too emotional. Listen, you can't just go back easily. He's been acting pretty well now, but that doesn't mean you should only look at the present. The two families aren't far apart. If you want to go back, go, but if you should come back, you still have to come back. If you go back, there's a way. When Chen Ming officially takes you back and you live a good life, I have nothing to say. As long as my daughter is happy and content, I will be satisfied. I, Han Jingui, can treat him like my own son. He can take my life if he wants, but one thing, he must treat my daughter well and take care of my granddaughter. Isn't that right? Little Nyonyo. Han Jingui reached out and touched the child. The child, surprisingly, smiled along with him. Dad, don't say that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. A few years ago, I didn't listen to you and always went against you. I didn't understand your good intentions. Now I do. Dad, I'm sorry. Han Xiumei couldn't hold back her tears as she spoke. Girl, why are you crying? Your dad hasn't blamed you. Your mom and I have no other hopes left. The land is half buried, and we just wish you could marry a good person. We don't ask for wealth or fame, just that he treats you well and values you. Look at me and your mom. I have a bad temper and argue easily, but I respect her. No matter how angry I get, I can't hit her. She can slap me twice, and I might just throw something in return. Anyway, I can see that Chen Ming is sincere. He's a good person at heart. If you wait a bit longer, you'll realize that it's a bit unrealistic to think that one day Chen Ming can openly bring you home, making everyone in the village know. He's already prepared everything for a proper family, like the radio and the watch, but I know that's unlikely. In our village, only a few families can afford those things. Even if he manages to get a radio or a watch for you, that's enough. Compared to others your age, that's not bad. Even if he doesn't have those things, your dad still wants you to go back, but it depends on his attitude. If he acts like he used to, it won't work. Han Jingwei took a few sips of wine, and his words became more intense, all for the girl's good. Dad, I know. I know you care about me and want the best for me, but I still want to talk to you about one thing. You see, Nyonyo still doesn't have a name. Last time, you said she should have the surname Han. Chen Ming was very unwilling about that and argued with me a lot. Over the past year, he's been upset about this. I think he's been doing well lately, so I want to give her a name. Can you not let her have the surname Han? Since Chen Ming is our son-in-law, it's normal for her to have that surname. But I prefer she takes her father's surname. If you really disagree, then forget it. We won't decide her name for now. When Han Xiumei said this, she lowered her head slowly. Han Jingwei just smiled and didn't say much. Let's wait for him to come back and let him give her a name. I never said she has to have the surname Han. That guy used to argue with me all the time and was useless. I was so angry that I made this decision. You said that this young man used to get into fights often and even cut ties with his father. You wonder why the child still bears his father's surname when even the ancestors are no longer remembered and his own father is gone. Without him, the old Chen family can't be proud. So what's the point of the child carrying his surname? Wait until he comes back. He's been gone all day, probably up the mountain again. That kid really has a strong habit of going there. When Han Jingwei said this, he raised his glass. At this moment, Han Xiumei was very happy. She thought that if Chen Ming knew about this, he would also be very happy. She wanted to use this to motivate Chen Ming to work harder and not go back to his old ways. Then Luo Haiying also entered the room. Maisie, you should advise Chen Ming to be careful when going up the mountain. It's not just dangerous, but also tiring. It's okay to hunt wild boars or deer, but what if he encounters wolves? Luo Haiying was busy and sat on the edge of the Kong. Just as she picked up her bowl, she kindly reminded her. Okay, I'll tell him when he comes back. Han Xiumei nodded. Then she got up, put the baby in the cradle, and sat down to eat. Oh, Dad, you haven't told me what the good news is. Han Xiumei suddenly remembered something and asked. You forgot because you kept interrupting. It's your second uncle, Han Yojuan's family's young lady's wedding. The celebration is coming up soon. I plan to go there. I'll call all your sisters to come too. It's rare for everyone to gather together. Otherwise, the next time we visit, it might be at the end of the year. There are still more than 2 months before the new year. I heard your second uncle's daughter married well. She has good conditions, not as fancy as the city, but among the village girls, she's quite outstanding. She's even working as an accountant. When Han Jingwei said this, he also smiled. We should go. We can plan it. It's been a while since our big family gathered. It's hard to get everyone together these days. When the weather gets warmer, I'll take the baby and go. I miss my second uncle. He used to visit often, but in the past 2 years after having the baby, he hasn't been able to go out. Han Xiumei also looked very happy when she heard the news. Since her second uncle has always been kind to her since childhood, every time she visits his house, her second aunt also prepares delicious food for her. All right then, we'll go together with the baby later. I guess other relatives will come too. It will be lively then, with your third aunt's family and your younger aunt's family. There will be a lot of people. Han Jingwo was also looking forward to it. Just as the two of them were joking and having fun, suddenly they heard the sound of bells outside. There were also dogs barking. A group of children chattering and standing at the door. Han Jingwa, Han Xiumei, and Luo Haiying all looked out the window with curiosity. Soon, they saw the big gate being pushed open, and the first thing they saw was a bright red flower on a bicycle. Chen Ming was pushing his bicycle and slowly walking in. Behind him, there were quite a few people, all coming to see the fun. Many children rushed into the yard, some playing with the dogs, others touching the bicycle. The peaceful yard suddenly became lively and noisy. Even Zhang Yuxiang and Han Xiujuan, who were eating inside, heard the commotion outside. They put down their bowls and leaned over the window to look out. But as soon as they saw Chen Ming standing with the bicycle, their faces immediately darkened. Their hearts sank, especially Zhang Yuxiang, who gritted his teeth and pressed his face against the window, still puzzled. Where did this kid get the bicycle? Don't tell me he bought it. If so, it would be even more upsetting than if he had stolen it. They used to be quite poor, and their older brother didn't get along with the second brother. At least he had some support. Now it's worse. His father-in-law scolds him every day and looks down on him. It feels like the sky is falling. Old man, what's going on outside? Why are there so many people? Has Chen Ming come back? Luo Haiying, who had some trouble seeing clearly, asked. But Han Xiumei quickly saw what was happening. She was already happy inside, and when she saw Chen Ming returning the bicycle, she knew right away. He must have bought it. But she didn't know where Chen Ming got the receipt for the bicycle, because buying a bicycle usually requires proof. As for Han Jinghua, he also looked at it for a while and understood what was going on, though he found it hard to believe. That kid came back. Where did he go after running out for a day? And he even brought back a bicycle. I see it still has a red flower on it. It should be new. I need to go check it out quickly and ask what happened. At this moment, Han Jinghua didn't even care about the wine. He set his bowl and chopsticks down on the table, then hurriedly took off his shoes and left without even picking them up. Old man, put on your hat. You're not young anymore. It's so cold outside. If you catch a cold, don't come back complaining about your head hurting. Luo Haiying quickly took down the dogskin hat hanging on the wall, chased after him, and put it on Han Jinghua's head. Then she turned around to put on her padded coat. Meanwhile, Han Xiumei was leaning by the window, looking outside. At this moment, Chen Ming had already come to the window, knocked on it, and the two exchanged glances through the glass. Where did you get the bicycle? Han Xiumei couldn't help but laugh inside the house. Her smile was wider than a grin. It was bought. It can't be a gift from someone else, right? Who would be so generous as to give us a bicycle? Hurry up and get dressed. Come out and take a look. Ride it around once. It's so cool. Chen Ming also covered the glass with his hands because the sunlight outside reflected too brightly, making it hard to see inside. Once he blocked it, he could see Han Xiumei's smiling face clearly. He shouted loudly, "Look at you all proud." "Yeah, I'm going out now," Han Xiumei quickly agreed, and then put on her padded coat, ready to go outside. Meanwhile, outside, Han Jinghua had already arrived in the yard. Several villagers nearby came over to greet him. He carried his hands behind his back and carefully looked at the bicycle, noticing the weeds around it. It felt so fresh. In today's world, this bicycle was a luxury item. Even if it wasn't as good as a motorcycle, in this village, it was a symbol of wealth. Being able to afford a bicycle meant the family was well off. It was also the top-tier wedding gift, a 3-speed bike, a watch, a radio, and a sewing machine. Currently, Chen Ming only needs to buy a sewing machine, but there is already one at home. Although it's old, it still works. Village Chief Han, Chen Ming has really made progress this time. He bought you a big bicycle, a 28-inch Phoenix brand. That's amazing. Village Chief Han, now you won't have to walk everywhere. You can just ride it around. It's so cool and convenient. Look at his son-in-law. Although he's a son-in-law, he's just as good as others. That young man really made a name for himself. A few old men and women kept praising and complimenting. Han Jinghua listened, and although he didn't smile, his face showed happiness. He walked around the bicycle with his hands behind his back, turning several times without stopping, nodding at the villagers around him. "Brother Han, how much did this bicycle cost?" asked an elderly woman nearby, bending her waist and slowly lifting her head. "I don't know. Chen Ming just brought it back." "I'm not sure if he bought it himself," replied Han Jinghua. "Chen Ming, what's going on? Why did you quietly bring back a bicycle?" she asked. This bicycle was a big item. Everyone liked it, especially Han Jinghua. He also smiled and asked Chen Ming, "Dad, it didn't cost much, only about 160 yuan. That was perfect timing. They just got a new batch of bicycles for sale, and they're over 20 yuan cheaper than before." As Chen Ming finished speaking, the villagers around nodded in admiration, their faces full of envy. 160 yuan is a lot of money. But Chen Ming said it lightly. Just over 160 yuan. Look at his tone now, like a wealthy person. Even Han Jinghua was slightly stunned. It seemed Chen Ming had developed a new habit, talking loudly and confidently. "Where did you get the money? Don't do anything bad. Everyone in the village is watching." Tell me quickly, where did you get it? Han Jingui shot Chen Ming a glance, seeing so many villagers around. There are so many people here. If I don't clearly explain where the money for the bicycle came from, people might start talking behind my back later. Buying a bicycle is a good thing, but if someone in the village spreads false rumors, it could turn into a bad thing. It's because I went up the mountain and found some valuable red fox fur. The hunters in our village all know about it. Dad, I go to the mountain every day. Besides hunting, I don't have time for anything else. Yesterday, I caught a marten. A buyer from the south was very interested and paid a high price for it. If anyone doesn't believe it, they can ask the owner at the Songjiang restaurant in town. He's the one who bought it from a friend. If anyone has good stuff, like wild mountain products, they can send them at night. The prices they pay are quite high. Chen Ming knew what his father-in-law was thinking. It was all for his own good, to help him restore his good name. Having a good reputation in the village means people will stop gossiping about you and start respecting you. Once you have a good reputation, even if someone talks about you, they might get scolded. It's really not a small matter. When your reputation is bad, everyone will try to step on you. Even honest villagers who don't gossip will feel uncomfortable inside and naturally stay away from you. Over time, this leads to isolation. But if your reputation is good and you have good relationships, when people talk about you, someone will stand up to defend you. Hearing Chen Ming's words, two hunters in the crowd actually stepped forward. Yeah, I know about this. The Songjiang restaurant does buy things like red fox fur. A female leopard can sell for about 1.50 yuan. The key is, we can't find such things easily in the mountains. You're really impressive, going up the mountain and bringing back so much. Another hunter, looking surprised and a bit skeptical, asked, Little Chen Ming, you started hunting later than us. When you go up the mountain, you act more like an experienced hunter. Do you have some secret method? When the two hunters spoke, Chen Ming looked back at them and said calmly, There's no real secret, just good luck. I usually go into those mountain dens. The deeper, the better. The farther, the better. The outskirts are nothing special, just some wild chickens and rabbits. Inside, there's everything. Just a few days ago, I even saw a wolf. Hearing this, the two hunters were both shocked. A lone person daring to go inside. What a brave soul. Little Chen Ming, don't blame me for not warning you. You really shouldn't go in there. It's deep in the mountains. There are tigers and leopards, not just wolves. Why didn't you ask us before heading up the mountain? You're lucky nothing has happened to you so far. Do you know how many hunters have been injured or lost in those deep mountains over the years? Take our village, for example. 9 out of 10 hunters either get hurt or never come back. Old Li's two sons went up the mountain about 5 or 6 years ago. When they returned, one was almost dead. His intestines were almost spilling out. As for me, I've been inside too. I almost couldn't get out. I'm not joking. You should have seen the 10 or so wolves I encountered. As the hunter finished speaking, the villagers around them gasped in shock. Everyone knew mountain climbing was hard, but they didn't realize how dangerous hunting could be. From now on, try not to go in there. Making money is one thing, but don't risk your life. I'm serious. These 10 or so villages, once you cross the second ridge of Chongling Mountain, just a little past Erduokang, that's enough. But you must never cross that second ridge. Too many accidents happen there. Old Widow Zhou, Old Widow Lin, and the men, they all hunted there and died over 10 years ago. Old Village Chief Han, you can't let your son-in-law take such risks. As elders, we shouldn't let our children risk their lives just to earn a little money. After these words from the two old hunters, Han Jingui's heart trembled. He realized Chen Ming had quietly crossed that second ridge. No wonder he had been earning so much money lately. If he had crossed that ridge, there was everything inside, not just luck. Valuable things were hidden inside, and no one dared to go in. Hearing this, Han Jingui turned and went into the house, looking angry. But why did he get angry? Even Chen Ming was confused. Even Han Xiumei, who had just come out and was standing at the door, felt her nose sour when she heard Chen Ming had gone into the second step. She was risking her safety to earn money, and for some reason, her eyes started to water uncontrollably. When she looked at Chen Ming, her heart felt pain. This silly man, how could he do such a thing? Risk his life just to earn some money? This time, the villagers around didn't envy Chen Ming. They only admired his luck and thought he deserved to earn that money. Forget how hard it was, risking his life in such a dangerous way. That's something most people wouldn't dare to do. Anyway, they knew they couldn't earn that money themselves. Now, no one doubted where Chen Ming's money came from. The atmosphere in the yard grew silent. A few elders, as they were leaving, also advised Chen Ming not to go deep into the mountains. After everyone in the yard had gradually left, Luo Haiying closed the door. "Ming, come inside. Mom has something to tell you," Luo Haiying said seriously. She then pulled Han Xiumei into the house. Chen Ming was stunned, looking at his bicycle and the things on the seat. He didn't quite understand what was happening. He quickly took down the radio and other items, then went inside. Once inside, he saw his father-in-law sitting by the Kong, smoking. His mother-in-law, Luo Haiying, sat with one leg crossed, leaning on the edge of the Kong, her head tilted, eyes looking out the window. Han Xiumei sat on the Kong, back against the window, her legs curled up. When Chen Ming entered, she pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. "Dad, look at this radio, a Mudanjiang brand. The sound quality is so good, and it picks up signals well." Chen Ming thought he had done something wrong again, which made his father-in-law and mother-in-law angry. He placed the radio on the Kong and smiled. At that moment, beside the window, Han Xiujuan and Zhang Yuxiang had already been crouching there. When they heard their parents' tone, they couldn't figure out what was wrong or why they were angry. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Chen Ming bought a bike and was showing off. But after hearing what those two hunters said, my parents got really angry. Their faces turned cold, clearly upset. "Zhang Yuxiang, why do you think Mom and Dad suddenly got mad?" "I heard those two old folks say that Chen Ming might have done something wrong. But what could he have done?" Han Xiujuan whispered. "I'm not sure either, but from the look of things, Chen Ming probably upset Mom and Dad. I bet they'll scold him badly soon. Let him be proud for a bit. He made some money but lost his way. Look at how spoiled he's been these days. Now, when he gets scolded, it'll be tough. He even brought back a bike to show off, just to annoy us. But Mom and Dad don't care about that. Look at him, buying a cash register for Dad. Dad doesn't even look at him. He really thinks he's something special." Zhang Yuxiang grinned, hunched over, peering inside through the window corner with his small eyes. Inside, everything looked bright. Especially seeing Chen Ming get a little scolded, he felt very happy. They're all sons-in-law. Why is Chen Ming so outstanding? It makes us look bad. We're poor, and he suddenly brings back a radio and a bike. It's so annoying. Keep your voice down. Listen carefully to see what's going on. I'm also confused. My dad should be happy, right? Why is he angry?" Han Xiujuan looked puzzled and curious. She also wanted to know why her father was upset. At first, she was annoyed that Chen Ming bought a bike. But then she heard he went up the mountain, risking his life. At that moment, she thought Chen Ming deserved to earn that money. Han Xiujuan was jealous, but not of those who could make money without much ability. She didn't envy Chen Ming risking his life for money. Instead, she felt sorry for him. In the house, Chen Ming was stunned. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did everyone suddenly change their attitude? His father-in-law looked upset, and his mother-in-law was silent, turning her head away and looking out the window. As for his wife, Han Xiumei, she kept crying. This made Chen Ming feel nervous. Did he do something wrong again? "Dad, this radio. If you don't like it, I can take it back and exchange it for another brand. But this is the most expensive one at our state-run store. If you think it's not good enough, I can change the name and go exchange it." Chen Ming licked his lips and asked again. Han Jingguai already frowned, tapped the pipe on the bed edge, then picked up the calendar paper and rolled the tobacco. Halfway through, he casually threw it into the dustpan, looking very annoyed. "What's going on? Dad, Mom, Maisie? Did I do something wrong? If there's a problem, just tell me." Chen Ming was feeling confused now. What's really happening? No one said anything, just sitting there sulking. "That cash register, you should return it quickly. Why not use that money for something else? Going into the mountains is so dangerous. Earning money isn't easy. Don't spend it on me." At this moment, Han Jingguai suddenly spoke. "Dad, is it because of what those people said earlier? Are you upset about me buying the radio? Do you think it's risky and those words hurt you? Don't put pressure on yourself. Isn't this me showing respect to you? I didn't give the radio to anyone else. I was just thinking of earning some money in the mountains. It doesn't matter if it's easy or hard. I'm happy and feel steady now. If you feel bad inside, just tell me. This whole thing is my fault. I should have kept it to myself that I was earning money from hunting in the mountains. I didn't expect things to turn out like this and embarrass you." People might think that your father-in-law has no real job, and that his son-in-law is risking his life in the mountains to make money for him. If you're worried about what others say, I can talk to the villagers. Chen Ming guessed the reason. It was probably because of this matter. The villagers had been talking about it earlier and seemed a bit resentful toward the father-in-law. But just after Chen Ming finished speaking, Han Jingwei took a deep breath and snorted coldly. Next to him, Luo Haiying turned her head, her eyes also filled with tears. Ming, where are you thinking of going? Is your father that kind of person? What about face? In front of the family, face doesn't matter. Look at what this guy did a few years ago, causing trouble. Does your father look good with that on his face? Your father doesn't say anything, but he's swallowing his anger. Wherever he goes, he used to love joining in the fun, but now he doesn't dare to get involved anymore. Isn't that because he doesn't want to hear those harsh words? About face or not, he hasn't had any face these years, your father means. This is too dangerous. It's not about how much money you make. If something happens to you on the mountain, forget about me and your father. What about Xiumei? She's your wife. If you get into trouble, she will suffer too, you're so young. If you lost your father, what would we do? Living a poor life or a better one, it's all the same. As long as we have food to eat, clothes to wear, and a warm home, and the wife and kids are safe, that's enough. Your mother and I hope you do well, but I don't want you to take such risks. We are your parents. Seeing you go into those dangerous mountain areas every day, how do you think we feel? At this point, Luo Haiying couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her face and started crying. She cried for a while, then suddenly stood up and pulled Chen Ming onto the bed, holding his hand tightly. Every time you come back from the mountain, you bring back a lot of goods. I'm happy for you, but I really don't understand. This place is so dangerous. How can you dare go to that second ridge? Are you crazy? Think about it. You entered my family's home and became my son-in-law. I've never treated you badly over the years, like my own son. Even now, I still do. But if my son went up the mountain, risking his life to earn some money, and spend it all here, I would feel terrible. As he spoke, Han Jingwa's lips started to tremble, and tears welled up in his old eyes. This moved Chen Ming quite a bit. You should know, his father-in-law is very stubborn and tough. He's never cried, not even when he cut his hand on the mountain. He's always been strong. But now he's crying. Someone who has been tough all his life is crying so openly now. You can tell he's heartbroken. He's worried about his son-in-law. Chen Ming couldn't hold back his tears either. He rolled up his sleeves, covered his face, and started crying too. His body trembled. The whole house was filled with crying. Han Xiumei cried the hardest, already lying on the bed. Ming, don't go into the mountains anymore. Listen to Dad. We won't go. Tomorrow, I'll find something for you to do. Just work honestly. That's enough to support the family. More than anything, we don't compare ourselves to others. Just living well is enough. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to your parents? Do you hear me? Han Jingwa's voice was hoarse now, his eyes red, and he kept wiping tears. Ming, listen to your dad. Just stay at home and live a good life. We've earned some money, but if something goes wrong, what will we do? We don't seek riches or fame. We just want to live honestly. Luo Haiying also held Chen Ming's hand, looking at him with concern. She thought this boy was really pitiful. How could he secretly go to that second ridge? Everyone in the village knew that going into the second ridge was like entering a ghost's gate. The deep mountains and forests are full of strange and dangerous things. No one understood why this boy would take such a risk. Chen Ming, who told you to go? Who gave you that crazy idea? Are you stupid? Are you out of your mind? Suddenly, Han Xiumei sat up on the bed, crying and shouting at the same time. Despite looking angry, she was actually very worried inside. No one cared more about her husband than Han Xiumei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endured so many years of suffering, constantly fighting and breaking up. Recently, she could clearly feel that Chen Ming had changed. He was starting to become a bit mischievous in a way she liked, doing small romantic things when nothing was happening. So, Han Xiumei's heart had already accepted this and hoped that this situation could last a long time. In a few months, Chen Ming would probably change back. Then they could live their days peacefully, and there wouldn't be so many problems. But she didn't expect Chen Ming to go too far, to enjoy a better life. He was even heading toward danger. Was he risking his life? Dad, Mom, Xiumei, it's nothing serious. There's nothing to worry about, Chen Ming said confidently. Plus, I have Lu Guohui with me when I go up the mountain. We watch out for each other, so nothing will happen. It's not that dangerous, he added. I'm just hunting wild chickens, catching some deer, or digging ice and gathering herbs. I haven't seen any wild animals like wolves, tigers, or leopards lately. Not even their shadows, he explained. It's not as scary as they say. Listen, I know what I'm doing. I can't just ignore how good life is getting. I have to think about my safety, but I also have to think about Xiumei and the family, he said firmly after wiping his tears. He begged his parents not to worry and asked them to come with him to see for themselves. At least for hunting, I promise I won't get into trouble. I can handle it, Chen Ming said with determination. If they didn't let him go hunting, it would be like risking his life. The mountain was full of treasures. In winter, hunting could make money. In summer, he could dig for medicinal herbs. Longling Mountain was especially good for growing wild ginseng, and in autumn, wild mushrooms and lingji fungi were everywhere. There was also iron-skinned dendrobium, cattle bile, and other valuable herbs. Not letting him go up the mountain was like taking his life away. Hearing Chen Ming say this, Han Jingui turned around and asked, "Don't try to fool me now. Don't be careless. If you want to go up the mountain later, that's okay, but you absolutely can't cross that second hurdle. Otherwise, I will break your hunting gun, give away that dog, and if Lu Guohui dares to come looking for you, I will kick him out." Han Jingui knows his son-in-law well. If he directly discourages him, he might secretly go anyway, which wouldn't be good. But if he sets a clear rule, it's much better. Let him understand that crossing the second hurdle is absolutely forbidden. As Han Jingui finished speaking, Luo Haiying and Han Xiumei looked at Chen Ming, waiting for his response. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. I won't go past that second hurdle easily in the future. Just hunt chickens and ducks around the mountain. That's enough. That should be fine. Mom, Maisie, you two should be happy. It's not easy for me. I bought a bicycle, a radio, and even a watch for Maisie, but I haven't even had a chance to show them off. All of you are scaring me like this, Chen Ming said, then took out a beautiful watch from his pocket, moved closer to the bed, and extended his hand to give it to her. Han Xiumei saw the watch but turned her head, not intending to take it. Look, I promised Dad I wouldn't cross that second hurdle, so there's no danger. Besides, didn't we already make some money before? Look at this watch. I spent a whole morning choosing it for you. Why don't you even look at it? Chen Ming grinned. That's all earned with your life. Why is my face so thick? So heartless? I don't want it. Hurry and put it back. Han Xiumei quickly shook her head. Chen Ming sighed when he heard this. Then he pushed the radio in front of his father-in-law, Han Jingui. Dad, what should I do? I already said I won't go past that second hurdle. I'll just stay around the mountain with Lu Guohui, just handle some food and drinks. Well, Maisie doesn't want it either. Please, talk to her. Hearing Chen Ming say this, Han Jingui reached out and grabbed the radio. If you can promise not to go to that second hill, then it's fine. Your mother, Maisie, and I won't worry anymore. Anyway, just do what you think is right. We don't ask for much. We see the changes you've made, and your mother and I are happy about it. It makes us feel good inside. Maybe we should return this radio. We could save that money and buy some meat to eat instead. When Han Jingui said this, he pushed the cash register back. I said, Dad, look at how you're handling this. I bought the radio already, and I even borrowed the receipt from somewhere else. It took a lot of effort. That's not possible. You definitely can't return it. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Uncle Lu. He's into semiconductors, and if he sees this radio, he'll really like it. Then he can show it off to you, and you can listen to it together. Chen Ming said this while lifting the radio. But suddenly, Han Jingui snatched it away. You kid, all you do is try to provoke me. Why give it to Uncle Lu? Does he deserve it? You're not even his son-in-law. Can I keep it? If I do, your father will accept your kindness. But you must promise not to buy such expensive things again, understand? When Han Jingui said this, he finally smiled and started fiddling with the radio. Then Chen Ming went to Luo Haiying. She rolled her eyes. What's wrong, Mom? Are you unhappy because I didn't buy you anything? Look at my money, it's limited. I don't know what to buy for you. Anyway, I brought back a big piece of cloth. If you have time, you can use the sewing machine to make a new cotton-padded coat. And could you help by letting your fifth daughter try on this watch to see if it fits? Chen Ming said as he handed the watch to Luo Haiying. Luo Haiying couldn't help but laugh. This kid, talking to his mother-in-law without any manners. You child, you're getting more and more slick. Don't learn from your sister-in-law. She talks nicely but doesn't get anything done. All right. Your dad and your wife are good people. One was happy to get the radio, and the other cried after receiving the watch. What kind of people are they? If Chen Ming promises not to go to that second hill, that's enough. Maisie, hurry up and be quick. Your father cares about you. Why aren't you wearing the watch he bought for you? If you don't want it, how can he feel good inside? He's a grown-up, so why are you crying? Put it on quickly and show it to Mom. Luo Haiying said as she pulled Han Xiumei closer, then took her wrist and opened the watch to put it on. After trying a few times without success, Han Xiumei finally managed to put it on herself. But she still pouted her lips, though her eyes showed happiness and affection. Seeing that her father-in-law and wife finally accepted the gift, Chen Ming felt his effort was worth it. Then he continued to teach his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dad, Mom, I didn't tell you everything before. When I went up the mountain last time, I wasn't after some wild animal. Just catching a raccoon doesn't mean I can sell it for much. Chen Ming raised one finger as he spoke. The couple looked at him with wide eyes. But they knew these animals were hard to catch, especially in winter when they hibernate. So, they could only try to smoke them out of their holes, but many of those holes were empty. They wondered how Chen Ming was so lucky to catch these animals. And catching the wild horses was even more impressive. Usually, it takes a few days of wandering the mountain to catch one, but he managed to catch dozens at once. So, you see, going up the mountain isn't something just anyone can do to make money. I risk my safety, work hard, but these days, if you don't work hard, how can you earn money? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. That makes sense, right, Dad? Chen Ming said to Han Jinghua. Yeah, that's true. I know I can't stop you, so I and Xiumei didn't plan to take that thing from you. Just hope you don't get too obsessed and keep chasing after trouble. If you can make money just by wandering around the mountain, then your mom, Xiumei, and I would be happy. That means you've found a way to earn a living. Anyway, next time you go up the mountain, be more careful. Don't be careless. Han Jinghua relaxed a bit, feeling Chen Ming's calmness. Now, he could say whatever he wanted, and it all made sense. So, he no longer felt as worried or scared as he did at first. Don't worry, I won't mention me. Just talk about Lu Guowei. He's brave enough to go up the mountain with me, so he must be confident there's nothing wrong. All right, Dad, Mom, I'm a bit hungry. And about the bicycle, Dad, take a few spins on it. If we need to go out, you can ride it to take Mom around. But be careful and don't fall into the ditch. When Chen Ming said this, he smiled broadly. His mother-in-law rolled her eyes, and his father-in-law grabbed a broom and playfully tapped him on the backside. You little rascal, watch your words. Well, I have something else to tell you. When you have time, bring the kids and Xiumei to visit your dad and mom. It's settled then. I don't care about your stubborn temper. If you keep being so headstrong and distance yourself from your parents like before, I won't tolerate it. Those are the people who raised you. If you forget their kindness, no matter how successful I am, my character won't be good. Did you hear that? Han Jinghua suddenly said. Yes, Dad. I understand. I'll find time to go back in the next couple of days. It's been 2 or 3 years since I last visited. I'll go see them first, then bring Maisie back later. The kids are still so young, and it's so cold outside. Don't get sick again, Chen Ming nodded and said. He had long wanted to go back, but he hadn't yet made a name for himself. In the past few days, he kept dreaming about his parents. That's right. Anyway, in the next few days, just get this done. If it works out, bring your parents over, and our 2 families can get together and have some fun. A few years ago, you had such a big fight with your dad, and you and I weren't on good terms either. It's hard to bring this up now. Back then, you didn't listen to anyone. But a couple of years ago, I didn't have much to do, so I didn't visit your parents. You probably don't know that, Han Jinghua said with a grin. Chen Ming was surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected that during the serious fight with his father-in-law a couple of years ago, his father-in-law still managed to visit his parents. He felt very guilty upon hearing this. Dad, did you forget what I told you earlier? At that moment, Han Xiumei suddenly spoke. Han Jinghua looked up at the roof and then patted his thigh. I almost forgot. Chen Ming, what do you have in your head all day? Your daughter is almost 100 days old, and she already has a nickname, but no official name yet. Hurry up and give her a name. Han Jinghua clapped his hands on the bed and raised his voice. When Chen Ming heard this, he was stunned. He thought he had misheard because, earlier, There had been a big argument with his father-in-law and mother-in-law over naming the child. Xiumei was also caught in the middle and felt wronged. Normally, as a son-in-law, the child should carry the surname of the Han family, which was fine. But Chen Ming wanted to insist on his own way. During that time, he hadn't done much and had a bad reputation. His father-in-law didn't like him either, so they often argued. He wanted his daughter to have the surname Han. This had been going on for over a year, but unexpectedly, his father-in-law was starting to accept him and no longer insisted on the child's surname. At that moment, Chen Ming felt very touched. He never thought that one day, a son-in-law's child could carry his own surname. There were other examples in the village before, but those sons-in-law did a really good job, just like their own sons. Chen Ming believed that over the years, no one else had been as close as he was. However, his father-in-law's family forgave him and only needed to see hope in him. As long as he and his wife could live well, that was the most important thing. This was a wise old man. Dad. Chen Ming was so moved he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth, making a hoarse sound. Enough, enough. You're a grown man. Don't cry. It's not a big deal. Just focus on living well and taking on the responsibilities of a man. You don't need to tell me. I won't let your child carry our Han family's surname. If you have more children later, we can discuss it. I'd be grateful to leave a proper heir for the Han family. Let's do it this way. Hurry up and give the baby a name. Since today is a happy day, let's have double happiness. Han Jinggui grinned and said. At this moment, Han Jinggui's smile was very genuine and bright, with no hiding at all. After thinking for a while, Chen Ming decided to keep his daughter's name the same as in his previous life. Since this was a fresh start, he was sure he wouldn't make the same mistakes again. After all, in his past life, his daughter hated him, and the last time she saw him was just before they removed her oxygen tube. Let's call her Chen Xiaowei. How about this name? As Chen Ming finished speaking, his father-in-law, Han Jinggua, scratched his head, feeling the name sounded a bit awkward. In today's times, Chen Xiaowei did seem a little too modern. Why does the name you chose sound so strange? Usually, people name their children Dongping, or Dongmei, or Xiaoying, Saixia. Those sound nice and easy to say. Before the father-in-law finished speaking, Luo Haiying suddenly smiled and said, Old man, stop talking. Chen Ming's name choice is pretty good. You said you wouldn't interfere, so let the father decide how to name her. You don't understand anything. I'm just giving some advice. Our granddaughter isn't just anyone. Most of the time, her grandma and grandpa pick her name. The grandparents choose, not the parents. Anyway, it was fine. If her father named her, and she didn't like it when she grew up, that was his problem. Han Jinggua pouted and chuckled, tossing the issue aside. When the granddaughter grew up and had complaints, it wouldn't matter to him. She could go argue with her own father. I think Xiaohui is a nice name, Han Xiumei said, feeling the name sounded very pleasant. It clearly sounded like a girl's name and was quite fashionable. She couldn't help but feel happy and stood up, walking over to the cradle and gently picking up her daughter. Big girl, your dad named you. Your nickname will be Chun Nyonyo, and your full name is Chen Xiaowei. What a lovely name. When my girl grows up, she'll definitely be very beautiful. Clearly, Han Xiumei was very happy at this moment, her heart full of joy that words couldn't fully express. Your daughter's mom also looks great, Chen Ming suddenly said with a grin. But Han Xiumei shot him a quick look, as if to say, Everywhere, huh? You're so annoying. Old lady, hurry up and cook some food. Chen Ming has been out all day, and tonight we should make something tasty. See if you can borrow some meat from outside. I want to have a drink with Chen Ming tonight. Feeling happy inside, Han Jing was shouted loudly. I won't go borrow anything. Our family just got the bicycle fixed, and with such a big fuss, if I go out to borrow meat now, everyone will just laugh at us behind our backs. Luo Haiying pouted and shook her head. Han Jinghua thought about it and agreed. Dad, what are you saying? We don't need to borrow meat from outside. That's not a big deal for us. If we say we need meat, who would believe it? Don't bother yourself. I have a deer in the cellar at home. Tonight, I'll make dumplings with its meat. I'll go get it now. We also have wild boar, wild chicken, and wild rabbit meat. Even if you two eat it every day, I can still afford it. Chen Ming suddenly stood up and said, Oh, you've got some good stuff hidden at home, huh? Han Jinghua was surprised. It seemed like Chen Ming was almost running a small farm. Their home really had everything. That's right. I was too shy before to bring it out. I was afraid you'd chase me away if I gave you a chicken leg. I just couldn't bring myself to ask. I'll go get it now, Chen Ming said, then ran outside. Soon, he carried in a whole deer and threw it onto the ground outside the house. Next, he brought in a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. He even carried a big bucket of fish and shrimp caught from the river, though they had already been frozen for a while. A few days ago, he caught a lot of fish but hadn't had the chance to eat them all. Luo Haiying was shocked when she saw this scene. What kind of family was this? Big fish and meat everywhere. And so much of it. She guessed they wouldn't finish it all in 10 or 15 days. Now Luo Haiying understood how skilled her son-in-law was at hunting. He had been in the mountains for just a few days, but he had caught quite a lot, especially the valuable ones. Oh my, Ming, you went up the mountain to buy supplies. Why are you so old-fashioned? But you can't bring everything back. Back then, every family was afraid of not having enough food and hadn't tasted many good things. So, whenever they saw something to eat or use, they wanted to stock up on everything, even more than money. The older generation was really afraid of wasting food because they had experienced hunger and knew how bad it felt. There's still quite a bit left, but I haven't been up the mountain lately. There's still a lot of wild pig meat left. I think when Lu Guohui comes back later, we should share half with him. Chen Ming grinned and said happily. That's not right, sharing half with him. After all, you two hunted the wild pig on the island together. I don't know the rules of hunting, but you should treat friends well. Don't let small things cause a fight. Even brothers settle accounts honestly. By the way, Chen Ming, should I prepare the meat for dumplings? We also have some plain flour at home. Enough for a meal of dumplings. Luo Haiying smiled happily as she spoke. Mom, I'll help you. This thing is bloody and messy. I'll do it, Chen Ming said as he reached out to start, but Luo Haiying pushed him away. Child, you're even fighting with your mom over this? This isn't a man's job. Sit in the bed and chat with your dad. Help him fix the radio. He's so old and doesn't understand anything. If he breaks it, it'll be a big problem. Chen Ming was pushed into the house by his mother-in-law. He simply clapped his hands and then went to the heated bed. He saw Han Jingui holding the radio and fiddling with it, moving it around. This device could run on batteries, but since his father-in-law had electricity, he just needed to plug it in. After plugging in the radio, it still made no sound. Just then, Chen Ming came in. Ming, what's going on? Why is there no sound? Uncle Lu always had this thing working well, with several channels. Is it broken? If it is, take it back and exchange it quickly. Han Jingui didn't understand radios, but loved listening to them. It can't be broken. Let me fix it. When Chen Ming mentioned this, he held the radio close to his chest, turned it on, and adjusted the dial to find a station. He also extended the antenna. Soon, a crackling sound came through, and quickly, music started playing from the radio. The first station played popular music, and hearing it, Han Jingui smiled. Han Xiumei was nearby, holding her child, listening and swaying along, as the child had already fallen asleep. She hadn't heard this kind of music on the radio in a long time, and she couldn't help but hum along. Ming, find some opera or crosstalk, maybe a radio drama or something for Dad, Han Jingui said with a grin, leaning closer. He looked like a happy old child, excited about the music. Then Chen Ming switched to a radio drama, which was a story set in ancient times, narrated by Teacher Dan, featuring the white eyebrow hero. Yes, hee hee, tonight I have such good stuff. I won't be able to sleep. This is so good, so exciting. Han Jingui couldn't help but clap his hands, his eyes shining at the story of the white eyebrow hero. Back then, there weren't many entertainment options, so having a radio to listen to these old stories made everyone very happy. Chen Ming placed the radio aside, and Han Jingui lay on the kong, a traditional bed, leaning his ear close to listen, laughing occasionally, looking very focused. As for Han Xiumei, she also couldn't help but laugh, but whenever she saw Chen Ming, she rolled her eyes and gave him a disapproving look, even when there was nothing wrong. Chen Ming saw this and quickly took off his shoes, climbed onto the kong, and when he saw the child in Han Xiumei's arms, he reached out and gently touched the child. You used to dislike this, right? When the kid cried, you'd get upset. You'd break things and make a fuss, and you even said you wanted to give the kid away to someone else. Han Xiumei suddenly said with a pout. Who said that? If anyone tries to give my daughter away, I'll beat him to death. My eldest daughter is so lively. When she grows up, she'll be even more beautiful. She'll definitely be a big beauty with a bright future. I've even thought about not letting her get married, keeping her here with us. We can't let those bad boys outside have her." Chen Ming looked at the baby with affection, eager to hold the child. He wanted to try, but was worried about waking the baby. Xiumei had already noticed this, so when she saw the baby was asleep, she gently lifted the child. "You're so slow. Why are you so clumsy? Support the head here, hold the waist there, and tuck the legs in. Yes, just like that. Hold him carefully." As she guided him, she handed the baby into Chen Ming's arms. At that moment, Chen Ming was so nervous that he broke out in a sweat and even held his breath, afraid his breathing might be too loud and wake the baby. He treasured the child deeply. Chen Ming's changes were obvious. He was no longer unruly or difficult, and he no longer argued with Xiumei. Now, he was very gentle and caring around the baby, showing love and affection in his eyes. Finally, Xiumei felt relieved. She thought that if things continued like this for a while, Chen Ming would become more stable. "Hold him for now. If he wakes up, call me. I'll go help Mom." After saying this, Xiumei got up and went outside to help her mother prepare things. Chen Ming held the baby stiffly, too nervous to move much. He quietly leaned against the wall, watching his daughter with a gentle smile. He leaned in and gently kissed her on the forehead, feeling a strong connection. At that moment, Chen Ming truly understood the meaning of this second chance at life. His heart was filled with excitement. This was what a happy life looked like: simple, warm family days, and making the most of them. He believed this was the best life. Otherwise, even if he had a lot of money, he could end up lonely and abandoned, dying alone in bed. That feeling was like an endless abyss swallowing him whole. Chen Ming felt grateful and lucky for this second chance. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Seeing his stiff movements, even Han Jingguai couldn't help but sneer slightly. "It's not that delicate. You scared him just now. When the child wakes up, he'll be fine, very obedient, not acting out or making trouble. Look at how chubby and cute he is. But this kid is really easygoing. He looks more like you, not much like Xiumei at all." Han Jingguai smiled as he spoke. "Of course, he's from our old Chen family. He should look like me, but I hope his personality won't be like mine," Chen Ming said, licking his lips and smiling. Han Jingguai shook his head immediately. "Come on, you, with your temper? Always acting up and causing trouble. Who could handle that? Better if he's more like his mother, steady and hardworking." Chen Ming looked down at the child and gently stroked him, smiling happily. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Han Jingguai was stunned for a moment, unsure if what he said made sense. If you say it doesn't, it's just a father's feelings. He doesn't want his child to suffer. But he also didn't want the child's personality to become too twisted. You have to understand that only by giving can you receive. If you're not kind to others, they won't be kind to you. Even if you can't change that, at least you'll understand who that person really is. At worst, you can just stop contacting them later. So Han Jingguai didn't say much more. Instead, he thought Chen Ming had really changed a lot. Meanwhile, outside the main room, Luo Haiying moved closer to her daughter and lowered her voice. "Sweetheart, Mom wants to talk to you about something," Luo Haiying softly asked. Xiumei, who was washing pickled vegetables, casually looked up and said, "What is there to talk about with me?" Hearing what her daughter said, Luo Haiying looked outside again, then softly said, "I was thinking of calling your older sister and her husband over later. After all, we have some good food at home, and we should invite them. It would be lively if everyone gathered together, but I worry you and Chen Ming might not agree. I know what your older sister said before. Some of her words weren't very nice. But still, you two are sisters. You can't just cut ties like that. You'll need to see each other in the future. Anyway, we all live in the same yard. We see each other every day. If we're eating dumplings here and they're eating plain food at home, that's not right. As parents, they couldn't be unfair to their daughter. They couldn't treat everyone exactly the same, but they also shouldn't show obvious favoritism." Luo Haiying didn't want to call her fourth sister's family over, but she was worried inside. If they didn't eat much at home, it was okay. There was plenty of flour and venison to make more dumplings. When she heard this, Xiumei put down her pickled vegetables. "Mom, you should send some over later. Don't let them come to eat here. Seeing their family just makes me angry. My fourth sister's husband is fine, but my sister, she's always been stubborn with me. That's not the main issue. It's not just her words. They don't even see me as a real sister. I've just started having some good days. and they're already bothering me. If I say the wrong thing later and we argue, the whole family will be upset. She has this habit. She loves to talk behind people's backs. Chen Ming is feeling better now, but if she says something again, what should I do? Anyway, I can't forget how they treated Chen Ming before. My husband doesn't like being talked about like that. Why should they have the right? Xiumei was angry about how her sister and her husband had treated Chen Ming before. She loved her husband and felt sorry for him. Why should they criticize him in front of others and behind his back? Seeing her daughter's firm attitude, Luo Haiying didn't say anything more. As long as her daughter could eat the dumplings, that was enough. Whether she came over or not didn't matter. She didn't want to force her. This girl has already gotten married. In the future, if they can stay in touch, they should do so often. If not, they should see each other less to avoid damaging an already fragile relationship. All right, when the food is ready, I'll send a plate to them. Luo Haiying nodded, no longer making things difficult for her daughter, and then started boiling water. By the way, Mom, I've been thinking about finding some time to visit Chen Ming at his home. You know, I haven't seen his parents in a long time. I sneaked over last month. Life isn't easy for them. If I weren't so busy, I'd really like to go help out. Things are better now. They have enough to eat, and Chen Ming's relationship with his father is so strained that it's hard to visit. He's embarrassed to show up, but I still need to go. Xiumei had been thinking about this for several days, but couldn't make up her mind. Initially, her in-laws didn't agree with the marriage at all. They thought their daughter-in-law had tricked their son into marrying her, turning him into a son-in-law who lives with them. They worried it would ruin the family's future. So, Xiumei felt a bit guilty. Chen Ming had saved her before, so it was normal for her to marry into the family. But she also worried about him becoming a son-in-law living at their house. Her father was afraid she'd suffer hardships if she married in, so he preferred her to stay nearby. Plus, Chen Ming's family wasn't well off. Then what are you waiting for? You should go if you need to. This is something you have to handle, but I'm worried that if you go, your in-laws might not treat you well. When you two got married, they didn't even come. They still haven't recognized you as their daughter-in-law. I'm afraid you'll feel upset. Luo Haiying agreed, but still felt a bit worried. Don't worry, Mom. I've been there twice secretly. I left some things at the gate. I've met Chen Ming's mother. She's very kind. His father is a bit stubborn, but I think if I visit, I'll be polite and friendly. Besides, I'm carrying the bloodline of the old Chen family, Xiumei said confidently, smiling. You gave birth to a daughter. If you had a big, healthy boy, I think things would be different. Maybe your father-in-law wouldn't say much. For the sake of the grandson, he wouldn't treat you badly. But since you gave birth to a girl, you know how it is these days. Every family wants a child to carry on the family line, whether they are poor or rich. Someone needs to continue the family name. Remember how Chen Ming's father reacted when he first found out you had a girl? Anyway, don't get your hopes up too high. If you face rejection, just come back home. Don't feel bad or upset, especially if you haven't even seen the person. Luo Haiying reminded her again. Hearing this, Xiumei started to worry too. Her mother's words made sense. Look at Chen Ming's father. After he had a falling out with Chen Ming, they cut off their father-son relationship. That was because Chen Ming became a son-in-law. Her own son ended up going to someone else's family. That would break the family line, showing how much Chen Ming's father cares about passing on the family name. Thinking about it, Xiumei decided she had to leave this house no matter what. I understand, Mom. After finishing her chores, Xiumei kept working. Then the two women started making dumplings and chatting. Inside the house, Chen Ming was holding the baby, very proud. His father-in-law sat nearby listening to the radio. Soon, the dumplings were ready. Luo Haiying and her daughter brought all of them over. Then Luo Haiying took out another plate of dumplings and went to Xiumei's house. She opened the door and saw the couple sitting at the table, eating. But there wasn't much food, just some sour vegetable soup with shredded potatoes, a plate of salted vegetables, and a coarse grain bun. Luo Haiying came in and placed the dumplings on the table. Just in time, you two are eating. We made some dumplings at home. Add some garlic sauce or whatever. If you don't have any, go to my room and get some. After saying that, Luo Haiying turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiumei, sitting on the calm, burst into tears and threw her chopsticks onto the table. Zhang Yuxiang was also startled. His mouth was full, and he hurriedly put down his chopsticks, speaking unclearly. Is someone making you suffer? Tell me, and I will deal with him. So, when will Zhang Yuxiang learn that his words are enough? But just talking won't solve things for long. Who made you feel wronged? Look at how life is now. No good food, no proper clothes. Almost as bad as begging. Zhang Yuxiang, I've been unlucky all my life. Married you blindly. Look at you, what have you achieved? Even Chen Lazy can now go hunting in the mountains and make some money. Life has been so chaotic lately. Look at yourself. Do you have any prospects? Will we ever have a good life together? Mom, so what if the family made dumplings? Your whole family ate together, and they just sent me a plate. Does that mean I can't even enter your house anymore? I can't cross the threshold. Han Xiujuan clearly felt upset inside. She saw Chen Ming go into the house and never come out again. Then he carried in a robe. She didn't know what was being said or done inside, but she could hear the laughter. At first, she was the most favored, and her parents treated her well. But now, Chen Ming and Han Xiumei have become the favorites. Can Han Xiujuan accept this? Xiujuan, you're blaming me. I kindly brought you some dumplings, and now you're causing trouble. That roe deer meat was caught by Chen Ming. The dumplings were made by him too. How could I have done this to you? The words you said before, the things you did, are you still blaming me? If you hadn't argued so much with your sister, would things be like this now? I tried to talk to your sister kindly, but she wouldn't listen. Do you know how much that hurt her? If your life isn't good, that's your own problem. Chen Ming didn't have a good life before either. He was worse off than you. But now he's changed, and he's really sincere. When Luo Haiying said this, she was trembling with anger, her face turning pale. As a mother, she was caught in a tough spot. Her two daughters had married men, and she was stuck in the middle, trying to be fair. But no matter how she tried, she was accused of favoritism. She had been kinder to Xiujuan before, but Xiumei kept her feelings inside, not saying a word. Now that Xiumei has just calmed down a bit, Xiujuan has started causing trouble again. But the most important thing is that these two children are just like parts of herself. She has never favored anyone. Everyone knows that the dumplings were made with venison brought back by Chen Ming. He is the one in charge. As a mother, she has said everything she needed to say. The real issue is that Xiujuan's recent behavior has been strange. If she just softened a little and apologized, even a small apology, this matter could be over. But she stubbornly refuses to do that. Who is she trying to impress with her stubbornness? Hearing Luo Haiying's words, Han Xiujuan cried even harder, to the point of rolling on the bed. She almost kicked over the table. Mom, that's not right. I haven't done much with Xiujuan. We're just trying to live a steady life. Chen Ming has only been here a few days. Who knows, maybe he'll change again in a couple of days. Don't praise him too early. That boy is too sensitive to praise, Zhang Yuxiang said with a sneer. Shut up. No matter what, he's better now. Look at you. Recently, you haven't been working much. Where have you been? Why does Dad look down on you? You say nice things, but you don't do any work. The job he found for you. You go every day, but then you disappear quietly. I don't even bother to argue with you, Zhang Yuxiang. If you just focused your little mind on managing the household, stopped gambling so much, maybe life wouldn't be so hard. Don't compare yourself to others. Everyone has their own way of living, poor or rich. From now on, stay out of trouble. The family is watching out for you, or no one will take you seriously. Xiujuan, stop crying. The dumplings will get cold and won't taste good. Luo Haiying said this, and then turned to walk outside. At this moment, Han Xiujuan finally got up from the bed. If she's quite careless, she was crying and making a fuss just now. As soon as her mother left, she sat at the table and started eating, picking up a dumpling with her chopsticks and putting it in her mouth. Better to eat than not to. I don't believe I can't make it through these days. Zhang Yuxiang, you should also try to boost my confidence. You have a relative who hunts, right? Call him over and go hunting. You go up the mountain. If you catch a wild boar, invite the villagers to eat and let Dad be proud. I refuse to believe that. If Chen Ming can do something, then you can too. What are you lacking? You're both carrying a head on your shoulders. Han Xiujuan kept stuffing dumplings into her mouth, and soon her cheeks were puffed out. Don't worry, wife. I'll go see my second uncle later. He's a well-known hunter who has spent his life climbing mountains. I'll learn from him. Later, the two of us will go up the mountain to hunt meat for you, so you can live a good life. Zhang Yuxiang clenched his fist and said seriously. Meanwhile, in another room, Chen Ming was sitting on the kong, eating dumplings and drinking wine with Han Jingui. As the old saying goes, comfort is better than luxury, and good food beats fancy dishes. Dumplings and wine make everything better. There were already quite a few people in the room, about 10 or so, of all ages, filling the space. Everyone was gathered around the radio, listening to a program about the white eyebrow hero. The children listened happily, being held by the adults. Han Jingwei was smiling, eating and drinking while listening to the radio. Life was so good. The villagers were also lively. They knew the village chief bought a big radio with good sound quality, clear reception, and strong satellite signals. Unlike cheap radios that crackle and lose clarity at key moments, this one was expensive and worked well. It was clear that Han Jingwei's family would have visitors often. After dinner, people would come over to listen to the radio. It used a bit of electricity, but Han Jingwei was generous. Making friends was important. At night, after dinner, Chen Ming was about to go home. Han Xiumei also came out to see him off. "Wife, why are you out here? Come back and sleep with me," Chen Ming said slyly, glancing at Han Xiumei. Han Xiumei felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, stop it. Can't you be serious? I came to build a bed for you. Look at you, swaying from drinking too much. Try to drink less in the future. You're almost a big drunkard," Han Xiumei said, but she walked ahead of Chen Ming, opened the door, and went inside. Chen Ming rubbed his hands together, feeling very excited, and then opened the door and went inside. Soon, he heard Han Xiumei scold him playfully a few times, then pushed Chen Ming out the door. "Please sweep the snow at the door. I'll warm the bed inside for you." "Wait, I need to talk to you about something." Chen Ming, pushed out by his wife, had no choice but to pick up the big broom nearby and start sweeping the snow from the yard. Just then, Huergatsi came over, patted the door with his right hand, and looked inside. "Brother Chen Ming, are you busy?" Huergatsi grinned. "What's the matter? Staying up late and wandering around?" Chen Ming frowned, looking a bit impatient. "Look at you, still that bad temper. I just came to thank you. Did you eat? If you have time, come to my house for a meal. Let's have a drink." Huergatsi still appreciated that Chen Ming didn't tell anyone about what happened last time, so he decided to come over and thank him, and also to keep Chen Ming from talking. "Stop with those useless things. I can't afford your family's food. I know why you're here. No need to remind me. I won't say anything about it. But I told my father-in-law, and he has a few words to say to you. He just drank some wine and is inside the house. Do you want to go in?" Chen Ming was already about to open the big door. Hearing this, Huergatsi's face turned pale when he learned that the village chief knew about it and had been drinking. No, forget it. If Old Han village chief has been drinking, I dare not offend him. He might really give me a hard time. Brother Chen Ming, please don't blame me. I know I was wrong. I can call you brother from now on. I need to go back now. Once Old Han village chief is sober, I'll definitely listen to him." Huergatsi was so scared he kept retreating and then ran away. Chen Ming casually threw the broom beside the window, then turned and went inside. Han Xiumei had already heated the bed and even brought out the quilt, neatly arranged on the bed. As soon as Chen Ming entered, he took off his cotton jacket and then went to Han Xiumei, leaned in, and kissed her. Han Xiumei did not push away but blushed and hesitated, making Chen Ming feel a strong fire inside. "Sweetheart, maybe you shouldn't go back tonight. We can talk in bed if something's bothering you. Tonight, I don't need to sleep. Just tell me what you want to say, and I'll listen." Chen Ming sat beside Han Xiumei, took her small hand, and gently stroked it. They say that a little separation makes a marriage stronger, but this isn't just a small separation. They've been apart for almost a month. Chen Ming feels sad about it. "No, that's not possible. Until this matter is settled, you should sleep alone in the bed." Han Xiumei tilted her head slightly when she said this. "What's so serious? Why are you making such a big deal?" Chen Ming asked, becoming serious too. He didn't understand why Han Xiumei cared so much. Recently, he thought he was doing okay and hadn't done anything bad. "Let me ask you something first. Was your leg really injured, or were you pretending? How should I say it? Even the villagers can see clearly. They think you were pretending. They say you faked your injury to trick me, pretending to be crippled so I would marry you, and that you only hurt your leg to save me. But that's not the main issue. I already married you, and we have a child. These things aren't so important anymore. It's good that your leg is fine now. But then, you hurt your leg again, and you stopped working. You stay at home, acting up and causing trouble. Was that second injury real, or were you pretending again?" Han Xiumei had always wondered about this, especially lately, because Chen Ming's legs seemed to be fine. He walks normally now, not tiptoeing, though there are still some small flaws. As long as you don't look closely, he seems normal. For Han Xiumei, this is good news. Before, everyone in the village talked about how a beautiful girl like her married a man with a limp. He was the village's handsome young man. It was a shame. Chen Ming is handsome and well-known in the area, but if his leg had problems or was disabled, it would be a serious issue. If his leg is fine, then he is perfect. Poverty can be changed. As long as he works hard to earn money, he can at least have enough to eat. This leg is a lifelong matter. It concerns my dignity and pride. Living is about making a name for oneself, not about petty grudges. Yes, I was sick before, but it wasn't that serious. Honestly, I did pretend a little, but my leg has always been numb and weak. I admit I made mistakes, but it wasn't as bad as people say. How could I fake it completely? Now my leg is better because I used some medicine from the local clinic, and it seems to be working. I think soon I will be fully recovered. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. This should help ease Han Xiumei's worries. When she heard this, Han Xiumei felt very happy. She came over to Chen Ming, rolled up his pant leg, and gently touched his leg. Ow! Chen Ming suddenly cried out. Han Xiumei looked at him with confusion. Why are you yelling? Does it hurt? She asked curiously. It's not pain, it's the feeling of being alive, Chen Ming said with a smile. Han Xiumei rolled her eyes at him. You're always so reckless. I don't even know what you're thinking about every day, but anyway, it's good that your leg is better. Just be careful in the future. Don't hurt it again. If you can avoid climbing mountains, do so. Understand? Han Xiumei said with concern. If I don't go up the mountain, how can I earn money and support the family? I want my wife and kids to live a good life. Honey, I've finally found a job that suits me, so I can't give it up easily. They say it's dangerous, and everything has risks. But I'm not stupid. I'm young, so I should be brave and take chances. Otherwise, I'll miss good opportunities to make money. Look at our village, so many hunters. Those who get into trouble, aren't they just too stubborn? They don't know how to avoid danger. The first thing I do when I go into the mountains is to stay safe. I think about you and our daughter all the time. I definitely can't get into trouble. So, in the future, you need to support me when I go mountain hunting. Otherwise, if I stay idle like I used to, doing nothing, failing at everything, not earning enough, you'd be so worried. Chen Ming took the opportunity to hold Han Xiumei's hand and spoke sincerely. He decided to directly address the small classroom issue and help his wife clear her mind. You understand the reasoning I have, but it's really about how worried you are inside. If there was no danger, it would be fine. Just don't go into that dangerous area. There's all sorts of trouble there. And there's one more thing I haven't told you. I want to ask when you'll go back to see your parents. I mean your real parents. Han Xiumei finally asked about something she had been holding inside. After all, this was something she needed to discuss with Chen Ming. He is the one involved, after all. Chen Ming immediately fell into silence when he heard this. He also wanted to visit his parents, but thinking about his father's attitude made him lose courage. They had been out of contact for several years, and he was afraid that if he visited, his father might even chase him away with a stick. Chen Ming wanted to show filial piety, but he was also worried about his father's bad temper. He also felt guilty for not being there for his family before. He didn't want his mother to suffer because of the situation. Could Chen Ming not want to go back? Of course he did. The first thing he would do with his earnings was to honor his parents. Recently, he had been thinking that if he couldn't go back openly, he could secretly visit his mother. Don't just stay silent. This is what I think, after all. You are father and son, and since you haven't been able to visit for these years, I secretly went to see your mother. Don't be angry, okay? I promised not to get mad. When I visited your mother, I could tell she really missed you. But your dad wouldn't let her see you. He basically said forget about having you as his son. Honestly, I also feel responsible. If I hadn't let you become a son-in-law in our family, none of this would have happened. Back then, I was young and didn't think much. I was too selfish, only thinking about my family, never considering yours. Han Xiumei sighed deeply. After going through so much, she had become more mature. Recently, she wanted to make up for her past mistakes by secretly visiting her in-laws. Although her father-in-law avoided her, her mother-in-law was still very kind and treated her like a daughter-in-law. But because her son was a son-in-law in someone else's family, she couldn't call herself that. She always felt unsure of herself. Dear wife, I don't blame you at all. Actually, the problem is all on me. If I had talked to my dad calmly instead of being so stubborn and causing a fuss, things wouldn't have turned out like this year. You don't need to discuss this with me. It's for my good and for our family. I understand the situation. Even now, I don't know what to do when I go back. If I go home, at most, my dad will scold me. But you know, when I married into your family, my dad had strong opinions about it. Honestly, you probably shouldn't go back. I'm afraid he might say something harsh that could hurt you. Chen Ming spoke very seriously, sharing his worries. He didn't mind if they broke up. After all, he was still part of the Chen family. At most, his father would give him a beating. If he was kicked out, what would it matter? Just losing face? What face does he need from his father? He's not young anymore, and he has children now. I'm relieved to hear that. I don't care about this matter. I believe my father-in-law won't treat me badly. Just think, we should find time to go back in the next few days. The stove is already warm. You should rest now, and then we can talk about this again. I need to go back quickly. Our girl has been sleeping for a while. She might wake up soon. Han Xiumei said as she withdrew her hand and got up to leave. Watching her go out, Chen Ming also stood up to see her to the door. Then he turned back into the house, got into bed, and fell asleep thinking about this matter. He slept until late at night. When Chen Ming got up from the bed, he heard some movement outside. At that moment, he became alert. He quickly put on his padded jacket and pants, then leaned by the window to look into the yard. After a while, he saw a dark figure jump into the yard, followed by another shadow slipping out from behind the firewood pile next to Zhang Yuxiang's house. The two figures sneaked close to the bicycle under the curtain. They gestured with their hands, then carried the bicycle and headed toward the gate. Chen Ming was shocked. Two thieves had come, and judging by their behavior, they probably knew each other, maybe from the same village. The key point is that he is very bold. In the middle of the night, he dares to jump into someone's yard to steal a bicycle. Chen Ming was very angry about this. He had spent a lot of effort to buy a bicycle, and now someone was trying to steal it. When Chen Ming saw this scene, he quickly jumped off his bed, put on his shoes, and was about to rush out. But suddenly, he had a strange feeling. Something was wrong. It was too daring for someone to come to the village chief's house to steal a bicycle. And even if they were familiar, they wouldn't know the place so well. In that moment, Chen Ming understood everything. He didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he waited at the door and saw the bicycle being thrown outside. Someone was already there to catch it. After a while, Chen Ming saw a dark figure turn around, look around, and then bend down. The person slipped into Zhang Yuxiang's house. Chen Ming didn't make a sound. He quietly opened the door, slipped to the wall of the yard, and climbed up. From there, he saw someone pushing the bicycle and quickly running toward the east end of the village. Chen Ming also jumped out of the yard. Because it was very dark, only the moon in the sky provided some light, so he couldn't follow too closely but stayed alert. He followed the person all the way to a house. He saw clearly that after the person pushed the bicycle into his house and into the lower room, he went inside and stayed quiet. Chen Ming looked at the house and sneered inwardly, feeling very clear about what was happening. But he didn't make a sound. He waited quietly, then jumped into the yard and climbed to the bottom of the window. Soon, the light inside the house turned on. Chen Ming heard voices coming from inside. "Old Wu, why are you awake so late at night? What are you up to?" A woman's sleepy voice came from inside. Chen Ming peeked inside through the window corner. The curtain was only pulled halfway, covered by a torn cloth. At night, especially in winter, plastic sheets are often taped outside the windows, reflecting light, making it hard to see clearly. At this moment, the oil lamp inside the house was already lit. Chen Mingshun looked inside from the corner of the window and saw a woman wearing a crossback vest, her hair messy, wrapped in a quilt, watching an old man on the ground rolling a cigarette, looking very happy. The man had a full beard, small eyes, and was wearing a patched coat. His pants were also patched. He had just taken off his hat, revealing a bald head. "Going to do something big, huh? You always complain that I stay at home doing nothing and can't earn money. So I decided to find a way to make some money. Listen, wife, marry me, Lu Laowu, and you can look forward to a good life. Once we have some money, I'll buy more pork, food, and drinks from the supply store. You like that snow cream, right? I'll get you 4 or 5 bottles, enough for a whole year." Lu Laowu was rolling a cigarette, licking the dry tobacco with his tongue until it stuck, then holding it in his mouth, looking very proud. His wife, Xiumei, immediately snapped back to her senses. She knew exactly what kind of man her husband was. Lu Laowu, whose full name was Lu Shoucai, was the fifth child in his family. Since childhood, everyone in the village called him that, and few remembered his real name. He was a lazy man. The small amount of grain their production team earned each year, after paying taxes, was barely enough for a family to get by. They belonged to the 2nd Production Brigade, which had a high annual yield. The villagers in this brigade didn't eat meat every day, but they didn't go hungry either. Sometimes they could afford to improve their meals. But their family was not doing very well. Lu Laowu didn't gamble, but he loved good food and drinks, and he often did sneaky things like stealing chickens or ducks. Anyone in the village who kept chickens or ducks was on guard against him. If something went missing, it was sure to be found on Lu Laowu. So when Zhao Chunmei heard Lu Laowu say this, her heart sank. If it was just petty theft, anyone in the village who kept chickens or ducks was on guard against him. If something went missing, it was sure to be found on Lu Laowu. So when Zhao Chunmei heard Lu Laowu say this, her heart sank. If it was just petty theft, it might be okay, but if he stole from others' belongings, it could lead to big trouble. Fifth brother, what's really going on? Where do you have so much money? You say you don't have any way to get money. So where did you earn so much? Zhao Chunmei said as she put on her padded coat. She didn't want to pay attention at first, but hearing this made her start to worry. She was afraid that this man might do something foolish again, and if something happened to the family, especially with 2 children, she wouldn't be able to handle it. If the husband got into trouble, she felt like her world would fall apart. Hee, everyone has their own way. Just don't worry about it. Tomorrow, I will safely get the money back for you, Lu Laowu said with a grin. Fifth brother, don't scare me. You say you don't have any way to earn money, and you don't raise chickens or ducks like others. Where does the money come from? Who have you been hanging out with lately? I tell you, don't be like Zhang-san. If he gets into trouble, it's over. He's so daring. He dares to steal anything. Zhao Chunmei's worry grew as she hurried to remind him. You're just a short-sighted woman. What's wrong with Zhang-san? He's not getting rich for nothing. His life is pretty good, drinking small wine, eating small meat. Wherever he goes, he's carefree and happy. Everyone envies that. It doesn't matter how he gets his money. He must have his own way. If you're not happy, just talk behind his back. Anyway, we live our lives, and only we know what it's like. Lu Laowu seemed quite proud and even a bit jealous of Zhang-san. As long as he could live a good life, he didn't care how he did it. But what's so good about Zhang-san? Don't be jealous. A few days ago, he was taken away, and he hasn't come back yet. He ran to the neighbor's village and stole their horse. When they caught him, they beat him up badly. Now, he's probably thrown out somewhere. How do you think his wife and kids are doing? Fifth brother, if you get caught for doing something wrong, have you thought about me and the children? If you go to jail, how will I live? Will I have to find someone else to help take care of the kids? Would you be willing to do that? When Zhao Chunmei finished speaking, Lu Laowu suddenly stood up, eyes wide with fear. His face showed panic. What are you talking about? What's wrong with Zhang-san? You keep talking nonsense and spreading rumors. Just a few days ago, I saw him myself. He's like a fairy, spending his days happily going to taverns around the town. His life looks very carefree. You, an old woman, better not gossip behind people's backs. If he hears about it, he might come back to settle the score with you. It's not worth getting into trouble. Who's gossiping? A few people from Hotang village only just heard about this in the past couple of days. You're always out and about, not paying attention. I told you, and you still don't believe me? This happened a couple of days ago. Zhang-san was already taken away. He probably won't come out for 3 or 4 years. And here you are, still showing off. Listen, old 5. If you get into trouble and end up in jail, I won't stick with you anymore. It's fine to live a good life, but you shouldn't do anything shameful. You're just causing trouble for others. Now tell me, what exactly did you do tonight? At this point, Zhao Chunmei started crying. Hearing this, Lu Laowu was stunned. He sat down the ground, knocking over his chair. He leaned against the cabinet, wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling. Oh my God, how could this happen? I've never heard of anyone being sent away just for doing small things before. In the village, if someone got caught stealing, they'd probably just get a beating. It wasn't a big deal. But now it's so serious? Lu Laowu mumbled nervously. Usually, when someone was caught stealing, They'd get a scolding or a beating, and that was the end of it. But he didn't expect Zhang San's situation to be this bad. What do you think? Usually, if someone steals, it's because they want what's theirs or what they owe. Doing this kind of thing only makes things worse. Who wouldn't be worried if something was stolen from their home? It's not worth much, so it's okay if it's lost. But if it's valuable, people get really angry. Even if I begged you, old five, what exactly did you do? Tell me, so I can understand. If it's really bad, we can return what was taken. I'll even take the blame and accept a scolding. Beat me if you want. If you don't want to do that, I can find someone to help. But if you keep doing these bad things, you'll end up in trouble sooner or later. I can't say it, wife. Please, don't tell anyone about this, or I'll be finished. I'm really sorry now. After hearing what Zhang Yuxiang said, I thought it was a good thing, but now everything's ruined. If village head Han gets up tomorrow, he'll definitely search the whole village. What should I do then? No, I can't sleep tonight. I need to send the stuff back quickly. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He had learned his lesson from before. If Zhang Xin hadn't been thrown in, Lu Laowu wouldn't be so scared. In his mind, stealing a little was just a slap or a scolding, never expecting such serious consequences. If something happened to him, his wife might take the kids and remarry. Would his own flesh and blood call someone else dad? Thinking of this, Lu Laowu was completely stunned. He shivered as he stood up from the ground. Old Wu, why can't you just let me be? You even stole from the village head's house. Hurry up and tell me what you did. Come back with me. Zhao Chunmei was also pale with fear and hurriedly asked. Just forget it. I'll send it back now and pretend this never happened. Anyway, it's all my fault. Don't worry, wife. I promise I won't do such sneaky things again. I'll work hard, earn points, and take good care of you and the kids. Lu Laowu was so scared he was trembling. He got up to leave, but Zhao Chunmei grabbed him tightly. Don't go yet. Tell me what really happened. You have to explain clearly, otherwise, I don't know anything. Are you trying to scare me to death? Old Wu, please, just tell me, Zhao Chunmei begged earnestly. Hearing his wife's plea, Lu Laowu couldn't hold back anymore. His heart was heavy. He then told her everything he did that night. When he finished, Zhao Chunmei collapsed onto the bed. Her eyes were vacant, trembling all over from fear. Who would have thought this man would dare do something so big? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lu Laowu, you good for nothing. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Why are you so eager to get rich? Are you trying to die? You're heading straight for the coffin. If you can do such things, then just yesterday I heard that Old Han Village Chief's new bicycle was bought for over 160 yuan. If you get caught with it, don't even think about getting out of trouble. Old Han Village Chief hasn't had any good news for many years. Just when he finally had some happiness, you go and cause trouble for him. If he catches you, he won't let you go. Hurry up and return the bicycle. If you're caught, you'll be in big trouble. Zhao Chunmei snapped out of her shock, pointed at Old Five, and scolded him loudly. Old Five nodded heavily. At this moment, he had no more nonsense. He just wanted to quickly return the bicycle. I'm going now. I'll go right away. Don't scold me anymore. Old Five said nervously and hurriedly went outside. When he reached the yard outside, he pushed open the door and froze in place. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Zhao Chunmei also heard the noise outside but didn't know what was happening. Soon after, a loud, shrill scream rang out. Then Old Five scrambled into the house, crawling and tumbling, leaning against the cabinet, clutching his head, shouting loudly. It was as if he was yelling at something. Seeing this, Zhao Chunmei was stunned. She hadn't even left the house, and now he was back so suddenly? What did he see? Before Zhao Chunmei could ask, the door suddenly swung open, and Chen Ming walked in with a serious, stern face. Seeing Chen Ming, Zhao Chunmei was stunned instantly, realizing what was going on. Old Five, do you lack conscience? You're not sleeping at night, dreaming of getting rich and bringing trouble to me. I heard everything you two said clearly. As for this matter, I'm going to call my dad and others, then take you to the village office. Do you think you still have a way out? Chen Ming was furious. If he hadn't woken up early tonight and noticed the noise outside, Old Five might have already sold the bicycle. The money he risked his life hunting for on the mountain was now being targeted. Isn't that immoral? Seeing Old Five, Chen Ming felt like kicking him hard. Chen Ming. Ming, sister-in-law, please, I beg you. Sister-in-law, kneel down for you, okay? This time, no matter what, You have to let old Five go. He made a foolish mistake just once. If he dares to do it again, I won't hold back. I will cut ties with him completely. Xiumei couldn't hold it anymore. She jumped down from the bed, wearing only a pair of floral shorts, and knelt on the ground. She begged desperately. The two children were awakened by the noise and started crying, covering their eyes with their arms. The room instantly became messy. Sister-in-law, you're a good person. I heard everything outside. If it weren't for your honest words, I wouldn't have come out to see you. I would have gone straight to find my father and deal with Lu Laowu properly. The ground is cold. Get up quickly. Men and women should behave properly. Don't make things difficult for me. Hurry up and comfort the children so they're not scared. Chen Ming spoke coldly and calmly. Xiumei hesitated for a moment, then got up from the ground and went to comfort the children. Meanwhile, she started scolding loudly. Lu Laowu, you have no humanity. Look at Chen Ming. He's much younger than you, and he's doing this. Unlike you, who have no bottom line. If he hadn't spoken up, he'd already have gone back to tell village chief Lao Han. You should quickly admit your mistake to our brother. Why are you still standing there? Now you're afraid, huh? You should have thought of that earlier. Xiumei was anxious. She was smart enough to understand Chen Ming's words earlier. They were giving the couple a way out. But Xiumei didn't understand why Chen Ming was doing this. She wondered if this was just his innate kindness. If that was true, Xiumei felt even more guilty. Lu Laowu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scrambled over to Chen Ming, kneeling on the ground with his legs bent. He grabbed Chen Ming's thigh with both hands. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm not a good person. I did something terrible and hurt you. I know you're upset and angry. You can hit me, scold me, whatever you want. Please, give me a way to live. I beg you. I'll work for you like a beast in the future. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. I'll support you in the village. Is that okay? Big brother, say something. Lu Laowu was already trembling with fear and was close to crying. He was holding Chen Ming's leg and crying loudly. Chen Ming kicked him lightly. Little brother, just beat him hard, as if you're teaching your sister-in-law a lesson. Let him know he's not clever, cut off his dog's paws, and make him behave. Your sister-in-law doesn't want you to make things difficult for him. You can hit and scold him as much as you want. If you come every day to beat and scold him, I won't say a word. But please, just give him a break. Don't send him to the village office or punish him there. Just for the sake of the kids, if this man goes inside, what will I do with the children? Also, you and Guohui are on good terms. Guohui is Lu Laowu's nephew. For Guohui's sake, can you forgive him this time? Xiumei knew that recently Lu Guohui had been following Chen Ming around. She also knew that Lu Guohui's earliest relationship with Chen Ming was the closest. So she thought mentioning Lu Guohui might help now. Not to mention, if Xiumei didn't bring up Lu Guohui, Chen Ming planned to beat Lu Laowu badly today and then expose the matter. But after hearing about Lu Guohui, Chen Ming hesitated for a moment. Lu Laowu, I'll tell you, you're just lucky because of your sister-in-law. If it weren't for her words today, this wouldn't be over, but I'm warning you. I'll let you go this time. From now on, you have to do as I say. If not, think about the consequences yourself. Chen Ming had already made up his mind. Earlier, he and Zhang Yuxiang only had some minor disagreements, just not liking each other. Zhang Yuxiang often flattered his father-in-law, was sweet-talking, and had some insight. Of course, that made the father-in-law like him. But recently, this guy had gained some power and started to look down on Chen Ming everywhere. Chen Ming was too lazy to bother with him. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be sneaky and even harmful to himself. Chen Ming decided he had to teach him a lesson once and for all. Now was the perfect chance. Chen Ming planned to use this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Zhang Yuxiang, so he wouldn't keep feeling inferior and resentful whenever he saw him. Brother, you said it. I will listen to you. I will carry the bicycle back right now. Old Lu 5 was so excited. It was like a person about to die getting a second chance at life. It was truly from to heaven. Don't send the bicycle back to me yet. Just leave it outside your house. Tomorrow morning, come to my place and admit everything. Don't worry, my father-in-law will at most scold you a few times or give you a couple of hits. I promise he won't send you away. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. Since I chose to forgive you, I can definitely do it. Then, in front of my father-in-law, tell me everything clearly. Who gave you this bad idea? Just tell me everything straightforwardly. Chen Ming laid out his conditions. Old Lu 5 nodded without hesitation. All right, whatever you say. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I will go to Uncle Han tomorrow morning and confess. And this whole thing was Zhang Yuxiang's idea. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He threw the bicycle to me. I took it over, and he even said we'd split the money from selling it. That kid is really not a good person. Brother, I know I'm not a saint either, but I wouldn't hurt my own family. That doesn't deserve to be your brother-in-law. At this point, Lu 5 spat. He also made it clear he would cooperate fully. That's fine. Sleep peacefully tonight. Tomorrow, at worst, you'll get scolded. With me here, even my father-in-law might not be able to hit you. Sister-in-law, I only did this for your and Lu Guohui's sake. I won't say anything more. You should go to bed early too. After saying this, Chen Ming turned and headed outside. Then Zhao Chunmei hurriedly got off the ground, warmly seeing Chen Ming off, and called out, Old Chun, I'll remember this kindness. If anything happens in the future, just come to me. Thank you, sister-in-law. At this moment, Chen Ming was already walking home quietly. He returned home without making a sound. There was no movement inside his father-in-law's house, probably still sleeping. He took a quick look. Zhang Yuxiang was at home, and the lights in the house were still on. A faint cold expression appeared on his face. Then he snorted softly, opened the door, and went inside. After returning to the room, Chen Ming lay down on the Kong and fell asleep. By the next morning, Chen Ming heard a lot of curses outside. He slowly got up, put on his cotton jacket, pulled back the curtain, and looked into the yard. He saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law standing outside. Xiumei was there too, crying softly. Han Xiujian and his wife were also present, especially Zhang Yuxiang, who was gesturing and talking to his father-in-law. At this moment, Han Jinghua was angry and shouting loudly. Someone stole from me, Han Jinghua. This is serious. Who's so shameless? They're so bold. Came into our yard and stole our bicycle. Do they have no shame? Do they have no conscience? You're just a kid, and you don't have a sense of shame. When Han Jinghua shouted, many villagers gathered around. Some stood at the door talking. Others came closer to ask what was happening. Then Luo Haiying explained that her family's bicycle had been stolen. The villagers all sighed together. Who's so shameless? They're so daring. Stole from old Han's house. Probably someone they know. Maybe it's someone from our village doing this. Yeah, outsiders don't know that old Han bought a bicycle. Someone's jealous or angry. Old Han, don't get too upset. We'll help you find it. That's right. Even if we have to search the whole village, we'll find that bicycle. Old Han's wife, don't cry. Keep calm. Everyone will help you look for it. Some villagers eagerly started helping to search. Han Jinghua kept cursing loudly. Stop cursing. What's the use? The bicycle's already gone. It's probably been taken out of the village already. Where can we look? It's so frustrating. The new bicycle wasn't even used much, and someone stole it. It's my fault. I should have brought it inside last night. When Luo Haiying said this, she wished she could slap herself. Han Xiumei quickly grabbed her hand and said, Mom, what are you doing? No one is blaming you. The main thing is, who would think that leaving something in the yard could be stolen? That's so strange. This person is so unkind. Why are they targeting our family? Hearing Han Xiumei's words, Luo Haiying couldn't help but start crying. This made Han Jinghua even angrier. This was aimed at me. They really don't take me seriously. I will catch this thief and see what I do to him. Anyone who dares to think about my things is too spoiled. Both of you, don't get too upset. I'm going out now to look for it. I must find the bicycle. Han Jinghua said this and was about to go outside. At this moment, Zhang Yuxiang ran over and said, Dad, you haven't eaten yet this morning. You're so angry, you shouldn't go out now. Everyone is helping to look for it. You should rest at home. I'll go out with Xiujuan later to look too. Maybe we'll find it. But don't get your hopes up too high. Even if someone else took it, the bicycle was probably already taken away. It's unlikely it's still at home, and we shouldn't go searching at other people's places. Anyway, getting too upset won't help. Zhang Yuxiang said this, making Han Jinghua feel even more frustrated. He held the door and kept shaking his head, sighing with a frown. It's so upsetting. Such a nice bicycle, gone just like that. How can I explain this to Chen Ming? This thief stole from our Han family. I just can't hold back this anger. As my dad said, doing such unkind things, they don't even have a sense of shame. I'll go out to look too. Dad, don't be mad, okay? Han Xiujuan also raised her voice in frustration. When Zhang Yuxiang heard this, he couldn't help but smile. His wife didn't know everything. By evening, Han Xiujuan was sleeping like a dead pig. Not to mention the bicycle was lost. Even if they carried her away, she wouldn't wake up. How can I not be angry? Such a big thing happened, and the bicycle was bought by Chen Ming. I feel so careless. Such a good bicycle, why did I leave it in the yard? If you ask who's to blame, it's me. I just had to show off foolishly. When Han Jingui spoke about this, his teeth almost ground to dust, and his face turned bright red. You say if it was just a chicken or a duck, that would be okay, but this time it's a bicycle worth over 160 yuan. In a rural family, that's more than half a month's expenses. Anyone would be angry about this. Even Han Jingui, who usually stays calm, was now squatting on the ground, smoking a cigarette with clenched teeth. This has already happened, Dad. Getting angry won't help. I think it's not all your fault and Mom's. Chen Ming bought the bicycle and then pushed it into the house without thinking. What's there to show off? This time, he's learned his lesson. The bicycle was stolen, and that's a good reminder for him. Zhang Yuxiang spoke from beside them. Han Jingui just glared at him but didn't say anything else. He was feeling very upset inside. The villagers had already looked everywhere, but they couldn't find a single hair of the bicycle. Dad, don't get so angry. If you get sick because of this, what will we do? I'll work hard with Yuxiang and buy you a new bicycle. Just pretend this never happened, okay? Look at how worried Mom is. Don't get so worked up. We're all counting on you at home. The bicycle is just gone. It's no big deal. Think of it as losing some money to avoid bigger trouble. We're being watched by someone. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the thief's obsession. Han Xiujuan saw her father getting upset and her mother crying, and she felt very sad. She quickly tried to comfort them. Mom, Dad, I'll go call Chen Ming to come out and see what we can do. You two shouldn't get so upset. Chen Ming can still earn money and will still take care of you in the future. It's just a bicycle. If it's gone, it's gone. We can just not ride a bike for now. Han Xiumei also felt very wronged and anxious, but she didn't want to add to her parents' worries at this moment, so she could only try to persuade them. Just then, Chen Ming pushed the door open and came out. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Han Jingui didn't even turn his head because he felt guilty towards Chen Ming. He bought the bicycle with good intentions, but now it was just left outside in the yard. The thief who stole it was really unlucky. Why steal from anyone else? But at this moment, they had to steal from their family. This situation has made the relationship with my brother-in-law worse, adding to the previous tension. Ming, since the bike is lost, it's all my fault. But don't worry, I will fix this hole for you. Don't get too upset. No matter what, I won't let you handle everything alone. Although Han Jingui didn't turn around, he spoke to Chen Ming behind him. Dad, I bought that bike for you. I'm worried you'll get upset. What could possibly happen to me? I don't understand why the yard is so lively this morning. Now I see it's because of this issue. But don't worry, the bike can't be lost forever, Chen Ming said seriously. However, everyone knew he was just trying to comfort them. The bike was probably taken away last night, and finding it now would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's certain the bike won't be found again. I guess the whole family will be upset for the next few days. It will take a few days to get over this. Chen Ming, why are you showing off just because you got a bike back? It was a good thing at first, but now you've messed it up. You're ruining a good situation. Losing the bike is just that, lost. Look at how worried your parents are. What if someone gets sick? You don't know which is more important, big or small. You're an adult now. Why do your parents have to manage everything for you? Shouldn't the bike just be pushed back inside the house by itself? Zhang Yuxiang suddenly spoke. Shut up. Who asked for your opinion? Chen Ming said, looking at him with crossed arms. Zhang Yuxiang, I've noticed before that you're pretty sneaky, always talking smoothly, saying what people want to hear, whether it's good or bad. But at least you haven't done anything really bad. But this time, I can see clearly that you, little guy, are holding something in your heart, and you're quite sneaky. Now, when something happened, everyone is blaming me. Chen Ming glared at Zhang Yuxiang, and then turned to his father-in-law, Han Jinghua. Dad, how could the bicycle just disappear? How is that thief so bold, jumping into our yard and throwing the bike out without making any noise? I think this looks a lot like something a thief would do. If no one helped him at home, I don't believe the thief could fly. Chen Ming said with a smile. Hearing Chen Ming, Han Jinghua looked up and frowned. At this moment, Zhang Yuxiang couldn't hold back anymore. Chen Ming, you bad guy, stop accusing people behind their backs. Who are you calling a thief? No one cares about your old broken bike. You act like it's a treasure, but then it gets lost. Serves you right. What do you mean by a thief? Are you calling me out? Listen, Chen Ming, if you don't have proof today, I won't let this go. Zhang Yuxiang jumped and pointed at Chen Ming, shouting angrily. He looked very upset and furious. Ming, it's not that serious. You know what kind of person Zhang Yuxiang is, sly, but not capable of doing something like this. He wouldn't hurt others or steal from us. Besides, with his timid nature, he probably can't do such things. Han Jinghua also shook his head. It's not that he favors Zhang Yuxiang, but over the years, Zhang Yuxiang hasn't done anything bad, at least not stealing or sneaking around. He's a bit lazy and greedy, not very successful, but he hasn't done anything too wrong. Just likes to spend money and drink a little. He's never been involved in theft or robbery. Ming, your sister's husband wouldn't do such a thing. He's not that stupid. He's happy about good things at home and wouldn't steal a bicycle. Luo Haiying also tried to persuade him. But Han Xiujuan, with her hands on her hips, suddenly shouted at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, I think you're just blaming others and pointing at Zhang Yuxiang. He's your brother-in-law, after all. What do you mean by this? Don't think that just because you made some money and made my parents happy, you can take control of this family. Who do you think you are? Don't forget the bad things you did before. You just got a few days of peace, and now you've forgotten who you are. Blame everything on Zhang Yuxiang. If you have the guts, find the bicycle and put it here. If Zhang Yuxiang did it, I will deal with him myself. Han Xiujuan also spoke firmly. Yes, Chen Ming. If you put the bicycle out and claim I stole it, I, Zhang Yuxiang, will kneel and apologize to you today. But if you can't prove it, I won't let this go. Who do you think you're talking to? Do I deserve to be falsely accused? Zhang Yuxiang said, sounding quite aggrieved. He puffed out his chest confidently, pointing at Chen Ming. Han Xiumei also came over, patted Chen Ming's hand softly, and whispered, Do you know something? If you do, don't hide it. It's really Zhang Yuxiang who did it. We won't forgive him today. Hearing Han Xiumei say this, Chen Ming was a bit stunned. He didn't expect his wife to think the same way, just lacking proof. His parents are old, and Zhang Yuxiang is his brother-in-law. He hadn't done anything bad to them, so he didn't believe Zhang Yuxiang could do such a thing. That made sense. As for Han Xiujuan, she was straightforward and not very clever. She didn't think much before speaking, so she often offended people in the village. But Han Xiujuan wasn't malicious. She was straightforward, broad-minded, and easygoing. Last night, she probably slept like a dead pig. She didn't even know Zhang Yuxiang brought a woman home. And she definitely didn't know about Zhang Yuxiang stealing the bicycle. So, her wife was the most in sync with him, which surprised Chen Ming a little as he looked at Han Xiumei. All right, today I will get to the bottom of this. Zhang Yuxiang, you say this has nothing to do with you? Well, just wait. Today, I will settle this account with you. You said you're not finished with me, and you're pretty confident. Don't make a fuss now. I'm trying to talk about this matter. It's already in the past. Are you still trying to argue with me? Chen Ming also responded confidently, which made Zhang Yuxiang's previously arrogant attitude suddenly shrink back. This guy tried to speak several times, but couldn't say anything. At that moment, loud noises came from outside the main gate. A large group of villagers rushed over. Village Chief Han, come out quickly and see. We found it. Your bicycle has been found. A woman ran over, her face full of joy, shouting into the yard. Han Jinghua immediately stood up and ran outside. The whole family also went out. Han Xiumei, holding her mother Luo Haiying's hand, arrived at the main road outside the yard. Han Xiujuan hurriedly followed, walking right behind Chen Ming. Only Zhang Yuxiang stayed inside the yard, looking confused and a little nervous. He didn't come out, but leaned on the wall to watch outside. When everyone reached the main road, they saw Lu Laowu pushing his bicycle, walking over with his head down, while villagers scolded and hit him. Lu Laowu, how could you do such a bad thing? Aren't you afraid of lightning? Why did Chunmei marry someone as bad as you? She's wasting her life? Even the village chief's bicycle, you dared to steal it. Lu Laowu, you're crazy. I tell you, this isn't the end. We'll send you to jail and kick your family out of the village. Yeah, this is so frustrating. Anyone would be upset. The new bicycle was stolen the night before. Look at the village chief and his wife. They're furious. Lu Laowu, are you even a person? The village chief has been so good to you. If it weren't for him defending you, you'd have been beaten to death long ago. One middle-aged man stepped forward and slapped Lu Laowu. Several women nearby also rolled up their sleeves, eager to hit him too. This was really infuriating. This happened at the home of village chief Han. If it had happened to someone else, it would be even more unbearable just to think about. Uncle, I stole the bicycle yesterday. I'm not a good person. I realized what I did. So I brought the bike back to you. No matter if you want to scold me or hit me, I accept it all, Lu Laowu said as he stood the bicycle upright, then suddenly knelt down with a loud thud, covering his mouth with both hands. He also started crying. Zhao Chunmei pushed through the crowd and immediately knelt down as well. Old Uncle Han, my son is reckless and foolish. He stole that bicycle. I never thought he would be so bold and do such a heartless thing. Today, you can even beat him to death or cut off his hands. Uncle Han, my husband and I are sorry for you, Zhao Chunmei cried and kowtowed, her forehead turning blue from the pounding. Seeing this scene, Lu Laowu also felt sorry for his wife. He slapped himself harder, full of regret. He truly regretted it so much that his insides felt blue. Even if they cut off his hands now, he would accept it without hesitation. Seeing the couple kneeling on the ground, Han Jingui, who was initially angry, sighed. He pointed at Lu Laowu and hesitated for a long time without speaking. Old wife, you should push the bicycle back first. Everyone, disperse now. Don't spread this outside. Everyone, go home. It's early, and no one has eaten yet. Let's eat together. Village Chief Han had spoken, so the villagers started to leave. A few villagers, still angry, kicked Lu Laowu a couple of times as they left. But no one touched Zhao Chunmei, because everyone knew she was a good person, just married to a troublemaker. After everyone left, Han Jingui turned to Zhao Chunmei and said, Chunmei, this has nothing to do with you. Even though you're a couple, I know you wouldn't do such a thing. As for Lu Laowu, whether he's blinded by foolishness or not, I have a few questions for him. You better get up now. When Han Jingui said this, Chen Ming and Han Xiumei stepped forward and helped Zhao Chunmei up from the ground. But Zhao Chunmei still couldn't hold back her tears. Chen Ming thought carefully. When he said this, Han Xiumei nodded and then walked toward Zhao Chunmei's house. Then Luo Haiying pulled Zhao Chunmei into the yard. Don't kneel here. If you have something to say, let's go inside. I'll leave you here, but Lu Laowu, you need to catch him. Han Jingui said this while walking into the yard with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Zhang Yuxiang was nowhere to be seen. He was hiding inside the house, afraid to come out, and had even locked the door from inside. Han Xiujuan felt puzzled. She tugged at the door twice, but couldn't open it. After cursing a few times, she saw Lu Laowu and his wife enter the yard. Lu Laowu, did you push the bicycle out yourself? Or was it someone else who found it in your house? Han Jingui finally turned around and asked. It was me who pushed it out. Uncle, let me be honest with you. It was your son-in-law, Zhang Yuxiang, who came to me with a bad idea. He said if I sold the bicycle, we could split the money. I admit it was my fault. I was careless, and I deserve it. But without Zhang Yuxiang, this wouldn't have happened. This little brat is really not a good person. Uncle Han, you have two sons-in-law. One is a good person, the other is a troublemaker. Now you see clearly. Actually, Brother Chen Ming caught me in the act last night. He came to my house and scolded me, so I realized my mistake and voluntarily brought the bicycle back, admitted my fault. Uncle Han, I am sorry. I've helped you before, but I still did this. You can hit me or scold me. When he said this, Lu Laowu bowed his head and knocked it on the ground. Everyone in the yard was stunned, especially Luo Haiying inside the house, who heard this, widened her eyes and looked back at Han Xiumei. Han Xiumei was also stunned. She quickly reacted and rushed out the door. Lu Laowu, what are you talking about? You stole the bicycle and are blaming it on Zhang Yuxiang. Do you know that what you just said could ruin someone's life? What are you doing, causing trouble here? Why don't you say it was my bad idea that made you help steal the bicycle? You are so good at blaming others. Let me tell you, Lu Laowu, today you must explain this clearly, or I won't let this go. How could Zhang Yuxiang do such a foolish thing? Han Xiujuan suddenly became very angry and started scolding loudly. Xiujuan, I swear to heaven, If I lie about this, I, Lu Laowu, will fall to my death when I go out. If you don't believe me, you can call your Zhang Yuxiang out and confront me. I admit I did something reckless and wrong, but I dare to say, where is he? I haven't seen him around. He probably ran away long ago, Lu Laowu said firmly. At this point, everyone could see clearly whether Lu Laowu was lying or not. Han Xiujuan was so shocked that she sat down heavily in the snow, looking lost and hopeless. She kept scolding, "That fool! How can he do such a thing? It must not be him. It must not be him." Meanwhile, Han Jinghua finally came back to his senses. He hadn't seen Zhang Yuxiang, and earlier he was feeling a bit puzzled. When the bicycle was stolen, he noticed that this kid was very happy. Why was the bicycle found, but the person was nowhere to be seen? Zhang Yuxiang, you little rascal, shameless and wicked. Come out here. Han Jinghua had already grabbed a shovel and shouted loudly in the yard, like thunder. He was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly furious. He never expected that a thief had appeared. Things were just starting to look good, and now outsiders are watching, and his own family is jealous. There's no way someone would do such a thing. Han Jinghua's face was completely humiliated. Fortunately, the villagers had all gone home, or else Han Jinghua might have looked for a place to hide. Why is life so unfair? His two sons-in-law weren't so bad before, but now one is okay, and the other has become so wicked? Han Jinghua was so angry that he even had thoughts of violence. He was holding the shovel and pacing around the yard, unable to find his direction, just spinning in circles. Luo Haiying was worried something might happen, so she hurried out and first pulled Han Xiujuan up from the ground. Stop him quickly. Look at your dad's attitude. He's about to chop Zhang Yuxiang. Your dad's temper is terrible. If something like this happens, don't let him lose control. Hearing Luo Haiying's reminder, Han Xiujuan suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and quickly rushed forward, grabbing Han Jinghua. Dad, calm down. Please, just calm down. I'm begging you. Let's not fight with Zhang Yuxiang first. We should ask clearly what's going on. I'll help you find this person. I'll find him for you. And that's enough. Han Xiujuan cried and shouted. Go find him. Hurry up and bring that troublemaker here. I can't take it anymore. I'm so angry. Huff, huff, huff. Han Jinghua, furious, clutched his chest and sat down on a wooden stool in the yard. His face was pale with anger, and he was trembling all over. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly ran inside, poured a cup of warm water, and hurriedly handed it to Han Jinghua. Dad, it's not worth it. Don't let your health get worse because of this. The bicycle is found, and the problem is out in the open. Whatever we need to do, we'll do it. When you see Zhang Yuxiang later, get everything clear. If you need to hit him, hit him. If you need to scold him, scold him. But don't hurt him too badly. Just vent your anger, but don't make things worse, Chen Ming said as he patted Han Jinghua's back to help him calm down. Ming, I really am old now. I was blind. Why didn't I see earlier that Zhang Yuxiang was such a troublemaker? Our family had some good things, and he was eyeing them. He's jealous. How can a person live like this? If you're not better than others, you should work harder. Have some ambition. How could he do such harmful things? Our Han family has never done anything wrong in our lives. How did we end up with such a useless person? Dad used to be mistaken about people, even praising him in front of you. Now, I don't even have the face to see you, Han Jinghua said, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. He was not only disappointed in Zhang Yuxiang, but also reflecting on the past. How could he believe that? Maybe he had wrongly accused Chen Ming before. But this kid is stubborn, and both of them were probably manipulated by Zhang Yuxiang. Both of them are stubborn and never talked openly about it. Over time, it became a rift. Today, after seeing Zhang Yuxiang's true nature, Han Jinghua felt guilty toward Chen Ming.